Ms. Kingy, you really do know my senior sister. Su Yu's face froze, and he wanted to slap himself. Sure enough, you should talk less at times like this. Yixuan's cold eyes turned red and swollen for the first time, and even a trace of bitterness emerged in his heart. It had been more than 2 months. He had been searching for her for more than 2 months, and had traveled more than tens of thousands of miles. When he heard news about her for the first time, Yixuan was so excited that he could hardly control himself. He couldn't wait to ask, "Where is my senior sister now?" "She..." Su Yu hesitated for a moment. "I first met her more than a month ago. I don't know where she is now." "Don't know?" A deep sense of loss emerged in Yixuan's eyes. "So where did you meet?" "In the far east of the Dongshuan territory." "The far east?" Yixuan frowned. It seems that senior sister did use the Xunian jade to escape from the capture of the Three Colors holy sect, but it was still left in the Dongshuan territory. Since she appeared in Dongshuan territory more than a month ago, why didn't she return to Zhanyu sect or the Mu family in Lingcheng? Was she delayed by something? How had she been doing in the past 2 months? Was she injured? If she doesn't come back, where did she go? How should he find her back? Yixuan wanted to get answers to all these questions urgently. Was she injured at the time? What was her condition when you met her? So you gave Yixuan a complicated look. "Don't worry, she's in good condition. She's stronger than you now." "That's good, that's good." Yixuan breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Su, how did you meet her? Can you tell me?" Although the person in front of him is a monster, since he saved him, he can trust him temporarily. Su Yu said, "It's nothing. I just happened to meet Miss Kingy at that time. I was seriously injured at that time. She gave me some pills and these white gauze and then left directly. It was just a brief encounter." This is the only explanation for the white gauze for now. If Yixuan thought that he had any feelings for Mu Kingy, or that they were having an affair, then both his first and second lives would probably have a hard time in the future. A hint of doubt flashed in Yixuan's eyes. Could someone hurt you? Although the contact was short, the other party gave him an unfathomable feeling. He controls the power of space, and even if someone in the late stage of the Saint Dao realm comes, I am afraid they will not be able to stop him. However, in the Holy Dao realm, apart from that strange three-colored holy religion and their 4 super sects, how many people can cultivate to this level? Not to mention the late stage of the Holy Dao realm. For a moment, Yixuan had a hint of doubt. He hesitated for a moment. "Brother Su is from the demon tribe, right?" Su Yu nodded slightly and did not deny it. "Then what is Brother Su's true form? If you don't have any suggestions, could you please reveal a few?" "True body," Su Yu's expression froze. It seems that the old grandfather in his body did not tell him his true identity. If he knew that I was a 3-colored black demon, the consequences would be disastrous. You must know that it was the 3 Colors holy sect who captured Mu Kingy. He is the real body of the 3-colored black demon, and everyone thinks that the 3-colored holy religion belongs to him and is related to him. Brother Yi, why do you have to ask about such irrelevant topics? Brother Yi should consider Miss Kingy's matter first. Yixuan pondered for a moment, then focused his mind and communicated with Old Wu. "Teacher, what exactly is his true form?" "Disciple, do you really want to know that?" "I want to know." For some reason, after seeing the teacher's hesitant attitude, Yixuan felt that there was something strange about the other party's true identity. Elder Wu sighed. Alas, his true form is the legendary 3-colored black demon. Yixuan was stunned. Is it the 3-colored black monster known as the ancient evil beast? That's right, it's the black demon, the calamity beast that brings the evil thunder of destruction. Boom! In an instant, the murderous intent in Yixuan's eyes surged. 3-colored black demon, 3-colored holy religion. So that's how it is. So it was the holy religion founded by this person that abducted my senior sister. Senior sister was captured by him and fell into his hands, so he has these white gauze. So the senior sister is still in his hands now. When he thought of this, the murderous intent in Yixuan's eyes turned into reality, and his anger almost burst his brain. It was he who kidnapped my senior sister, and then started to make up lies here hypocritically. The key is that I actually believed it. What kind of religion is the 3 Colors holy religion? In the past few months of traveling around, he had witnessed countless cruel and bloody scenes. They slaughtered mortals wantonly, captured monks to refine puppets, removed their bone marrow to refine medicine, and captured geniuses to seize their essence and blood to condense into human pills. They burn, kill, loot, and commit all kinds of evil. These actions are intolerable. Then, as their leader, what kind of person is he? Thinking of this, Yixuan's golden cyclone suddenly rose up, and he punched Su Yu hard. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Looking at Yixuan, who suddenly attacked him, Su Yu looked slightly annoyed and immediately stretched out his hand to block the opponent's attack. Yixuan's eyes were bloodshot. "Is my senior sister in your hands now? Did you hurt her? Give her back to me." Listening to Yixuan's words, Su Yu was a little amused. "Why do you think your senior sister is in my hands? Didn't I tell you before that I only met her once? Just a chance encounter. With my senior sister's personality, would she give you her white gauze after just one meeting?" Yixuan's face was full of disgust. "Your true form is a three-colored black demon, right?" Su Yu's expression froze. This guy really knew his identity. "Back then, you, the Three Colors Holy Sect, captured my senior sister from the Jian secret realm, and then she fell into your hands, so you got her things right. You kidnapped my senior sister, and then pretended to come here to deceive me. It's ridiculous that I actually fell for your trick. Tell me what you did to her." Yixuan punched out again, carrying all his strength. Su Yu was helpless, so she stretched out her other hand and locked his fist again. "If I lied to you, then why did I save you earlier? And why did I kill the guardian of the Three Colors Holy Sect?" Yixuan said coldly, "Do you know what I have encountered along the way? A pregnant woman with no cultivation, at the hands of your Three Colors Holy Sect, had her belly ripped open, and the fetus inside her was used as the essence to season blood wine. A young girl who had a carefree life was envied by your holy church's poisonous woman. She skinned her, made a human skin out of her, and wore it on her body. She then left her body in the wilderness, exposed to the sun, until nothing remained. An elderly man who could barely walk was forced to work by you. He suffered terribly and ended up dying in the wild within a few days." Every word Yixuan said made Su Yu's pupils shrink suddenly. "Your minds are twisted, perverted, crazy, and evil. If you, the members of the Holy Church, are like this, how can you, the leader of the Holy Church, be any better? You saved me, but didn't you want to play with me and destroy me bit by bit? You killed your own holy religion guardian. Isn't that because you're a psychopath, a bloodthirsty demon?" In an instant, he ignored his injuries. His divine power burst out, and golden energy waves erupted from his body like a fountain. He stared at Su Yu intently, as if he wanted to eat someone, and shouted word by word, "Give her back to me." Chapter 158. The golden air wave exploded with a terrifying roar, and he broke free from his restraints and punched Su Yu again. Su Yu snorted coldly and punched Yixuan directly. Bang, bang, bang. Su Yu and Yixuan started fighting at lightning speed. Neither of them used their bloodline abilities, but the powerful force contained in their fists and feet was enough to destroy a giant peak. Yixuan thought that the other party did not use the power of space, so he could take advantage of the other party's carelessness to control the other party and force him to tell the whereabouts of his senior sister. But the other party seemed to be able to predict his next move. Su Yu intercepted the punch in advance, elbowed his jaw, and then kicked Yixuan in the chest with a back kick, sending him flying dozens of meters backwards. Hateful! Yixuan fell heavily to the ground. He struggled to get up, but the injuries that had just recovered from him worsened further. But he didn't pay attention to the pain, but felt extremely depressed. Why is this guy so familiar with his boxing style? In just a few minutes, he was completely suppressed and beaten to a pulp. He thought his boxing skills were perfect, but they were so vulnerable in front of his opponent. What is going on? So you looked at Yixuan, who was thinking, and said, "Should you calm down now? Your senior sister is not in my hands. She left safely a long time ago." Yixuan gritted his teeth, his face still full of hostility. "You have nothing to prove. Why should I believe you? If you have the ability, can you prove it to me?" Fuck me. He is really like a dumb person, eating bitter herbs and can't express his pain." Su Yu was very unhappy. Since that was the case, he didn't care about anything else and decided to beat this guy up first. He hooked his finger at Yixuan and said disdainfully, "Since you think so, then come. Continue." Yixuan didn't believe it, and turned into a golden light and shot towards Su Yu again. Bang, bang, bang. The two men fought again, this time engaging in physical combat like last time. Yixuan tried his best, but was still restrained by Su Yu. For a moment, Yixuan's whole body was covered with scars, and even his handsome face was almost beaten into a pig's head, with bruises all over. He had never felt so aggrieved before, and felt as if a huge rock was blocking his heart. He couldn't hold it in any longer and asked Wu Lao doubtfully, "Teacher, what's going on? Why does it feel like he has a natural ability to control me?" Why does he know my ways so well? Mr. Wu was also confused. He didn't expect that this person could suppress Yixuan so much in close combat. After all, the fighting heavenly body has a great advantage in close combat. Judging from their identities, the two should have never met each other, and it is impossible for anyone to pretend to be Yixuan. After all, a person's destiny cannot be changed. In the end, he could only attribute it to his own understanding. He not only cultivates the laws of space, but also the corresponding laws of time. He cultivates both the laws of space and time. The law of time contains many magical powers that can predict attacks, such as slowing down the flow of time around oneself, foreseeing the future, predicting your next move, and so on. He may have secretly used these before. Time and space dual cultivation, so powerful. Yixuan looked stunned. Of course, and this is the first time his bloodline has awakened. Otherwise, do you think the luck of this three-colored black monster is incredible? Old Wu rolled his eyes at him. Teacher, how can you say that so easily? My senior sister has been captured by him, and I. Alas, disciple, don't you realize that he doesn't actually have much hostility towards you? No hostility? If he has no hostility, why does he enjoy beating me so much? Yixuan sneered. Furthermore, he's the leader of the three-colored holy cult. To be able to control such a massive evil cult, he must be very meticulous and skilled in disguise. Do you think he is more meticulous or your master is more meticulous? You don't even trust your master. Old Wu snorted coldly. It's not that I don't trust the teacher, it's just. He didn't fight you for your wounds, but only for your appearance. Based on my intuition, he probably didn't kidnap your senior sister. What he said is very likely true. Is what he said true? Although Yixuan still couldn't believe it, he felt inexplicably relieved when the teacher said it. He hesitated for a moment. Whether what he said is true or not, we'll know once we catch him and interrogate him. Teacher, can I use the Xuanyang Jade now? Since this matter concerns his senior sister, Yixuan feels it is necessary to use some trump cards. The reason why he did not use these trump cards at the Black Dragon branch was because he knew that he would not die. After all, the Xuanyang Jade was a divine treasure, and exposing it would likely cause unnecessary trouble. Wu Lao paused for a second. Okay, but remember not to hit too hard. Take him with you. His condition is very strange. I need to figure it out. And I feel that he seems to have a special feeling for you. Special emotions. As if remembering something, Yixuan's eyes narrowed and he shuddered. Could it be Long Yang's fault? This guy actually... When Yixuan thought of this, he felt a chill. If he could beat the other party, he would definitely beat him up. There are so many hobbies. Why do you have to like this? Nausea. If you saw his true face, perhaps you wouldn't have such an expression, and you wouldn't think like this. Old Wu sneered at Yixuan's attitude. So his true appearance is very beautiful. HMPH, even if he is good-looking, can he be as pretty as my senior sister? Yixuan sneered. In his opinion, no one in this world is more beautiful than his senior sister. Outside world. After seeing Yixuan's brief concentration, Su Yu guessed that he was probably communicating with the old man. If you can't win, then cheat. What should I do now? Should I just run away? Su Yu couldn't help but think. If Yixuan were to explode, I might not be able to beat him now. He naturally has some trump cards, but most of them are from his second party. Oh no, he also has a Ruyi Card's Evil Thunder nuclear bomb in his first hand. However, if this nuclear bomb is released, Yixuan might be gone, but he still needs to use Yixuan to get feedback, so he naturally cannot do this. At the same time, Yixuan opened his eyes in an instant. He looked at Su Yu, and half of the yin-yang fish jade pendant appeared in his hand. Su Yu's eyes narrowed. Xuanyang Jade, he actually used Xuanyang Jade. The moment Su Yu regained consciousness, he used the power of space to seal himself off. Seeing this, Yixuan immediately activated the Xuanyang Jade, and the power of Xuanyang continued to gush out. After all, the Xuanyang Jade is a divine treasure. The power contained in it instantly broke through the space blockade and enveloped Su Yu. He tried to break free from the restraints, but to no avail. Su Yu could defeat Yixuan, who was in explosive form, but Yixuan, who was holding a divine treasure, could not be defeated without external force. Asshole! Su Yu was depressed. She never expected that one day she would be trapped by the Xuanyang Jade. After tying Su Yu's feet off the ground, Yixuan dragged his broken body to Su Yu. He reached out and grabbed Su Yu. Su Yu looked at Yixuan warily. Yixuan, let me go. If you dare to touch me, you will regret it. P.S. Tomorrow morning. Chapter 159. Yixuan touched his cheek, which was still aching slightly. Looking at Su Yu struggling frantically, his face darkened and he stopped what he was doing. Let you go? Why? Just because of the way you tortured me just now. Su Yu also slowed down her movements. Isn't it because I just saved you and you want to repay me with hatred? Actually, if there's anything we can discuss, we can just talk it over. There's no need to get physical, right? You enjoyed beating me, and now that I've captured you, you want to live in peace with me. Yixuan looked strange. We can live in peace, but tell me about my senior sister. Was she captured by you? If you can give me a satisfactory answer, I will definitely let you go. But if you dare to lie to me, I will plant my soul mark deep in your soul and make you my slave for eternity. For a demon of your noble bloodline, this kind of thing will probably never be accepted, right? Plant a soul mark? Su Yu was stunned. I was immediately annoyed. This was outrageous. If you really want to plant some kind of soul mark, I will pull your head out. I've already told you that I didn't capture your senior sister at all. What do you want me to believe? Then how did my senior sister's white gauze come into your hands? So you didn't know why. He couldn't find a suitable reason now. I did meet Mu Qingyi by chance, and she gave me these things. Not telling the truth, Yixuan's face turned cold, and his hand immediately reached out for Su Yu's wrist. Su Yu frowned, her tone tinged with warning. Yixuan, what are you doing? Don't mess around or we'll both perish together. Yixuan ignored her and tightened his grip until his skin turned red. Just as he was circulating the golden spiritual power, he saw a mark light up on the back of Su Yu's hand. A pale white light flickered, and it was a miniature fox with 9 tails behind it. This is... Su Yu and Yixuan were both stunned. The next second, an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly arose, as if the power of heaven was oppressing the world. The weak monsters around fainted directly, and only a few big monsters crawled on the ground with fear in their eyes. Is this the Demon Emperor's pressure? Disciple, run. Inside Yixuan's body, old Wu's tone suddenly became serious, and he reminded Yixuan. There was a loud explosion in Yixuan's heart. Tiansheng was unable to resist for the time being, and now the Demon Emperor appeared. The Demon Emperor, you should know that his master Liao Hongaming is only a half-emperor, and there is still a certain distance between him and the real emperor. Why did the Demon Emperor suddenly appear here? Without giving it time to think, he immediately took out the 2 talismans in his hand, and with lightning speed, he stuck one talisman towards himself and the other towards Su Yu. But his movements were suddenly restrained by an invisible force, and no matter how he tried to move his fingers, it was useless. The Xuanyang Jade floated in front of him to protect its master. However, it is ultimately unable to unleash its true power, and it is not a primary defensive artifact. The exposed aura was like a mountain pressing down on his shoulders. His body sank heavily, and he knelt on one knee. Ahem. The next second, a beautiful figure appeared in the sky. She looked to be 30 years old, with skin as white as cream, and was extremely charming. Her pair of purple eyes were full of charm, captivating people and filled with endless allure. Beneath the white velvet coat is a proud and graceful figure. On her back there are 9 furry tails swaying and dancing. He looked down, the joy in his eyes could not be concealed, and he appeared in front of the 2 of them in an instant. Sister Yin Zio. When Su Yu saw this stunning woman, his heart tightened. He didn't expect that this person from the fantasy demon forest would appear here. Could it be that she is here to look for the 3-colored black demon? That's right, this person is naturally the 9-tailed fox Yin Zio, who has protected the 3-colored black demon since childhood. He has practiced for tens of thousands of years, and is the demon king of the fantasy demon forest. Yin Zio looked straight at Su Yu, with no concealment of tenderness in his eyes. With a wave of her white hand, the Xuanyang power that sealed Su Yu disintegrated in an instant. Su Yu floated slowly in front of her. You're such a pain to find. Do you know how long you've been away from the phantom demon forest? Don't you know it's very dangerous out there? They all want to take your demon essence. The human world is far more complicated than you imagine. Su Yu's eyes showed a hint of apology. I'm sorry, Sister Yin Zio, I was confused. Yin Zio sighed softly. Naturally, she could only scold him verbally and was reluctant to criticize him harshly. She stroked Su Yu's hair and asked in confusion, Zio Kai transformed so quickly. Is this your true form? That shouldn't be the case. You are the incarnation of 3 colors. Su Yu shook her head and said, This is not my true body. I just brought a special spiritual weapon that can block my appearance. That's what I said. There was a strong anticipation in Yin Zio's beautiful eyes, and her tone sounded a little impatient. Zio Kai, show us your true form. Sister Yin Zio wants to see it. Hurry up and come. The corner of Su Yu's mouth twitched. This Yin Zio was indeed a dishonest person. In the memory of the three-colored black demon, she liked beautiful things, so almost all of her subordinates were handsome men and beautiful women. This was probably the reason why she picked up the three-colored black monster and took it in. Su Yu glanced at Yixuan, who was half kneeling on the ground. Sister Yin Zio, since there are outsiders here, I won't change. Outsider? Yin Zio looked down at Yixuan indifferently, a gleam of brilliance flashing in his purple pupils. Human race's genius, fighting celestial body, are you Yixuan from the moon-slashing sect? Yin Zio's tone was unfriendly. During this period, the friction and disputes between the demon race and the human race became more and more serious. Although she was not interested in the other demon descendants, she was a demon after all. This boy is born extraordinary and even has a magical object to protect him. If he is kept, he will become a great threat to the demon clan in the future. Therefore, she now has murderous intentions towards Yixuan. Yixuan was very sensitive to murderous intent, and he noticed it. But even if he had the Xuanyang jade in his hands, he could not resist. Is this the power of the great emperor? There's not even a trace of resistance. Yixuan's heart sank to the bottom. He had never thought that this emperor was actually summoned by the three-colored black demon, the emperor's backstage. Inside Yixuan's body, old Wu said calmly, "Disciple, relax your mind and don't reject it. If necessary, I will temporarily possess you and take you away." Yixuan was helpless. "Teacher, isn't it necessary now? She already has murderous intentions towards me." Wu Lao sighed softly. "This nine-tailed fox is not simple. She is not a simple emperor. Let's take a look first. Don't worry, I will take action in time." Chapter 160. Outside world. Feeling this subtle atmosphere, Yin Zio seemed to be doing something bad to Yixuan. So Su Yu immediately stood between the two of them and said to Yin Zio, "Sister Yin Zio, don't do anything yet. Let me deal with him. I want to finish him off myself. After all, this guy wanted to attack me before. Don't you want to kill him? He has a divine treasure on him. If you kill him, the jade will be yours." Yin Zio asked doubtfully. The level of this precious jade was enough to make her heart beat faster, but it had already recognized this human youth as its master. With the divine treasure and celestial essence and blood, if he doesn't kill the other party, the jade will belong to him alone. Although Beiyu is rare, he is yang and not suitable for her. This thing is pretty good for Zio-kai. Su Yu shook her head and said, "It's okay. Let's not kill him first. Let's keep him. Anyway, he is in our hands now. It doesn't matter whether Beiyu is his or not. I'm going to keep him and torture him severely." Yin Zio paused for a moment, then nodded gently. "If that's the case, I'll seal his telekinesis and spiritual power and bring him back for you to command and use as your pet." After saying that, a white light from her hand directly penetrated into Yixuan's body. Su Yu came to Yixuan and squatted down, looking at him with a smile. "It's really a changing world, Yixuan. Now you're in my hands, right?" Yixuan snorted coldly. "You can kill me or chop me up as you wish. You're still pretty stubborn. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you." Su Yu's eyes flashed, and she looked down at him meaningfully. Since Yin Zio found him, he could only follow her back temporarily. After all, staying with her might help eliminate the influence brought by Mu Qingyi. Then when the opportunity comes, he will take the chance to run away. But he also has to take Yixuan with him. He is no longer Mu Qingyi, but a villain in Yixuan's eyes. In that case, I will fully play the role of the villain. He wants to use this identity to torture Yixuan and get feedback from him. Keep hurting him, then treating him, and giving him medicine, over and over again. He just didn't believe that he couldn't get the fragments of the Qingshan creation lotus. Su Yu had a feeling that the Qingshan creation lotus was not that simple. If he could obtain the complete creation lotus, he would be able to protect himself even if he ascended to the upper realm. In fact, this idea came to his mind the first time he received the feedback from Yixuan about the fragments of the Lotus of Fortune. After all, he really couldn't figure out how else to obtain the Lotus of Creation except in this way. Even Li Kangyao's terrifying identity is only a red destiny, and Su Yu doesn't know where to find other higher-level destinies. Yixuan is the only crimson destiny he has met so far. Maybe this method is cruel, but it still can't stop me from moving forward. At worst, I can compensate him some later. Even if he changed back into Mu Qingyi and fought with him, it would be easier to obtain the Qingshan creation lotus. After all, as long as Mu Qingyi is involved, Yixuan will be in trouble. In that case, let's go back to the Phantom Demon Forest first. There are currently significant conflicts between the human and demon races, and I'm still needed to take charge. Seeing that Suyu had made up her mind, Yin Zyro didn't say much. It has been so long, now that Zyro Kai has been found, she naturally has to go back. Immediately, she waved her hand, and a fairy bird condensed out. The aura it exuded was comparable to that of the holy Tao realm. A random demonic power from the great Emperor realm is comparable to that of the Saint Tao realm. After the fairy bird appeared, she took Su Yu and tied Yixuan up and stepped onto the back of the fairy bird. Riding on the fairy bird, he flew over the mountains and rivers, soared into the sky, and returned to the fantasy demon forest. Yin Zyro opened a light shield to block the airflow. She turned back to look at Su Yu and asked, Zyro Kai, where have you been for the past 6 months? Why haven't I been able to find you since I came out of quarantine? And why did you break through so quickly? You broke through so much in just half a year. This was something that Yin Zyro found very puzzling. Even if he possessed tricolor blood, it would be impossible for him to cross so many realms in just half a year. So you naturally had a plan to deal with Yin Zyro's doubts. It's like this. I left the illusory demon forest because I wanted to have fun, and then I accidentally entered the secret realm of a demon elder. So, by chance, I inherited the bloodline of that senior and received his legacy. I cultivated inside for several months and only came out recently. The inheritance of the demon clan. Which clan? Ink-black demonic power surged in Su Yu's hands, with starlight twinkling above the demonic power. The inheritance of a 7-star Black Killen senior, who was at the half-step demon emperor realm during his lifetime. Is this the power of the 7-star seal? So that's it. Feeling this strange power, Yin Zyro suddenly realized. I have to say, Zyro Kai, you're quite lucky. You actually obtained the bloodline of the 7-star Black Killen, one of the 7 bloodlines of the ancient demon race. If you practice well in the future, your potential will not be weaker than the 10 supreme bodies of the human race. I understand. Su Yu nodded slightly, but suddenly he hesitated again. Sister Yin Zyro, I think the name Zyro Kai is a bit too conspicuous compared to my real body. I want to change it. Yin Zyro smiled sweetly. It's just a name. If you don't like it, change it. So what do you want to be called? Su Yu paused for a few seconds. Let's just call her Su Yu, Su for waking up, Yu for reigning. Su Yu sounds good. Yin Zyro chewed on the name and thought it was pretty good. Okay, in that case, I'll call you Zyro from now on. Let's just call him Zyro Su. Yin Zyro gave him a doting look. Okay, then from now on, Zyro Kai, I'll call you Zyro Su Su. That's good. Keep calling me Sister Ying Xiao. Don't call me Mom, even though I raised you. No. By the way, Sister Ying Xiao, do you know about the 3-colored holy sect? Su Yu suddenly asked Ying Xiao. 3-colored holy religion. Yin Zyro frowned slightly. I know, this evil cult once harmed the geniuses of my demon race. Because of the cult's name, I thought it was founded by you, Zyro Kai. Zyro Susu. So a month ago, I went to the headquarters of the 3 Colors Holy Cult to look for you. Sister Ying Xiao, have you been to the headquarters of the 3 Colors Holy Religion? When Su Yu said this, her heart skipped a beat, and her tone couldn't help but be a little hurried. So what happened next? What secrets does the 3 Colors Holy Sect have? Yin Zyro's expression grew serious for the first time. The great emperor is at the headquarters of the 3 Colors Holy Sect. And there is more than one emperor. More than one great emperor? Su Yu's pupils shrank. He had thought that the 3-colored holy sect was not simple, but he didn't expect it to be so complicated that there was more than one great emperor. That's right, I didn't go deep into the deepest part. After I entered there, I was stopped by 2 great emperors and was forced to leave. But at that time, I also made it clear that you had nothing to do with the 3 Colors holy religion. So I didn't delve too much into it and continued to search for your trace. But I am a little confused as to why they came out under your name. Su Yu was quite helpless. Of course, it had nothing to do with me. How could such a cult that did so many evil things and had no conscience be related to him? I don't know about that either. As soon as I came out, I met the so-called Holy Church teachers. They used my name to do evil things. I want to know what's going on. Yin Zyro pondered for a moment. Now that you're back, I'll go there in person after a while to find out what's going on. Isn't this dangerous? Sister Yin Zyro, there is more than one emperor among them. Yin Zyro smiled and said, Don't worry, little Susu. Your sister Yin Zyro is the great emperor. The great emperor is not as simple as you think. If I want to leave, no one will be able to stop me. Chapter 161. By the way, do you want to come along? Ah, can I go with you? Su Yu was a little confused. This was a cult with many emperors. Wouldn't Yin Zio be a drag on her if he took her with him? Of course, there's no problem, little Susu. Since I can take you with me, I'm sure I can bring you back safely. After all, they are acting under your name. Perhaps if you come forward, something will come to light. It's just that their headquarters is not in Dongshuan territory. I found it based on clues. Yin Zio said calmly. Even this so-called holy religion was not a dangerous place in her eyes. Okay, in that case, I'll go too. He was naturally happy to have the protection of a great emperor. Before, he was worried about the risks of going alone. So when are we going? Maybe half a month later. After all, a month from now will be the critical moment for the competition between my demon race and the human race. It should be finished in about half a month. What are the demons and humans fighting for? Suyu was slightly stunned. He had been hearing about conflicts between the humans and demons in recent days. Yin Zio's eyes were deep, a resource to be fought over. 3 months ago, my demon race and the human race began competing for resources. The battle for control of a mysterious peak called Linxil Mountain was particularly fierce, with even Saint Dao Realm warriors engaging in combat on both sides. Su Yu pondered for a moment. So that Linxil Mountain even has treasures that could excite even Saint Dao Realm cultivators. Yin Zio chuckled and shook her head, but there was no relief on her face. Zio Susu, it's not just the Saint Dao Realm. The treasures there are even coveted by us great emperors. What, a treasure that even the emperor covets? Su Yu was stunned. Even the emperor was coveting it, so what exactly was it? Linxil Mountain is a place with a long history. Legend has it that 150,000 years ago, the great Emperor Linxil surpassed the peak of the great emperor and reached the level of a demigod. He touched the Dao rhyme that belonged to the divine realm, and thus, he prepared for 6,000 years and began to overcome the tribulation. But the path to becoming a god was full of twists and turns, filled with thunder, punishment, poison, and death. In the end, Emperor Linxil was only one step away from the final thunder tribulation before he unfortunately fell. After his death, his body transformed into a sacred mountain that towered over heaven and earth. His divine blood was spilled on the sacred mountain. From then on, trees grew thickly, grass flourished, and all things grew lushly. All of them possessed spirituality and turned into rare treasures of heaven and earth. After that, this mountain was called Linxil Mountain. Legend has it that Linxil Mountain is home to countless treasures, and deep within it lies the secret that can lead to becoming a demigod or even a true god. A few years ago, Linxil Mountain showed signs of breaking through its energy barrier, and now the barrier that supports it is about to dissipate. That's why my demon race and the human race are fighting so fiercely. Not long ago, after consultations between the powerful demons and humans, they unanimously decided that the geniuses of the two races would enter Linxil Mountain to compete for the throne. Each would rely on their own abilities. Whoever could seize the inheritance in Linxil Mountain would inherit it. A genius is going to fight for it. Shouldn't this inheritance be more beneficial to the powerful ones in the Holy Dao Realm or even the Emperor? Su Yu asked in confusion. That's true, but the Saint Dao Realm's combat power is ultimately the backbone of every tribe and power, and the most important foundation of every clan and power. It shouldn't be easily damaged. Once the powerful start a war, both clans will surely suffer heavy losses. If we allow the geniuses to fight for it, it will not only promote their growth, but the inherited skills or insights they obtain can also be replicated for the powerful in the clan, allowing them to gain insights and touch the threshold of the divine realm. I see, Su Yu understood. So, Yin Zio smiled at Su Yu. So in a month, you little Susu will represent me in the fantasy demon forest and participate in the competition for the Tianjiao of Linxil Mountain. Ah, me? Su Yu pointed at herself uncertainly. That's right, of course it's you. You are the young master of my fantasy demon forest. Who else could go if not you? Yin Zio rolled his eyes at Su Yu. Originally, I just wanted to send a random representative. After all, I would still be on my way to find you at that time and wouldn't care about Linxil Mountain. But now I've found you, and with your strength, let alone the eastern profound region, even in the entire true spirit continent, there are probably not many geniuses of the same age who can match you. I believe that this time in Linxil Mountain, you have the greatest chance of winning the inheritance. Don't want to care about Linxil Mountain. From what Sister Yingxiao said, it seems that she doesn't care much about the inheritance of the demigod or even the true god realm. Sister Yingxiao, don't you want the inheritance of Emperor Linxil? Perhaps with this inheritance you can touch the divine realm. Yin Ziro shook his head calmly. No need. My path is different from that of the great Emperor Ling Xiao. I have my own path to follow. I can achieve true godhood on my own without the help of others. Su Yu secretly gave Sister Yin Xiao a thumbs up, saying that self-confidence is what a strong person needs. Of course, Su Yu also knew that she was qualified. Through his divine eyes, he saw that Yin Xiao's fate was deep gold. In other words, the nine-tailed fox Yin Xiao has the qualifications to become a true god. In the future, she will most likely stand at the pinnacle of the true spirit continent, so it is understandable that she wants to go her own way. It's a pity that she is not the Red Destiny. Otherwise, making tea for Sister Yin Xiao would be more interesting and easier than making tea for Yixuan and the others. Okay, then it doesn't matter if I go to participate in Lingxiao Mountain. Having said that, so you couldn't help but look at Yixuan, who was shrouded in a light shield not far behind him. Perhaps Yixuan would also participate, but he is currently tied up by himself. Jai Ruking will most likely participate as well, and then I will have to face Jai Ruking again. Go to Sankai Shengjiao in half a month. Go to Lingxiao Mountain in a month. I have Yixuan imprisoned now, and maybe I only have half a month to squeeze him out of trouble. After all, after I leave, I wonder if the other party will take the opportunity to escape. You have to know that he has an old man with a golden finger on him, and it is very likely that he came from the upper realm. Although the other party is only a remnant soul now, he may be afraid of Yin Xiao, who is beside him. But he had no idea what the old man's purpose was. Maybe he would run away as soon as he left Yixuan. Half a month is enough. At least we have to squeeze Yixuan dry and produce a few more pieces of Qingshan Fortune Lotus. After Su Yu made up his mind, he sat cross-legged and concentrated. At this time, Yin Xiao came over with a smile, and the charm on his face was as gentle as autumn eyes. Xiao Susu, I have trapped Yixuan and he cannot sense the outside world. Now please show me your true appearance. Su Yu was a little amused. Yixuan was indeed sleepy, but maybe the old man was helping Yixuan to peek. Sister Yin Xiao, it's just a face. It won't be too late to take a look after we get back. No, I've endured it all this time and now I have to see it. I'm really curious. What's so curious about this? Are you so heartless? At least I came to you as soon as I got out of confinement. Sister Yin Xiao. Xiao Susu, sister can do it herself, tilde. Chapter 162. One day later. With Yin Xiao's cultivation level, Su Yu and his companions crossed mountains and rivers and arrived at the Fantasy Demon Forest in just one day. The Fantasy Demon Forest is located in the southeast of the Dongshuan territory, sandwiched between the two super sects, the Zhanyu sect and the Jiwang Palace. However, there are very few strong people at the Tianzhen realm or above who break in, because there are a large number of demons with powerful bloodlines breeding and living here. The human cultivators were even forbidden by the sect to enter even a single step inside. The reason for this is naturally because the great Emperor Yin Xiao is in charge here. Even the two major forces, Zhanyue sect and Jiwang Palace, did not dare to set foot there easily. As he went deeper, Su Yu looked at the long-lost scenes in his memory and was also moved by emotions and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. When Su Yu and the other two entered a magnificent ancient castle in the center of the deepest part, the other monsters sensed the presence and rushed over. Standing beside the throne, Su Yu looked at the group of monsters and couldn't help feeling surprised. Wow, all of the 20-odd monsters present are actually at level 8. Level 8, this is comparable to the Saint Dao realm. Is this the essence of the Fantasy Demon Forest? Owners, when the monsters saw Yin Xiao sitting on the throne above, they all knelt down and saluted respectfully. At the same time, they were also extremely curious about the young man standing nearby and looking at them curiously. What's going on? Didn't the master always hate such lazy, idle monsters showing up at such meetings? Why is the young man next to the master so leisurely? From now on, the order to search for Xiao Kai is cancelled. You all return to your respective tribes and perform your respective duties. On the throne, Yin Xiao glanced coldly at the group of monsters below. Young master isn't looking for it anymore. Why? Master, please give us a little more time. We will not disappoint you and will definitely find you back. Some monsters even kowtowed and begged for mercy without any further ado. They thought their master was so disappointed in them that he wanted to kill them. No need, he's back. He is your young master. Yin Xiao was in a very good mood at the moment. His eyes drifted towards Su Yu standing beside him, and he rarely introduced him to the monsters. He's the young master. Young Master Xiao Kai has transformed. No, shouldn't the young master have? Different eyes and hair, how could this be? The monsters looked at Su Yu in surprise. You have to know that the young master's appearance is too conspicuous and unique. Logically, he should be at least more stunning than them after transforming. However, although this young man in front of him is somewhat handsome, he is not even as good-looking as the least attractive among them. Perhaps they have been following Yin Zio for too long, so when they meet new faces, they are used to judging their first impression based on appearance. Yin Zio frowned, and a trace of imperial majesty emanated from him, forcing everyone to kneel on the ground again. Humph, why are you talking so much nonsense? Just go back and deal with the demon clan's affairs. You just need to remember that from now on, seeing him will be like seeing me, the emperor. Do you understand? Yes, sir. The demons trembled and had to guarantee repeatedly. Afterwards, Su Yu heard about some matters concerning the demon tribe, and she felt sleepy. So he had no choice but to tie Yixuan up and leave. This ancient castle belongs to Yin Zio and was built for her by the monsters. According to the memory of the three-colored black monster, it has stepped into every part of it and has a deep memory of it. He came to his own side hall with ease, which was located in the deepest part of Linghu Castle. He dragged Yixuan to the next room, and then said to the little lowly behind him, "Go prepare the torture instruments for me, preferably a complete range, and bring them here." The little lowly demon was stunned. Although she was a little confused, she didn't dare to ask too much, so she immediately ran to the prison to get the torture instruments. Su Yu threw Yixuan aside and started to set up the formation on his own. He needed to set up a formation to restrain Yixuan's actions. After I have been giving him feedback for half a month, I will leave the fantasy demon forest and go to the Three Colors holy sect. Whether Yixuan can escape depends on his own luck. If he can escape, he will turn back into Mu Kingi and exploit him later. If he can't escape, he will continue to be the evil guy and continue to exploit him. Yixuan, who was tied up and thrown aside, felt quite heavy-hearted when he saw Su Yu carefully setting up the formation. It seems he wants to take revenge for my earlier behavior. But wasn't he the one who suffered the most? He was the one who got beaten, he was the one who got arrested. The spiritual power and the space ring have been sealed by the demon emperor. The Xuanyang jade cannot be used for the time being, and the ring cannot be opened. After a brief contact, he knew for sure that his senior sister was not here, nor was she in the hands of the three-colored black monster. He didn't want to waste time here. However, if he wanted to leave, he could only break the seal on his body and use the instant spirit talisman. But what a pity. Tusk, disciple. It seems he is about to start taking revenge on you. Just hold on for a while. With the demon emperor by his side, I, the master, cannot act rashly for the time being. After all, I haven't recovered from my previous injuries yet. Inside Yixuan's body, old Wu spoke earnestly. Yixuan looked strange. Teacher, why do I feel like you're gloating? Don't worry, you won't die. At most, he will just toy with you for a while. Misfortunes often lie behind blessings, and blessings often lie behind misfortunes. Wow, young people really know how to have fun. Yixuan sighed softly. It seemed that he could only refine the seal slowly. Fortunately, he had mastered the method of using talismans in the beginning. While Yixuan closed his eyes and concentrated, Su Yu had already set up the formation. This level of formation would be a disaster for even a strong Saint Dao realm expert, let alone Yixuan, who was sealed now. Not long after, the little lowly returned with torture instruments. Su Yu asked her to step back, and then tied Yixuan's limbs tightly to the iron frame. Su Yu was selecting torture instruments from the shelf, and finally came to Yixuan carrying a stick. Which torture device do you prefer? Brother Su, how about this cycle of revenge? Consider it a favor I owe you and let me go. Su Yu smiled and said, didn't you keep clamoring to find your senior sister before? Why have you given up now? Yixuan remained silent and did not answer. Looking at Yixuan quietly, Su Yu was honestly a little hesitant to do it. She struggled for a long time but finally made up her mind. My little junior brother, for the sake of my grand cause, I have to bear with you for now. Wait until I become an immortal and take you flying. Later, when she becomes Mu Kingi, she will be gentler to you. No one can stop him from moving forward. His expression turned cold at that moment. Don't worry, I'll let you go after I've had enough fun with you, but you'll have to endure my revenge beforehand. P.S. Tomorrow at 12 noon. Chapter 163. The bronze rod in Su Yu's hand was wrapped in demonic power and smashed hard into Yixuan's chest. With a bang, Yixuan, whose cultivation was originally not as good as Su Yu's, and whose spiritual power was sealed, felt a surge of emotions in his body, and his internal organs began to move. Bang, bang, bang. After dozens of consecutive heavy blows, Yixuan's whole body was red and swollen, with signs of bleeding. But despite being so seriously injured, Yixuan just kept silent and looked at Su Yu coldly. What, you want to kill me? Are you worthy enough? Feeling Yixuan's gaze, Su Yu looked at him with disdain, in line with the image of a villain who would do evil to the end. Not talking. Are you thinking you're dumb, or are you too lazy to discuss this with me? Boom! Su Yu gathered all his strength and hit Yixuan hard with the bronze stick. The latter only felt his eyes shrink. He coughed violently a few times, and a large amount of blood spurted out. After using all his strength to whip him dozens of times, Yixuan finally couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Su Yu looked at the unconscious Yixuan with a gloomy and uncertain expression. It was not until a long time later that he came to his senses. He looked at the bronze stick covered in blood, which even splashed onto the corners of his clothes. He had no expression on his face and threw the bronze stick aside. The little lowly outside the door stopped when she heard the noise inside and immediately trotted in. Su Yu took out all the medicine bottles filled with liquid medicine and placed them on the bed. Apply all this liquid to him and heal him. He's too weak. I haven't had enough fun with him yet. When he recovers, I will torture him again and again. When the little lowly heard this, her face turned bitter. They were just monsters, not villains. Why did the young master make her feel like they were unforgivable villains by doing this? But she didn't dare to ask more. Looking at the jade bottles piled on the bed, she asked doubtfully, "Young master, are these healing medicines?" "No, some are healing potions. Some are poisons, and some are other liquids whose functions I've even forgotten." "Ah, poison?" The little lowly was confused. Was she asked to save people or kill people? She hesitated for a moment, then asked hesitantly, "Master, what if I poison him to death?" Su Yu glanced at Yixuan, who was covered in blood. "If he's dead, then he's dead. I just want to see if he can survive this. If that doesn't work, you can just pour all the medicine into him at once. That's what makes it fun, after all." It's not interesting at all. After explaining everything, Su Yu was about to turn around and leave, but suddenly said, "By the way, you can only use the liquid medicine I gave him. You can't use anything else. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Do you understand?" The little lowly trembled and replied, "I understand." Only then did Su Yu leave. Looking at Su Yu's disappearing figure, the little lowly thought that the young master had really left, and she sighed helplessly. She walked up to Yixuan and began to look at the young man carefully. "Poor young human, I never thought you would be toyed with by my young master like this. I don't know what horrible mistake you have made. But she does look pretty and has such a great figure." She looked around with a red face, muttered a few words, forced herself to calm down, and then the little girl began to fiddle with the medicine bottle. She had never learned to identify medicinal herbs, let alone those that had been mixed into liquid medicine. So I had no choice but to make a random choice. How about I apply it all over him? Maybe there really is poison in this, but there must be a special antidote. As long as I'm fast enough, the poison won't be able to catch up with me. When she thought of this, the little lowly was very sure of her idea. So she immediately smeared all the liquid in the jade bottle on Yixuan's body. Behind a screen, Su Yu stared at the little Lolita's every move with a slightly frown on her face. "Host, you really took out the poison." Su Yu sighed softly. "Because I'm not sure if that old man already knows my identity as Mu Kingi, I don't dare to reveal it too obviously." After hearing Su Yu's words, the system rarely refuted. By the way, could he have been poisoned to death? Has his luck been fully restored? In fact, even Su Yu was not sure what the effect of this hodgepodge of medicine would be. In the past, the tea he brewed for the Child of Destiny was all carefully selected high-grade natural treasures. Now this one doesn't have any high-level stuff mixed in. Why do you feel so bad? They were beaten so badly, even capitalists would cry when they saw it. Don't worry, host. Yixuan's luck has almost recovered. This hodgepodge won't threaten his life. That's good, Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as nothing went wrong, it was fine. After seeing that the little girl had already started applying the medicine, he had no intention of continuing to watch, but returned to his residence to wait for reward feedback. In order to prevent Yixuan from escaping, he now imprisoned him next door. Su Yu quickly returned to the side hall and waited. An hour later, the system voice sounded in my mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host on your successful investment. Investment resources: high-level detoxification pills, high-level healing medicine, fiery poison, dragon and tiger medicine, mountain and sea branches, golden wave illusion crystal. Investment target, Yixuan, deep red fate. Investment method, healing. Rewards are now being released. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 7th grade heavenly treasure, Fierce Wind Treasure Cloud, obtaining the Imperial Beast Tamer, and obtaining the Eye of the Immortal, 1/3 of the fragments. Feedback coming. Looking at the reward, Suyu was slightly stunned. Fairy Eye, what is this? This is the Immortal Eye, which originates from the immortal body. It also exceeds the limits of the true spirit continent and reaches the immortal level. If the host confused the fairy body and the fairy eye, the level of the fairy body will be raised to a higher level. I see, sounds good. But what I want is the petals of the pure heaven creation lotus. I've invested so much. Why haven't I received any feedback on this? Su Yu was a little depressed. He had beaten Yixuan half to death. The Qingshan Fortune Lotus is a supreme treasure in the universe. How can it be so easy to get feedback, host? I was very lucky to get feedback last time. So even if I torture Yixuan all the time, I won't be able to get the Fortune Lotus. Not necessarily. After all, Yixuan's destiny level is very high. In fact, investment feedback is not only related to destiny level and investment resources, but also to the feedback of the investment target itself. Feedback on the investment objectives themselves. Explain that clearly. This means that the resources you invest in Yixuan will depend on the level of return Yixuan can provide, such as greatly increasing his cultivation, awakening his divine body, satisfying his emotional values, etc. Although you tortured Yixuan before applying medicine to him, his emotions remained unchanged throughout the entire process, lacking much emotional value. When you were entangled in the past, his emotional value feedback was very high. Emotional feedback. Su Yu then recalled that he had always had a blank expression when she had tortured him before. So if you want to get the petal fragments of the Qingshan creation lotus, you have to provoke his emotions. So what should he do now? He never said a word when I tortured him, so it has to be Mu Qingyi. Chapter 164. When Su Yu thought of this, she felt very difficult. He didn't want this first body to be associated with the second one, so that he would be safer later. Looks like I have to try to stir up his emotions first. If that doesn't work, I'll think of another way. I don't believe he's really as solid as a block of wood. Su Yu sat cross-legged and began to refine the fierce wind treasure cloud. He had just broken through to the 7th level of Heavenly Venerable and needed a large amount of natural treasures to consolidate his foundation. And he practiced for 2 days. Yixuan has been in a coma for the past 2 days, and Su Yu has visited him several times during this period. Seeing that Yixuan's breathing was becoming more and more stable, he felt relieved. In the past 2 days, Yin Zio has been coming to see Su Yu from time to time. Ever since she revealed her true appearance to her, her behavior has become more and more outrageous, either sticking to her or hugging her. If Su Yu hadn't been able to control himself, Yin Zio would have dragged him to bed with him. After all, before the 3-colored black demon transformed, she held it in her arms. Of course, he is now a 3-colored black demon, so he is naturally not happy with Yin Zio doing this. At most, he will hug her and lift her up high to stabilize his mood. The next night, Yixuan woke up and Su Yu returned to the cell. Looking at Yixuan's pale face, Su Yu raised her brows slightly. Not bad, you have a very strong physique. I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. Yixuan stared at him coldly. What do you want? If you're teaching me a lesson for my earlier recklessness, then you should have calmed down by now, right? Su Yu shook her head. No, this is not enough. I haven't had enough fun yet. Play? Yixuan frowned. It seemed that the other party still had no intention of letting him go. But he really couldn't figure out how he had offended him other than that time he attacked him, which made him torture him like this. He fell silent and didn't say anything else. What, are you admitting defeat, or are you scared? Yixuan just looked at him coldly, remaining silent. Seeing the other party like this, Su Yu knew that he would turn into a stone again. No matter how much he urged him later, the feedback he would get would probably not be the Lotus of Fortune. For some reason, Su Yu suddenly thought of something and blurted out something inexplicably. You know my true form is a 3-colored black demon. Have you ever thought about devouring my demon essence to strengthen yourself? You should know that with my current demon essence, I can easily help you break through to become a god or even an immortal. A hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of Yixuan's mouth. Frankly speaking, I have no interest in your demon essence. No matter how useful it is still an external object. But now you are torturing me so much. Su Yu raised his eyebrows and loosened his fist. So, you want to swallow my demon essence too? A smile appeared on Yikshuan's pale face. I'm a generous person. If you let me go, we can write off our grudges. How about that? Bang! So you punched Yikshuan directly in the stomach. The powerful force made the latter's face twitch and show pain. So you looked at Yikshuan with a sneer. Wipe it out. How is that possible? I haven't had enough fun yet. I heard that you are the second-ranked genius on the human race's file ranking. What I love most is to bully geniuses like you. Bang, bang, bang. He threw out several punches in succession, bringing with him demonic power and hitting Yikshuan hard. The latter's face was stiff and unchanged, but there was a lingering pain in his eyes and brows. He remained silent, his body trembling as he endured the pain silently without saying a word. Su Yu threw a few more punches, and when she saw him remaining silent, she thought something was wrong. If you continue like this, you won't be able to spawn the Kingshan creation Lotus. Su Yu stopped immediately when he delivered a heavy blow to Yikshuan. He wiped the blood that flowed from Yikshuan's forehead with a calm expression. Yikshuan, do you want to know why your senior sister's white gauze is in my hand? Do you want to know how I met her? Where did she go? Is she in danger now? Do you want to know? Yikshuan's body, which felt as heavy as if filled with lead, began to tremble slightly, and he opened his eyes weakly. The other person's golden eyes showed that he was as shaky as a candle in the wind, but Su Yu felt a bone-chilling cold. Explain. Su Yu was in a trance for a moment, but soon came back to his senses. He said with a half-smile, So concerned about your senior sister. Perhaps while you are working so hard to find her, she may be lying in some man's arms. Shut up, ahem. Yikshuan's face was terribly ferocious, and he stared at Su Yu as if he wanted to eat her. Tusk, don't get so excited, I was just joking. Of course, you don't have to worry about whether what I said is true or false, Su Yu said with a smile. Actually, I discovered her trace from a crack in the void. Void crack. Yikshuan's golden eyes flickered. His senior sister was captured by the guardian of the evil cult from the crack in the void. She may have used the Xunian jade to escape from the control of the cult's guardian, then got lost in a void crack, and was finally found by this guy. Suddenly, Yikshuan believed Su Yu's words a little. Then I rescued her and took her to recuperate for a while. That's when we met. It was also at that time that her white gauze was in my hand. I saved her life, so we can be considered friends. And where did she go? Where's Mu Qingyi? Su Yu propped up her chin. She told me she was going to meet her fiancé to practice swordsmanship. Yikshuan's eyes narrowed. How is this possible? Oh, you lied to me. Why would she go to Jai Ruking to practice swordsmanship? If she wakes up, the first people she'll return to will definitely be Zhan Yue's sect and the Mu family. Why would senior sister go to find Jai Ruking for no reason? Although they were nominally engaged, it was just a written marriage certificate and had no emotional basis. I don't know about that, but she didn't seem to come to see you, right? Then how do you know she didn't go to find her fiancé? Su Yu showed a sneer on her face. I remember she seemed to have said that she had obtained a very powerful sword manual from her fiancé's elders, but it required dual cultivation to practice, so. You should also know that it was the Three Colors holy cult that abducted her. She must want revenge. Yikshuan looked dazed. He knew about the sword manual because he had asked his teacher about the Xuanyang Beiyu. It was Jai Ruking's sword spirit that gave it to his senior sister. But he didn't expect that it was actually a dual cultivation sword manual. Logically speaking, after senior sister is safe, the first thing he should do is return to the Mu family or Zhan Yue sect. In an instant, his eyes became dim, his head lowered, and he remained silent. Her mood changed drastically. Su Yu looked at Yikshuan's appearance and realized that her evil plan had succeeded. But this was all part of the plan. I had to make him feel frustrated first, and then tell him the truth before he fainted, saying that this never happened. The ups and downs of emotions are naturally like a roller coaster ride. If you invest more at that time, it will definitely benefit the Lotus of Fortune. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists, paused for a moment, and then hit Yikshuan again. P.S. Tomorrow at noon at an irregular time. Later, it was the senior sister's turn to train Yikshuan. Chapter 165. The punch, carrying violent demonic power, blasted towards Yikshuan's body like a rain of pear blossoms. With each force coming at him, the blood on Yikshuan's body became thicker and thicker. Even Yikshuan had several ribs broken by Su Yu. The pain he was enduring at this moment was like the torture of slow slicing, enough to drive a person crazy. But Yikshuan still kept his head down, his body as stiff as a corpse. Su Yu did not see his expression. If it were not for his spiritual sense that was constantly scanning his body and detecting his weak breathing, Su Yu would have thought that he had fainted. The torture continued for a long time before Yixuan lost consciousness and fell into a coma. Su Yu immediately used his magical powers to make him wake up temporarily. Pinching his jaw, he slowly lifted his head up. Looking at the face covered in blood, Su Yu pondered for a few seconds, and then a hint of sneer emerged on his expressionless face. "Why are you in pain now? Do you really want to kill me?" Su Yu waited for a long time and found that Yixuan was silent and ignored him at all. Su Yu smiled and continued. "It seems that it's because your senior sister abandoned you that you are so disheartened, right?" He gently put his head close to Yixuan's ear and spoke in a low voice. "But if I tell you that everything I said before was false, would you be happier?" Yixuan's body trembled, and his chaotic pupils instantly regained some clarity. Su Yu retracted her body, met Yixuan's gaze, and said with a smile, "You're such a fool, you're so easy to fool. You believed me when I told you she was going to find her fiancé. Actually, I lied to you because I really wanted to see you being toyed with. I wanted to see you fall from the sky into the abyss and then break free from it." Tusk, that's really interesting. Why are you asking how I know about that sword manual? Of course she told me that, but the situation was completely different. She only confided in me briefly because of her marital troubles. She doesn't like marriage, and in fact, she just wants to focus on practicing Taoism now. Of course, your junior fellow apprentice was also mentioned. Haha tilde. Focusing on cultivation? It's quite like what senior sister said. The last trace of demonic power in his body dissipated, and Yixuan finally couldn't hold on and fainted completely. However, at this moment, his face was no longer tense and heavy. Su Yu looked at him quietly until the little lowly came in, and he placed a pile of jade bottles of spiritual liquid on the box bed. "Continue to give him the medicine." The little girl glared. "Ah, young master, you want to continue, aren't you tired of playing?" "Actually, I feel like this human is quite pitiful." Su Yu glanced at her inexplicably. "Why, little girl, are you moved? Oh shit, is this the special thing about being the son of destiny?" After just a few days of contact, a woman developed a liking for him. The little girl waved her hands repeatedly. No, how could that be? Zioya is the young master's maid for the rest of her life, it's just." She scratched her head, not knowing what to say. "Okay, just continue. Don't worry, he won't die. Also, just treat him as a prisoner. It's best not to develop any special feelings for him." After saying that, Su Yu left. Looking at Su Yu's back from afar, the little lowly sighed helplessly. She really couldn't understand why the young master just liked to torture this human boy. Forget it, the young master said it can't be cured anyway. If you can't cure it, then treat it to death. Putting aside the thought, the little girl continued to ponder the spiritual liquid. The other side, Su Yu continued to refine the fierce wind treasure cloud. He practiced for 3 hours before the system's voice sounded in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host on your successful investment. Investment resources: high-level detoxification pills, high-level healing pills, heart protection pills, 1,000 insect poison, wind frost spirit, shadow moon treasure tendon. Investment target: Yixuan deep red fate. Investment method: healing. Rewards are now being released. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 7th grade heavenly treasure, the earthly demonic branch, the eye of the immortal 1/3 of the fragment, and the supreme immortal item fragment, the clear heaven creation lotus petal X1. Coming, looking at the rewards, there were not only fragments of the fairy eye, but also fragments of the Kingshan creation lotus petals that he had been longing for. It seems that he did not torture Yixuan in vain. He has been so cruel. If he doesn't give back to the lotus of creation, I will go crazy first. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the petals of the Kingshan fortune lotus. Congratulations. Wow, I feel so guilty about this." Su Yu wiped her eyes and almost cried on the spot. "Oi, but why can't it feel any guilt from the other party's emotions? By the way, system, how many petals does the fortune lotus have?" 36 petals of good fortune, and a core of good fortune. 36, that's so many. Su Yu's face changed drastically. Even if he tried to get all the pieces from Yixuan, it would be impossible for him to get them. Even if he tried to get Jai Ruking and Li Kangyao again, it would be extremely difficult. "Host, calm down. How long have you only been getting the petals of the fortune lotus? It's already very fast to have already obtained 3 petals of the heavenly purity fortune lotus. Indeed, the eye of the immortal is almost complete. If we want to obtain the complete lotus of fortune, we must take a long-term approach." Su Yu lay on the bed and began to think about the next steps. This time, Yi Xuan's emotions had been stretched enough for him to get feedback. But it will be difficult next time. Yi Xuan was indifferent to everything except matters concerning Mu Qingyi. Only by provoking the other party's emotions through Mu Qingyi can you get the desired feedback. But this time he has revealed Mu Qingyi's affairs, so it will be difficult to continue to exploit him to obtain the Fortune Lotus. After all, he kind of knew Mu Qingyi's general situation. So what should we do next? 4 days later, Yi Xuan was in a coma for 4 days. Thanks to his strong physique and the effects of the medicine, he woke up in a short time. He looked at the bright room, but his heart was particularly gloomy. The smell of medicine on his body is a bit pungent. The body moved slightly, causing the iron chains on the limbs to rustle. Looking at the chains that bound him, the scenes before he fainted replayed clearly in his mind. Su Yu, how long are you going to play with me? Why did you do this? Yi Xuan swore that he would never be influenced by the other party again, no matter what. If he hadn't heard from his senior sister for a long time, he wouldn't be so passive. Being tortured like this, being teased like this is a shame that he will never be able to wash away in his lifetime. It's almost there, it's almost there. Once his talisman is carved, he will definitely pay a heavy price. I also have to thank you for inspiring my potential, Su Yu. Bang! The door was opened, and Yi Xuan knew that the man was coming again without even looking up. He was going to torture himself again, but there was not much turmoil in his heart. He raised his eyes and looked at the other person indifferently. However, the moment his eyes focused on the other person, his golden pupils suddenly shrank, and a storm surged in his heart. I saw a woman walking slowly towards me. She was dressed in white, extremely graceful and elegant. She has a beautiful face and is pure and unparalleled. Her figure is plump and graceful, looming under the white clothes, but she has a cold and aloof air that keeps people at a distance. A woman's beauty is enough to make everything in the world pale in comparison. With that extremely familiar face reflected in his eyes, Yi Xuan's breathing stagnated. Senior sister. Chapter 166. She is stunningly beautiful and as pure as ice. Looking at this familiar woman, Yi Xuan could no longer be as calm as before, as if the mystery he had been searching for had been answered. Su Yulian walked slowly up to Yi Xuan, a smile flashing across her cold and beautiful face. Junior brother, long time no see. Yi Xuan concentrated, the same face, the same voice, and that charming smile. His voice trembled, and the corners of his mouth were dry. Master, senior sister, I have been looking for you, so hard. At this moment, the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly burst out and were released. Yi Xuan's nose felt sore, and his eyes turned red and moist. Seeing this, Su Yu sighed softly in his heart. At this moment, he actually had a thought of letting Yi Xuan go. No matter how I abused him before, he never said a word. But as soon as I became Mu Qingyi, he vented like a child. Maybe he had been holding it in for a long time. Or maybe Mu Qingyi was the only person he had ever loved. At that moment, Su Yusu's hand gently brushed his cheek, and he whispered, Junior brother, if you want to see me, we will definitely meet one day. Senior sister doesn't want to see you so frustrated. No matter what kind of suffering or difficulty you face, senior sister hopes that you can persevere and get through it. We still have a long way to go. Senior sister hopes that you can devote yourself to cultivation. One day, the answer to the confusion deep in your heart will finally be revealed. Senior sister, looking at Su Yu's brilliant smile, which was like a white lotus blooming in the snow, Yi Xuan showed a long-lost gentle smile on his face. But suddenly he sensed something, and his eyes narrowed suddenly. The look he gave Su Yu was almost spitting fire, and he looked at Su Yu coldly. Demon aura. You are not my senior sister, you are Su Yu. Although he hid it very well, he still felt it keenly. This is the breath of the three-colored black monster Su Yu. She's not a senior sister, he's a three-colored black demon. Damn, he was fooled. Tusk, I was found out so quickly. Seeing that Yi Xuan saw through her, Su Yu simply stopped pretending. He immediately pulled his hand back, lifted his dress, turned around and said with a smile, Why did I act like the character? How would you rate it? Yi Xuan looked at him with a complicated expression. It's not just similar, it's exactly the same, even the spirit is exactly the same. If it weren't for the previous torture, if this was their first meeting, I probably wouldn't have doubted that she was my senior sister. Stared at Yi Xuan with blinking eyes. Although he is now Mu Qingyi wearing the Thousand Illusions mask, it is actually him who has been with Yi Xuan. He was now dressed with a certain charm, and he knew it very well. What on earth are you going to do? First you tortured me, then you provoked me, and now you're teasing me by dressing up as a senior sister. What exactly do you want? Have I really offended you in some way that you are targeting me like this? Yixuan was quite suspicious whether he had hurt him before, but he couldn't remember it no matter how hard he tried. Or does he simply have a perverted hobby of torturing and killing others? It's really possible in this case. You are a human and I am a demon. Our two races are now at war with each other. Why can't I teach you a lesson? Su Yu found an appropriate reason for himself. He took a long whip from the iron rack and squeezed it in his hand. But I think you're a real man. You didn't say a word even after being beaten so badly. So I reluctantly transformed myself into your senior sister to make you feel better. Don't be ungrateful. Paya. Su Yu waved the whip and whipped Yixuan hard. The long whip was wrapped in demonic power, whipping his skin, causing it to swell and bloodshot. Paya, 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 paya. The continuous whipping made Yixuan feel so painful that he gritted his teeth. Seeing Yixuan struggling with his head held low, Su Yu slowed down the whip in her hand. This wasn't a solution. Without causing any emotional fluctuations, the fortune lotus wouldn't be able to be cleared. Then a pair of bright eyes like glass beads looked at him with a charming look and a misty look. A hint of shyness flashed across her pretty face, like a pure white lotus. Junior brother, are you feeling well? Yixuan's pupils suddenly shrank. Although he knew clearly that the person in front of him was not his senior sister, he still did such an excessive thing to himself in front of his senior sister's face. You should know that no woman in the world can compare to my senior sister in terms of appearance or temperament. The expressions are so similar. For a moment, he didn't know what emotions were brewing in his heart. Shame, anger, helplessness, pain, confusion, disappointment, strangeness. A mixture of emotions. Seeing Yixuan remain silent, Su Yu stared at him with tender eyes, unwilling to let go. Junior brother, is it painful? If you feel it's too painful, you can tell me, and I'll be gentle and soft. Senior sister had no choice but to hurt you. She had her own reasons. I hope you can forgive her. After all, senior sister really loves you. Looking at Su Yu's tearful face, it was like a whip was hitting him instead of Yixuan. Suddenly, Yixuan was speechless. You, paya 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 paya. Without waiting for Yixuan to speak, Su Yu decisively gripped the whip and whipped him hard again. The pain goes deep into the bone marrow and tears the heart apart. Su Yu whipped Yixuan for half an hour. At this moment, Yixuan was covered in wounds, with his skin torn and blood flowing out of his body. Su Yu put down the whip and slowly walked up to Yixuan. He was looking up and down at the young man covered in blood, his eyes dark. He touched Yixuan's skin with his bare hands, gently stroking the sticky bloodstains. Yixuan, who was already dying, was shocked when Su Yu caressed him. A cold, tingling electric shock sensation came over him, stimulating his nerves. At the same time, the shaking of the body also brought severe pain. At this moment, Yixuan didn't know what was going on. He just felt like he was in a world of ice and fire. Su Yu looked at Yixuan's earlobe and saw that it had turned red, and she chuckled. His voice was as clear and ethereal as a lark, but it also carried a hint of coquettishness. Junior brother, does it hurt? Yixuan's nerves tensed up, but he stared at him with a cold face. Don't be so hypocritical here. If you want to do something, do it as soon as possible. You know what? You're wearing my senior sister's face, and yet you're trying so hard to show off your inner world. You're truly shameless. Su Yu glanced at him resentfully and continued to caress Yixuan's body. He scolded with red lips. How could you humiliate your senior sister like this? She said she had her own reasons. Besides, am I not polishing your body? That's enough. Yixuan's face had flushed red as Su Yu had been caressing him, and there was even a hint of panic in his eyes. How is this possible? Why does he give me the illusion that he is my senior sister? Why? I couldn't tell the difference for a moment. Is it because I miss him so much that I become sick? P.S. Tomorrow noon. Chapter 167. Well, since you don't like me being your senior sister, I won't force you. Seeing Yixuan's intense reaction, Su Yu knew when to stop. So he immediately withdrew his hand. Outside the house, when the noise inside became quieter, the little girl immediately ran in. She ran to Su Yu, her big watery eyes looking at the white clothes in front of her curiously. She knew that this was the young master's transformation, but she couldn't help but feel a deep sense of amazement when she saw his face. So beautiful. The woman that the young master transformed into is even more beautiful than the master, and those transformed monsters are even less beautiful than her. I don't know who this beautiful lady the young master has transformed into is. The little lowly quickly regained her thoughts and asked in a sweet voice, "Young master, is it over?" "It's over." Su Yu nodded and threw the whip in his hand onto the iron frame. The little girl scratched her temples. Then is there anything else that the young master should do? In the past, the young master would just throw the medicine out after the beating, then leave after giving a few instructions, leaving it to me to clean up. I heard that there was no more noise and it was over, so I came to wrap it up. But now the young master didn't show any intention of leaving. "I want to heal him." The little girl was a little confused when she heard this. "Young master, you want to treat this human yourself? Don't you need a servant anymore? Wasn't it all the servant's business before?" Su Yu waved her hand. "It's okay. I'll personally treat him this time. You can leave." This time, Su Yu did not knock Yixuan unconscious directly, because she wanted to treat him personally. After all, he is now wearing Mu Qingyi's skin. If she uses some tricks to treat him later, it will definitely cause his emotions to fluctuate. The feedback you get by then will be more ideal. This one-stop service was arranged perfectly for him. It's a pity that he can't release the fairy spirit that belongs only to Mu Qingyi. After all, he is now a three-colored black demon. Otherwise, the effect will definitely be more significant. You apply the medicine yourself. Okay, young master, be careful. If you have any instructions, call me directly. I'll be right outside the door. When the little lowly heard Su Yu wanted to leave, she left immediately, leaving Su Yu and her alone in the room. Su Yu first glanced at Yixuan, looked around the iron frame, and finally took out the key to open the chains that bound his limbs. Snap! Without support, Yixuan was seriously injured and collapsed to the ground. Yu, seeing him squatting beside him with his skirt lifted up while wearing the appearance of his senior sister, and taking out a bottle of spiritual liquid and placing it in front of him, he couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable for a moment. He first tortured himself constantly and then healed himself personally. What on earth was he trying to do? Why did he do that? Be good and take off your clothes. Seeing Yixuan staring at her silently, Su Yu coaxed him gently. Snort. Yixuan's face darkened. He snorted coldly and immediately turned his head to the side. Seeing the other party's determination to never obey, Su Yu felt a headache. Yixuan was very stubborn. If he hadn't been using Mu Qingyi to pull him, he probably wouldn't even bother with him. It can only be said that he can achieve this level today, because he understands Yixuan better. Yixuan doesn't have a good feeling about himself now. He has been tortured so badly by himself, so he is not afraid of what he will do to him. Perhaps in his opinion, he just wanted to play with her again. Oh no, he was originally going to heal the person he was torturing. Okay, since you don't want to cooperate, I have to do it myself. Su Yu looked at Yixuan with a gloomy look. So he got started right away. Yixuan's clothes had already been torn to pieces by the whip, and when Su Yu pulled so hard with a hiss, his upper body was directly exposed to Su Yu's eyes. He has a slender figure, well-proportioned muscles, beautiful lines, and is strong and tough. Each muscle is like the ultimate statue in ancient Greece, slightly pale, but full of explosive power and masculine energy. And under the countless scars from being whipped, blood gradually stained his body, making it sound more like a beast roaring, ferocious and brutal. This guy has such a great figure. If he remembered correctly, he seemed to be only 17 years old. Su Yu widened her eyes. At this moment, his heart was filled with jealousy. Why did I become such a weak and delicate figure when I transformed, while Yixuan was so strong and tough like a man? Why? Where is justice? Where is fairness? Perhaps because of jealousy, Su Yu actually reached out and wanted to touch her. Yu, when the cold little hand touched his skin, a tingling electric shock sensation came over him again, and Yixuan trembled all over. He wanted to get rid of that unscrupulous hand immediately, but he was seriously injured and was powerless. He scolded Su Yu vigilantly. What are you doing? How can you be so shameless? Brother Yi, why are you reacting so violently? Have you forgotten that I am also a man? Su Yu looked at Yixuan with a smile. Or are you so immersed in the role that you've already mistaken me for your real senior sister? You can't tell the difference anymore. Is that right? Right. Yixuan was speechless. He found that he could not argue with Su Yu at all, because something he said would always touch you. Since you can't move, you can only let me do whatever I want. Don't worry, just be good and you'll be fine soon. Alas, Tilda, it's really not easy to get a reward these days. Su Yu also put away the idea of teasing Yixuan and began to prepare the medicine. This was his elixir, so it was extremely quick to prepare. It took only a cup of tea to successfully prepare it. Of course, it was naturally mixed with high-level natural treasures. He performed so hard, so he naturally couldn't lose money. After preparing the spiritual liquid, he placed it aside, took out white gauze from the space ring, washed and filtered it with clean water and began to wipe the blood off Yixuan's body. Quickly clean, wipe, and apply medicine. After processing the front half of the body, use demonic power to condense it, and then process the back. Yixuan couldn't help but frown as he watched Su Yu's actions. He originally wanted to interrupt the other person's behavior, but then he thought that as long as he helped him heal his wounds, he would leave immediately. With the desire to find peace quickly, I just let him take over. But the way he treated the wound, so quietly and seriously, really looked like a senior sister, Tilda. So similar. Although he had been teasing himself before, he was a little more cynical. But which one is the real him? Su Yu was treating Yixuan's wound calmly, but he found that the latter was stealing glances at him from time to time. His expression changed slightly, and his delicate hand touched the wound. I saw his palm sinking quickly and pressing hard on the hideous wound. Yixuan took a deep breath. His face turned pale and a hint of pain appeared. Su Yu glanced at Yixuan coquettishly. Junior brother, I will feel embarrassed if you look at me like that. Yixuan's mouth twitched. You're not my senior sister, you're a man, why are you so shy? Sorry, I was too immersed in the role. Chapter 168. It's my first time pretending to be a girl, so I'm still a little uncomfortable, Su Yu said. Yixuan looked at him with a strange expression. But why did he feel that the other party was dressed so naturally? If I hadn't known he was a man before, I would have suspected that he was a woman because of his shy behavior before. Is he really a boy? What does he really look like? Yixuan fell silent again, and Su Yu fixed her eyes. Do you think I look like your senior sister? Do you like it? Do you want me to pretend to be your senior sister every day to motivate you? If you have any special fetishes, please tell me. I can satisfy you if I think it's okay. Yixuan's face darkened, his eyes extremely frightening. Stop slandering her. You're not even qualified to carry her shoes. Su Yu snorted coldly. Look at you pitifully. You're not even willing to flirt with me. You think I want this? If it weren't for the feedback, I would have thrown you to the maidservant long ago. Although she complained in her heart, Su Yu still applied the medicine to Yixuan obediently. Yixuan closed his eyes and didn't say anything, and Su Yu didn't say much either. Until half an hour passed. Until the last wound of Yixuan was applied, the voice of the system rang out in Su Yu's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host on your successful investment. Investment resources: high-level detoxification pills, high-level healing medicine, chalcedony cream, imperial dragon goo orchid, danxia dragon glass. Investment target: Yixuan deep red fate. Investment method: healing. Rewards are now being released. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 7th grade heavenly treasure, the bipolar treasure vine, the eye of the immortal 1/3 of the fragment, and the supreme immortal item fragment, the clear heaven creation lotus petal X1. It worked. Withdrawals started again. Su Yu was ecstatic and couldn't control herself and punched Yixuan in the chest. Not only did the immortal eye appear, but also the pure sky creation lotus appeared. It took him less than half a month to produce 4 lotus petals of good fortune. The eye of the fairy is now complete. This speed is too fast. Is this the horror of the strongest destiny? Yixuan, you are really my baby. Yixuan, who was originally concentrating with his eyes closed and recuperating, was inexplicably punched in the chest by Su Yu. His eyes suddenly widened like lanterns, and he suddenly woke up. He was coughing violently, and the injuries he had just healed showed signs of recurring. I'm sorry, I was too excited just now, sorry. Looking at Yixuan's painful expression, Su Yu looked apologetic. He really didn't mean it. I was so excited just now that I didn't realize there was a wounded person lying next to me. So he immediately used his demonic power to help Yixuan heal his wounds. Yixuan looked at Su Yu, who was extremely serious, and suddenly felt confused. What is going on? He had been merciless and wanted to kill himself when he was whipping himself before, but now he showed this kind of concern. This sentiment is not false. At this moment, Yixuan felt mixed emotions. However, at this moment, the little lowly guarding the door ran in hurriedly. Young master, the master is coming, the master is coming. Master, Sister Yinzio. Su Yu was slightly stunned. Why was Sister Yinzio here? Didn't she come to see her yesterday? Before Su Yu could react, Yinzio walked slowly towards the gate. She was still wearing a white velvet coat, with a plump and hot figure, a beautiful face, and a faint charm between her eyebrows. Mu Qingyi and Yin Zhao's figures are not much different, but one is a cold and beautiful fairy in white, while the other is like a charming and enchanting woman who seduces everyone. They each have their own merits. She walked over to Su Yu in white boots and immediately hugged him in her arms. Her nose sniffed at him. "Zio Susu, have you missed your sister after not seeing her for a day?" Su Yu felt a little uncomfortable and tried to push Yin Zio away, but the latter held him tightly and he could not break free. "Sister Yingxiao, don't be like this, there are people here." Yin Zio let go of Su Yu with resentment. "What's wrong with having more people? No monster in the illusory monster forest can resist me, except for you, little guy, of course. But I have to say, Zio Susu, the woman you dressed up as is also very stunning." Yin Zio looked Su Yu up and down, and a strange look flashed in his purple pupils. This woman is truly a beauty in the world. In her experience, she has never seen a woman with such beauty and temperament. Maybe it could be a human, but it would also be nice if she came to the illusory demon forest and became my pet. Really, actually, it's just so-so. Being praised by a beauty of Yin Zio's level. And even the emperor, Su Yu, scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Seeing Su Yu like this, Yin Zio immediately rolled his eyes at him. "Sister, I'm talking about the girl you're pretending to be, not you. Why are you so shy?" At this time, Yin Zio's gaze fell on Yixuan, and his gentle gaze suddenly became extremely cold. "You've just been playing around with him these days." There was a distinct hint of hostility in his tone. Originally, she found Su Yu, and Su Yu belonged to her alone. But during these days, Zio Su Yu spent much more time with this human youth than her, and was even more attentive. So it is impossible for her not to be jealous. These days, her divine sense would come to spy from time to time. Why did this guy win the favor of the three-colored black demon? Although the three-colored black demon is known as a disaster beast, it also has another title. Is this something this human kid can get his hands on? Zio Susu, you should have had enough fun with this human youth. If you don't want to play anymore, just kill him. Oh shit, my ATM. Sister Yin Zio has murderous intentions towards Yixuan. Su Yu clearly felt the cold, murderous intent from Yin Zio, and immediately stood in front of Yixuan, trying to dissuade him. "Sister Yin Zio, I haven't had enough fun with this human yet. It's better not to touch him for now. I want to take him as a slave." "Haven't you had enough fun yet?" Yin Zio raised his eyebrows. "You've tortured him so many times, what else is there that you haven't had enough fun with? It's just a human. If you want one later, I'll catch you another one. After all, he is a fighting celestial being of the human race. If he is kept near you for a long time, he will probably suffer backlash." "It's okay, he is no match for me," Su Yu said with a faint smile. Yin Zio's purple demonic pupils condensed slightly, and his gaze wandered back and forth between Su Yu and Yixuan. "Zio Susu, are you in love with this human youth?" Su Yu and Yixuan looked at Yin Zio in astonishment at the same time. "What are you talking about? Do you know what you are talking about?" Su Yu said that he felt very wronged. He just simply wanted to get a reward. How could it be linked to love? He's a man. His sexual orientation is perfectly normal. These children of destiny are at most ATMs on his road to becoming an immortal. They have no emotions at all and can only become brothers later on. Absolutely not. As for Yixuan, he called it outrageous. They had only met a few times and it was their first contact, and this guy was directly abusing him. Does he like himself? He would rather believe that his senior sister likes him than believe that this girl likes him. The key is that he is also a man. Chapter 169. Sister Yin Zio, please stop talking nonsense. We are innocent. Yin Zio was half believing and half doubting. Innocent? Then why did you apply the medicine on him yourself just now? Su Yu scratched her head helplessly. Because he offended me before, I turned into his senior sister to torture him. That's all. Looking at Su Yu's determined eyes, Yin Zio breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Yu really fell in love with the other person, she would feel like her own cabbage was being eaten by a pig. At that moment, she said calmly, "It seems I misunderstood. Just don't be tempted by others, little Susu. Especially the human race. They are notoriously cunning on the continent, and your demon essence is a highly tonic treasure. If someone approaches you intentionally, they must be coveting your demon essence. So Zio Susu, you have to be wary of those people at all times, understand?" In order to increase Su Yu's vigilance, Yin Zio brought up the demon Yuan as an excuse. "I know," Su Yu nodded. Immediately afterwards, Su Yu threw Yixuan into the cell and left with Yin Zio. "Anyway, the reward has been given out. Yixuan is awake now and can recover with the help of the medicine. It doesn't matter if he leaves now. As for the fairy eye he received as a reward, he did not rush to fuse it. This fairy eye is assigned to Mu Qingyi. He is now in the fantasy demon forest, so naturally he has to wait until he leaves here and becomes Mu Qingyi before the fusion can take place. 5 days later, seeing that Yixuan had recovered again, he dressed up as Mu Qingyi again to torture him. However, this time, the Qingshan creation Lotus and other magical items were not spawned. Su Yu guessed that Yixuan already knew that Su Yu was not the real Mu Qingyi, and he felt repulsed by the thought of dressing up as Mu Qingyi to play with him again. Now he felt more rejection than strangeness. Therefore, Su Yu could only think of a new way to continue to get feedback. However, in 3 days they would go to the Three Colors Holy Sect, and Yixuan's injuries had not healed yet, so he could only wait until he came back to do it. The next night, Su Yu rested as usual, sleeping soundly on the luxurious bed, but there were some powerful formations hidden around him. Even though Su Yu had the memory of the three-colored black monster, she still felt a little uncomfortable staying here. Although nothing would happen with Yin Xiao around, he still felt insecure and set up several high-level combination formations around him. But naturally it can't be the Imperial level. The Imperial stage is not only time-consuming and labor-intensive, but also requires extremely scarce formation materials. The most important thing is that if Yin Xiao knew that he was an Emperor-level formation master, it would probably cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. Su Yu rested like this, with the sound of her regular breathing lingering around her nose. However, when the dark moon hung upside down in the sky, all around was quiet. A faint spatial ripple appeared in Su Yu's room. A figure walked out from the dim light that was sometimes bright and sometimes dark. He was a young man in black shirt, with a handsome and resolute face, a slender and upright figure and dark golden pupils, staring intently at the young man who was sleeping soundly on the bed. But now his face was a little pale. If Su Yu was still awake, she would definitely recognize the young man as Yixuan, whom she had tortured for many days. Yixuan walked slowly in front of Su Yu. He was like a ghost, silently and invisibly moving through Su Yu's several combination formations. Yixuan appeared so quietly, only a few meters away from Su Yu, who was lying on the bed. The golden pupils reflected Su Yu's face, surging with inexplicable meaning. 14 days, Su Yu tortured him for 14 days. After these days of hard work, he finally broke the seal through his own efforts. And now he came to say his final farewell to Su Yu. He paused for a few seconds, and then reached out to Su Yu on the bed. At this time, the old Wu in the body finally made a sound. "Disciple, you can't touch him." Yixuan frowned. Why? Elder Wu hesitated to speak. After a long pause, he said, "He bears the mark of the Fox Demon Emperor. If you touch him, he will immediately notice. You won't be able to leave even if you want to." Yixuan thought about it and withdrew his hand without saying anything. Seeing this, Mr. Wu breathed a sigh of relief. "Teacher, why haven't you been moving these days? I've been calling you, but you haven't responded to me. Could it be that you've fallen into a deep sleep these days?" It was the first time Yixuan heard Master Wu's voice in so many days, and he was extremely happy, but at the same time he was also confused. "I'm not asleep. I left for the past few days and only came back now." Yixuan's golden pupils narrowed slightly. "Leave, but I feel like you've always been inside me. My essence has always been in you, but my soul has been away for a while. But I didn't expect that you have made such great progress these days, and your talent is becoming more and more apparent." Old Wu felt very relieved. When Yixuan found his true self, nothing could stop him anymore. "So that's how it is. Then what is the teacher going out for?" Wu Lao paused for a moment and said, "Go and confirm some things." "So is there an answer?" Hearing this, Wu Lao felt a headache. "Let's not talk about this anymore. This means nothing to you. Does the teacher know what I've been going through these days?" "Of course I know. My essence is in you, so I can sense your condition immediately. I know exactly what you've been up to these days." "Is she my senior sister?" Old Wu's answer prevented Yixuan from asking another question. He didn't know why he asked this, but he always felt something was wrong. He didn't have the gentleness, knowledge, and grace of his senior sister, and had a touch of coldness that made him play with the world. But those eyes always made him unable to help but fantasize. They are of different genders and have completely different identities, so it is impossible to associate them together. When asked this question, Mr. Wu was also quite surprised. However, he also gave his own answer. Different destinies, different paths, perhaps. He is not your senior sister. Really? Nature. I understand. Yixuan sighed lightly. With a different destiny, a different path, a different gender, and a different identity, how could he ask such a stupid question? Well, in that case, I shouldn't stay here for long. He stared at Su Yu, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. He muttered to himself, Su Yu, you like to fool the world and play with others. But karma is cyclical, good deeds will be rewarded, and evil deeds will be punished. One day you will definitely pay the price for your actions. HMPH, you even have to wear that damn human skin mask when you sleep. Yixuan pinched the talisman in his hand. A dazzling light flashed, and the slender figure disappeared. Before leaving, the young man left behind a complaint. In fact, he didn't want to hurt Su Yu before. He just wanted to see his true face. Although he had been torturing himself, in the end, his cultivation, physical strength, and understanding of talismans also greatly increased. Although he hated him, his hatred was not so strong when the other party blocked Yin Zio for him. Chapter 170. Yixuan used the talisman to leave the fantasy demon forest and appeared on a steep peak. He looked back at the endless forest. Teacher, do you think I should leave the eastern Xuan territory now and go to other realms to look for my senior sister? Keep the change, please. Yixuan was stunned. Teacher, what do you mean? Elder Wu coughed lightly. Master is saying that even if you leave Dongshuan territory now, you won't be able to find your senior sister in a short time. Won't there be a major event at Lingxiao Mountain in half a month? There might be an inheritance there that can lead to a breakthrough to a true god, and it's also a battle between the two major races of humans and demons. If your senior sister is still in the East Xuan territory, she would definitely go there after hearing such a big commotion. Maybe you can meet her then. So you should calm down for half a month first, then go back there and check. If there's still no news of your senior sister, you can naturally go to other realms. Yixuan nodded slightly. He also felt that what the teacher said made some sense. It's only half a month. We can wait a while for Lingxiao Mountain. After thinking about it, he turned into a golden stream of light and disappeared into the horizon. The next day, when Suyu woke up, the sky had fallen. My biggest ATM ran away. He had only gotten 4 pieces of Kingshan Xiahua lotus, and there were more than 30 pieces left. How could he harvest the fish if it ran away? What's going on? Doesn't he have Yin Zio's seal on him? Why is he gone? Yin Zio searched the fantasy demon forest thoroughly, but found no one. Su Yu was certain that Yixuan had run away. The seal was broken before it could escape. The seal is broken. Did the old man finally take action? No, Yixuan broke it himself. What, Yixuan broke it himself? Su Yu was stunned. You have to know that Yin Zio is a powerful emperor. Even a strong person in the late stage of the Holy Dao realm would not be able to break this seal in just half a month. How did Yixuan do it? Come on, he's Crimson Destiny. You think this is so easy? You're kidding. He's been planning this since you captured him. Is he so tolerant now? Su Yu hesitated. Host, do you know? Yixuan actually came to see you last night. He ignored your formation and came to your bedside. You were completely defenseless at that time. Tusk, if you were Mu Kingi at that time, this system can't even imagine how fierce the battle would be. UTM, Su Yu's face turned pale. But he doesn't have the time to argue with the system now. Why did he come to see me yesterday? He didn't do anything, did he? I didn't do anything. I just came to see you and say goodbye. Just came to see me? He doesn't want to kill me. Su Yu was half believing and half doubting. She had abused him so much, but he was actually indifferent. I don't think so. He seemed to just say, just wait for me. And that was it. Are you sure? Su Yu looked strange. That's about the same thing. Anyway, he'll come after you to get revenge, and then he'll whip you, beat you, teach you a lesson. He'll use you to vent his anger. Su Yu was speechless for a moment. This stupid system must be talking nonsense here. Host, this system speaks the truth. Do you know the meaning of red destiny? It just exceeds the limit of the true spirit continent, Su Yu replied. In his understanding, the purple destiny corresponds to the great emperor. The gold has the potential to become a true god, and the red is the power that surpasses the true god. It could be an immortal, or it could be another realm. Of course, Su Yu also knows that there are different colors of red. It seems that the host only knows that there are differences in red, but does not have a general concept. Red destiny is divided into light red, red, and dark red, and there are also differences between these 3 categories. The host is now in the true spirit continent. For light red destiny, it is just the kind of qualification that can barely break through the continent's limit and ascend to the upper realm to become a strong person. but it cannot become the strongest person unless it can change its fate against the will of heaven. Mu Qingyi, Jai Ruking, and Li Kangyao, the three of you are in the red destiny range. Your destiny level is infinitely close to deep red. This kind of destiny is the top destiny in the entire supreme heaven. Take Li Kangyao, for example. He has a top-tier physique in the supreme heaven, and the power behind him is the hidden, dominant power of the eternal divine kingdom. He is the once-in-a-million-year-old son of the divine kingdom. Destiny doesn't come out of nowhere. This is his destiny's benchmark, while your second body's benchmarks are the void, lawless heaven and the clear sky creation lotus. Then guess what Yixuan's crimson destiny actually represents. You were able to obtain 4 fragments of the supreme immortal artifact, the fortune lotus, so easily. Do you know what this means? Su Yu swallowed silently, and he suddenly remembered something. So what you said in Jian's secret realm was not a joke. What, did Yixuan, inspired by you, become a demon, transforming into the greatest demon in the universe? Oh yes, that's it. This must be true. My dear host, I have warned you to be more careful before, but I never thought you would resort to such tactics of imprisonment and abuse now. Are you still having so much fun? You're having a blast. So you felt some kidney pain. What am I afraid of? Don't I have a dam system like yours? I can cheat even more powerfully than him, but I still can't beat him. I can beat him to his knees and beg for mercy. Besides, if it doesn't work, I'll just become Mu Qingyi. Can he touch me at all? Su Yu showed disdain. Even if Yixuan becomes possessed by a demon in the end, I will find a way to tease him, and he won't dare to do anything to me. He is in an invincible position. The host has a good attitude and deserves praise. Then can you tell me what Yixuan's destiny is related to? Cannot. If you want to know Yixuan's destiny, you can only explore it yourself, or use the destiny symbol to explore him. While Su Yu was arguing with the system, Yin Xiao came to find Su Yu and took him out of the fantasy demon forest and headed to the 3-colored holy religion. According to Yin Xiao, the headquarters of the 3 colors holy sect is in the Zhongshuan domain. Zhongshuan domain is the domain with the deepest heritage among the 5 domains of Zhenling continent. It has the most abundant spiritual power between heaven and earth. It is located in the center of the continent and is also known as Zhongshanju. There are many strong people and geniuses here, and there are countless sects with thousands of years of history. It is a martial arts holy land that many people yearn for. If their Zhan Yue sect were placed in central Shenzhou, it would only be a force at the end of the first tier. Above it, there exists a hegemonic force. As time was running out, Yin Xiao took Su Yu and rushed to Zhangshenzhou. In just 3 days, the emperor's cultivation level directly crossed to the Sun and Moon River in Zhangshenzhou. The Sun-Moon River is located in the northeast of central China. It is rumored that the Sun-Moon River flows upstream, passing through 1,934 empires, stretching endlessly. In the center of the Sun and Moon River, there is a bridge called Sun and Moon Bridge. At both ends of the Sun-Moon Bridge, the sun shines on one side and the moon shines brightly on the other side, never ending. The force that dominates the Sun and Moon River area is a force called the Sun and Moon Palace. It is rumored in the outside world of Shenzhou that it belongs to the first-tier force, second only to the Overlord force, and has several semi-emperors in charge. But after finding some clues, Yin Xiao learned that the base of the 3 colors holy sect was the Sun and Moon Palace. The Sun and Moon Palace is just a cover for the 3 colors holy sect. When they arrived at the Sun and Moon River, Yin Xiao took Su Yu directly onto the Ryu Bridge. When you break into the Sun and Moon Palace, you will be greeted by 2 great emperors. One was a skinny old man in brown clothes with a yellow face, and the other was an old man in black robes with inverted triangle eyes and an extremely cold aura. When the 2 saw Yin Xiao, a hint of fear flashed in their eyes. The emperor's might erupted like a fountain above the Sun and Moon Palace, frightening everyone in the palace and causing them to flee in haste. "You again? What are you doing in my holy church again?" the old man in brown asked coldly. They had a deep memory of this demon emperor. The last time he broke into his holy church alone, he was extremely powerful. If the other party's cultivation was not weak, he would have stayed in his 3 colors holy sect long ago. Feeling the unfriendly gaze, Yin Xiao smiled faintly. "Don't be nervous. If nothing unexpected happens, I am not here to cause trouble." Su Yu, who was standing next to Yin Xiao, was stunned when he saw the 2 old men, one in yellow and one in black, appear. He was confused not because they were emperors. Instead, he sensed the original power unique to the three-colored black demon deep within their bodies. That ray of original power seemed to be affecting their origin. Chapter 171. This made him feel like their life and death were in his own hands at any moment. And there are not only these two people, there are similar aura fluctuations deep in the palace. What is going on? Why do they have the original aura of the three-colored black demon? And why do I have this feeling? Suyu thought for a moment and couldn't help but tug at Yin Zairo's sleeve. Yin Zairo looked at Suyu in confusion. When the latter signaled to her with his eyes, she thought for a moment and finally nodded, making room. Suyu walked to the front, looked at the two of them and asked, "Why do you believe in the three-colored black demon? And why do you commit evil in the name of the black demon?" The old man in brown and the old man in black robe both looked cold. "Boy, you're so bold. You're just a mere heavenly venerable, yet you dare to mention the name of the heretic god." Dai. Two huge imperial powers pressed down on Suyu like two mountains. Yin Zairo snorted coldly, and with a wave of her hand, the white demonic power transformed into an invisible hand that tore apart the pressure. Suyu took off the Kainhuan mask, and her true identity was immediately exposed. Her beautiful face is like a galaxy of stars, breaking with the morning light. The enchanting eyes of purple, blue, and pink reflected the shimmering light of the lake, and were set off by the long hair of the same three colors that flowed like a waterfall. The celestial being came down to earth and bewitched all living beings. "Wow, it's so beautiful. What kind of strange eyes and hair are these? I've never seen such a strange appearance. This kind of beauty is rare in my life, but it seems that they are here to attack the mountain gate. Are they here to attack the mountain gate? And they unexpectedly attacked our sun-moon sect. HMPH, they really don't know what they can do. If Senior Gong catches them, I will definitely beat them up." The deacons and disciples of the Sun and Moon Palace were all attracted by the movement in the sky. When they saw Suyu reveal her true identity, they were all amazed and curious. Unlike the others, although they were stunned by Suyu's appearance, the unique aura on her body made them even more excited, even to the point of excitement. The two men who were half buried in the earth actually began to tremble at this moment. You are the evil god." Suyu frowned. He really didn't like this name. It sounded so weird when it came out of their mouths. He then said coldly, "I am not the evil god you are talking about. I am the three-colored black demon. Also, why do you call me the evil god? What's going on here? I came here to find out the truth about this matter." Three-colored black demon, it really is. Boom. At the same time, as Suyu's breath leaked out, 5 figures turned into light and shadow from the deepest part of the Sun and Moon Palace and appeared in the air. They knelt on one knee at the same time, looking at Suyu fanatically. "Greetings, Master." The voice carried the power of an emperor, spreading out like a tidal wave, with a magnificent momentum. Seeing this, Yin Zio became very alert and immediately approached Suyu. 7 great emperors. I didn't expect that the foundation of the three-colored holy sect was so strong that it actually had 7 great emperors. If any one of them steps out, it would be enough to shock the entire true spirit continent. Suyu was also confused. Why did another leader come? "Master, you are finally back. Granny Beihua's prophecy is true. Please ascend to the position of leader and lead our three colors holy sect to unify the continent. Please, Master, lead our holy religion." For a moment, the atmosphere on the field was so weird that even Yin Zairo was confused. But she immediately stood in front of Suyu and looked at the members of the holy church with hostility. Are you dreaming? How could little Susu possibly become your damned holy lord? Get out of here, Emperor. Damn it, he snatched someone right in front of her. And he snatched the three-colored black demon that she had raised since she was a child and loved the most. How could she allow it? What if this group of people just want to seize his demon essence? In an instant, the demonic power turned into a huge white curtain, pressing towards the emperors. Although there were 7 emperors present, she had reached the perfect level of emperor and was infinitely close to being a demigod. Maybe she might not be defeated if both sides tried their best, but she could still escape with Suyu safely. Between heaven and earth, a tremendous pressure countered the 7 imperial powers, causing the space to be turbulent and buildings to collapse. Just when the 1 demon and 7 emperors were in a brief stalemate, 2 figures quickly flew over from a magnificent palace. Leading the group was an old woman who seemed to be in her 70s. She was wearing a loose black dress and holding a cane in her hand. The wrinkles on her face had been eroded by the years, and her eyes were deep and vicissitudes of life. Beside her was a young man in his early 20s. He was wearing a gray robe with black fire patterns. He had a handsome face, but also looked weird. He had long black hair draped over his shoulders and a burly figure. The most special thing is the pair of blood-red gem-like eyes, which are filled with indifference, ruthlessness, contempt, and evil. At this moment, a faint red light is emitted. If one meets those eyes, it is as if one is looking into the eyes of a devil lurking in the darkness. The two men came quickly. The old woman in the lead saw the confrontation and tapped her cane, causing ripples of light to spread out, accompanied by the old woman's shouting, "Stop!" The old woman instantly came to the middle and bowed slightly to Yin Xiao. "Master Demon Emperor, please stop. Perhaps we are not enemies." Yin Xiao looked at the old woman, was silent for a moment, and then put away his magic power. The seven emperors also stopped immediately when they saw the old woman appear. They were about to say something, but the old woman signaled them not to act rashly. The old woman turned her gaze to Su Yu, and a rare look of respect and gentleness appeared in her calm eyes. "You're here. Who are you?" Su Yu raised his eyebrows. He also sensed the original power of the three-colored black demon in the other party. This was the only one besides the great Emperor realm. The other party was able to make the Emperor stop, so he must be of extraordinary status. The old woman said respectfully, "My name is Yang Beihua. They all call me Granny Beihua. I am the High Priestess of the Holy Church. I am currently overseeing all the positions, both large and small, in the Holy Church. You have come to the Holy Church, so you must have your own doubts, right? I happen to be the one who knows these secrets. If you don't have any suggestions, please follow me." Su Yu nodded without any hesitation. He came here naturally to find out what was going on. He clearly felt that he could control their life and death at any time, so there was naturally no need to be afraid. And even if this is just an illusion, I came here prepared. Since the other party can tell him the truth, he is naturally happy to do so. "I want to go too." Seeing that Su Yu was invited, Yin Xiao naturally had to follow. "Please follow me, both of you." Granny Beihua led the two into the hall, and the other emperors followed closely behind. Su Yu looked around curiously. Is this the hiding place of the Three Colors Holy Sect? 7 great emperors, more than a dozen semi-emperors, and he also noticed that in the deepest palace. Suddenly, just as the crowd was about to enter the hall, a young man in a gray robe slowly walked towards them. He was strange and evil, with a pair of blood-red eyes that were indifferent and cold. Su Yu knew that the other party was the young man who had appeared with Grandma Beihua before, but the feeling he gave him was very strange. Su Yu looked at the other person, and found that the other person was also looking at her at this moment. There was some evil in his eyes, as if he had shown great interest in me at this moment. Su Yu frowned and opened his third eye. After opening the third eye, Su Yu's eyes suddenly shrank. 3 large bloody characters were hanging above the young man's head. Dai Linyuan, Deep Red Fate. Deep Red. This guy actually has a deep red fate. P.S. More updates will be added in the next few days. Chapter 172. After seeing that the man in front of her had a deep red fate, Su Yu was completely stunned. Not long ago, the system briefly explained to him the difference between red destinies, and now it directly gives him a deep red destiny. The deep red fate, the destiny behind it, is obviously higher than that of Li Kangyao. This is at least the peak of the highest heaven. The most important thing is that this person is very evil. He looks like a destined villain. After this brief contact, other people were very respectful when they saw him, but he looked at him with a bit of amusement and indifference. Could he really be a villain? When he saw Dai Linyuan, Su Yu's thoughts began to become a little confused, but his expression remained calm. Dai Linyuan came in front of Su Yu. His eyes first swept over Su Yu with a smile on his face. "Fellow Taoist, are you the legendary leader of the holy religion? Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dai Linyuan, and I am the young master of Shura Palace." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and a slightly strange smile appeared on his evil face. Su Yu frowned slightly, paused for a moment, and finally reached out and shook it. "Illusionary Demon Forest, Su Yu." "Su Yu. Okay, I'll remember it." Dai Linyuan nodded slightly and looked at Grandma Beihua beside him again. "Grandma Beihua, now that the matter has been settled, Lin Yuan will take his leave." Granny Beihua smiled and said, "Your Highness Lin Yuan, it's a pleasure to work with you." Emperor Lin Yuan nodded and flew away from the Sun and Moon Palace. Su Yu looked at Grandma Beihua in confusion. "Isn't he from the Three Colors Holy Cult?" Granny Beihua said, "Sir, he is not from our holy church. He is from the Shura Palace. He came here a few days ago on behalf of the Shura Palace to discuss some matters. Shura Palace? What kind of power is that? Speaking of Shura Palace, Granny Beihua and the other emperors all showed a trace of solemnity on their faces. We are not very clear about it either. This Shura Palace is hidden in central Shenzhou, and its whereabouts have always been mysterious. Even our holy church has difficulty tracing their whereabouts. We had some brief collaborations and contacts in the past because we had the same goals. Master, there's a lot of trouble behind the Shura Palace. They're brutal and bloodthirsty. I suspect their power far exceeds that of the so-called overlords of central Shenzhou. I hope you will be more careful when you encounter them in the future. Su Yu said, I know, but I am not your leader. After all, you are actually no different from the Shura Palace, otherwise we would not cooperate together. In my opinion, your bloodthirstiness is no less than theirs. Grandma Beihua sighed inwardly. It seems that this generation of three-colored black monster does not like killing. No, she might have misunderstood. He might not be averse to killing, but he was against the indiscriminate killing of innocent people. Master, we have no other choice. After all, this is what the holy monument requires. We are here in accordance with the request of the heretic god. Holy monument, how are you going to answer me? Su Yu asked. Granny Beihua brought them to an ancient hall in the deepest part and stopped outside the hall. This is a desolate and ancient palace, which seems somewhat out of place compared to the magnificent palace in the distance. This place is the holy land of our holy religion. It is also the origin of my three colors holy sect. It contains the answer that Master Su Yu wants. If you want to know the answer, you can only enter with me alone. No one else is allowed to enter. Yin Zio's purple eyes turned cold, and the imperial power on his body was looming. Grandma Beihua's words were obviously directed at her. How could she feel at ease if she let Amelia Su go in alone? He can't enter alone. He must be accompanied by me, the emperor. Otherwise, there's no point in talking. Granny Beihua pointed to the several great emperors nearby and softly advised, Master Demon Emperor, this isn't just for you. They're also not allowed to enter. My holy religion's holy land absolutely does not allow outsiders to enter. Please forgive me. Yin Zio snorted coldly. Impossible, there's no room for negotiation on this matter. Yin Zio's tough attitude made the atmosphere quiet. Although the emperors of the Holy Church were wary of Yin Zio, they did not take action. Su Yu looked towards the ancient palace, sensing something strange coming from the depths, and her three-colored eyes flashed. After thinking for a moment, he came to Yin Zio with a hint of persuasion in his tone. Sister Yin Zio, if that's the case, I'll go in with her alone. Sister Yin Zio, you just wait for me outside. Yin Zio's purple eyes narrowed. Are you crazy? Do you know what's in there? This place is a den of dragons and tigers. I brought you here because you must follow me. I told you not to. Su Yu grabbed her hand and held her in his arms. He whispered softly in her ear. Sister Yin Zio, don't worry. I have my own confidence. If I want to go in, I can come out naturally. Being hugged by Su Yu like this, Yin Zio's pretty face turned slightly red. In the past, she always hugged Su Yu forcefully, but this was the first time that Su Yu took the initiative to hug her. For some reason, her attitude softened a bit. Are you really sure? Su Yu nodded. Besides, I have Sister Yin Zio's imperial seal on me. If I were in danger, you would definitely be the first to notice it with your strength. Yin Zio was silent for a while and finally agreed. Well, you can go, but be careful. I understand, Su Yu responded with a smile. Seeing this, Grandma Beihua breathed a sigh of relief. It would be best if she could compromise. Her strength is at the perfect level of the great emperor. Even if all the emperors present work together, there is no guarantee that they can control her madness. So Granny Beihua took Su Yu into the palace. Outside the Sun and Moon Palace, when Dai Linyuan left the Sun and Moon Palace and appeared on the Sun and Moon Bridge, he stopped and his blood-red eyes looked back. I didn't expect the rumored three-colored black demon to actually show up. This is a wild card. Interesting. Dai Linyuan licked his lips, with a hint of excitement in his bloodshot eyes. The three-colored black demon, its demon essence is extremely tempting to him, and its appearance is also rare in the world. The most important thing is that he cannot figure out the other party's luck. It would be great if you could catch it and keep it as a demon pet. In fact, he has been hiding a dark secret. He is a body of the fruit of reincarnation. He is the Tao fruit body of the third emperor among the 10 emperors of Tiansheng. At that time, Tiansheng came from outside the heavens and invaded the highest heaven. Tiansheng paid a huge price to win that unprecedented battle, and the second and third thrones were both created by the ancient immortal court. In the end, the three emperors had no choice but to cut off a Taoist body to save themselves from reincarnation in order to get rid of cause and effect. Then he appeared. Of course, the reason why he reincarnated into the lower world is not limited to this. After Tiansheng defeated the ancient immortal court and other forces and unified the heavens, they found that the old party of the heavens still remained in the world, surging in the undercurrent. Tiansheng decided to clean up the remnants of the old era. And when he discovered that the destiny of the true spirit continent had changed, he arrived. The past and the present complement each other, and the glory of the times continues to evolve. The remnants of the old era shouldn't continue to exist. Emperor Linyuan's bloodshot eyes were cold as he gazed into the distance, and finally turned into a red light and disappeared at the edge of the sky. P.S. Change the name of the new sky. Chapter 173. Su Yu followed Grandma Beihua into the depths of the palace. The whole way was a dark and gloomy passage, which wouldn't have seemed so depressing if it weren't quite spacious. "Where is Grandma Beihua taking me?" Su Yu couldn't help but ask after walking a long distance. "I will take you to see someone." "Who are you meeting?" "Tianlao, the one who founded this three colors holy religion, is also the one who planted the three colors essence into our bodies." Su Yu's eyes narrowed, and her gaze looked into the depths of the end. He sensed that there was a huge amount of energy in this palace that was wrapped in the three-color origin. That power surpasses that of the great emperor. Is it God? Although he had seen many people and things of extraordinary status so far, this was the first time he had seen a true God. As they walked, Su Yu asked again, "Grandma Beihua, can you tell me the origin of the founding of this holy religion?" Granny Beihua naturally had a 100% answer to Amelia Su's questions. The three-colored holy sect was founded almost 10,000 years ago, but at that time, the holy sect was extremely low-key and rarely showed up. Only when a new generation of three-colored black monsters is born can the holy religion be born. And hundreds of years ago, Tianlao noticed your birth, and thus the holy religion was born. A new generation of three-colored black demon. When Su Yu heard this, his guess was confirmed. "So you are related to the previous generation of the three-colored black demon." Indeed, the birth of the holy religion is indeed related to the previous generation of the evil god. Really? He knew that the memories of the three-colored black demon had nothing to do with them. If the other party did not simply want to use this reputation to cause damage, then it was very likely related to the previous generation of the three-colored black demon. Now the answer is the latter. Then why are you killing innocent people, arresting geniuses, and wreaking havoc? Speaking of this, a hint of anger emerged in Su Yu's eyes. He is now the three-colored black demon, and such evil things are done in his name. Although he is not a good person, he certainly will not kill innocent people. "Please calm down, sir. We are all following the instructions of the holy tablet. There is nothing we can do," Grandma Beihua said helplessly. "What is the holy monument? When you see Tianlao, you will know. Are the branches of the three colors holy sect only in the East Chuan territory, or are they spread all over the true spirit continent?" Su Yu was silent for a few seconds and asked again. "Except for central Shenzhou, there are no fewer than 6,000 branches of our holy church in the other 4 major regions of the East, South, West, and North. 6,000 places." Granny Beihua nodded in agreement. "Indeed, approximately 4,000 of these are manned by semi-saints. They communicate and transport resources and goods through a demigod-level formation called Kaiyankun Wanyu. In fact, my branch of the Holy Church originally wanted to take root in central Shenzhou, but central Shenzhou's foundation was too strong, so we simply gave up." At this time, the two had arrived at a stone gate at the end of the palace. Grandma Beihua tapped the ground with the crutch in her hand, and the obscure formation on the master's door dissipated. The stone door slowly opened. This is a cave 10 feet high, with nothing around it. A white-haired old man was sitting cross-legged on the spring in the center. He was wearing a light purple robe. His face was wrinkled, and his skinny body was like a withered yellow leaf swaying in the wind. Su Yu could easily sense the hint of twilight, but at the same time, he sensed a pressure from him that even Yin Zio had never felt. The thin body seemed to hide terrifying power. The white-haired old man was not surprised by the sudden intrusion of Su Yu and the other person. He struggled to stand up and face the two of them. "Old Tian," Granny Beihua bowed respectfully to the white-haired old man. "You step back first," an old voice came from Tianlao. Grandma Beihua nodded, bowed to Su Yu again and turned to leave the cave. You are finally here. The old man and the young man looked at each other for a long time, and then Tian Lao said to Su Yu with a smile, "Do you have any doubts?" Su Yu asked directly, "Did the previous generation of Wu Yao ask you to establish the Three Colors Holy Sect?" Tian Lao folded his hands behind his back and answered, "Yes, 100,000 years ago, before my master died, he told me to wait for the birth of a new generation of black demons. Then I followed my master's wishes and created the Three Colors Holy Sect. This master should be the previous generation of black demon. Then what is the significance of building this holy religion? Why was it built? The purpose of the three-colored holy cult is, first, to protect the new generation of three-colored black demons so that they can grow safely, and second, to destroy those who harbor evil intentions. With malicious intent. Oh, do you think those geniuses also harbor evil intentions in your eyes? Is it your thoughts that are twisted, or is it just the world?" Su Yu looked at Tian Lao coldly. "Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just talk about the genius from Wusha City who was imprisoned together with me in Black Dragon Mountain. The vast majority of them are innocent people, and some even possess qualities that are rare in the world. But they were still arrested for no reason, and if it weren't for him and Yixuan, they would have died. Is this also malicious?" Tian Lao also felt the hostility from Su Yu, but he really had no way to do anything. Tian Lao could only sigh helplessly. "Do you know, I have lived for nearly 130,000 years. When my master passed away, he told me to find the next generation of three-colored black monsters and protect them. Because deep in my soul is a forbidden spell cast by my master, I have no choice but to obey it. You can sense the presence of the forbidden spell, but I have been guarding for 100,000 years. Even if I am a late-stage true god, it seems insignificant in the face of time. My time is coming to an end. My life has come to an end. In fact, I should have passed away 800 years ago, but I still had some missions of my own to fulfill. So the Holy Church could only capture those geniuses and condense their lifeblood essence to prolong my life. I am the pillar of the Three Colors holy religion. I cannot fall yet." Su Yu frowned. "So this is the reason why the Three Colors holy sect is trying every possible means to capture geniuses all over the world. Extend the life of the true God. True God. Indeed, with a God in charge of the holy religion, it will surely protect the holy religion from worries. Even the dominant forces in central Shenzhou have never heard of them having a true God in charge. The foundation of the Holy Church is enough to stir up bloody storms across the entire continent. However, it stands to reason that persecuting the innocent is persecuting the innocent. This is a matter of principle. Of course, this is also their business. After all, he has not admitted that he is a leader. Now he already knew the general situation of the Three Colors holy sect and their purpose. The most urgent task is to find out the identity of the previous generation of three-colored black monster. Tianlao, what is the holy monument? Who was the previous generation of the three-colored black demon? Tianlao turned around and slowly walked towards the depths of the cave. At the back, there was a dark and bottomless passage. He pointed at the black hole and said to Su Yu, "The holy tablet you want is inside. You can also get the answer to my master's identity from inside. It only leads to one path. Entrance." Su Yu walked over and looked at the entrance of the cave. His spiritual consciousness leaped across, but was blocked by a mysterious energy barrier halfway. But at this moment, his origin was affected. It seemed to be guiding itself past. If it can trigger the power of the three-colored black demon's origin, then it must be related to it, or even it may be another three-colored black demon. Chapter 174. After much hesitation, Su Yu decided to enter the cave. Perhaps there is the secret of the three-colored black demon in it. After he entered the cave, there was a narrow and dim passage, and he could only walk straight along the passage. Soon Su Yu arrived at the realm where his spiritual consciousness was previously intercepted. But he was not affected at all when he crossed over. Until he reached the end of the road, a 3-meter-high stone tablet appeared in front of him, standing on a high platform. Is this the holy monument? Isn't it a bit crude? Su Yu looked around and found nothing else except this stone tablet. So he went forward to take a closer look. There are densely packed handwritings engraved on it. The above content tells about some insignificant holy religious rules, and some rumors related to the three-colored black demon. Su Yu's palm touched the holy monument, and his spiritual consciousness entered. The next second, a bright light appeared on the holy monument. The energies of pink, green, and red are intertwined and shining. Finally, a three-colored black monster condensed and stood on the holy monument. Its eyes, which are pink, green, and red, are shining brightly. Who are you? The previous generation of crow demon. Su Yu looked at the crow with strange coloring, feeling alert and curious at the same time. This was the first time he saw his firstborn self. Has the new generation of three-colored black demon finally been born? The black demon's eyes were on Su Yu. That's right, kid. I'm the 16th generation of the black demon. My name is Suchuan. 16th generation. Are you referring to the true spirit continent? Su Chuan looked at him strangely. Of course not. I'm referring to the universe. In the universe, I'm the 16th black demon born from the beginning of chaos. The great world of the universe. This three-colored black monster is so rare. Su Yu was stunned. There are only 17 of these since the beginning of time, including his first one. Of course. Do you think the three-colored black demon is some low-level demon bloodline? Well, objectively speaking, it can't really be considered a demon. With the black demon bloodline, there's no bottleneck in cultivation. This isn't limited to this small, true spirit continent. Even if you ascend to any plane, there's no bottleneck or thunder tribulation. You should understand what this means, right? Su Yu hesitated for a moment. So the origin of the black demon is not simple. Su Chuan looked at Su Yu with a complicated expression. If you want to know, you can only seek the answer yourself. But you'd better be cautious. After all, your demon essence is a great tonic for all living things. Su Yu's expression was slightly gloomy, and he didn't say much about it. So you've fallen, right? Su Chuan nodded slightly. That's right. It was because of my carelessness that someone tricked me into taking my demon essence away, leaving me with this remnant soul that came to this true spirit continent. So you are not from the true spirit continent, but from the upper realm. Well, I'm not a native resident of the true spirit continent. Then what exactly are you going to do with this remnant soul you left behind? Are you trying to survive, or is there some other reason? You've already left, so why did you create this three-colors holy religion? I just feel regretful about the fate of the three-colored black demon, and I'm a little unwilling to accept it. Why does the world treat us like this? Why should we be coveted by the world? Why does the responsibility lie with us? The more he talked about Suchuan, the more excited he became. You seem a little extreme. Su Yu frowned slightly. Although the black demon was coveted by the world, it had no bottlenecks and no tribulations to overcome in order to break through. This was still acceptable to Su Yu. No, you don't understand anything. You are too weak now. So you wanted revenge on the world. That's why you founded the three-colored holy religion and wrote this holy tablet. A hint of amusement flashed across Suchuan's lips. This is indeed a little fun thing I did later. I just want to slaughter all the creatures in this world. I helped them fight against Tiansheng, but in the end they were killed by humans. Ha, how ridiculous. There was no need for my involvement in that matter. We, the black demons, have nothing to do with them. I was soft-hearted at the beginning. There was no other reason for it to do this. It just wanted to express its indignation at the unfair fate of the three-colored black monster. Hearing Su Chuan's words, Su Yu's face twitched. You died, but left me with such a mess to clean up. By the way, what is this Tiansheng you're talking about? This is none of our business. I advise you not to interfere and let them fight each other. Su Chuan snorted. So, is there any purpose in leading me here? Su Yu got back to the point. He felt that it would not be so simple for Su Chuan to come to him. I want you to help me get revenge. In return, I will give you all of my remaining three-colors origin, and all the three-colors holy sects in the outside world will obey your command. How do you do that? Revenge, who is the target? Su Yu raised his eyebrows. The Lord of the Thunder God Temple, Thunder Emperor Qiu Wushwang, was one of the rulers of the Supreme Heaven countless years ago. Stop, that's impossible. Su Yu refused decisively. You just give me a little bit of your essence, and you expect me to work for you. That's the Supreme Heaven, the highest plane of the heavens and the ruler of the heavens. How can I take revenge with my head? You want me to help you get revenge? You want me to die? Suchuan. Alas, Tilda, forget it. That guy is probably dead now. After all, if Tiansheng ruled the heaven with his conduct and character, he would have been crushed to ashes. Suchuan sighed. Is there anything else you want? If not, I'll leave. By the way, you should either disband the three-colors holy sect or change the contents of the holy tablet. Don't let me take the blame anymore. Etc. Seeing Su Yu was about to leave, Su Chuan immediately stopped him. What do you want to do? Do you want to take over my body? In fact, I have suspected you for a long time. Su Yu looked at Su Chuan warily. Why do I feel like you're a little bit stupid? Take over your body. Don't worry, even if I try to take over the body of an ordinary mortal or a demon, I won't take over your body. I don't want to experience the fate of the black demon a second time. I'm just giving you my essence out of pity for you. As for the three-colored holy sect, it's up to you to do whatever you want with it. It's just Wu Yao, I must remind you. In the future, you must be careful in your choices. Will you choose to protect or abandon? Will you choose to save the world or destroy it? Your birth was not accidental. You were born without calamity or restraint. Your unparalleled demon essence was not without results. Remember, the sky is shattered, the supreme is lost. When the abyss of desolation arrives, a ray of light is born. After saying this, Su Chuan transformed into a ray of light and sank into Su Yu's body. As he disappeared, the mysterious aura on the holy monument also dissipated. Chapter 175. What's the meaning? Sensing the three-colored light ball in his sea of consciousness, Su Yu was confused. What exactly did Su Chuan mean by what he just said? What is protecting and abandoning? What is saving and destroying the world? Without calamity or restraint, is there any cause and effect for Yao Yuan Wushuang? Could it be that the three-colored black demon is also related to some deep numerology? Is the origin of the three-colored black demon also quite extraordinary? When Su Yu thought of this, her mood became quite complicated. Unexpectedly, the two bodies he accidentally obtained at the beginning, each of them involved a big secret. Mu Qingyi, three-colored black demon. And the last few words Su Chuan said, he had a feeling that it must have touched upon something very important. With a light sigh, Su Yu couldn't figure it out and stopped thinking about it. Anyway, these things are far beyond my reach, so it's pointless to worry about them. I should live in the present. So Su Yu began to try to contact the ball of three-colored light in his sea of consciousness. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not communicate with this mysterious ball of light. It entered my sea of consciousness, and I can't do anything about it. System, what's going on? This is the source of power that Su Chuan gave to the host. Its residual soul has dissipated, but because the host's strength is too low, he cannot access this source. So is it harmful to me? No, and this origin will be of great help to the host in the future. Su Yu finally felt relieved. It was fine as long as it stayed in his sea of consciousness and did not harm him. Maybe I will be able to unlock this origin after I ascend. According to Su Chuan's previous revelation, its strength should be outrageous. It was killed by a sneak attack from the Thunder Emperor, one of the rulers of the heaven. This should at least be of the same level, right? After coming to the three colors holy religion, he also learned the truth about some things and solved the mystery in his heart. The only thing that needs to be done now is the handling of the three colors holy religion. Originally, he did not want to take over the holy church. After all, it had massacred countless innocent people and was tainted with many karmas. But it now has a temporary cooperative relationship with the Crimson Destiny Emperor Lin Yuan. He was sure that Dai Linyuan was definitely an outrageous character. Dai Linyuan, the more he thought about it, the more he believed that the other party was a destined villain. If he became Mu Qingyi, the fate of the two would definitely be incompatible or even conflicting. He has the identity of Mu Qingyi, so to be on the safe side, he decided to temporarily take over the Holy Church and try to contact this person to test his abilities. However, he changed the content of the Holy Monument of the Holy Church and stopped arresting and harming innocent people. As for arresting the evil people, he did not care. He also took out the Emperor-level life extending treasures to give Tian Lao 1,000 years of life. The Emperor rank is not very useful to gods, but it can be used as a makeshift. After all, even though such a true god-like fighter has reached the end of his life, it is a pity that Lang has died. As for this imperial-grade treasure that can prolong one's life, it was naturally obtained from the feedback from torturing Yixuan in the fantasy demon forest. Although he didn't get any magical items later, the feedback rewards were not too bad. Actually, he was a little curious, and he didn't know what kind of feedback he would get if he went to fight Dai Linyuan. Outside the Sun and Moon Palace, after explaining some things, Su Yu followed Yin Zio back to Dongshuan territory. On the back of the fairy bird, Yin Zio checked Su Yu many times to confirm that he was fine, but he still couldn't help but look at him with concern. Zio Susu, are you okay after you went in? Are you injured anywhere? Su Yu smiled and shook her head. Don't worry, Sister Yin Zio, I have no problem. So what exactly did you encounter in there? Su Yu briefly told Yin Zio the whole story, but still concealed some of Su Chuan's identity. The declining true god, the previous generation of the three-colored black demon. Yin Zio supported her chin and thought. She had never expected that this three-colored holy church was hiding a dying true god. However, Su Yu is now able to control this holy religion, thanks to the help of the previous generation of three-colored black demon. Since there is no problem, we have to head to Lingxiao Mountain. Lingxiao Mountain. Su Yu's expression was slightly tense. Let's go. It's a good opportunity to see the geniuses of the human and demon races in the eastern Xuan territory. East Xuan territory, Wanjian Mountain. Jai Ruking, dressed in a white robe and looking like the reincarnation of a sword immortal, was now sitting cross-legged among thousands of spiritual swords. The vast sword energy transformed into a river in the sky and gathered into a sky curtain. In front of Jai Ruking was a broken sword, but its sword intent was extremely terrifying and did not belong to this world. 10,000 swords submitted, as if they could split the world in half. The broken sword condensed into a child, whose body was crystal clear, and there was a sense of majesty in his tender brows. A pair of sharp eyes with a bit of laziness were staring at Jai Ruking, who was sitting cross-legged without blinking. At this moment, Jai Ruking woke up from closing his eyes. The shackles on his body were broken, and he finally broke through to the Ascension Emperor realm that had been stuck for a long time. As the sword energy from the sky poured into his body, in an instant, he broke through to the half-step Heavenly Venerate realm, only one step away from Heavenly Venerate. Finally, a breakthrough. Jai Ruking flew into the air, sensing the situation inside his body, and was quite satisfied. He turned his gaze to the child and asked, Xianxi, have you successfully fused the second fragment? There was a hint of joy between Shixian's eyebrows and eyes. Of course, now that my strength has greatly increased, you don't have to be too restrained in what you do in the future. Then can I catch up with Qingyi? Immortal killers. My strength has improved, but I'm not here to grant you a wish. Whether you can catch up with that girl depends on your own ability. If you don't have that kind of charm, what can I do? Jai Ruking sighed lightly. Indeed, Shixian was right. Whether he could catch up with Qingyi depended on himself. Qingyi has been captured for more than 3 months. If it weren't for the fragments of the immortal slaying sword and the matter of the demon clan, he would have traveled thousands of miles to track her down. However, he understood that if he wanted to find her more easily, he had to fuse the fragments of the immortal slaying sword. This will undoubtedly increase efficiency. Don't be too anxious now. The battle for the Lingxiao Mountain Demon Prodigy will begin in a few days. The Jihuang Palace needs you. It's not too late for you to leave after you have dealt with the matter there. There is no rush. Seeing Jai Ruking eager to go find Mu Qingyi, the immortal sword immediately advised. Upon hearing this, Jai Ruking pondered for a moment and finally nodded slightly. Finally, it turned into a sword beam and disappeared into the horizon. A few days later, Lingxiao Mountain, which should have been as quiet as usual, was now bustling with noise, as countless people and monsters flew past at the foot of the mountain. A beautiful building at the foot of the mountain. The geniuses of the human race and the demon race were clearly separated in the hall, each gathered in its own place. On the left is the genius of the human race. Among them are even the top human geniuses from the eastern Xuan region, including Kang Xiaolan, Ling Ruxin from the Wunian sect, Man Yangyun from the Tianyuan sect, and others. Chapter 176. On the right side is the genius of the demon clan. They are the geniuses headed by the 5 great demon overlords. The purple god Qilin, the immortal turtle, the Yuan devouring sky tiger, the netherworld dragon, and the howling moon dark wolf. Although it has not yet completely transformed, it can be transformed into a human form for a short period of time or even permanently through many special means. This purple god Qilin is of the bloodline of the 7 ancient demon clans and is the leader of the 5 demon clans. The bloodline of the purple god Qilin is the bloodline of the top 10 supreme bodies in the continent's divine body list. The human race has supreme bodies, and the demon race has ancient bloodlines. This confrontation is undoubtedly something that attracts considerable attention. Human area. Ling Ruxin glanced at the demon clan's genius sitting opposite him not far away, then looked back at Kang Xiaolan beside him and said, Brother, they look down on you, saying you're just a 5-element saint body, and yet you dare challenge Zai Xing to a fight. You're really overestimating yourself. Ling Ruxin imitated the other person's tone, her pale face coupled with a delicate shout, making her gloomy temperament more lively. Zai Xing, the most talented young man in the purple god Qilin clan, has practiced for only 1,000 years, but has already broken through to the half-step 7th stage. and is about to enter the realm of Demon Lord. Kang Xiaolin looked at Ling Ruxin with a mixture of laughter and tears. They say what they want. You'll know when you meet them in a challenge. There's no need to worry about it. In fact, he really wanted to see the bloodline of the ancient demon clan before, but there was nothing he could do if the other party did not accept it. After the four-sex competition ended, he had gone to challenge Yi Xuan, but the other party was not in the Zhan Yue sect. Afterwards, he went to look for Jai Ruking again, but she was nowhere to be found either. Because of the incident in Jian's secret realm, their competition did not go smoothly. This made him very depressed. But brother, you are only at the late stage of the Emperor realm, and the opponent is comparable to a half-step heavenly venerable. I don't think we can defeat him. Ling Ruxin's momentum was a little weak. In fact, she already knew the result, but did not say it. Kang Xiaolin glanced at Menyangyun not far away and chuckled. That's what makes it interesting. What's the point of practicing life without difficulty? I'm only responsible for the challenge. Whether I can win depends on fate. He didn't care about winning or losing. He just wanted to see the legendary purple god Qilin bloodline. At the scene, the atmosphere between the human and demon races was aggressive and tense. If it weren't for the Elder's regulations, I'm afraid the two sides would have already started fighting. Dada tilde tilde. Just then, a young man walked in from the gate. 3 people followed behind him. On his right side followed a little girl in a green floral dress. At this moment, her big watery eyes were looking around curiously. On the left was a young man wearing a green robe with dragon patterns. He had a resolute and handsome face, an upright posture, a pair of green pupils that gave off a sense of majesty without anger, and he had a natural sense of authority. Next to the man in green robe was a man as tall as a tower. His face was full of ferocity, like a violent beast ready to give someone a fatal blow at any time. The human genius had no impression of them, but when the demon genius saw them, his pupils suddenly shrank. Who are they? That green-robed man and that beast-like burly man are so oppressive. It's them. They are the monsters from the Phantom Demon Forest. The genius of the Phantom Demon Forest has actually arrived. Illusory Demon Forest. Is it the Illusory Demon Forest that surpasses the 5 major demon clans? That's right. Look at that young man in the green robe. I know him. His name is Long Zhen. Rumor has it that he's the only remaining green dragon in the world and the #1 prodigy in the Illusory Demon Forest. His current strength may have already reached the level of a 7th-ranked demon master. As for the one next to him, he seems to be a bear candidate from the Earth Rock Bear clan. What? He's the Azure Dragon. Hey, he's the Azure Dragon. Rumor has it that Azure Dragons can become gods when they reach adulthood. So if he grows up smoothly, he'll definitely become a god. Wait, if Long Zhen is a real dragon, then who is that young man leading the group? Even King Long treats him with such respect. Yeah, who is he? Why do I feel like the little lowly next to him is his maid? After Su Yu and the 4 demons appeared, geniuses from both the demon and human races looked at them with sidelong glances. When they saw Su Yu, the leader, they were all confused. They had never heard of this person before. Ling Ruxin wanted to sense through her divine eyes and exquisite heart, but when her divine thoughts touched Su Yu's surroundings, they were shattered by a mysterious force. Ahem! Ling Ruxin spat out a mouthful of blood, and her already pale face turned even more pale. Junior sister, what's wrong with you? Kang Xiaolin's face changed, and he immediately went over to support her. Ling Ruxin looked at Su Yu. A hint of bitterness flashed in her eyes. I just sensed that person a little bit, but I didn't expect that a force would directly push me back. Brother, that person is not simple. I'm afraid that this battle for our human race will be difficult. It's okay, junior sister. I'll help you heal your wounds first. Kang Xiaolin immediately transferred his spiritual power to Ling Ruxin. In fact, he was in a very heavy mood at the moment, and he also felt a lot of pressure from the young man who appeared. Su Yu, who had just entered the Qiang Tower, sensed a special prying sensation, but was repelled by the imperial seal on his body before he got close. He looked at Ling Ruxin with a look of understanding. He had met this pair of senior and junior brothers and sisters in the Jian secret realm. He didn't think much about it, and just found a few empty seats and sat down under everyone's gaze. Xiaoya, Long Zhen, and Xinghu stood beside them in an orderly manner. Su Yu glanced at the 3 of them and paused. Sit down, everyone. Don't just stand there. Long Zhen and Xinghu looked at each other and finally sat aside obediently. Xiaoya came to Su Yu and took out a brand new spiritual fruit from the space ring. Su Yu looked at Xiaoya helplessly, picked up the spiritual fruit and started to eat it slowly. He looked around. Are these the geniuses who will enter Linxale Mountain this time? Long Zhen replied, That's right, but some of them haven't arrived yet. I heard that before entering Linxale Mountain, the geniuses of the demon race wanted to challenge the geniuses of the human race. Of course, this isn't a fight to the death, but a simple sparring match as a warm-up. A simple sparring match, so you want to try it? Long Zhen said calmly. It depends on the young master's wishes. If the young master wants Long Zhen to go, Long Zhen will definitely take action. Su Yu shook her head and said nothing more, but continued to chew the spiritual fruit. Not long after, a young man in black appeared. Master, look, it's the man you imprisoned before. When Zioya saw the young man appear, her beautiful eyes lit up, and she shook Su Yu's sleeve excitedly. He had a tall and slender figure and a handsome face. She still remembered this extraordinary young man very clearly. I even drooled when I thought about the other person's figure. Su Yu also saw Yixuan come in, but when she saw Zioya looking so infatuated, her face suddenly turned dark and she slapped her on the forehead. Stand still, there are so many people watching, don't embarrass me. Zioya's body trembled, and she responded softly, lowering her head and not daring to look any further. Yixuan, who had just stepped into the Qianglu, noticed something and saw someone's gaze directed to a corner. And just in time, his eyes met Su Yu's. The latter smiled and winked at him. Yixuan's golden eyes flashed slightly, but he didn't say much. Instead, he ignored Su Yu's expressionless face and walked towards the Zhan Yue sect area. Another minute passed. A handsome young man in a white robe, who looked like the reincarnation of a sword immortal, appeared. Chapter 177. Is it Yixuan from the Zhan Yue sect? And Jai Ruking from the Jiwang Palace is here too. That's great. The two supreme beings of our human race have appeared. With them around, there will definitely be no problems. In the human area, after seeing Yixuan and Jai Ruking appear one after another, their hearts instantly settled down. Ever since the mysterious young man appeared with Long Zhen and others, he felt a little panicked. After all, even Qinglong is just a foil, so you can imagine how powerful he is. But now that the two supreme beings of the human race have appeared, it is really uncertain who will win or lose. Have all those who are supposed to come arrived? Su Yu was chewing on the sweet spiritual fruit and was slightly surprised to see Jai Ruking. As expected of Jai Ruking, in just a few months he had broken through to the half-step heavenly venerable. And for some reason, he felt that the sword intent in the other party was lurking deeper. Jai Ruking came to Qianglu. He stepped into the Tianjiao area and ignored the others. But when she saw Yixuan sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in concentration in a corner, a glimmer of light appeared in her starry eyes. This guy has really become much stronger. He didn't think much about it and went to the Jiwang Palace area to sit down. In the purple god Kilin area, after seeing the human genius he had been waiting for appear, the elegant Zai Exing, dressed in purple clothes and purple hair, stood out. His purple demonic eyes kept wandering over Yixuan and Jai Ruking, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Now that everyone is here, why not have some sparring before we enter Linxale Mountain? How about a friendly match? This way, our two tribes won't have to resort to full-scale warfare, and it will also promote friendly exchanges between our two tribes. What do you think of this, Master Su? At this time, Zai Exing looked at Su Yu, who was in a corner of the demon clan. His attitude changed obviously. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, he bowed slightly to her. Su Yu, who was chewing the spiritual fruit, was obviously stunned for a moment. He immediately put the spiritual fruit behind him, his eyes calm and somewhat casual. Goff, it's pretty good. If everyone wants to learn from each other and compete with each other, it's actually not bad. Zixing smiled slightly. Since young Master Su has spoken, Zai Exing will respectfully obey. What do you two think? Zixing wants to experience the supreme body of the human race. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to Yixuan and Jai Ruking again. Everyone knows that the purpose of Zixing's trip is probably the two of them, the ancient demon bloodline fighting against the supreme body. This is also something that everyone is extremely curious about. Suddenly, the atmosphere became solemn. Junior brother Yixuan. In the Zhan Yue sect area, seeing the purple god Kilin pointing its spear at Yixuan, it was obvious that he came prepared. Jiang Yixiu and others couldn't help but look at him worriedly. Yixuan shook his head slightly at them. He looked at Zai Exing with his golden eyes, and after a short silence he said calmly, "Can?" Yixuan agreed. Zai Exing was delighted. In that case, let's go to the outside area. It's not easy to show off our skills here. So all the humans and monsters present followed Yixuan and Zai Xing and came to the specially set up fighting arena at the foot of Lingxiao Mountain. The duel between Yixuan and Zai Xing not only caused a sensation among the geniuses of the two tribes, but also attracted the attention of the elders of the two tribes. On the top of the Jade Building, dozens of human figures and demonic figures stood, looking down at the movements below. A contest between the Supreme Body and the ancient demon bloodline. That's quite interesting. Both of them are the best of their respective clans. Perhaps this duel will indirectly affect the situation in Lingxiao Mountain. This man and this demon are both at the half-step 7th stage. I don't know who is stronger. Who is stronger and who is weaker? My disciple will definitely win, haha tilde. At this moment, a strong wind surged between heaven and earth, and a sloppy-looking old man appeared with a chicken leg in his hand. No one noticed his presence. Uncle Taishi, you're here. The elders of Zhan Yue's sect were all overjoyed when they saw Liao Hongaming appear. Liao Hongaming waved his hand, signaling them to be quiet. Instantly, he looked up into the sky and said calmly, "Everyone, now that you are here, please show yourself." As the words fell, 3 old figures appeared one after another. An old man in a black robe with black and white hair. An old woman with a youthful face and white hair. A middle-aged man who lost his left eye. These 3 people are Hua Chengheng, the ancestor of Jiwang Palace, Chen Xuan, the ancestor of Wunian sect, and Feng Yu, the ancestor of Tianyuan sect. Ha ha ha, it's been hundreds of years since we last met, Mr. Liao. I didn't expect you to have a breakthrough. Hua Chengheng burst into laughter. He flew to Liao Hongaming and looked at him meaningfully. I have indeed achieved a breakthrough, but this is also thanks to my beloved disciple. I never thought that I would be able to reach this level in my lifetime. Besides, it seems that I am not the only one who has made a breakthrough. Liao Hongaming chuckled and did not deny it. His eyes lingered on Hua Chengheng, and he sensed a vague sense of oppression from him. Ha 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 tilde, that's right. I, the ancestor, have indeed made a breakthrough, and I also owed a favor to that precious disciple. Hua Chengheng was very pleased. He was lucky to receive such a blessing when he accepted Jai Ruking as his disciple. Chen Xuan and Feng Yu, who were not far away, saw Liao Hongaming and the others with a bit of pride and complacency, and their expressions suddenly became extremely complicated. The reason why the 4 of them were called the 4 great sects in the eastern Chuan territory was because all 4 of them were half-emperors in the past, and their realms and strengths were comparable. But now, the 2 old ghosts, Liao Hongaming and Hua Chengheng, have taken the lead in breaking through and becoming emperors, which is something they are extremely reluctant to admit. But there is nothing that can be done now that things have come to this. It's their fault that they don't have that opportunity. While the few of them were greeting each other, Yin Zio also appeared with several demon ancestors. Demon Emperor, Liao Hongaming, and the other 3 were alert. 2 demon emperors and 4 half-emperors. The 4 half-emperors are the ancestors of the 5 major demon tribes. The 2 emperors are the purple god Qilin ancestor and the spirit fox demon emperor. The purple god Qilin ancestor was actually okay. Like them, he was only in the early stage of the emperor realm. However, they could not see through this spirit fox emperor. He had survived for too long, and it was possible that his cultivation had reached the perfection of the demon emperor. Even if they each possess the sect's imperial weapon, they may not be a match for the demon clan. Therefore, the 2 tribes wanted to use the confrontation between their geniuses to decide this matter. Everyone, after this trial, the restrictions on Mount Lingxiao will be unlocked. Whoever obtains the inheritance of Emperor Lingxiao will then be determined by their own abilities. The Purple God Patriarch spoke frankly to Liao Hongaming and the other 3. It's natural, but I also hope that you demons can keep your promise. Hua Chengheng responded calmly. HMPH, it's you cunning humans who need to abide by the agreement, right? The Netherworld ancestor, who had a slightly hot temper, looked at Hua Chengheng coldly. Compared with the other 4 demon tribes, he, the Netherworld dragon, hates the human race even more. Don't worry, my 4 major sects are well-known sects in Dongshuan territory. You don't have to worry, Liao Hongaming said lightly on the side. Then he ignored everyone and looked down while gnawing on a chicken leg. Chapter 178. Outfield. Looking at the man and the demon in the fighting arena, Su Yu turned to look at Long Zhen and Xing Hu standing beside him. Who do you think will win? Xing Hu's eyes widened in anger. Yixuan and Zai Xing are both at the half-step 7th stage, and both possess supreme bodies and the bloodlines of the 7 ancients. It's all about their respective accumulations. But Zixing was already a half-step 7th-level cultivator 200 years ago. His foundation is relatively stronger. Even I am slightly inferior to him. Purple Star should win in the end. Su Yu raised her eyebrows and just chuckled. He turned his gaze to Long Zhen. What about you? Do you also think Zai Exing will win? Long Zhen softly rejected the idea, saying, It should end in a draw. After all, this is just a simple sparring match. Everyone will hold back. Only when we enter Linxiao Mountain will we go all out. That's right. Su Yu agreed with this point of view. Xiaoya behind him rolled her eyes, then looked at Su Yu with some curiosity. Master, I have a question I don't know if I should ask. Ask. Young master, between Zai Exing and Yixuan, who do you think is better? Su Yu glanced at her and said truthfully, Yixuan. Ah, why? Long Zhen and Xinghu looked over. I've met this Yixuan before. He's very powerful. If they really came to blows, Zai Exing might not be his opponent. Long Zhen, you can try and find out. Perhaps. You may not be his opponent. Su Yu looked at Long Zhen with a smile. Long Zhen concentrated slightly. He admired Su Yu very much and believed that the title of young master was well-deserved. I used to be unwilling to submit, but I was defeated by him in just over 10 moves. If the young master said that Yixuan could defeat Zai Exing, he would believe it 100%. But he is at least a true 7th-level cultivator and has the blood of a true dragon. Does the young master think that the other party can pose a threat to him? We'll have to wait and see. Long Zhen didn't care, but he still couldn't help but watch the fight seriously. At this moment, a man and a demon have already started fighting in the arena. After the two of them finished testing each other, they began to display their magical powers and martial arts. Golden divine light and purple flames burst out, sweeping around, causing the onlookers to retreat. Second on the Fiao ranking, the #1 prodigy among the 5 demon clan overlords. So strong, the power they both exerted far exceeds that of a half-step heavenly venerable. Is this the might of the fighting celestial body? Its body is powerful, its spiritual energy is strong, its explosive power is terrifying, and it was born for battle. Coupled with martial arts techniques that are at least imperial level, Zai Exing was actually at a disadvantage for a moment. Oh, why are you so anxious? The power of the purple god Qilin lies in its purple god fire. Some time ago, Zai Exing defeated a half-saint with this purple god fire. Anyone caught in this kind of flame will be harmed by it. If you get even a little bit of it, you'll be skinned alive. Look, the purple god fire is coming out. The power they exerted is almost approaching the perfection of the heavenly venerable. Bang, bang, bang. In the fighting arena, the fighting spirit and the purple god fire kept colliding with each other, and 2 afterimages flashed with lightning. The two exchanged hundreds of moves, with energy ripples resounding continuously. When Zai Exing was forced to retreat, the latter's aura surged, and the power of his bloodline was exerted. A ferocious purple fire unicorn condensed and roared towards Yixuan. Seeing this, Yixuan used the Holy Dragon Heavenly Code, and a 10-foot-long golden dragon bit towards the purple fire Qilin. The terrifying sound of energy explosion spread, and Zai Exing was forced back dozens of meters. His feet dug into the ground, leaving a groove, and stopped at the edge of the arena. Yixuan only retreated 10 steps. This guy is so strong. Zai Exing shook his still trembling hands and looked at Yixuan with an unwilling look on his face. Although their true strength has not yet been displayed, it was clear from the brief confrontation that he had lost. He was basically suppressed for most of the time and suffered minor injuries. The most crucial thing is that his purple god fire could actually be separated by the opponent's strange fighting spirit, and its maximum effect was restrained. He could see that Yixuan was obviously not serious at all. Finally, Zai Exing sighed lightly, and he clasped his fists solemnly towards Yixuan, his eyes no longer looking contemptuous as before. Brother Yi is more skilled, but Zixing is not as skilled. Yixuan responded, Brother Zixing is too modest. You haven't transformed into your true form, so your strength is greatly reduced. It doesn't count as winning or losing. Zai Exing nodded cautiously. Let's fight again after we enter Linxiao Mountain. You're stopping now, it's over. Seeing the two men stop, some people underground were stunned. What do you think? Are you going to go up there? Are you going to bear the perfect power of the heavenly venerable? Even if you can barely bear it, do you still have the ability to fight for the opportunity? The person next to him rolled his eyes at him. At the same time, the ancestors of Yingxiao, Liao Hongaming, and other forces appeared. The purple god Qilin ancestors' gaze wandered between Yixuan and Zai Exing. Have you had enough? Don't want to fight anymore? Is there anyone else who wants to continue the challenge? He asked, looking around. Kang Xiaolin, who was not far away, frowned. Now that you ask this, who would dare to come out and compete? Okay, that's enough. The seal of Ling Xiao Mountain will soon be lifted. Be prepared when the time comes. Remember, no matter who obtains the inheritance, it is his opportunity. All right, all of you gather at the entrance. Su Yu and his group immediately rushed to the entrance of Ling Xiao Mountain. At this moment, with the joint efforts of emperors such as Yin Xiao, the energy barrier that originally enveloped Ling Xiao Mountain dissipated in an instant. The energy barrier is broken. The inheritance of the true God, the inheritance of the true God is mine. When the group of geniuses saw the energy shield fade away, they all looked towards the top of the mountain with fiery eyes. It contains the inheritance of God. As long as you can obtain it, you will have the opportunity to become a true God. The true God, undoubtedly the strongest person on the continent, has not appeared even in central Shenzhou in recent years. The group of geniuses rushed into Ling Xiao Mountain like hungry men who had never seen a peerless beauty. Here we go. Su Yu did not stay for long. After seeing Yixuan and Jai Ruking enter one after another, he also rushed in with Xiaoya and several other monsters. Soon, the foot of the mountain, which was originally crowded with people, suddenly became empty and unusually quiet. I don't know who will win the inheritance. Chapter 179. Su Yu entered a green world full of birdsong and flowers, like another paradise. This must be the small world within Ling Xiao Mountain. Such rich spiritual energy. If I cultivate here for 3 to 5 years, I might have a chance to break through to the Demon Lord realm. Shenghu looked around in amazement. The spiritual energy here was almost 10 times as dense as that in the Phantom Demon Forest. Young master, there seem to be a lot of spiritual treasures around here. Should we go and search for them? Xiaoya couldn't contain her excitement and said eagerly. Su Yu shook her head. Don't waste time. Inheritance is the most important thing. Now we have to go find the inheritance directly, otherwise someone else will get there first. I think it's better not to touch the things here. Speaking of this, Su Yu frowned slightly. But why do I feel uncomfortable when I absorb the spiritual energy here? Is it an illusion? Su Yu didn't think much about it, but took Xiaoya and the 3 demons straight to the top of the mountain. Let's go to the top of Ling Xiao Mountain. Another place. Yixuan led the people from Zhan Yue sect into Ling Xiao Mountain. The first thing Wu Lao said to Yixuan when he came in. Be careful, there's a problem here. A hint of doubt appeared in Yixuan's golden eyes. Spiritual energy. My perception is very sharp, but it's not just about spiritual energy. It's also about everything around me. Then what is this place? Yixuan was shocked when he heard what old Wu said. I, the master, cannot figure it out for now, so please be careful. I understand, teacher. Outside world. Jiang Yixiu and other disciples of the Zhan Yue sect walked towards Yixuan. Junior brother Yixuan, what should we do now? Should we go directly to the top of the mountain? Yixuan nodded slightly. Let's go straight to the top of the mountain. The inheritance should be there. By the way, before you obtain the inheritance, it's best not to touch anything here. Jiang Yixiu and others looked at each other and looked at him in confusion. Why? Nothing, just be careful. Let's go straight to the top of the mountain. Good. After discussing, all the disciples of Zhan Yue sect headed straight to the top of the mountain. Another place. Jai Ruking led the disciples of Jihuang Palace into Ling Xiao Mountain. The moment he entered, Shixian noticed something strange. Ruking, there's a problem here. Xianxi, what's the problem here? Jai Ruking was confused. He had just come in and hadn't done any investigation yet, but Shixian told him directly, which made him a little confused. Everything here is wrong. The entire space is filled with corruption, darkness, violence, and murderous intent. I felt an unusual amount of negative energy. Jai Ruking was terrified. Xianxi, are you sure? I just checked, and the spiritual energy here is indeed a little strange, but where is the negative energy? HMPH, this spirit is the immortal slaying sword. No one in the world can detect murderous intent more easily than me. Although I can't sense the source for the time being, it's most likely within Ling Xiao Mountain. In short, be careful. Jai Ruking nodded cautiously. I understand, I will be cautious. Outside world. The moment they entered Ling Xiao Mountain, all the disciples of Jihuang Palace were attracted by the rare treasures of heaven and earth around them. Such a rich energy fluctuation. There must be at least 7th-tier natural treasures over there. Hurry, if you're slow, someone else will get there first. Having said that, the man immediately ran towards the source of the energy. Seeing this, Jai Ruking slashed out with a green sword energy, which turned into a barrier to block the way. Don't take it. Don't act rashly before you confirm whether these things are harmful or not. Ah, why, senior brother Ruking? The disciples of Jihuang Palace were surprised and puzzled. You must know that the inheritance of Ling Xiao Mountain can only be taken away by one person. Some people know their own strengths and weaknesses, and the inheritance of God will not be obtained by them. It can be regarded as a formality. So some people have accepted their fate and just want to take some treasures from Ling Xiao Mountain. But if they can't get these treasures, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Jai Ruking's expression was solemn. Don't take anything, don't touch any of the grass or trees here. This is for your own good. The situation here is a bit strange. It's best for everyone to gather together and not act separately. Strange situation. I understand, senior brother Ruking. The disciples of Jihuang Palace could only look unwillingly in the direction of the natural treasures, and finally followed Jai Ruking up the mountain. While Suyu was climbing the mountain, the other geniuses, both human and demon, rushed towards the top of Ling Xiao Mountain. The closer they got to the top of the mountain, the more the scattered crowd gathered together. Invisibly, the crowd was divided into two forces, with the human race and the demon race confronting each other. Although there are frictions between human forces and between the major demon tribes, they are ultimately the same race. When facing an enemy, at least we must be united first. Stop them! As they got closer to the top of the mountain, the two sides started fighting. On the mountainside, the sounds of fierce fighting rang out. For a moment, there were continuous sounds of energy explosions surrounding Ling Xiao Mountain. Su Yu continued to move forward with Long Zhen and the other two. On the way, they met the top geniuses from the 4 sects and 5 clans. Yixuan, Jai Ruking, Ling Ruxin, Kang Xiaolan, Manyangyan, Su Yu Long Zhen, Zai Exing, Xinghu Undying Turtle, Zioya. Stop them, don't let any humans reach the top of the mountain. Zai Exing took the lead, his body turning into a purple light and shooting towards Yixuan. In an instant, Xinghu faced Kang Xiaolan, and the immortal turtle found Manyangyan. Zioya saw that Ling Ruxin was easy to bully and immediately ran to intercept them, fearing that she would be robbed. Long Zhen hesitated for a moment and finally went forward to stop Jai Ruking. As long as he intercepts Jai Ruking again, Su Yu will be able to travel unhindered for the time being and go to the top of the mountain to receive the inheritance. God's inheritance is from the fantasy demon forest, which is the most ideal choice. However, just as he was about to fly away alone, Su Yu immediately stopped him. Young master, Long Zhen looked at him puzzledly. Su Yu shook her head and said, You go help Zai Exing, I'll deal with him. Long Zhen asked in confusion, Why, young master, as long as I stop Jai Ruking again, you can seize the inheritance. This is the best choice, but you. The main reason why he came here was to help Su Yu obtain the inheritance. He is Qinglong, the blood of a true dragon. He does not need any inheritance. As long as he grows smoothly, he can become a true god. So from beginning to end, he didn't take this inheritance seriously at all. Su Yu gestured for him to look somewhere. Do you think Zai Exing is Yixuan's opponent? He can't stop Yixuan alone, so you should join forces to deal with him. As for Jai Ruking, leave it to me. Long Zhen followed the line of sight and his eyes narrowed. He paused and finally agreed, shooting towards the direction where Yixuan was. Jai Ruking watched Yixuan suppress Zai Exing, and when he saw Long Zhen getting involved, his brows couldn't help but frown. He pondered for a moment and said in a cold tone, Can you do it? Although he and Yixuan are rivals in love, now is the time when humans and demons are in conflict. Only by defeating the demon clan first can he determine the winner between him and Yixuan. Although Yixuan is now completely suppressing an ancient demon bloodline of the same level, there is a chance that another genius will target him. A 7th-ranked demon lord with true dragon bloodline. Even Jai Ruking had to admit that this demon clan prodigy was the most difficult to deal with so far. Hearing the distrust in Jai Ruking's words, Yixuan snorted coldly. Don't worry, it's just a killin and a dragon. I can handle it. As for you, you should be facing Su Yu, the young master of the illusory demon forest. Haha, I'm kindly giving you a piece of advice. Don't let yourself be easily defeated by others. That's Su Yu. I'm afraid all the people here combined wouldn't be enough for him to beat. Jai Ruking, you have to be careful. The teasing in Yixuan's words made Jai Ruking frown. He looked at Su Yu, who was already floating in front of him, a hint of doubt emerging in the depths of his starry eyes. Is this Su Yu very strong? P.S. Senior sister will appear in a few chapters, and the little black demon is temporarily offline. Well, Tilda, if you like it, please help promote Book Famine. If you have time, please take 2 minutes to promote 3 or 4 of them. Just push it under any recommendation bar and recommend it to whoever you think will like this book. Chapter 180. Are you the legendary Jai Ruking? You don't look that great. Suyu looked at Jai Ruking with a half smile. In fact, he had wanted to teach Yixuan Jai Ruking a lesson a long time ago. When I was Mu Qingyi, I was taken advantage of and kissed by these 2 men. Now that I have become their enemy, it is natural to beat them without any reason. Of course, Li Kangyao also wanted to fight, but he couldn't do it now. Jai Ruking held the spirit sword in his hand and said coldly, I know you are very strong. In that case, let me test your strength. Swish. Jai Ruking's move was as fast as lightning. As he swung the magic sword, dozens of sword energies turned into long rainbows and slashed straight down. It was so fast that it reached 3 feet away from Suyu almost instantly. It has both speed and strength, but it's still too slow. The terrifying sword energy was approaching, but Suyu could feel it very clearly. In his eyes, the speed of the sword energy slowed down by 1,000 times, like a snail. Suyu did not use any magic power. He relied on his agile body to twist his body several times in the air and avoided the sword energy by a hair's breadth. Everything happened naturally. Seeing Suyu avoid the sword energy so easily, Jai Ruking's eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly calmed down and turned into a sharp sword to kill Suyu. The spirit's sword roared coldly, and the murderous intent was like a dragon, and each sword attacked the vital point. Jai Ruking's sword is very sharp and tricky. He will find the exposed flaws in the opponent's defense in the next step and deliver a fatal blow. Especially with the addition of the Qingyun sword intent, even Suyu couldn't help but be a little surprised. With just these few moves, even a semi-saint would not be able to gain any advantage over him. In just half a minute of fighting, the two had already exchanged 100 moves. However, Suyu masters the law of time. When Jai Ruking swung the magic sword again, he slowed down the flow of time in the surrounding space. The lightning-fast rain of swords became slower and slower until at some point time stopped. The law of time. Jai Ruking's eyes were filled with shock. He had not expected that Suyu could master the extremely rare power of the law of time. No wonder he had perfectly avoided his attack before. Qingyun sword domain. The surrounding time was controlled, and Jai Ruking decisively stimulated the bloodline talent of the Qingyun sword body. The sword domain unfolded and collided with the time domain. Gradually, time began to flow back, and Jai Ruking found that he could move. A white rainbow pierces the sun. Cut! He instantly flashed to Suyu's head, took the opportunity to quickly condense a sword light that penetrated the sky and the earth, and slashed at the opponent with great force. Suyu pursed his lips slightly, stretched out his hand, and the space field expanded, overlapping with the Qingyun sword field. In an instant, the green sea of swords collapsed. The sword domain was broken, time stopped again, and Jai Ruking's figure was frozen again, maintaining the posture of chopping down on the head. Space, law of space. Feeling the fluctuations in the surrounding space, Jai Ruking was stunned. This guy not only controls the incredible power of time, but also controls the power of space. But before he could react, Suyu rushed towards him, came in front of him and kicked him hard in the chest. The latter turned into a stream of light and flew high into the sky. Suyu's spatial power burst out, tearing open the space in front of him and kicking back again. Bang, bang, bang. Just like that, high in the sky, Jai Ruking was hit back and forth by Suyu like a ball, without any ability to fight back. When he kicked Jai Ruking in the chest for the last time, the latter fell to the ground like a meteor. A huge pit was blown up halfway up the mountain, and Jai Ruking struggled to get up from the pit. At this moment, he was in a terrible state, with blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, and his breathing was disordered. Among them, the face is particularly obvious. His face, which was originally extremely handsome and as beautiful as a jade, was now covered with blue and purple. The power of time, the power of space, I am no match for them. Not to mention that this random power is superior to his. Not to mention that the other party is a real demon lord, while he is only half a step away. He had to admit that Suyu was better than him. He. Not far away, Yixuan, who was fighting with Long Zhen Zixing, couldn't help but reveal a hint of sneer when he saw Jai Ruking being teased like this. For some reason, he wanted to laugh when he saw Jai Ruking being completely defeated. Gloat. Maybe it was because of a love rival, or maybe it was because he had had this kind of experience before. But he couldn't understand why Suyu liked to slap people in the face so much. It was the same when I fought him before. Humph, you dare to be distracted while fighting us. Seeing Yixuan distracted, Long Zhen and Zai Exing became furious. It would be fine if the other party was fighting 1 against 2, but now he actually dares to ignore them. The two monsters, who are of the true dragon bloodline and the ancient monster bloodline, naturally cannot tolerate this. The attacks in his hands became more and more fierce. Yixuan, who was already being suppressed, looked even more embarrassed, and his 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Secret method of fighting spirit. The pressure was getting greater and greater. Yixuan's golden eyes turned cold, and the blood talent of the Dujanshan body was activated again. His cultivation level broke through one after another, and reached the middle stage of the heavenly venerate realm. The golden light was so bright that Long Zhen and Zai Exing were blown back 100 meters by the golden air wave. They looked at the young man whose momentum suddenly increased. Their demonic eyes narrowed slightly, and the green and purple demonic powers also erupted. The body began to swell, revealing its true form. 100-meter-long mighty blue dragon and a 10-meter-tall ferocious purple unicorn appeared. After changing back to their true forms, their strength also increased. The man and the 2 monsters fought again, but this time the situation was reversed. Originally, the 2 demons Long Zhen were suppressing Yixuan, but after Yixuan's realm temporarily reached the middle stage of Tianzan, the 2 demons began to retreat step by step. Although Long Zhen and the others revealed their true forms, their power was far less enhanced than Yixuan's by using secret techniques in a short period of time. The revealing of their true forms can be said to be permanent for both of them, but Yixuan's is temporary. While Su Yu and other top geniuses in the eastern Xuan territory were fighting, the rest of the demon race and the human race were also engaged in fierce battles. Kang Xiaol and Manyangyan and others fought with the 5 major demon tribes including Xinghu, and it was difficult to separate them for a while. Su Yu suppressed Jai Ruking, and Yixuan also suppressed Long Zhen Zixing. After all, Jai Ruking is the red destiny and has a strong foundation. If they really fight, it will take a lot of effort to defeat the opponent. Both sides were intentionally or unintentionally rushing towards the top of the mountain, fighting as they ran. Soon, everyone reached the top of the mountain. There is a stone pavilion standing on the top of the mountain. A bronze bell is placed in the center of the stone pavilion. The body of the bell is engraved with obscure and mysterious patterns, and a special Taoist rhyme emanates from the mouth of the bell. Under this Taoist rhythm, everyone felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. A powerful, repulsive force tried to prevent them from entering the stone pavilion. Is this the test of the bronze bell? Seeing the bronze bell on the stone pavilion, everyone's breathing began to quicken. There is nothing on the top of Lingxiao Mountain except this stone pavilion and bronze bell. This bronze bell is so extraordinary. It must be left behind by the powerful man who tried to break through to the divine realm. This bronze bell should at least be a top-notch imperial weapon, right? There must be inheritance inside the bronze bell. Chapter 181. Inheritance. The inheritance is mine. Seize the bronze bell and prevent them from obtaining the inheritance. Kill. As they approached the top of the mountain, Kang Xiaolin, Zai Exing, and other geniuses began to rush to the top of the mountain regardless of everything. They rushed towards the stone pavilion under the invisible pressure. Among them, Su Yu was the fastest, followed closely by Yixuan and Jai Ruking. Following behind were Long Zhen, Zixing, Kang Xiaolin, and their group. The closer you get to the top of the mountain, the greater the pressure released from above. Even Su Yu felt a great sense of palpitations. Boom! The bronze bell on the stone pavilion swayed by itself, creating an invisible ripple. When the bell rang in his ears, Su Yu inexplicably felt a strong sense of palpitations in his heart. The hairs on the back of my hands stood on end. This is the emergency response that the 3-colored black demon has developed over the years. As long as the people around it have strong, greedy intentions towards it, far stronger than itself, it will sound the alarm in its heart. And the closer Su Yu got to the stone pavilion, the stronger the throbbing feeling became. Something's wrong, it's very wrong. There's something strange about this bronze bell. Su Yu became alert, and his climbing speed began to slow down rapidly, even finally evacuated downwards, until Yixuan and Jai Ruking, who were running side by side behind him, caught up with him. Seeing Su Yu's actions, Yixuan looked at him in confusion. Brother Su, you are clearly already closest to the bronze bell. Why are you retreating? The distance is only 10 feet, and the inheritance of becoming a god is within reach. They were all climbing the mountain under pressure, and had no energy left to fight among themselves. So they can only rely on hard power to fight for inheritance. So naturally Su Yu has a greater chance. Su Yu smiled amiably. I suddenly feel like this inheritance isn't suitable for me. You two, please make your own decisions. It might not be suitable for two either. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. We'll talk another day. After saying that, Su Yu went down the mountain without looking back. His speed was so fast that an afterimage appeared in this invisible pressure barrier. This, Yixuan and Jai Ruking couldn't help but stop, looking at each other in confusion. Disciple Ruking, please leave here quickly. Inside Yixuan and Jai Ruking's bodies, Old Wu and the immortal slaying sword seemed to sense something, and an extremely rare hint of surprise appeared in their emotions, as if they had encountered something incredible, and they immediately spoke out to remind them. Teacher, what happened? Is it that bronze bell? Xianqi, what's going on? Is there something wrong with the bronze bell? Yixu and Jai Ruking asked in confusion. Leave quickly. This isn't a path to becoming a god, it's a path to becoming an immortal. What? Become an immortal? Not only that, this entire world is filled with demonic energy. It can even be said that it is composed of demonic energy. Next second, the world suddenly changed drastically. A depressing bell sounded throughout the sky. Countless black air spread out from the bronze bell, expanding across the entire Lingxiao mountain. The fairy mountain that was originally filled with birdsong and flowers, like a paradise, now has everything dyed black and red, and it can even be said that its true appearance has been exposed. This is demonic energy. At this moment, the entire Lingxiao mountain turned into a hell on earth. What's going on? What happened? Why did the world suddenly go dark? Where's the inheritance? This demonic energy. This Lingxiao mountain actually has such a huge demonic energy. Isn't this the place of inheritance? How could there be demonic energy? This doesn't look good. Run, get down the mountain quickly. It's dangerous here. Almost all the geniuses noticed something was wrong. They all looked at the top of the mountain in horror and rushed down the mountain frantically. Su Yu, Yixuan, Jai Ruking, and others had already run away. Ha tilde. For tens of thousands of years, this path has long been lost. I have cultivated for 50,000 years, finally reaching the pinnacle of true godhood. After 6,000 years of preparation, I have lofty ambitions and will overcome the calamity to become an immortal. But the heavens are not as we wish. Heaven and earth will punish me and destroy my foundation. I had a sudden enlightenment one day. When I woke up from my dream, I transformed myself into the Tao. I became a demon for 100,000 years and condensed the supreme demonic way. Boom, boom, boom. In the stone pavilion, the bronze bell had also been stained with black and red energy, and countless evil spirits were pouring out from it, as if it was the source of everything. The bells rang, carrying endless evil intent, ringing in everyone's ears. Survive the tribulation and become an immortal. Supreme demonic path. During the escape, everyone was shocked by the old voice. What he said was so unbelievable. Boom! The bell rang again. The bronze bell vibrated more and more violently. The legendary three-colored black monster. I never thought that after countless years of hard work and enlightenment, I would actually be rewarded with such good fortune as you. As long as I refine your demon essence, I can directly become an immortal and ascend to the upper realm. Come, become my strength, and help me ascend to the immortal throne. The next second, the bronze bell flew directly into the sky. A terrifying pressure descended, forcing the frantically fleeing crowd to prostrate themselves on the ground, unable to move. The evil energy spread from the bronze bell and transformed into a dark giant hand that forcibly grabbed Su Yu, who was fleeing far away, and pulled him back. Asshole! Su Yu gritted her teeth and struggled like crazy, but it was useless in the face of such a huge disparity in strength. He felt a surge of anger in his heart. Becoming an immortal, contacting an immortal, this place is actually related to immortals. He was actually targeted by something like this. Finally got a few cards out. Xianqi, what on earth is going on? Seeing Su Yu being captured, Jai Ruking felt heavy-hearted and even slowed down his flying speed. He hurriedly asked the immortal slaying sword, Hey tilde, the Lingxiao mountain you entered is not a sacred mountain formed after a failed attempt to transcend tribulation and become a god. It is a small world that was separated from the failed ascension of a semi-immortal. He failed in his attempt to achieve immortality. His foundation was destroyed, and he developed inner demons, thus falling into the devil's way. Then, using demonic energy, he reforged his foundation, allowing him to recover after a 100,000-year slumber. So what realm is he in now? Half immortal? No, he is now completely possessed by the devil. I'm afraid his strength is even stronger than that of a half-immortal. But if he devours the three-colored black monster, he will probably be promoted to immortality directly. Ah, promoted to an immortal. He can be promoted even though he is completely possessed by the devil. He won't be punished by the thunder from heaven. Jai Ruking was puzzled. How dare you become an immortal after being possessed by a demon? You must know that demonic energy can trigger heavenly punishment. This is simply wishful thinking. The three-colored black demon has a very big characteristic, which is that it does not experience thunder tribulations when it advances. As long as he devours the demon essence of the three-colored black monster, even if he becomes a demon, he can escape the heavenly punishment and become an immortal. From now on, there will be no obstacles on the path of magic. Therefore, this three-colored black monster is extremely important to him. So what do we do now? In this situation, we can only run. But if he swallows the three-colored black demon's demon essence, I'm afraid the entire continent will suffer when he becomes an immortal 10 years later. What should I do? Immortal Slayer remained silent. Jai Ruking's hope of defeating the immortal who seized the three-colored black demon's essence within 10 years is probably slim. Do you want to go talk to that old fox? Xianxi, please lend me your strength. Jai Ruking was in a complicated mood. Given his personality, if possible, he didn't want to let the demon become an immortal before dealing with him. This would undoubtedly add to the difficulties. Immortal Slayer sighed. Even if I lend you my power, you're still no match for him. The other sighed. When he saw Su Yu being captured and the demonic energy boiling in the air, Yixuan didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a sense of panic in his heart, as if he was about to lose something most important. Disciple, we must save him. We must not let him get into trouble at the hands of that half-immortal. Then what should I do? I will temporarily take over your body to stop him. But now you're facing a semi-immortal. You'll suffer extremely severe backlash afterwards. In serious cases, you might end up lying down for 3 to 5 years. It's okay as long as he's not dead. Come on, teacher. Yixuan didn't hesitate. He hadn't sought revenge on Su Yu yet, but he couldn't let the other party die like this. Okay, gather your thoughts and relax. Leave everything to me from now on. Chapter 182. The 10-foot-long devil hand forcibly dragged Su Yu in front of the bronze bell. The demonic energy in the sky was boiling, sweeping across the entire Linxiao mountain. Feeling a strong sense of throbbing, Su Yu's heart was at its peak. Senior, I am just an ordinary cultivator. My cultivation has not even reached the saint path. I'm insignificant to you like an ant. I am completely useless. Why did you capture me? Please let me go, Senior. The bronze bell rang slightly, and an old man in a black robe with black lines all over his body appeared. His bloodshot eyes were like a devil falling into darkness, revealing the evil of falling from time to time. His eyes were fixed on Su Yu, full of greed and desire. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being the three-colored black demon. You are my only salvation. As long as I swallow your demon essence, I can become an immortal without any calamity. Becoming an immortal. All living beings have fought tooth and nail for these 2 words, even giving up everything. This is the ultimate goal of spiritual practice. I've been a demon for 100,000 years. How could I let you go? At first, he aspired to ascend to become an immortal, and finally he became the strongest man in the continent at that time, and achieved the title of Linxiao, true god. But in the face of the tribulation of becoming an immortal, his invincible heart was shattered. He was unwilling to give up and finally chose to fall into the path of evil. One thought is heaven, one thought is hell. These are 2 extremes, 2 extremes. The obsession behind this can be imagined. He pointed his palm towards Amelia Su, and the overwhelming demonic energy surged towards him. The evil energy wrapped around him tightly from bottom to top like a poisonous snake. Evil, depravity, obsession, hatred, violence. Countless evil thoughts overwhelmed Su Yu, like a lush branch floating into the vast ocean. Beneath the vast ocean lies an eternal fall of evil. Ahem. Su Yu's throat seemed to be firmly grasped by an invisible giant hand, unable to break free, and the hand was trying to drag him into the ocean filled with evil thoughts. Ling Xiao's obsession of 100,000 years. His pain and suffering for the past 100,000 years. The accumulated demonic energy, evil, hatred, desire, etc., all clearly appeared in Su Yu's mind. How long is 100,000 years? How powerful is the power of immortals? In the face of such power, Suyu, who had only practiced for a few years, was like a helpless baby. He could only allow the evil will to wash over his soul and drag him into the abyss. Light. Just as he was about to drown in the ocean, the miniature nine-tailed fox on the back of his hand burst into white light. Bai Meng bathed Suyu in white light, constantly fighting against the evil spirit. But with a click, the white light was dispersed soon, and the fox mark on the back of Suyu's hand disappeared. The evil energy invaded again, extremely domineering and unhindered. This time it is Suyu's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao wants to pull Suyu into the devil. Let him completely transform into his own demon species and become his slave. However, the first moment the evil energy invaded the sea of consciousness. The three-colored origin located in the center of the sea of consciousness began to emit a strong light. The pink, green, and red powers burst out, constantly annihilating the evil spirit that attacked like a demon. In the center of the three-colored light group, the remnant soul of Suchuan, which had originally dissipated, was forced to begin to condense again at this moment. Zumb didn't expect to be in danger so soon. He has been a demon for 100,000 years. His talent is weak, but his rugged will is unexpectedly powerful. HMPH, but you absolutely shouldn't have attempted to devour the three-colored black demon's demon essence. Suchuan's tone was cold to the bone. What he hated most in his life were those guys who wanted to devour the black demon's essence. If this kind of guy were still alive, no matter who the other party was, he would make the other party disappear from this world forever, with his soul scattered and unable to enter the reincarnation. The origin of Suchuan tricolor began to resonate violently. His power surged into Suyu's body. He wanted to temporarily take over Suyu's body and kill him. But suddenly he sensed something, and Sans showed a rare hint of surprise. These two auras are actually the martial emperor and the immortal slaying sword. Aren't they dead too? But their strength has actually weakened to this extent. Suchuan was silent for a long time, until he finally withdrew his strength, returned to the origin of the three colors. The revealed three-color power began to wash away the evil energy in Suyu's body. When Suchuan sensed the abnormality in Suyu's soul state at the moment, he just sighed helplessly. Boy, it's not that I don't want to help you. You have to get through this hurdle by yourself. You can only overcome all difficulties if you become strong yourself. It is impossible for him to help Suyu all the time. He was too lazy to help. After all, he was already dead. If I die and then resurrect to help you, wouldn't that be my death in vain? Thinking about it, his power was completely absorbed into his origin. At the same time, Suyu has been pulled into the vast ocean of magic. Just as the devil's consciousness permeated him, the power of pink, green, and red bloomed and turned into a big hand that forcibly pulled Suyu out. Outside world, the evil spirit that enveloped Suyu was completely driven away, and he regained his freedom. At this moment, Suyu's face was pale. He suppressed his fatigue and threw out the Rui card. The Rui card was released, and a sea of pink, blue, and purple thunder exploded towards Ling Xiao. Huh, you can actually escape from my magical realm? You didn't become possessed by the devil. Ling Xiao looked at Suyu in surprise. As expected of the three-colored black demon, he is now even more moved. The more extraordinary the other party's performance was, the more he longed for the mysterious demon essence. You can actually control the thunder tribulation. It seems you have a lot of secrets. It's a pity that you are only at the heavenly venerable realm now. If you ascend to the true God realm one day, I might die under your thunder tribulation. Ling Xiao glanced calmly at the sea of thunder that was bombarding him. He just squeezed his palms, and the three-colored thunder tribulation roared and annihilated. The sea of thunder at this level might be able to severely injure a powerful person in the late stage of the great emperor realm, but it would have no effect on him. Go to hell, old man. A hint of madness appeared on Suyu's face. He took out another gold pattern card and threw it at Ling Xiao at lightning speed. God-level instant kill card. This was the trump card that Suyu used on Yixuan. This card, if thrown at the target, will kill even a peak true god instantly. The reason why he dared to openly enter the three colors holy sect was because he had this trump card. He believed that even if the god-level instant kill card could not kill the old ghost instantly, it would be enough to make him drink a pot of wine. Really? After the instant kill card locked onto Ling Xiao, the latter felt a sense of crisis instantly. A dazzling light engulfed Ling Xiao, leaving no escape. With a loud bang and a deafening explosion, a terrifying energy aftermath spread out. Suyu fled quickly. A few seconds later, Ling Xiao walked out of the aftermath in a panic. At this moment, his clothes were torn and his breathing was disordered. Obviously, he had suffered some trauma. Asshole, you little bastard, you actually hurt me. If I catch you, I will make you fall into darkness forever. Fall into the abyss of evil and experience all the suffering in the world. Ling Xiao was completely enraged, and his semi-immortal power gushed out and rushed towards Su Yu unscrupulously. And just as he was about to reach out to Su Yu again, between heaven and earth, a golden light exploded, and with a loud bang, the devil's claws were repelled. The fierce power made Ling Xiao's eyes shrink suddenly. He looked over and saw a young man in black flying between heaven and earth. He was tall and slender, handsome, and had an extraordinary bearing. His pair of golden pupils looked down upon all living beings and looked down at Ling Xiao calmly. At this moment, there was also a different kind of emotion in the golden pupils. Deep, vast, yet silent like a deep pool. There was a mysterious grayish-white mark on his forehead. Is it you? No, it feels like you can't be that kid. Who are you? Chapter 183. Who am I? It's been so long, I almost forgot my name, but they usually call me Emperor Wu. Yixuan flew above the sky, his golden eyes flashing with gray-white light. Emperor Wu. Ling Xiao frowned. This young man was originally only a half-step heavenly venerate, but now his strength suddenly increased to the late stage of the great emperor. Obviously, something was fishy. His demeanor were as if he had become a completely different person. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing now is the three-colored black monster. HMPH, I don't care who you are. If you dare to stop me today, I will make you pay a heavy price. You are just a mere great emperor. You don't know your own limitations. You'll know if you try it. Yixuan hooked his finger, his eyes as calm as water. Snort. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, and with a wave of his hand, the demonic energy gave rise to a blazing demonic energy that attacked Yixuan from all directions. The latter quickly formed seals with his palms, and countless swastikas filled with sacred Buddha light flew out. In an instant, the swastika carried a mysterious power that broke through the devilish fire and pressed towards Ling Xiao. Is this the Dharma of subduing demons? You're actually a Buddhist practitioner. Ling Xiao was surprised. He rolled up his sleeves and used the demonic energy in the air to resist the flying swastika. The demonic energy was constantly washed away by the sacred power on the swastika. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed, and his aura surged, and an even more terrifying sea of demons attacked. Swallow. The sea of demons submerged the swastika, transforming into a terrifying 100-foot-long demon beast that bit towards Yixuan. The latter's momentum surged, and the light golden air waves swayed and surged, finally crashing into the monster. Under the impact of the light golden air wave, the monster let out a painful roar. Then Yixuan shot out a red flame, which was extremely strong and masculine. The red flame was like a cluster of flames, igniting the 100-foot-tall monster. In an instant, the monster was burned to ashes. Heroine righteousness. Red sun fire. Ling Xiao looked at Yixuan with a tense look on his face. At this moment, he finally felt serious and no longer looked down on Yixuan. This person not only knows Buddhism, but also possesses righteous energy and can wield the red sun fire. This has a powerful restraining effect on demons. Ling Xiao didn't believe it. He used all his magical powers again and pressed towards Yixuan with the power of a semi-immortal. As the fight continued, Ling Xiao became more and more surprised. Unfathomable and strange spiritual power, the endless flow of the most sacred yang power, extremely sophisticated control of actual combat. At this moment, even he, a cultivator who had practiced for more than 100,000 years, was like having his clothes stripped off in front of the other party, with everything exposed, and no secrets at all. Who is this person? Hehe, you are indeed very strong, but this body does not belong to you. You are only temporarily attached to it. When time is up, what will happen to you? Ling Xiao smiled evilly at Yixuan. He was now 100% sure that the other party was an antique even older than him, and his realm in his lifetime might have reached that level. But the body he now controls has its limits, and he will pay an unbearable price. Humph, you're so foolish to think you can challenge the power of an immortal with the strength of an emperor. You should know the power of immortals better than me. As he spoke, the bronze bell flew behind Ling Xiao, and the rich demonic energy continued to penetrate his body, and his aura became stronger and stronger. Ling Xiao began to fully integrate into the demonic energy. His strength also increased several times. Seeing this, Yixuan frowned slightly. Ling Xiao is now a true half-immortal and has touched the bottleneck of immortality. He sighed softly, his eyes involuntarily looking somewhere. Why don't you show up quickly? Tusk tusk, Emperor Wu, I didn't expect that there would be a time when you would ask for help. The next second, a sword light filled with murderous intent shot up into the sky, and a white-robed figure appeared beside Yixuan. Yixuan looked at Jai Ruking and said, "We have to deal with him as soon as possible. Otherwise, given the condition of these two little guys, they won't be able to hold out for long." Jai Ruking looked at Ling Xiao, his eyes narrowed. "He has a half-immortal body, so it's very difficult to deal with him. After all, we are subject to too many restrictions. Once they use something, they'll either be crippled or lose half their lives." Yixuan glanced at him. "Xianxi, stop thinking about killing him. Since we can't eliminate him now, let's seal him away. You and I will work together to seal it. They will have to deal with it on their own from now on." "That's not bad." Jai Ruking's eyes lit up slightly. Given their current state, the chances of them killing a half-immortal were extremely slim. But if it's just a seal, there's no problem. Outside world, Yin Xiao, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation at the moment, suddenly sensed something and his purple eyes narrowed. The imperial seal she left on Su Yu actually disappeared. How is this possible? To break her imperial seal, at least the power of a god is needed. Could it be that something strange has happened to the Emperor Lingxiao in Lingxiao Mountain? The perfect power of the Emperor in her body burst out like a tide in an instant, oppressing the space. The other old men present were all shocked by this. "Master Demon Emperor, what's wrong?" Yin Xiao flew up and looked at Lingxiao Mountain with cold eyes. "There is something strange happening in Lingxiao Mountain. Everyone must follow me inside." "Mutation? What kind of mutation?" "The great Emperor Lingxiao in Lingxiao Mountain is very likely still alive, and he may even have reached the realm of true God." "What, Emperor Lingxiao is still alive, and he has reached the realm of true God?" All the ancestors were shocked and puzzled. Yin Xiao nodded. "That's right, but he's been in Lingxiao Mountain for tens of thousands of years. He's now restricted by something, or perhaps he needs some kind of medium. But it must be related to our Tianjiao. Everyone, we must work together again to break the barrier of Lingxiao Mountain and ensure their safety." The ancestors thought for a moment and immediately agreed. Although the soul lamps of the younger generations in their families were not extinguished, since this person had pointed it out, they still had to confirm it. Somehow they also had a bad feeling. The Holy Tao Realm must guard Lingxiao Mountain and not let anyone be left out. Those below the Saint Tao Realm should evacuate Lingxiao Mountain and leave this place immediately. Those above the half-emperor level should follow this emperor and forcibly break into Lingxiao Mountain. Inside Lingxiao Mountain, after Su Yu threw out the instant kill card, he tore through space and escaped to a corner of Lingxiao Mountain. Lingxiao Mountain is extremely vast, but he doesn't know where to hide. The barrier outside the mountain has not been broken. The whole mountain was filled with rising demonic energy. At this moment, looking at the monsters all over the ground, Su Yu's face turned pale. He felt as if all his strength had been drained from his body, and it was difficult for him to breathe. From time to time, he heard devilish whispers in his ears, as if a charming voice was tempting him, luring him into the 9 springs of hell. Falling into endless darkness, you will gain supreme power. Su Yu's eyes were bloodshot, and his consciousness was always in a trance. As he walked, he ran out of strength and collapsed to the ground with a bang. The evil energy around him seemed to resonate with him, constantly entangling his body. The power of time and space continued to destroy the evil spirit over and over again. System, what's going on? What's wrong with me? Why do I feel like something's wrong? Chapter 184. Alas, Tilda Host, you were previously dragged into the demonic sea by Ling Xiao. He wanted to make you fall into the devil's way. You were previously eroded by his evil thoughts for 100,000 years. If Su Chuan hadn't pulled you back, you would have become a demon. Su Yu was terrified. Didn't Su Chuan help me? Why am I in this situation? He helped you escape from the demon sea and expel Ling Xiao's evil spirit, but by then your soul had already been affected. This is considered a spiritual aftereffect that can only be overcome by you. I see. How should I overcome this? The demonic desire accumulated over 100,000 years cannot be countered by your will alone. You can only rely on other forces. Didn't you just say that I can only overcome it by myself? Su Yu was speechless. He was in great pain now, as if his whole body was burning. You can use unusual treasures to stabilize your mind and eliminate the effects of demonic desires. An unusual treasure? It is the pure heaven creation lotus. With the power of the pure heaven creation lotus, the host can eliminate the demonic desire that has lasted for 100,000 years in a short period of time. Kingshan creation lotus, so I have to turn back into Mu Kingi, Su Yu began to think. It might not be appropriate to change back into Mu Kingi now, not to mention that most of the people here are acquaintances. If Mu Kingi suddenly appears, or the three-colored black demon suddenly disappears, it will cause a huge reaction. It is even possible that he was the one who exposed the secret of both of them. This can only be decided by the host himself. After all, this system has no right to interfere. However, this system still wants to remind you that the longer you delay, the greater the chance of becoming possessed. You can no longer suppress it, let alone talk about persistence. Now the host has gathered 4 pieces of Kingshan Fortune Lotus. It will only take a few days to completely eliminate the sequelae of the 100,000 years of demonic desire. Su Yu struggled to stand up, so what should he choose now? Should he transform back into Mu Kingi directly or wait until the Ling Xiao mountain incident is over? He was not averse to turning back into Mu Kingi, but was afraid of being exposed. After all, it was his identity as the black demon that was coveted. He originally thought that he had his own trump card in the Dongshuan territory, and that he could live in peace with Yin Zio's protection. But unexpectedly, in the end, even a demon cultivator, who was halfway to becoming an immortal, appeared. System, do you think that if I ascend to the upper realm in the future, there will still be people coveting my identity? Of course, so you need to be careful about the identity of the black demon host. Otherwise, you will be in trouble if you are captured and used as a demon pet. Just as Su Yu was wondering whether the system was playing tricks on him, 3 beams of energy shot up into the sky in the distance. The monstrous demonic energy, the vast gray-white power, and the sword intent containing supreme murderous intent complement each other. 3 extremely powerful forces shocked the heaven and earth. Next second, then a familiar roar filled with violence and evil intentions echoed throughout Ling Xiao Mountain. No, this is a seal. Why can you still seal me? You are clearly exhausted. Who the hell are you? After a few seconds of silence, the roar started again. Damn it, this damn seal. If I hadn't been injured before, how could you have sealed me? 10 years at most, I'll be back. By then, the true spirit continent will submit to me. 3-colored black demon you can't escape. You're mine, you'll always be mine. Su Yu couldn't help but cover his ears when he heard the unpleasant roar, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. That damn old thing is sealed. I vaguely remember that it was Yixuan who saved me. He helped me resist the attack. Could it be that Jai Ruking is also there? It is really possible. After all, they are all red destiny, so it is understandable that they follow the old man around. Alas, Tilda, although he also has a Sichuan in him, he is just a bad guy who will stop saving people halfway through. Well, just when Su Yu relaxed, at the edge of the sky, a palm-sized magic seal flew towards him. Su Yu was startled, and immediately used the power of space to try to transfer herself. But an invisible force confined the entire space. Su Yu's spatial power lost its effect, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. This is the power of that old man. He was finally sealed, yet he still didn't let me go. What the hell is this? Su Yu's evasion was extremely slow compared to the magic seal, and the magic seal penetrated into his body at lightning speed. 3-colored black demon, please become my slave. When I break free from the dust, I will definitely come looking for you. Your demon essence can only belong to me, Ling Xiao. The crazy laughter echoed in Su Yu's mind. At this moment, when the magic seal entered Su Yu's body, the huge demonic energy began to erode him crazily. Demonic patterns began to condense on his body. System, what was that magic light just now? That is Ling Xiao's magic seal. The magic seal can corrode a person's body and soul, thereby continuously expanding the demonic energy and causing demonic possession. In the end, they even become complete slaves of the seal caster, allowing them to drive them around. It is like he has marked you. After he breaks the seal, he can clearly find your location, even if you are at the end of the world. Given the host's current condition, only the Kingshan Fortune Lotus can completely eliminate this demonic seal. Lotus of good fortune. Okay, I'll change back immediately. Now is not the time to hesitate. This magic seal is like a time bomb to Su Yu, which can explode at any time. Must be eliminated. Thinking of this, Su Yu swept his spiritual sense around and found that there was no one around, and the dazzling light continued to bloom. A few seconds later, a graceful figure in white emerged from the dazzling light. She is extremely beautiful and graceful. She was so gorgeous in her white dress, like a fairy walking out of a painting. Her cold and aloof temperament is like a blooming snow lotus in the snow, stunningly beautiful, yet no one dares to approach. However, at this moment, her brows were slightly furrowed, and pain appeared in her eyes that were like glass orbs. A strong demonic energy was emanating from her body. The evil energy turned into evil mist, enveloping her and boiling her. In an instant, an unprecedented immortal spirit surged out from her body again, continuously fighting against the evil spirit. The collision of immortal energy and demonic energy, the battle between light and darkness. Suyu now feels like she is between heaven and hell. Chapter 185, 100,000 years of accumulated evil thoughts and the power of a semi-immortal. This is an extremely terrifying psychological trauma. Those who lack firm willpower will turn into demons in an instant. Suyu almost collapsed from this shock. Fortunately, the moment he turned back into Mu Qingyi, the Qingshan creation lotus in his mind began to emit a faint glow. The faint light penetrated the sea of consciousness and flowed into the meridians of the whole body, constantly purifying the evil intention, and finally rushed to the evil seal in the body. The huge demonic intent began to gradually dissipate. Suyu's soul was comforted, warm and relaxing, as if all the depression that had been suppressed in my heart had dissipated. He finally breathed a sigh of relief after surviving the disaster, and a hint of redness appeared on his pale face. Fortunately, there is the fortune lotus. He is now severely corroded by the evil spirit. After all, he has the power of a semi-immortal. Even with the lotus of fortune, it would probably take some time to get rid of this influence. The demonic mark in the body will take more time to eliminate. It seems that the demon has been sealed now, and there is no inheritance. The matter of Lingxiao Mountain is over. I'll transform back into Mu Qingyi, and then I'll have to deal with the three-colored black demon. In the days to come, he will probably have to become Mu Qingyi for a long time. The sudden disappearance of the three-colored black demon would definitely cause a stir in the fantasy demon forest, especially Yin Zio. If I can't see anyone by then, I'll probably go crazy. So he had to find a trustworthy demon to entrust some things to, so that there would be no mistakes. Only then could he remove the magic seal with peace of mind. As for who that person was, he had already made up his mind. That is Zio, the personal lowly of the young master of the phantom demon forest. The little lowly Zio is not only his personal maid, but more importantly, she has seen herself transformed into Mu Qingyi. So it's not a big problem to find her. Thinking of this, Suyu immediately set out to look for Zio. After Lingxiao was sealed, the demonic energy on Lingxiao Mountain was greatly reduced. While flying, Suyu could sense the figures of many geniuses of the human and demon races fleeing down the mountain in panic. Suyu searched, and this time it seemed that luck was on his side. Soon he met Zio, who was alone. At this moment she looked hurried, as if she was looking for something. Zio. Suyu flew to her side and called out, "Human race." When Zio heard someone calling her, she immediately came back to her senses, but when she sensed the breath of the human race, her pretty face changed. You must know that from the time they entered Lingxiao Mountain until now, the two tribes have been fighting each other. Even when unrest occurred, they have been confronting each other and being wary of each other. Seeing the human race coming for her, she instinctively shot out a green demonic energy and quickly blasted towards Suyu. This girl, Suyu, reacted quickly and reached out to grasp the evil spirit. He frowned and used his spiritual power to destroy the evil spirit, etc. Zio, I'm Suyu, your young master, don't do anything. My young master. Zio looked strange. Fairy, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't talk nonsense. Don't you even consider your gender? How could you be my young master? And your voice is clearly female. She is indeed looking for the young master now. But his young master is a man, and this human is clearly a woman. Could it be that he thinks she is blind? Is he making fun of her? Etc. When Zio looked at Suyu carefully, her eyes narrowed as if she remembered something. This human woman looks like the young master did when he pretended to abuse Yixuan. You. Suyu sighed softly. I already said I'm Suyu, the three-colored black demon Suyu. Are you really the young master? Do you have any evidence? Can you change back to your true form and show it to me? Zio was still a little wary, but her curiosity was indeed aroused now. It's because my true self is being missed that I became like this. As for the evidence, Suyu thought for half a second. Don't think I didn't notice when you peeped at me taking a shower that time. Zio's whole body trembled instantly. Her face turned red like an apple, and even white steam appeared. You are really the young master. After a brief moment of shyness, there was a sudden realization, followed by ecstasy. She immediately threw herself on Su-yu, tears in her eyes. She was the only one who knew about this. If there is a second person, it must be our young master. Damn it, the young master actually knew about this. No wonder she lost her sight halfway through the shower. So she was sure that the beautiful woman in front of her must be the young master. Young master, Zayooya has been looking for you so hard. I thought something happened to you. Su-yu was a little helpless, and he immediately pushed Zayooya away from him. Zayooya calmed down first and listened to me. I escaped from the control of that demon earlier, but I was also affected by his evil spirit. If I want to completely eliminate this evil spirit, I can only return to the three-colored holy religion monument in central Shenzhou. So I will leave for Zhangshenzhou immediately. You go back and tell Sister Yin Xiao about this. Tell her not to worry about me. I will be back when the time is right. As he said this, he immediately took out a small white box from his body. If you give this to her, she will definitely believe it. Zayooya took it in a daze. Young master, are you affected by the demonic energy? Are you okay? It's okay. I can hold on for a while, but not too long. Then, young master, are you going to Zhangshenzhou now? Yes, Su-yu nodded. Zayooya said anxiously. Young master, can you take me with you? I can take care of your life if I go. Su-yu interrupted her immediately. Zayooya, your current mission is to report the news to Sister Yingxiao. As for me, you don't need to worry. Nothing will happen to me. Okay, Zayooya had no choice but to agree. At the same time, a sword beam flew across the horizon and turned into a white-robed sword immortal who appeared not far away. That's Jai Ruking. After sealing Ling Xiao, although he suffered some injuries, he was still able to move. But just recently, Shixian actually sensed Mu Qingyi's aura. He was ecstatic, so he rushed over without stopping. And at this moment, when he saw with his own eyes the cold and beautiful woman in white, his breathing almost stopped and his mind went blank. When he saw the beautiful figure he had been thinking about day and night, his starry eyes turned red and his bright gaze became a little hazy. It's as if I'm in a dream. Cheng Aoye. As if he was afraid that everything in front of him was fake, he moved faster and faster. Jai Ruking. At the same time, Su-yu also noticed the person coming and thought to herself that something was wrong. Now he didn't want to meet Jai Ruking and Yixuan at all. Didn't they use their powers to fight against Ling Xiao before? Is there no after effect? Zayooya, go back quickly and remember what I said. Su-yu immediately reminded Zayooya beside him. Fortunately, he didn't see Yixuan. Otherwise, it would be difficult to resolve the situation. Then, young master, be careful. Zayooya will leave first. Seeing Su-yu's extremely serious expression, Zayooya immediately turned around and left, flying into the distance. Demon Tribe. A few seconds later, Jai Ruking instantly appeared in front of Su-yu. When he saw the torn wound on Su-yu's hand, with blood oozing out, his face darkened. This is demonic power, and it was Qingyi who was injured by the demon just now. In an instant, his eyes became extremely cold, and the aura around him surged rapidly, and he wanted to rush towards Zayooya. Seeing this, Su-yu secretly said that it was not good. Zayooya is one of us after all, and she cannot be killed by Jai Ruking for no reason. Then an idea struck me. P.S. Sorry, there is only one chapter tonight. I will make up for it tomorrow and continue to add more the day after tomorrow. Chapter 186. Ahem. A trace of pain flashed across her face, and she began to cough violently. He covered his chest, as if he was in some pain. Jai Ruking. Jai Ruking's heart tightened when he keenly heard the noise, and he glanced in the direction where Zayooya disappeared. With a cold snort, he immediately turned back to Su-yu. Qingyi, are you okay? Did that demon hurt you just now? Don't worry, I will avenge you. Seeing his shaky body, Jai Ruking supported him carefully. I'm fine, don't worry. That demon, she actually didn't mean to hurt me, so don't worry about her, okay? The murderous intent in Jai Ruking's eyes made Su-yu's heart tighten. He couldn't help but grab his sleeve, signaling him not to act rashly. Seeing Su-yu's attitude, Jai Ruking felt relieved, and then he said with a gentle look, Okay, I'll do as you say. Su-yu finally felt relieved. Sure enough, it was Mu Qingyi again. Before, the two of them fought to the death, but in the end, all it took was a word from Mu Qingyi for the other party to behave himself. But Qingyi, are you really okay? Su-yu raised her eyes and looked at Jai Ruking. A smile flashed across her cold face. I'm fine, I was just affected by some evil spirits. Jai Ruking, it's been a long time since we last met. This sentence seemed to have irritated Jai Ruking's nerves. He looked at the very familiar face that was so close to him and felt like he was in a dream. Extremely complex emotions arise spontaneously. His body trembled, and he stretched out his hand to touch that unrivaled face, but he put it down halfway and withdrew his hand as if in fear. It's like encountering the most precious thing in the world. If you touch it, you're afraid it will break and disappear. King Yi, it's been long time since we last met. I finally see you. You know what? I have a lot to say to you. I have a lot to ask you. King Yi, what's wrong with you? Jai Ruking was about to confide in Su Yu when she noticed a flash of pain on her face, and a trace of demonic energy emanated from her body. He was greatly shocked and immediately used his spiritual power to probe into his body. Is this demon energy? Why is there such a huge amount of demon energy in your body? What the hell is going on? Su Yu shook her head, signaling him not to get excited. It's nothing, this evil spirit will dissipate soon, but I can't use too much spiritual power during this period. Could you please accompany me for a few days? Su Yu looked at Jai Ruking with a hint of embarrassment on her face. The main reason is that he is now being tortured beyond recognition by the evil thoughts that have lasted for 100,000 years, and he needs time to recuperate and adjust. During this period, his strength was greatly reduced, and some of his trump cards were used up. Now he urgently needs a flower protector to protect him for a few days. He can still trust Jai Ruking's character. Since he found me first, he is naturally the first choice. At the same time, they now have to avoid meeting Yixuan. Okay, that's fine with me. Jai Ruking was secretly delighted in his heart. He had no objection to being able to stay with King Yi. In that case, let's leave this place quickly. The energy barrier of Lingxiao Mountain is about to be broken. I don't want them to notice my presence. Although Jai Ruking was curious about how King Yi suddenly appeared, he did not ask any further questions. The first priority is to do what she wants. So Jai Ruking took Su Yu and flew towards a direction where no one was. Not long after, the energy barrier of Lingxiao Mountain was broken by Yin Xiao and a group of ancestors. After realizing something was amiss, Yin Xiao and other emperors worked together to break through the energy barrier for several hours. Finally, they broke through the barrier. Walk. At the moment the energy barrier disappeared, Jai Ruking once again borrowed the power of the immortal slaying sword, and the Saiyan's spiritual energy enveloped the two of them and immediately fled into the distance. At the same time, somewhere in Lingxiao Mountain, Yixuan walked out of a broken mountain. At this moment he was staggering, covered in blood in a miserable state, and his breathing was extremely disordered. Thankfully the final aftermath was blocked. Otherwise, I would have had to stay in bed for 3 to 5 years. Yixuan was in a heavy mood. He was seriously injured and would not be able to recover for a while. Teacher, are you okay? Elder Wu said in a peaceful tone. Don't worry, Master is fine, but I've consumed a lot of energy and will need some time to recover. That's good, Yixuan felt relieved. It's just a little strange. Jai Ruking's strength is clearly on par with mine, but why is he still able to move freely after being possessed? He only suffered some minor injuries. Yixuan was very depressed. After they worked together to seal Lingxiao, Jai Ruking left in a hurry. It doesn't look like he was seriously injured. He is obviously no worse than Jai Ruking, so why did this happen? Because Xianqi has already fused with the second fragment. Although the fragment is not large, Xianqi baptized Jai Ruking's sword body during the fusion process. The sword body has been sublimated and has become more adapted to the power of Xianqi's sword. So the aftereffects after he's possessed are quite minimal, and he could even be possessed again, or even twice. Yixuan's golden pupils suddenly shrank. Isn't this a cheat? If he can't defeat me, he'll just possess me. Even if he couldn't defeat the possessed being, at least he could escape. And on the way he searched for the fragments of the immortal slaying sword. Collect fragments again, improve your cultivation, possess again, collect again. Repeat over and over again. Until the end, Jai Ruking grew to the peak. This has no solution. After all, that little fellow is extremely lucky, so there's no need to make a fuss. But relying on power is ultimately a minor path. Only growing on your own is the right path, Old Wu said lightly. Teacher, I understand. By the way, why did you block my perception of the outside world just now? Did something happen before? At this time, Yixuan remembered something and suddenly asked. Nothing happened, I just had to do this to make sure you were safe, Old Wu sighed. Given Yixuan's current condition, it would be best if nothing else happened. He has done what he can. Let's go, it's time to go back and heal our wounds. Thousands of miles away, Jai Ruking brought Su Yu to a quiet cave. He cleaned up the surroundings thoroughly, then helped Su Yu sit on the boulder. King Yi, the evil spirit in you. I can clear it myself. Okay, I'll protect you. Jai Ruking also knew what he should do. He immediately walked to the entrance of the cave and guarded it. Thank you very much. Seeing this, Su Yu chuckled and immediately sat cross-legged, concentrating and holding his breath. Although he could not clear the evil spirit from his body, he could communicate with the Kingshan creation lotus to purify himself. In fact, in his opinion, the most important thing is not the demonic mark in the body, but the erosion caused by the demonic thoughts for 100,000 years. His soul was affected, and he suffered obvious sequelae. That is, after being exposed to sensitive topics, negative emotions will be infinitely magnified, which may eventually lead to possession. However, this is not a problem for Kingshan Creation Lotus. Fortunately, he collected 4 pieces of Creation Lotus. In this way, Su Yu used the Lotus of Creation to clear it for 2 whole days. 2 days later, when he opened his eyes, he found Jai Ruking lighting a bonfire, setting up a rack, and grilling fresh fish earnestly. P.S. What follows is the story of Zhang Shenju. Chapter 187. King Yi, are you awake? Noticing that Su Yu had woken up, Jai Ruking's face lit up with joy, and he immediately ran over. King Yi, how's your demonic energy being eliminated? Are you feeling better? Since Su Yu has been recuperating these days, Jai Ruking didn't dare to disturb her. At his signal, Su Yu rolled up her dress and sat by the campfire. The demonic energy in my body has almost recovered by 20%. I'll trouble you to protect me for the next few days. Jai Ruking smiled and shook his head. King Yi, why are you so polite? After all, I am your nominal fiancé, and this is what I should do. You must have been too tired these past few days. Come, have a taste of my cooking. The grilled fish on the grill was almost done, and Jai Ruking immediately took out one and handed it to Su Yu to taste. Seeing Jai Ruking's sincere attitude, Su Yu didn't want to disturb his interest, so she could only pick up the grilled fish and stuff it into her mouth. He took a bite of the tender fish meat and chewed it slightly in his mouth. How about it? Jai Ruking looked at Su Yu, her sharp, starry eyes full of anticipation. Su Yu's face twitched slightly. It's really hard for a domineering boss like you to grill fish. To be honest, even Li Kangyao's grilled food is better than Jai Ruking's. Not bad. Really, let me try it too. Jai Ruking was also a little curious. After all, he had just finished roasting Su Yu when she woke up, and he hadn't had time to taste it. In fact, he started trying to do it as soon as Su Yu entered the state of cultivation, but the results were not satisfactory. He made several improvements to it. He picked up another roasted fish hanging on the campfire, tore off a piece of fish and stuffed it into his mouth. As the meat slowly melted on his tongue, Jai Ruking's eyes narrowed and he immediately spat out the fish. Ahem. Is there still a burnt smell? It's still very faint. Jai Ruking quickly threw away the grilled fish in his hand. He felt inexplicably ashamed. The first time I made something for King Yi, it turned out to be so unpalatable. King Yi, this thing can't be eaten, throw it away. Su Yu chuckled, without a trace of concern on her face. It's actually not that bad. Jai Ruking felt warm in her heart. He understood that King Yi was taking his feelings into consideration and didn't want his efforts to go to waste. What a considerate fiancé. No, don't eat it. Jai Ruking was determined and snatched the grilled fish and threw it aside. He even felt it was an eyesore, so he shot out a green sword light, and the grilled fish disappeared into thin air. Su Yu. No need, buddy. King Yi, have you been doing well these days? The incident of grilled fish passed quickly, and Jai Ruking asked the question that concerned him. Su Yu nodded casually. Very good, there has been a breakthrough in my cultivation. Then how did you escape when you were captured by the people of the Three Colors holy sect in the Jian secret realm? Jai Ruking asked curiously again. At first, I was captured and thrown into the void. I used a treasure to escape from the capture of the holy religion's guardians, but ended up being lost in the void. But luckily, I drifted to the true spirit continent. When I woke up, I traveled around the continent and finally rushed back to the eastern Chuan territory. After hearing about the Lingxiao mountain competition, he immediately rushed over. So that's how it is. Jai Ruking had long known that King Yi might have escaped the cult's capture. After all, Shixian had made such a guess. Now it seems that it is true. Let's not talk about me anymore, let's talk about Lingxiao mountain first. Lingxiao became a demon and became a semi-immortal but was finally sealed by the 2 seniors. Su Yu asked back at this time. Jai Ruking's expression paused. He knew that King Yi had already known about the existence of Shixian when he and Yixuan were fighting to the death. But she didn't point it out now. Jai Ruking nodded slightly. It was indeed those two who sealed it. Ling Ziyo couldn't be killed. The only way at the time was to seal him. After all, Ling Ziyo was a semi-immortal. This kind of existence far surpassed the true spirit continent. It's no exaggeration to say that he was the strongest. Then the seal will last for 10 years. No, it will be 10 years at most. He is very likely to break the seal within 10 years, Jai Ruking said solemnly. Su Yu's face darkened. It seemed that this old ghost Ling Ziyo was still a time bomb. He was the three-colored black demon, the primary target of the old ghost. Even after he was sealed in the end, he did not hesitate to put a magic seal on him. It goes without saying that the other party will come to find him as soon as the seal is broken. It may even destroy the entire Dongshuan territory. This is a potential crisis. So what did they say about this? Master and the others should be discussing how to handle this matter. I'm talking about those two seniors. Jai Ruking hesitated for a moment. Let us solve it ourselves. Within 10 years, we will eliminate this source of evil. Solve it yourself. Indeed, they can only solve it themselves. He still has the confidence that he can kill the half-immortal within 10 years. After the two continued chatting for a while, Su Yu began to concentrate on clearing out the evil spirit. Another whole day passed. Nearly 30% of the demonic energy in Su Yu's body was eliminated. So he began to try to fuse the fairy eye. The Eye of Immortal. This is the immortal object he pulled out from Yixuan, and it has the same origin as the immortal body. As long as you absorb this fairy eye, your strength will definitely reach a higher level. Thinking about it, I started to refine it directly, and this refining process took another 2 days. Su Yu's cultivation has reached the peak of the middle stage of Tianzan, and is only half a step away from the late stage. His immortal body was further sublimated, and his spiritual power reserves increased 3 times more than before. The immortal spirit is more ethereal, and the physique is stronger. This is an all-round improvement, especially Mu Qingyi's eyes. It seemed as if the source of the world's energy veins were clearly imprinted in his mind. Penetrate the essence and sublimate the 5 senses. At the same time, the demonic energy in his body was reduced by another 20%. Qingyi's strength has improved again. Standing by silently, watching Su Yu's sublimated aura, Jai Ruking's heart tightened, and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged in his heart. This won't do. If he was always left far behind by Qingyi, his chances of catching up with her would be even slimmer. Only when my strength surpasses hers, perhaps she will be confident in herself. Maybe I should try harder. Jai Ruking's confused look disappeared in an instant, replaced by determination. Su Yu woke up from her training. Feeling the power in my body, I am quite satisfied with this fusion. Ruking, thank you for protecting me for so many days. It's really troublesome. He came to Jai Ruking and expressed his sincere gratitude. Jai Ruking smiled and shook her head. It's okay, just a small favor. Qingyi, have you completely eliminated the evil spirit from your body? It's still a little worse, but it's nothing serious. Really? A hint of disappointment flashed across Jai Ruking's eyes. The sect asked him to return as soon as possible, so it was about time for him to leave. Chapter 188. Qingyi, the elders of my Jiwang Palace contacted me a few days ago. The consultation and decision regarding the Lingxiao mountain issue between our 4 major sects and the 5 major demon clans have been finalized. Oh, then what do they want to do? For a moment, Su Yu also became curious. The elders didn't say anything. They just asked me to return to the sect as soon as possible. The sooner the better. Is that so? Su Yu was a little disappointed. Originally, he wanted to catch Jai Ruking and pull her a few times, but he didn't expect that he would leave so soon. Shit, he's so busy trying to eliminate the evil spirit that he hasn't even pulled it out once. Jai Ruking keenly noticed the disappointment in Su Yu's eyes and was secretly delighted. It seems that Qingyi still likes to be with him, and she doesn't reject him. Then he said softly, Qingyi, what are your plans for the future? Are you going to go back directly to the Zhan Yue sect? Su Yu concentrated slightly. Maybe. Yeah. Then I will meet him again. Jai Ruking sighed softly in his heart. From the time he met Qingyi at Lingxiao Mountain until now, he actually still has a lot to say. But he didn't dare to say it and couldn't say it now. I can only wait for the right time to talk to him in person. However, he was not actually that disappointed that Yixuan would come into contact with Qingyi. After all, he didn't lose, and he was still wearing the jade hairpin he gave to Qingyi. When he thought of this, all his worries disappeared. Moreover, he had a feeling that the matter of Ling Xiao Mountain was of great importance, and they would definitely meet again soon. By the way, since you are leaving, you helped me protect the law for such a long time before. Then before I leave, I'll do something for you, Su Yu said with a smile. Oh, what's the matter? Jairuking's eyes lit up. He knew that King Yi didn't mean that, but why was he so curious? Send clothes. Or a goodbye hug. Go out for a while and come back in later, Su Yu said solemnly. Go out first. Jairuking's starry eyes were as big as copper bells. Go out first. Why? Is this something embarrassing? This. For a moment, Jairuking's heart became unstable. A girl you like, a woman with the most beautiful face in the world, a fairy in white, is saying such ambiguous words at this moment. It is impossible for anyone not to have wild thoughts, right? Good. He could only utter a dry word from the corner of his mouth, and replied in a nonsensical way. Then he walked out with a stiff body, looking like a puppet. This guy. Jairuking's look made Su Yu secretly shake his head. He immediately took out all the treasures from the space ring, converted them into spiritual liquid, and then mixed them together. When all the natural treasures inside are integrated together, Su Yu poured in some water to dilute it, and added a few leaves of green tea. A cup of pure, natural, pollution-free, and all-inclusive green tea soup is born. I've mixed in all my rare treasures, so I don't think your reward can be any less. Su Yu looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. After a moment, he immediately called Jairuking in. With a whoosh, Jairuking turned into a flash of lightning and appeared in front of Su Yu. The speed was so fast that it stirred up a gust of wind, blowing the hem of Su Yu's skirt. He looked left and right, and after finding nothing, his eyes went straight to the large cup of green tea that Su Yu was holding in front of her chest with both hands. His starry eyes widened again, and the excitement on his face was instantly smoothed out, as if a basin of cold water was poured over his whole body, and he stood there in a daze. Why is it this again? It actually followed here. Why don't you like it? Seeing Jairuking's hesitation, Su Yu looked at him with her clear eyes blinking. No, it's not. It's just that this breath feels a little familiar. Jairuking took the green tea from Su Yu and looked back at Su Yu. The latter was seen stroking the ends of her hair beside her ears with her delicate hands, gently brushing them to her shoulders. In an instant, the delicate white earlobe was exposed, as crystal clear as a carefully carved jade sculpture, making people unable to resist taking a bite. Su Yu's body leaned forward slightly. She was the most beautiful woman in the world, pure and beautiful. She had a faint smile on her face and a hint of anticipation. Jairuking was completely stunned. He felt that there was no woman in the world more beautiful than King Yi. Her beauty has escaped time and space and is out of this world. Why fear the bitterness of something that is very nutritious? Jairuking came back to his senses in a trance and found that his heart was beating violently. I don't know if he wanted to calm down or if he didn't dare to look into those eyes that were like glass orbs. In the end, he chose to raise the big teacup and drink it all in one gulp. After he swallowed it completely, the system's voice in his mind rang out. Ding, congratulations to the host on your successful investment. Investment resources: Tianwang Zhengxia Jiugong Sulfur Lingziden Qingjing Linglu Huanglong Gyulan. Investment target: Jairuking Red Fate. Investment method: drinking tea. Rewards are now being released. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 8th grade Heavenly Treasure Tei Buddha Milk. 10 Beiyuan Stones, Zushin Mirror. Can be used 3 times, and Ruyi card. This reward is not bad. Now he had no choice but to use the Ruyi card, but he didn't expect to get another Ruyi card this time. Kingy, I'm done. Jairuking swallowed all the green tea. Su Yu smiled brightly. Well, how does it taste? Delicious. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first, Kingy. I'll definitely come back to find you when the time comes. Then we'll meet again. Jairuking left like a gust of wind, coming and going in a hurry. Tilda, what a decisive man. Is it possible that after drinking this, he felt like vomiting? He ran away immediately because he didn't want you to see him. Su Yu's eyes widened. Impossible. These are all incredibly nourishing treasures. They're all high-grade natural treasures. How could they possibly be unpalatable? Treasures from heaven and earth are only potent, but that doesn't mean they taste good, my dear host. Su Yu coughed lightly. It may be a little hard to drink, but it will be of great help to him in breaking through the Tianzan realm. Jairuking left. Su Yu began to ponder the Zushin mirror. System, what's the use of this? This Zushin mirror can make the host have no arbitrary cause and effect. As long as the host writes the target's name on the mirror and thinks about his appearance, he can peek at the target's behavior and what he is doing. Ah, just peeping, so useless. Su Yu was extremely disappointed. He thought it was some powerful magic weapon, but it turned out to be just this. It's good to have some use for it. If the host uses it properly, it can play a vital role at a critical moment. Su Yu didn't say anything. Indeed, it's better to have this than nothing, right? In that case, I will try out this Zushin mirror. Su Yu began to ponder the Zushin mirror and spy on others. He now has 3 candidates. One is Yi Xuan, the second Li Kangyao, the third emperor is Lin Yuan. Chapter 189. The third emperor is Lin Yuan. Although the other party's identity is mysterious, he is very likely a villain. But for now, there is no cause and effect between him and Mu Qingyi, and he doesn't have much entanglement with the 3-colored black demon. It might be okay to use it in the future, but it's obviously a loss to use it this time. What a waste of opportunity. The second Li Kangyao. Li Kangyao has an extraordinary identity. After the incident at the Tianyang ruins, he began to seclude himself. He may still be in seclusion or doing other things, but it is highly likely that he has not gone to the upper realm. There's not much point in spying on him. It doesn't provide any substantial help to me, so the only one left is Yi Xuan. After sealing Yin Zio, he was curious about Yi Xuan's current condition. As soon as he turned back into Mu Qingyi, Jai Ruking noticed it and rushed over immediately, but Yi Xuan did not do so. Logically speaking, Yi Xuan's dog nose is much better than Jai Rukingaling's. When Mu Qingyi comes back, the other party will definitely come to him without stopping and stick to him like a dog's skin plaster. But he didn't. Could it be that he is done for? Thinking of this, Su Yu wanted to carve Yi Xuan's name on the Zushin mirror. At this time, the system rarely spoke. Host, are you going to waste a void sky mirror to spy on Yi Xuan? Can't you just go back to Zhan Yue's sect and look for him? You should know that you have used up all your trump cards and Jai Ruking is gone again. You should immediately find someone to invest. It's hard to survive in the martial arts world without a trump card, dear host. If you don't look for people to invest, the system will think that you are not doing your job properly. But Su Yu shook her head calmly. I won't be going back for the time being. Why? I still have half of the demonic energy in me that hasn't been eliminated, and the demonic seal is still there. If I go back and let Yi Xuan sense the demonic energy on my body, Mu Qingyi's identity, as the 3-colored black demon will most likely be exposed. Back then, that old ghost Ling Zio wanted to turn the 3-colored black demon into a demon, and he even made some cruel remarks. The evil energy that should have appeared on Wu Yao is actually on Mu Qingyi. Jai Ruking couldn't tell because they had just met not long ago, but Yi Xuan had been severely tortured by him when he disguised himself as Mu Qingyi, a black demon. At that time, the two will overlap into one person in Yi Xuan's eyes. If it is exposed, the day will collapse. Therefore, it was impossible for him to go find Yi Xuan before the evil energy was completely eliminated. Okay, it seems that it was thinking in the wrong way. After Su Yu wrote Yi Xuan's name on the Zushin mirror, she recalled the other person's appearance in her mind, and the image on the Zushin mirror began to flicker. Kill the Moon Sect. Yi Xuan was on his way to the sect master's hall. He was still dressed in black, with a tall and slender figure, a handsome and resolute face, a handsome spirit, and an extraordinary demeanor. The golden pupils reflected a pool of still water. Not long after, he arrived at the master's hall. At this moment, Li Tianjian, Jiang Yixiu, and other geniuses also appeared in the hall. It looks like everyone is here. From a high position, Wu Penghai saw Yi Xuan appear, and a smile appeared on his face. I wonder why the sect master summoned us here. Gu Qinghe clasped his hands together and asked Wu Penghai loudly. The sect summoned most of the sect's top geniuses. In Gu Qinghe's opinion, perhaps there was some task to be assigned to them. I have summoned you here because I have an important mission for you. The group of geniuses looked at each other in surprise. Wu Penghai said solemnly, You all should know about Lingxiao Mountain. After all, you have experienced it firsthand. There is a great danger hidden in Lingxiao Mountain. After some unexpected events, the demon of Lingxiao Mountain was luckily sealed away. But the seal is only temporary. According to the ancestor, this seal will not last more than 10 years at most. And the most terrifying thing is that the demon's cultivation has far surpassed the realm of true God and reached the legendary semi-immortal. If the seal is broken after 10 years, I'm afraid my entire eastern Xuan territory will be devastated. Everyone will be dead then. Upon hearing this, all the geniuses turned pale. They had all witnessed the horror of that demon, and naturally knew that what the sect leader said was true. Not to mention half-immortals. Even if someone who had just entered the realm of true gods wanted to massacre them, they would not be able to resist. Then what countermeasures has the sect come up with now? Wu Penghai looked helpless. This involves immortals. How can we come up with a solution? However, after consultations with all the major sects and even the demon clan forces, we have come up with a solution. What method? Wu Penghai's gaze swept over Li Tianjian and the others one by one, finally settling on Yixuan. After consultation with the ancestors, we have decided to send you to Central Divine Province to seek a solution. Let's go to Zhongshanju. That's right. The Eastern Chuan territory is completely helpless in stopping the catastrophe on Lingxiao Mountain. The only way to find a glimmer of hope is to head to the center of the continent. Central Shenju is the most vast and powerful of the 5 profound realms of the true spirit continent. This realm is the one that involves the most immortals among the 5 realms. To defeat that demon, you will definitely need the power of an immortal. The ancestors are now leading the imperial soldiers to guard Lingxiao Mountain, and you will go to Central Shenju and seek the power to fight against the half-immortals within 10 years and seek opportunities. What? Finding the power to fight against a demigod after 10 years? How is that even possible? Li Tianjian and others felt desperate because that was an immortal. Finding an immortal in 10 years is an impossible task. Wu Penghai was also filled with bitterness. We know the chances of this happening are slim, but there's no other way. We can only give it one last try. From now on, it will be handed over to you young people. Everyone was silent. They didn't dare to answer, but they didn't dare to refuse even more. Dongshuan territory is their base, and all their clansmen are here, so they don't worry that it's fake. Yixuan looked at the crowd, who seemed to be in a somewhat depressed mood, was silent for a moment, and walked out. He clasped his fists and said solemnly to Wu Penghai, "I will obey Master's orders. Within 10 years, I will definitely find a way to break the impasse and save Lingxiao Mountain from danger." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at Yixuan. When they heard that it was his guarantee, for some reason, the anxiety and despair in their hearts faded away silently, and their minds calmed down. Actually, the burden on their shoulders doesn't seem that heavy. Wu Penghai saw everything that happened off the court. He knew that Yixuan stood up at this moment to stabilize the morale of the troops, but it was also what he expected most. They thought Yixuan was the most likely to do it. It's a pity that the girl still hasn't been found. Otherwise, with her talent and attitude, the burden on the Zangetsu sect's shoulders would not be left to her alone. He then slowly said, "All right, it's settled. The sect will send you to Central Divine Continent in a few days. We have already made arrangements in Zhongshanju and have planned out several large sects for your reference. It's up to you whether you want to join some forces or go it alone." At this time, Jiang Yixu came out and asked curiously, "Sect Master, this mission shouldn't be exclusive to my Zhan Yue sect, right?" "That's right, this is not only your mission, but the mission of the geniuses of the entire Dongshuan territory. Going with you are the geniuses from Jihuang Palace, Wunian sect, and Tianyuan sect. Even the orthodox geniuses from the 5 major demon clans will go. You are not the only ones going forward. It's just that we all have our own paths and you're not all working together. But if you meet, you must not kill each other. This is the order of the ancestors." Disciple understands. "Okay, go down and get ready." Well, the image on the Zhushan mirror disappeared. Yixuan, Jai Ruking, and the others are going to Zhongshanju. Su Yu took back the Zhushan mirror. No wonder Jai Ruking left earlier. It must be because of this reason. So what should he do now? All his fish have run away. He can't stay here alone, right? Forget it, since everyone is going to Zhongshanju, I'll go too. Finally, Su Yu sighed and made a choice. In fact, he is the one who has the biggest grudge against Ling Xiao. I must kill him before he breaks the seal. Chapter 190. After making up my mind, after Su Yu used the Beiyuan stone to upgrade the quality of the white crane to the Saint Dao realm, he reorganized it and rushed to Zhongshanju. To reach Zhongshanju, even with Su Yu's current strength, it would take 3 to 5 years to reach there. Fortunately, he is also an Imperial-grade formation master, made sufficient preparations, and deployed an Imperial-grade formation master. After half a month, Su Yu finally arrived in Zhongshanju, China, Wanzhou Mountains. At this moment, Su Yuyao looked at the magnificent city appearing in the endless forest and mountains, and couldn't help feeling excited. It's been half a month. After a full half a month of travel, we finally reached the border of central Shenzhou. Along the way, he crossed the dark sky river that penetrated the void and traveled through endless wasteland mountains. Host, you haven't invested in over half a month. Can you please do our main task? Don't be idle. I haven't seen many people on the road yet. Now that I'm at the border of central Shenzhou, I naturally need to find someone to invest. Su Yu also wanted to invest, but he had no choice. It's a pity that Yi Xuan, Jai Ruking, and the others are not around, and no one knows where they are now. After collecting his thoughts, Su Yu continued to shuttle through the mountains. When you arrive in Zhangshenzhou, the first thing you need to do is to find out the situation here before investing. In comparison, this mountain range is close to the surrounding cities, so naturally there will be monks there. At the same time, the outskirts of Wanzhou Mountains, a young boy of only 15 or 16 years old was standing in front of an old tree, swinging his fists and hitting the tree. He has dark skin, strong and three-dimensional facial features, and a pair of bright eyes with a firmness that his peers do not have. Because he had been punching the dry and hard bark with hundreds of punches, the boy's clothes were soaked. Why don't I have spiritual roots? Why can't I practice? How can I break through the Qi gathering stage, cultivate spiritual power? Bang, bang, bang. The clan's coming-of-age ceremony is coming soon. Luo Hao and the others have already achieved the king realm, and I'm just tempering my body now. What do I have to do to rise? Ronan used all his strength to smash towards the tree. The tree collapsed with a bang, and the rebound force directly knocked him back and he fell to the ground. He sighed deeply, glanced at the sky, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. I saw a figure in white standing on the thick branches of the ancient tree. She wore a white veil, but it couldn't hide her icy neck and wrists. The temperament is cold and clear, as jade as agar wood. It's like a beautiful exiled immortal, so close yet so far away. Ronan was shocked. He immediately jumped up from the ground and looked at the woman in white with surprise and confusion. Su Yu fell lightly from the branches, dancing like a colorful butterfly. He landed in front of Ronan, his third eye opened, and he saw two large light golden characters, Ronan, appear before his eyes. Light golden destiny, the potential to become a god. The Ronan in front of us has the qualifications to become a true god. This was the only person with a high destiny that Su Yu had found after wandering in the Wanzhou Mountains for a long time and looking for hundreds of people. After all, it's already good enough to see the golden destiny in this border mountain range. Fairy, what do you want from me? Ronan looked at Su Yu, looking extremely reserved. Su Yu smiled faintly. May I have your name? Boy Ronan. Ronan clasped his fists and bowed. Ronan, do you want to become stronger? Becoming stronger. Ronan was stunned for a moment. Become stronger. Is this angelic woman who suddenly appeared here trying to help him become stronger? But why? He was a little confused. Is this true or false? What is her purpose in doing this? Fairy, Ronan is confused and doesn't quite understand what you mean. Su Yu said, Today I first arrived in central Shenzhou, and now I don't know where I am. We are destined to meet. I'll help you become stronger and you'll help me solve my problems. What do you think? In fact, this is not just about investing. Through his fairy eyes, Su Yu saw that Ronan's luck was flawed. His luck is not complete. If a person's luck is flawed, there must be a secret. This was the first time Su Yu encountered such a thing. I might as well invest a few times to see what the situation is and get a feel for the current situation of China Shenzhou. In fact, he can also choose to transform back into a demon and go to the Three Colors Holy Sect. But the Devil's Seal is still on his body and needs to be removed by the Qingshan Creation Lotus. Ronan was quite surprised to hear Su Yu's words. Isn't this fairy sister from Zhangshenzhou? Could she have come from heaven? But this is not what he cares about most. What he cares about most now is to become stronger. He had already broken through to the perfection of body tempering when he was 4 years old, and even now at the age of 16, he was still stuck at the perfection of body tempering. He became a piece of trash that people talked about. He is more eager to become stronger and to be promoted than any of his peers, even at a heavy price. Can Fairy Sister really help me become stronger? Su Yu nodded slightly. Of course, but some suffering must be endured. Okay, if you can help me become stronger, I'll do whatever Fairy Sister wants me to do. After getting Su Yu's guarantee, Ronan nodded heavily. What does the Fairy Sister want to solve, and where does she come from? You only need to tell me about the current situation in central Shenzhou. As for where I came from, you don't need to worry about it. Okay, Fairy Sister. So, in an excited mood, Ronan immediately introduced the general situation of Zhang Shenju to Su Yu. Zhang Shenju is the leader of the 5 mysterious regions on the continent. Although it is one of the 5 mysterious regions, the other 4 regions combined are not as big as Zhang Shenju. Central Shenju is divided into 4 major realms: East, South, West, and North. They are now in the East realm. In fact, Ronan didn't know much about it, and he was also vague about the Dongshan realm. After all, it was located in a remote area. The entire Dongshan realm is so vast. He only knew that they were now within the territory of the Tianlai sect. The Tianlai sect is a well-known major force in the Eastern Heaven realm. It mainly practices thunder magic. There are people in the Saint Dao realm who are in charge of the sect, and some of them are even in the perfect Saint Dao realm. And they are now in a remote mountain range in the east of Tianlai sect, the Wanzhou Mountains. The nearest city to here is Dingshan City. The Luo family, to which Ronan belongs, is one of the 3 major families in Dingshan City. Ronan is the only son of Luo Zhan, the current head of the Luo family. However, although he is the son of the clan leader, he has no talent for cultivation and has not been able to break through the Qi gathering realm so far. Over time, it became a joke in the family. "Sister Fairy, do you also think I'm useless?" Next to a campfire, Ronan was in a very low mood and couldn't help but say to Su Yu beside him in frustration. Su Yu didn't expect to encounter another plot where the good-for-nothing protagonist makes a comeback, and she didn't know what to say. He stared at the blazing bonfire. "You are indeed useless." Ronan's mouth froze. "Fairy sister, you are so straightforward." This sentence made Ronan feel suffocated, but it would have been fine if others had said it. But now that such a beautiful fairy said this to him, he felt more depressed than ever before. "So, fairy sister, I want to become stronger. I want to become stronger and no longer be looked down upon by others. So can you help me?" Chapter 191. Su Yu chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I said I would help you, and I will definitely help you. I just checked you over carefully. Your meridians are loose and not connected throughout the body. This causes the moment you draw spiritual energy into your body, it will immediately disperse and be unable to condense. And your meridians have almost been fixed in shape for a long time. This shouldn't be something that was formed later in life. Your body didn't undergo a sudden change during your development, but rather it's been like this from birth, right?" Ronan scratched his head. "I've always been in good health since I was a child, and I've never had any serious illness." "That means you were born with it," Su Yu said again. "But you are not completely useless. Your physique is very special. Its strength far exceeds that of the body tempering realm and even reaches the level of the pill condensation realm. This kind of thing is not something that can be honed later in life." "That's right. I've been very strong since I was a child without even needing to train. As I've grown older, my body has become stronger." "Sister Fairy, can you see what's wrong with me?" Ronan's condition had been checked since he was a child, and it seemed that there was something wrong with his body. "But I don't know what the problem is, and I haven't been able to solve it until now." Su Yu's eyes paused on Ronan for a few seconds. "If I'm not mistaken, you've been missing something since birth, which is why you've become what you are now and can't practice cultivation." Something is missing." Ronan immediately checked his body and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that he was healthy. "No, fairy sister, I'm fine." Su Yu shook her head and said, "I'm not talking about an ordinary body, but something like a special physique. For example, you were born with supreme bone and were extremely talented, but your aunt became jealous, and you were poached and grafted onto your cousin at birth. This causes your meridians to loosen." "I don't have a cousin, only a cousin." "Could it be your cousin?" Ronan said. "Fairy sister, my cousin is an alchemist. Her cultivation is not very high, and she is not as good as those in the clan." "Then are there any outstanding talents in your clan?" "The geniuses of this generation of my Luo family are all average, not as good as those of other great families. To be honest, not a single one is particularly outstanding. For example, if you were born with an innate treasure that connects to your destiny, if it leaves your side, you will be unable to cultivate. My father said my birth was normal, and there was nothing unusual about it. For example, your mother's family is extraordinary, and they took something away from you. My mother is just a lady from a small family in Dingshan City. There's nothing special about her. By the way, my mother is also an alchemist and my cousin's teacher." So you was speechless. This guy's ability to refute is really first class. He's not in any condition. But it shouldn't be. Ronan's luck had clearly been taken away by more than half, and it was obvious that someone had tampered with him. How can one be born without luck? At most, you have bad luck. Sister Fairy, is this a difficult matter? Will I never be able to recover? Will I be able to practice? Seeing Suyu calm down, Ronan became anxious for a moment. He knew it was not good for him to refute the fairy sister, but those were the facts. Suyu said, I can solve your cultivation problem, but this is not your fundamental problem. I tell you the truth, half of your luck is missing. What lack of luck? Ronan's eyes narrowed suddenly. That's right, it's the lack of luck, which means that the real you is actually incomplete. Perhaps I can help you embark on the path of cultivation, but your incomplete luck means that the upper limit of your future cultivation will not be high. But if you can regain your lost luck, it will definitely be a qualitative leap. Ronan was shocked beyond words. It was so unbelievable. It was the first time he heard such an explanation. Then, if I can't regain that luck, what will be my greatest achievement in the future? Almost a true god. Ah, a true god. Ronan's voice was like thunder, startling the birds in the woods. He was so restless at this moment. Will his future achievements reach the level of a true god? Ronan was silent for a while, then asked doubtfully, Fairy sister, is this true? Of course it's true, why would I lie to you? Hearing this, Ronan finally felt relieved. He was so excited that he could hardly calm down. In the future, he will be able to reach the level of a true god that even the dominant forces in central China have never heard of. If he could truly become a true god in the future, wouldn't he be able to roam the entire continent? Seeing Ronan's excitement, Suyu said softly, Ronan, you do have the talent to become a god, but right now you can't even cultivate spiritual power. So how can you even talk about becoming a god? The path of cultivation is both smooth and arduous. Countless geniuses have perished along the way, their bodies and bones gone, their souls scattered, becoming stepping stones for others. Talent or not is not important. What matters most is the determination to cultivate the Tao and a humble heart. Don't be arrogant or impatient. Always remember your original intention. I understand, kid. Ronan immediately calmed down and replied solemnly. Okay, let's not worry about your problem for now. Since I promised you that I'd become stronger, I'll naturally help you. Take this book, Basic Spirit Control Practice Method, and take a look at it first. I'll make a pill first. Suyu took out a book from the space ring and handed it to Ronan. Refined pills? Is Fairy Sister also an alchemist? Suyu hummed lightly, then concentrated his spiritual power and directly refined the pill. Seeing this, Ronan looked stunned again. Can you refine pills directly without a medicine cauldron or spiritual fire? This kind of medicine refining method can probably only be done by a pharmacist above the 7th rank, right? No, looking at the Fairy Sister's simple and violent method, I'm afraid it's more than the 7th rank. Just like that, before Ronan had even turned a few pages of the basic practice method, a cup of tea had passed, and Suyu had successfully condensed the Cayenne bone-changing pill. Immediately afterwards, Suyu took out a large medicine cauldron, which was filled with steaming green liquid, and the pungent smell of medicine filled the air. Jump on it and refine this pill at the same time, so that your meridians can be opened up. Oh. Ronan responded obediently, and jumped into the medicine cauldron with the Cayenne bone-changing pill. The moment Ronan came into contact with the green liquid, his face twitched in pain. He immediately swallowed the pill and resisted the pain caused by the medicine. For a whole day, the entire green forest was filled with endless screams and wails. Ding, congratulations to the host on your successful investment. Investment resources. Cayenne bone-changing pill rebirth elixir, investment target. Ronan light gold fate, investment method. Medicinal bath. Rewards are now being released. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 7th grade heavenly treasure. Moon covering spirit sand, and the holy grade body movement. Cloud tracing phantom. Chapter 192. 7th grade heavenly material and earthly treasure. Saint grade body movement. Suyu looked at the feedback reward without much excitement. Sure enough, the investment in the golden destiny is much less than that in the red destiny, but it is good to have something to eat now. At the moment, he just lacks a holy body technique, but what he was most curious about now was Ronan's problem. The next day, Ronan wakes up from his coma. He propped himself up and found himself lying on a pile of grass. He scratched his head in confusion. Wasn't he soaking the medicine in the medicine cauldron before? Did he faint and then be rescued by the fairy sister? When Ronan thought of the heart-wrenching pain, his hair stood on end and his body instinctively trembled with fear. He really didn't want to experience that kind of pain a second time. Are you finally awake? As Ronan checked his physical condition, A clear and pleasant ringtone sounded in his ears. He looked over and saw a woman in white sitting elegantly on a huge rock not far away. 3,000 black silk threads were bound with jade hairpins. White gauze covered her face, and her eyes were hazy with desire. She is extremely beautiful and has an ethereal look. Fairy sister. Seeing Suyu, Ronan was ecstatic and immediately jumped up from the ground. How do you feel now? You can feel it inside your body. Ronan immediately followed Suyu's instructions and investigated the situation. At this moment, he was surprised to find that the 8 extraordinary meridians in his body were actually connected together. Even a little spiritual power was generated and flowed in the body. This, I can cultivate spiritual power now. Ronan felt it was unreal. This is just the beginning. You need to refine it once more before you can achieve complete fusion. After you rest for a while and take a medicinal bath, you'll be ready. Then you can embark on the path of cultivation. In the next 3 days, Suyu helped Ronan completely open up his meridians and assisted him in his cultivation. Ronan's progress was rapid, from perfect body tempering to the early stage of spirit sea realm. In the evening of the 3rd day, the two sat by the campfire, and Ronan was roasting the delicious monster meat. Your cultivation has improved quite a bit in the past few days. This is due to your previous practice, which has accumulated a lot of experience. Suyu looked at the young man concentrating on grilling the meat, feeling a little helpless. This kid had no way to repay me for my help, so he could only insist on letting me taste his cooking skills. But why do you, the sons of destiny, only think about roasting animal meat and fish? Can't we try something new? Of course, as a cold and beautiful fairy, he certainly couldn't say it directly. This is mainly because Fairy Sister taught me well. After spending a few days together, Ronan was no longer as reserved as before and spoke casually. But now he is still dreaming. He glanced at Suyu secretly, then quickly looked away, looking at the beautiful fairy sitting next to him, accompanying him and helping him embark on the path of cultivation. He was so emotional at this moment. It turns out that this is the feeling of being blessed by God. That's great. You are now able to practice, but you still need to consolidate your foundation. Don't rush for a breakthrough. Let's go to your house in a couple of days. I think that might be the reason for your lack of luck. No problem. It just so happens that my Luo family's coming-of-age ceremony will be soon. Fairy sister, you can just attend then. Ronan nodded repeatedly and immediately handed the roasted meat, which was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, to Suyu. Looking at his expectant eyes, Suyu knew that this boy had bad intentions. He wanted to see his true face. During the past few days of getting along, he has been wearing a white veil. I believe he came up with this method because he is extremely eager to see his true face. Suyu pursed her lips slightly and slowly took it. He brought the meat to his mouth and looked at it leisurely. Ronan's gaze was almost fixed on this scene, staring intently, afraid that he would miss something that would make him regret it. Suyu acted as if she didn't notice Ronan's gaze. He did not take off the white gauze, but directly put the monster meat to his mouth. The piece of meat seemed to ignore the white gauze and went straight through it into his mouth. Suyu chewed a piece of meat and nodded slightly. It tastes good. I didn't expect your cooking skills are also good. Is this all right? Ronan's face froze. How could he actually put animal meat through the white gauze into his mouth? Are you using this white gauze to protect yourself from him? Ronan's eyes were full of loss and listlessness, as if he had died. The fairy sister has such a beautiful figure and fairy-like temperament. I think her appearance should be the most beautiful in the world. Even his cousin from the Luo family. No, even the most beautiful woman in the entire Dingshan city is far inferior to her. What does the fairy sister really look like? The more he thought about Ronan, the more curious he became. He felt itchy all over his body and couldn't help scratching. What's wrong with you? No, nothing. Then why do you keep scratching? When Ronan met Suyu's glassy eyes, he blushed for no reason. I was a little tired after practicing too much earlier. Fairy sister, please don't worry too much. I'm not thinking about anything. Oh, is that so? Suyu stopped teasing the other party. You have to be sensible when it comes to this kind of innocent little virgin. In his eyes, you are a fairy sister, the kind that is flawless, and there is a filter in place without you having to do anything. Be brief and to the point. Wait, why is he so skilled at teasing men now? Analyzing the steps without even considering whether it is good or bad. It's poisonous, really poisonous. He has to control it. Suddenly, at a certain moment, Suyu seemed to sense something and looked not far away, her brows slightly furrowed. What's wrong, fairy sister? Noticing Suyu's abnormality, Ronan asked in confusion. Nothing much, just a team appeared 1,000 meters away and is heading this way. I'll evade it for now, you handle it. Don't worry, I'm always here. They won't do anything to you. As the lingering sound faded, Suyu disappeared from view. Ronan was about to shout when he heard a rustling sound coming from the bushes not far away. The next second, several figures rushed out one after another. They were dressed in Microsoft's gray-white scale armor and held sharp blades. They were a small group of more than 20 people. However, the aura of these people was a little disordered, and there was blood on their clothes. It was obvious that they were in a hurry. Monster hunting group. Ronan couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the visitors' attire. Monster hunting group, Suyu's puzzled voice sounded in Ronan's ears. It's a group that specializes in killing monsters and seizing large amounts of resources. It's a common profession within the Tianlei sect. To join the monster hunting team, not only do you need a certain level of strength, you also need to go to the monster hunting pavilion to register your identity and get verified. Ronan was feeling a little heavy-hearted, as he didn't have a good impression of the monster hunting group. For people like this who have been dealing with monsters and beasts for many years and have been on the edge of a knife, there have been many cases of murder and robbery in the past. If it weren't for the fairy sisters' protection, he would have run away the first time he saw them. P.S. One chapter tonight and make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 193. At the same time, the demon hunting team also found Ronan's trace. They came forward on guard. The leader was a middle-aged man in armor, with eyes like an eagle staring at Ronan. Who are you boys? Why is someone here? Ronan immediately took out a green wooden waist badge. I am Luo Nan, the son of Luo Zhan, the head of the Luo family in Dingshan City. A short and sturdy man stepped out of the team. He carefully identified the token in Ronan's hand and finally nodded to the middle-aged man in armor. Captain, this is the unique aura of the Luo family in Dingshan City. The team then let down their guard a little, and their hostility towards Ronan was not so obvious. After all, the Luo family in Dingshan City is a big family, and they have heard of it. Why are you, a young Luo family member, alone in this desolate wilderness? Ronan stood up and clasped his fists, saying, I'm just out here to gain experience. After all, my Luo family's coming-of-age ceremony will be soon. I see. The middle-aged man in armor nodded slightly. Behind him, an old man in his 70s, wearing a light black robe, walked out. He looked around, and after a long silence, he came to the side of the middle-aged man in armor. Lao Jiang, these monster meats are not from ordinary monsters, and the amount is obviously not enough for one person. This kid is so young, yet he's so brave, and yet he's unharmed. I think there must be someone behind him. Although there's no scent here, there's still a faint aftertaste on that boy, clearly from a woman. Jiang Ming's eyes were dim. Of course I understand this. There might be a strong man behind this kid. However, they were able to sense our arrival within a few moments and erase all traces of our presence, making us unnoticed. The opponent's strength is obviously far superior to ours. Perhaps they don't take us seriously. I think it must be the elders of his Luo family who are protecting him. The Luo family of Dingshan City is one of the 3 major families, and there is a strong man at the half-step heavenly venerate realm in charge of it. The person with the highest cultivation level among them is only his team leader Jiang Ming, who is in the late stage of the king realm. And the old man Cao Ning, also known as Cao Lao, is also in the late stage of being crowned king. If the other party is a powerful person in the ascended emperor realm, it would be reasonable. Then we now. Alas, Tilda, we just escaped from the pursuit of monsters, and we have almost reached the limit of our ability to travel this far. Jiang Ming sighed helplessly. The reason why they were working so hard here in the middle of the night was because they had provoked a ferocious monster at 3 p.m. They were no match for their opponent, and could only cover their retreat until they took advantage of the cover of night to escape pursuit. The fact that there are people staying overnight at the station clearly shows that it is safe. Perhaps it would be wise to stay overnight. Just as the two were talking, a pretty woman in her early 20s, wearing a light blue floral dress, walked out. She glanced at Ronan with her beautiful eyes, then couldn't help but look at Jiang Ming, her brows slightly furrowed. Dad, you're not planning on attacking this young man, are you? Jiang Ming looked at the woman helplessly and said with a wry smile, Rower, who do you think your father is? Our King Feng monster hunting group is at least a legitimate monster hunting group. Dad doesn't think the same way as you do. Mr. Cao and I were just discussing where to stay tonight. Jiang Ming looked at Ronan and said politely, clasping his fists, Excuse me, little brother. We are the King Feng monster hunting group. My name is Jiang Ming, and I am the leader of the monster hunting group. We see it's getting late tonight, so we'd like to stay here for the night. What do you think, little brother? Ronan frowned. What do I think? Of course I don't want to. Obviously, Fairy Sister and I are living a good life, but you guys want to interfere. You know, if these people stay here for one night, she will have to stay hidden. The presence of these people just ruins the atmosphere. However, his cultivation level is low now, and it is not easy to provoke the other party, so he has to ask the Fairy Sister for her opinion. Sister Fairy, what do you think? Whatever. Follow me, then how about we just let them leave? Suyu said. Your cultivation is low and weak now. Do you still want to offend a monster hunting group? You're just starting out, so making some connections is necessary. It's not essential, but it's better than making enemies. I think these people are of good character. Okay, Ronan agreed. But he didn't make friends with her for any reason. He just wanted to listen to the Fairy Sister. So after some discussion, Jiang Ming and his team took simple protective measures and sat down. Because of the silence of Jiang Ming and Cao Ning, the people of the Qingfeng monster hunting group also fell into a brief silence. Jiang Ru, who was standing aside, looked at the monster meat roasting on the campfire. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. He looked at Ronan for a few times, pondered for a moment, and said, You said you were Luo Nan, the young patriarch of the Luo family in Dingshan City. Ronan nodded calmly. Indeed, may I ask what you may wish to do, young lady? Jiang Ru said, I've also heard of the Luo family's young patriarch. Rumor has it that he can't cultivate spiritual power, and his cultivation has always remained at the body-tempering stage. But it seems like you can use spiritual power. Jiang Ming and Mr. Cao looked over one after another. Maybe some of the rumors are a little different, but for those great masters, it is not allowed to falsify or slander the image of such a disciple, unless there is a high probability that it is true. But this Ronan is very different from the rumors. Not only can he cultivate spiritual power, but his cultivation level is also not low. Perhaps the other party is intentionally hiding it. Ronan smiled and said, Perhaps I am a little different from what is rumored outside, but I have only cultivated a little spiritual power. For the strong, it is not a concern. Jiang Ru looked a little strange, but sometimes such trivial things can have an impact. Miss Jiang Ru, what do you mean? You should know the woman named Yang Chan, right? Yang Chan. Ronan fell into a brief daze, and when he thought about it carefully, his expression couldn't help but shrink. Yang Chan, it's her. Yang Chan of the Xuanshuang sect. Rumor has it that she's your fiancée, right? And I heard recently that she's on her way to the Luo family. Rower. Seeing Jiang Ru talking about other people's privacy, Jiang Ming couldn't help but glare at her and scolded her. Yang Chan is rushing to my house now. Ronan was puzzled. Why is Yang Chan coming to my house at this time? It seems that the time limit for their marriage contract hasn't expired yet. Engagement? Interesting, you are actually engaged. Suyu's voice rang in Ronan's heart. Suyu, who had been hiding, became interested when she heard about the engagement. The game starts off as a loser, being ridiculed by others, and the fiancée is on her way to the man's house. Could this be a classic case of breaking off an engagement? Ronan said truthfully, Sister Fairy, my grandfather and the third elder of the Xuanshuang sect are old friends. When I was very young, I only took a few days to reach the perfection of the body-tempering stage. They thought I was extremely talented, so they decisively chose to get engaged. In fact, I have never seen Yang Chan until now. Speaking of this, Ronan's face turned red. He was a peerless genius for a short period of time, but after more than 10 years, he still had not yet reached the perfection of body tempering. Even he himself felt ashamed when he said it. The reason why he is known as a waste is because his fiancée is Yang Chan from Xuanshuang sect. Yang Chan of Xuanshuang sect, the owner of the Yuanling holy body, is close to the Great Tao and has an extremely fast cultivation speed. She is not only the #1 prodigy of Xuanshuang sect, but also one of the 4 great beauties. For this, he has encountered a lot of ridicule over the years. Chapter 194. Then why is she going to your house now? Suyu hesitated to speak. He hadn't wanted to mention it, but Ronan was no fool. Apparently, Ronan also sensed something was wrong, and he immediately asked Jiang Ru. Miss Jiang Ru, are the rumors outside just about Yang Chan going to my family? Is there any other news? Jiang Ru glanced at Jiang Ming and was a little hesitant. After all, Jiang Ming had been hinting at her not to talk too much. Jiang Ming smiled and said to Ronan, Brother Ronan, we don't really know much about this matter. If you really want to know, go back to Dingshan City and you'll find out. Ronan frowned. The more the other party was unwilling to reveal something, the more it proved that this matter was not simple. He then clasped his fists and said carefully, "Brother Jiang Ming, I've been practicing here for a long time, so I don't know much about the outside world. I'd appreciate it if you could enlighten me. Ronan would be very grateful." Realizing that Ronan really didn't understand, Jiang Ming and his group fell silent. They just follow the principle of not causing trouble. But Ronan insisted on knowing, and they would not deliberately hide anything. Jiang Ru glanced at everyone and continued. "The rumors outside are indeed related to the broken engagement, and the spread has a great impact." "Really?" Ronan guessed that the engagement was broken off, but after confirming it, he was still a little disheartened. He was actually broken off from engagement. "Actually, this isn't the main point. Mr. Luo Nan, do you know who is accompanying Yang Chan?" "Who?" Ronan raised his eyebrows. Jiang Ru looked at Ronan with a complicated expression. "The #1 prodigy of the Tianlai sect, Song Tian. Rumor has it that he's Yang Chan's suitor, and he almost brought a betrothal gift with him to propose marriage. In short, their relationship is quite ambiguous. Tianlai sect and the #1 genius." Although he was a little angry after hearing these rumors, Ronan was shocked when he found out it was the Tianlai sect. The Tianlai sect is a well-known force even in the Eastern realm. They control Dingshan City, and thousands of sects and dynasties are under their jurisdiction. It is the undisputed ruler, with powerful people in the Saint Dao realm in charge. And now, the #1 prodigy of the Tianlai sect actually has his eyes on Yang Chan. He had heard some rumors about Song Tian. He is 32 years old, has reached the middle stage of the Ascension Emperor realm, possesses the mysterious Thunder Holy Body, and can fight above his level. Rumor has it that he even killed a powerful Tianzun realm expert. He is far from being a match for this kind of strength. Unconsciously, Ronan clenched his fists tightly, and there was a sound of crackling bones and muscles, which showed his current state of mind. Jiang Ru consoled him. "Master Luo Nan, perhaps this is just a rumor. Don't take it too seriously. Even if it's true, facing a behemoth like the Tianlai sect, it's not something you and I can shake." Ronan gave a wry smile. "What, are you very unwilling?" Su Yu's voice sounded in Ronan's mind. "I can't accept that. Sister Fairy, can you help me?" Ronan didn't want this to happen. He could actually accept Yang Chan's cancellation of the engagement, and was even happy with it. If possible, both parties can communicate their wishes and achieve their goals. But the only thing he couldn't accept was that Yang Chan came with a man with whom she had an ambiguous relationship to break off the engagement. This kind of action is nothing more than telling others that only those geniuses are worthy of them, and you, a waste, are not worthy. He has been called a loser for years, so he doesn't need to care about it. But this undoubtedly added an indelible stain to the Luo family. In the future, it will not only be him who will be ridiculed and treated as a joke by the outside world, but his entire Luo family. This was something Ronan could not accept, so you also sighed softly at Ronan's request. "This kid is really pitiful. I don't know whether the script he got is closer to Yixuan or Jai Ruking. Like Yixuan, but Yixuan did not break off the engagement. Like Jai Ruking, but Jai Ruking is not a waste. In short, he has the flaws of both of them. Of course, I'm certain that if you can regain your lost luck, your strength will increase greatly. By then, even Song Tian won't be your opponent. Replenish your luck. Okay, I will definitely make up for my luck. This shame must be stopped." Ronan calmed down. He believed that with the fairy sister around, he would not lose. "By the way, Sister Fairy, I'm a little curious. How does the Tianlai sect compare to you?" "Sister Fairy, are you confident in dealing with the Tianlai sect?" Ronan asked curiously. "Compared with me, there's no need to compare," Su Yu sneered. "Why? One of my forces has several great emperors in charge. How can the Tianlai sect be compared to them?" Several emperors as subordinates. The identity of the fairy sister is so terrifying." Ronan was horrified beyond words. "You should know that the forces led by the emperor are among the best in the entire central Shenzhou. Several emperors are directly overlord-level forces. Fairy sister, there is actually a dominant force behind her. So, little Ronan, don't worry. If it really doesn't work, I will help you shake the emperor. But in the current situation, I am more than capable of handling it alone," Su Yu said lightly. "Even if the Tianlai sect has a peak Saint Dao realm master, he can still be invincible by himself. Mu Qingyi's trump cards are the Qingshan creation Lotus and the Xunian Jade. Not to mention that he now has an evolved immortal body and many trump cards. Even if I come to central China, I still have some ability to protect myself. Outside world. Ronan seemed to be in a bad state and a little depressed at first, but suddenly he changed drastically and calmed down. For a moment, everyone in the King Feng monster hunting group was a little surprised. Jiang Ru raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Ronan with doubt and a hint of curiosity. You have to know that he is facing Song Tian, the #1 genius of Tianlai sect. Why is he not afraid now? Did he accept his fate? Or was he confident he could handle the Heavenly Thunder sect? How is this possible? When Jiang Ru thought of this, she immediately rejected it. The Luo family may be very powerful in Dingshan City, with a half-step Heavenly Venerable in charge, but facing a behemoth like the Tianlai sect, they are still like an ant. After all, you only have one half-step Heavenly Venerable, but they have no less than 10 people in the Saint Dao realm. However, they did not say much. After all, this was someone else's business, and it also concerned the Tianlai sect. As a result, the atmosphere on the field quickly quieted down. Just as everyone was setting up camp, a sound of breaking through the air was heard in the distance. Immediately afterwards, a violent and terrifying beast roar resounded throughout the entire forest. This aura is actually from the fierce wind unicorn lion. It actually chased us here. All regiments on alert, prepare for battle. Jiang Ming, Cao Lao, and others' expressions changed drastically after sensing the familiar breath, and they immediately drew their swords and were on guard. What's going on? Ronan looked at the scene in confusion. How come the monster appeared when everything was fine just now? This is the outskirts of the mountains. There is no way a monster of this level could appear here. This monster was lured here by these people. They haven't completely gotten rid of it. Judging from the monster's emotions, I'm afraid they'll fight to the death. Ah, a fight to the death. Then what level is this birth? The peak of the 6th level is even stronger than the average ascending Emperor realm. Level 6, Ronan looked surprised. How could a team with only 3 king-level cultivators dare to provoke a peak 6th level cultivator? Chapter 195. Roar. Accompanied by roars, a majestic lion 10 feet tall came galloping from afar. It has crimson mane all over, sturdy limbs inlaid with black crystals, and a crimson gold horn on its head, looking extremely majestic. Peak of the 6th rank, the fierce wind unicorn lion. The appearance of the fierce wind unicorn lion was somewhat unexpected. Even though the King Feng monster hunting group had taken precautions, they were like tofu in front of the 6th level monster and collapsed in an instant. Jiang Ming and his group only had 3 people at the King realm, and they clearly knew they were no match for Master Jiao. So they led the rest of the group to fight hard, allowing Jiang Ru and the others to evacuate first. But after fighting for only a few dozen breaths, the violent heart of the fierce wind unicorn lion reached its peak. It urged the unicorn horns on its head, bursting out with dazzling red light. The huge vortex of fire swept and submerged Jiang Ming and his companions. After a few seconds, they flew backwards and crashed into the giant trees along the way. Clusters of flames burned on the body surface. Father, seeing that the King Feng monster hunting group was defeated, Jiang Ru's pretty face changed, and she thought about rushing back. Ronan and his companions hurriedly grabbed her to prevent her from succeeding. Ahem, runaway girl, leave us alone. This beast is very powerful. If we continue to drag it out, we will all die here. Now is not the time to act rashly. Let's go. Jiang Ming struggled to stand up with the heavy sword and shouted angrily at Jiang Ru. Father, Rower, leave here and find your uncle. He will take care of your affairs. Jiang Ming continued to instruct. He seemed to remember something, looked at Ronan beside him, and sighed softly. It seems that there is a powerful Emperor-level expert secretly protecting Ronan, but the other party did not show up to help, obviously not intending to take care of these things. Indeed, they were just casual acquaintances after all, and had no close relationship. He also understood the other party's reason for not taking action. Brother Ronan, I'm leaving my daughter and the others in your care. If possible, please take them safely out of the Wanzhou Mountains and to the Wanmu Chamber of Commerce. They'll give you a certain amount of compensation when you get there. Seeing the monster attacking again, Jiang Ming could only carry his heavy sword and fight with Cao Lao and others. They are a demon hunting group with rich combat experience. Even when facing the peak of the 6th level, they can maintain a stable formation and remain calm in the face of danger. However, there is still a huge gap in strength. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that they can't hold on for long in their current state. Ronan saw all this not far away. He was just having a meal and spending the night outside, but he didn't expect to be attacked and killed by a 6th level monster. He was also very confused. At this time, Jiangru turned to look at Ronan and suddenly knelt down. Tears welled up in her eyes, filled with begging and helplessness. Ronan, I know there is a senior secretly guarding you. Please ask him to help save my father. If you can save my father and the others, I will be willing to work like a slave for you and obey your orders. You get up first. I won't. Please save my dad and the others. They are about to die. They are about to die. Jiangru pulled at the corner of his clothes and started crying loudly. No matter how Ronan and the others tried to support her, it was useless. She was just guessing based on her delicate mind. She knew that there wasn't much chance, but if she didn't act, her father and the others would definitely die. Looking at the situation in front of him, Ronan felt a little headache and a little bit sorry. Sister Fairy, how about we help them? If we continue like this, we'll probably all die. Should we take action once? Helplessly, Ronan called out in his heart. Although he had never seen the fairy sister take action, she could easily repair the meridians in his body, allowing him to embark on spiritual practice and see his destiny. This is far beyond the ability of ordinary monks. In his heart, the fairy sister is omnipotent. I didn't realize you have a kind heart, huh? Well, since they don't have any hostility, I might as well help them this time. As he spoke, just as the fierce wind unicorn lion slapped the King Feng monster hunting group with its palm, pure white spiritual power roared up. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth began to boil, and a strong sense of oppression pressed down like a sky curtain. What's going on? Everyone's life was hanging by a thread, but the fierce wind unicorn lion was now suspended in mid-air, with its huge paw still pressing down on their heads. The lion's originally majestic appearance was gone, but now his lion eyes showed deep fear as if he had encountered something extremely terrifying. The next second, a graceful figure in white appeared. She walked out from the white light with graceful lotus steps. She has a stunning appearance, an immortal figure, and unparalleled temperament. As I took light steps, the green waves rippled a little bit, and the faint light gathered like holy and illusory white lotuses. There is no brilliance to contrast with her, but she is far more holy and dazzling than brilliance, as if her appearance has dimmed the whole world. Who is she, so beautiful? At this moment, everyone was attracted by the sudden appearance of the woman in white. They were so surprised that they even forgot that they were in a desperate situation. There is such a beauty in this world. I have never seen it before. The woman in white looked at the horned lion with a calm gaze. She lightly pointed her white hand, and a white sword light burst out, rushing towards her like an arrow that could penetrate a willow tree from 100 paces away. The sword light cut through the void and shot towards the horned lion in the blink of an eye. Retreat! Jiang Ming came to his senses and immediately shouted at the other members of the monster hunting team and retreated quickly. The energy aftermath of this level is too terrifying. With their strength, if they fall into it, they will probably be killed. Fortunately, it only targeted the horned lion. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Boom! The sword light disappeared after it only penetrated the huge body of the horned lion. The violent power in the horned lion's bloodline suddenly exploded, and a ripple of energy pushed Jiang Ming and others back hundreds of meters. Immediately afterwards, the body of the fierce wind unicorn lion fell down with a loud bang. The pupils dilated, and the life force disappeared. A once majestic lion fell in this way. Gutilda with one strike, just by raising a finger, he completely killed a peak level 6th order horned lion. What realm is she in? Everyone watched the scene in front of them with lingering fear. Compared to the shock brought by her current appearance, the strength displayed by the other party is even more jaw-dropping. Killing a peak level 6 cultivator with one strike is that heavenly venerable perfection, or Saint Dao realm. Is she the powerful person behind Ronan? When did the Luo family have such a powerful person? By the campfire, after Su Yu killed the fierce wind unicorn lion, everyone sat together obediently again. But at this moment, they didn't even dare to breathe, because there was a figure in white. Thank you very much for your help, Senior. Jiang Ming saw Su Yu silently gnawing on the monster without saying a word, so Jiang Ming gritted his teeth and remained silent. Su Yu said calmly, "It's okay, it's just a 6th-level monster. If Ronan hadn't begged me, I wouldn't have taken action. This, Senior, saved us after all. This may be insignificant in your eyes, but it is a favor that I can never repay." Su Yu didn't say anything, but turned to look at Ronan beside her. Now that the matter has been dealt with, let's go back to Dingshan City. Ronan nodded. No problem, fairy sister. I also want to know the current situation of the Luo family. Su Yu smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm here, everything will be fine. Let's go. As he spoke, his figure disappeared. In fact, he originally wanted to let Ronan stay overnight, but his appearance made the others too restrained, and it was a bit boring, so they just left. Ronan said hello to the King Feng monster hunting group and left overnight. Jiang Ming looked at Ronan's back from afar until he completely disappeared, and then he came back to his senses. Who exactly is that woman? With such strength and bearing, her identity must be extremely extraordinary. Elder Cao held his beard and said, I don't know the other party's identity, but I'm afraid the Tianlei sect will be in trouble this time. According to his intuition, Ronan's ability to practice must be related to the other party. If such a person helps Ronan, it will not be easy for Yang Chan to break off the engagement. Chapter 196. Dingshan City is 1,000 kilometers away from the Wanzhou Mountains, and even if Ronan traveled at full speed, it still took him a day to get there. Dingshan City is a city that is more than 10 times larger than Yuan City. The three major families there all have half-step heavenly venerables in charge, and the mayor of Dingshan City is a genuine heavenly venerable realm powerhouse. The Luo family should have been an unattainable existence in the eyes of everyone, but now it has become a topic of gossip after dinner, with some people gloating and mocking it. Yang Chan is indeed a famous beauty of the Xuanshuang sect. Her appearance and figure are truly amazing. She is not only a beauty, but also the owner of a holy body, the #1 prodigy of the Xuanshuang sect. Is this something you can covet? Damn it, how could such a beauty be the fiancé of a loser like Ronan? It really infuriates me. What's there to be angry about? One is a toad in a well, the other is the bright moon in the sky. Their statuses are so different, they can never be together. That's right, I heard that Yang Chan has arrived at the Luo family this morning. With such a large crowd, I'm afraid she's here to break off the engagement rite. Tusk, the key is that she brought the rumored Song Tian from the Tianlei sect with her. Bringing a man here to break off the engagement, isn't this a blatant slap in the face? She's completely disgraced the Luo family. Dingshan City was bustling with noise, but after walking a few steps, one could hear people talking about the Luo family's affairs without any scruples. Ronan just held down his hat, lowered his head, and said nothing, continuing on his way silently. Seeing this, Suyu couldn't help but send him a voice message. Ronan, are you okay? A forced smile crossed Ronan's face. I'm fine, fairy sister. I just wanted to get home quickly, but I didn't expect them to be here already. Don't worry, everything will be fine with me here. Ronan nodded and walked a little faster. Soon they arrived at the gate of the Luo family. Ronan took out the token and went in directly. When he arrived outside the main hall, Ronan saw many unfamiliar figures. They were wearing 2 different colored costumes, obviously coming from 2 different sects. When Ronan saw the lightning token hanging around the waist of one of the people in blue clothing, he couldn't help feeling a little heavy-hearted. Tianlei sect. In the hall, at this moment, Luo Zhan sat steadily on the main seat. He looked at the crowd below, but his eyes were ashen and his face was ashen. Below, 4 figures stood. A young woman, a young man in a blue robe, an elderly man in his 70s in a deep blue robe, and a beautiful woman in a light blue cheongsam. Among them, the young woman was wearing a light green dress. She was tall, beautiful, and had skin so tender that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it. Her every frown and smile was elegant and moving, like a blooming green lotus, attracting everyone's attention. The young man in blue robe beside her was handsome, with a blue scarf on his head. The blue robe made him look more elegant and suave, and there was a sense of confidence and contempt for others in his eyes. Looking at the young woman in the hall, Luo Zhan spoke coldly. Niece Yang Chan, are you sure you're here to break off the engagement? Yang Chan lowered her eyebrows slightly, and a trace of obvious apology appeared on her pretty face. Uncle Luo Zhan, Yang Chan also apologized for the marriage issue. Although this was arranged by a matchmaker, Ronan and I are strangers. We haven't met since we were young, and there's no emotional connection between us. I don't want to hastily choose the person I will spend my life with, so Yang Chan must withdraw from this marriage today. This is a relief for Ronan as much as it is for me, and I'm doing this for his own good. As for apology, my Xuanshuang sect has already prepared it. These will serve as apology. As she spoke, she opened the scale armor boxes on the ground one by one. Looking closely, there were all kinds of elixirs, spiritual weapons, and natural treasures inside. Judging from the fluctuations emitted, they are at least of level 4 or 5 quality. If these were placed in Dingshan City, they would be enough to create the 4th largest family. However, Luo Zhan was not moved by this. He looked at Yang Chan with complicated eyes. She hadn't mentioned Ronan's cultivation level in her statement about breaking off the engagement, and had mocked it, which he thought was a bit polite. If she came alone, I would feel embarrassed to refuse her. After all, Ronan is not worthy of her. But now she came alone with another ambiguous man to break off the engagement, and her meaning can be imagined. Even if his Luo family was forced to accept this, they could not swallow it. The cornerstone of a family's roots is prestige. This is simply a great humiliation. Thinking about Luo Zhan, I felt more and more heartbroken. Uncle Luo Zhan, if you feel these are not enough, I can add more chips. I just hope that Uncle can help me. Yang Chan bowed slightly and said sincerely. Seeing that Luo Zhan had not responded for a long time, Song Tian on the side had already become impatient. He immediately stood up and said coldly, "A small, third-rate family dares to act so arrogantly. It's unreasonable. If it weren't for Channer's sake, I wouldn't be communicating with your Luo family in such a gentle tone about breaking off the engagement. You should understand that Channer is a born holy body, while your son is a useless piece of shit who can't break through. There's no way they can be together. Put aside your unrealizable dreams, take these treasures, and become a local tyrant in this corner. It would be nice if he could live out his life in peace. If you think it's too little, I won't be stingy, and can give you some more treasures." That's outrageous. Faced with such contemptuous words, Luo Zhan and a group of Luo family elders became furious. Although their Luo family has fallen on hard times, when has they ever been humiliated like this? What's more, he is still a junior now. Mr. Song, this is a matter between me and the Luo family. I hope you won't interfere in this matter. Yang Chan, who was standing by, couldn't stand it any longer and stopped them immediately. After all, the Luo family was the one that had an alliance with his Xuanshuang sect. She looked at Song Tian with a smile on her face, but disgust welled up in the depths of his eyes. Originally, she could have canceled the engagement by coming here on her own, but unfortunately she met Song Tian along the way, who insisted on following her, and she couldn't get rid of him no matter how hard she tried. Now that this has happened, my external image has been damaged. Originally, her outward image was that of a pure and flawless woman who was devoted to practicing Taoism. That's why she advised Luo Zhan so kindly. After all, necessary etiquette should be maintained. As a result, it now has stains. This is all Song Tian's fault. He was like a stray dog and couldn't be shaken off. Ronan is not worthy of me, so do you think you are worthy of me? He doesn't even take a piss and look at himself. What a moral character. Of course, Yang Chan didn't dare to say this to his face. After all, Song Tian was still useful. The Xuanshuang sect where she is now is not very powerful, but the Tianlei sect is a good shelter and has corresponding resources. As long as I keep Song Tian hanging, I will find a way to kick him out when he is no longer useful to me. The key now is to cancel the engagement. Luo Zhan looked at them coldly and stood up immediately. "Take these things back. My Luo family doesn't want them. Niece Yang Chan, you can cancel the engagement if you want, but you have to rely on my son." "Wait a moment." At this moment, a shout was heard outside the lobby. Immediately afterwards, a figure strode in from outside the door. "Nanners." Chapter 197. When Luo Zhan saw Ronan appear, his face immediately lit up with joy, but he then became worried. "Nanner, why are you here? Weren't you already out?" He can handle these things, now that his son is back if anything happens. Ronan clasped his fists towards Luo Zhan and said, "Father, I heard that my fiancé and the #1 prodigy of the Tianlei sect came to visit my Luo family. I was quite curious, so I rode here at full speed overnight." "Ronan, he is Ronan." When they saw the young man appear, Song Tian and others immediately looked him over. "Spirit Sea Realm, it seems that he is not as useless as the rumors say." Song Tian crossed his arms in front of his chest with a somewhat cold and arrogant attitude. "Waste, I was indeed waste to young Master Song Tian before. However, from the previous scene, I have witnessed this so-called #1 genius." Ronan showed a faint smile on his face, but he sneered in his heart. "Boy, you are so brave. You are not afraid of me. It's really interesting." A hint of coldness flashed in Song Tian's eyes, but he did not take action because of Ronan's words. He just looked at him playfully as if he were a toy. There is a huge difference between their identities. This kid dares to offend me like this. He is either stupid or he has his own trump card. But now it seems clearly the former. Ronan's gaze turned to Yang Chan with the same coldness. "Ms. Yang Chan, although we have never met, even if you want to cancel the engagement, there is no need to bring this #1 prodigy with you. Isn't that too much of a compliment to my Luo family? Yang Chan came back to her senses from looking at Ronan. She shook her head with an apologetic smile on her face. I'm sorry, but young Master Song Tian insisted on coming here. I can't do anything about it. As for our marriage, I think you should know that we are both victims. Perhaps it is best to dissolve this relationship. I also came here with sincerity today. Sincerity? Ronan sneered. Yang Chan, let me be clear with you. I originally wanted to cancel the engagement, but now you're bringing another man to cancel the engagement. My Luo family cannot accept this no matter what. Then what are you going to do? Yang Chan frowned slightly. Unless I divorce you. What? You want to divorce me? Boy, you are so brave. Ronan's words shocked everyone present. A notorious loser is actually going to divorce a saint body owner with a promising future. Song Tian was even more furious. Yang Chan is the person he likes, and he has been pursuing her. If Yang Chan divorces a loser, then wouldn't he, Song Tian, also become a laughing stock of others? In an instant, the pressure of the ascending emperor realm immediately came, bringing with it the terrifying power of thunder and lightning that swept towards Ronan. Stop! Luo Zhan and the others were shocked, but it was too late for them to stop it. Seeing Ronan being affected by the thunder, a powerful pressure immediately erupted from the depths of the ancestral hall, quickly spreading to the lobby and crushing Song Tian's oppression. At the same time, the pressure continued to spread, pushing Song Tian and others back dozens of meters. Did the ancestor take action? When Luo Zhan saw someone trying to stop them, he looked towards the ancestral hall and breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fear in his heart. Luo family ancestor. Is this the Saint Dao realm? The Luo family's ancestor isn't just a half-step heavenly venerable as rumored, but is in the Saint Dao realm. Song Tian was somewhat shocked. He had never expected that this small Dingshan city, with its hidden dragons and crouching tigers, could have a Saint Dao realm cultivator. Youngster, the Luo family is not a place for you to act recklessly. If you want to negotiate, you should negotiate properly. Don't hurt anyone in my Luo family. Otherwise, don't blame me for bullying the weak. The old voice echoed in the hall, carrying a hint of majesty. Song Tian's face was gloomy. He was about to stand up but was stopped by Yang Chan beside him. Yang Chan came in front of Ronan. Although her face was cold, there was also a hint of calmness in it. You want to divorce me? Even she didn't expect that Ronan would make such a decision. Although she was angry, she still managed to remain rational. She was born with a holy body of Yuanling and an extraordinary destiny, but now she was divorced by a loser. This must not be allowed to happen, whether it is for his future spiritual practice or external public opinion. Isn't this what you want? You should know that you thought about this consequence when you allowed Song Tian to come with you. Yang Chan smiled inexplicably. She didn't expect that her fiancé would be such a tough nut to crack, and that the Luo family also had a strong man in the Saint Dao realm. The Tianlai sect could not help her force the cancellation of the engagement, but instead had the opposite effect. This was indeed her miscalculation. We don't need to argue any further. If you don't agree, just cancel the engagement. Then use your own strength to talk things over. If you want to divorce me, fine, but you have to have the ability to do so yourself. What do you think? We'll resolve the issues between us ourselves. How about this? I'll give you 4 years, since you're so confident you can defeat me within 4 years. If you defeat me, I will agree to divorce me. What do you think? Yang Chan said calmly. Allowing Ronan to challenge him for 4 years was just a delaying tactic. In her opinion, it was impossible for Ronan to catch up with her, and he would even get further and further away from her. The reason she did this was so that she wouldn't have to take responsibility when she tried to hook up with rich men in the future, and she could use this as a shield. In fact, from the beginning to the end, she never took this engagement seriously. 4 years to defeat you, Ronan frowned. The issue between the two of them should really be resolved between themselves. In 4 years, I should be able to catch up with the holy body of the half-step Ascension Emperor realm, right? The fairy sister said that he had extraordinary luck, and he still had this confidence. Just when he was about to agree, Su Yu spoke. When was your coming-of-age ceremony? Ronan was stunned for a moment, then immediately replied. About half a month left. What's wrong, fairy sister? Half a month, then half a month. I'll challenge her after half a month. Ah, half a month? That's such a short time. Is this possible? Even though Ronan believed in Su Yu, he didn't believe in himself. No problem. As long as you can replenish your luck within half a month, your strength will surely improve by leaps and bounds. Otherwise, you will never be able to catch up with her. I'll never be able to catch up with her. What does that mean? This Yang Chan is not as simple as you think. Do as I say first. The only way you can defeat her now is to replenish your luck, otherwise you have no chance. That's okay, Ronan agreed decisively. Although he didn't understand why the fairy sister did this, she must have said it for his own good. How about it, Ronan? Does this proposal seem fair to you? Outside world. When Yang Chan saw Ronan fall into a brief daze, her words came as warm as the spring breeze. Ronan came to his senses and sternly rejected the challenge. I can challenge you, but I don't need to wait 4 years. How about this? In half a month, we'll have a showdown. If you lose, I'll agree to your breaking off the engagement. But if you lose, then I'll divorce you. What, half a month? Ronan's words not only made Yang Chan and Song Tian fall into a brief daze, but even Luo Zhan and other elders of the Luo family looked at Ronan in astonishment. Nana, are you crazy? How can you do this in just half a month? This concerns your future, don't mess around. Luo Zhan immediately walked down and scolded. He was ready to stop this ridiculous agreement. Defeating a Yuanling saint body at the half-step Ascension Emperor realm in just 2 weeks. How is that possible? This is just wishful thinking. Ronan shook his head firmly. Father, believe me, I can do it, and I will do it. It's not that Father doesn't believe you, but why do you want it? Luo Zhan hesitated to speak. Because I broke through my father, I have broken through to the spiritual sea realm, Ronan said with a smile. Break through this. Luo Zhan sensed his situation and found that it was indeed the same as he said. Yang Chan also laughed beside her, and she was shaking with laughter. Ronan, are you really going to challenge me in half a month? Of course, I can do that after my coming-of-age ceremony, Ronan said calmly. Okay, in that case, I promise you. Then I will stay in your Luo family for the time being, and you can come to challenge me in half a month. How about it? Yang Chan said with a smile. Whatever. Then we'll have to wait and see. Chapter 198. Boy, you are quite good. You actually want to fight a half-step Ascension Emperor Realm Saint body with the spiritual sea realm. On the side, Song Tian also interrupted and looked at Ronan jokingly. But specifically looking for women is not an upright thing to do. How about this? Half a month from now, I'll fight you in place of junior sister Yang Chan. If you can withstand 7 of my moves, you'll win. How about that? You replace Yang Chan? No way. This is absolutely not possible. Luo Zhan and other clan elders' expressions changed drastically when they heard this. Song Tian was in the middle stage of the Ascension Emperor realm, and his strength among the young generation was unquestionable. If Ronan fights him, there will definitely be no good ending. Take him, Ronan. Luo Zhan and others refused, but Su Yu strongly agreed. Sister Fairy, can I defeat Song Tian even after I regain my luck? Ronan was a little puzzled by this. He was somewhat confident in dealing with Yang Chan, who was half a step away from the Ascension Emperor realm, but he felt a little guilty when facing a genius in the middle stage of the Ascension Emperor realm, not to mention the Xuan Lei holy body. By the way, since you've already challenged Yang Chan, then challenging Song Tian won't matter. Clear? Ronan agreed without hesitation. He looked at Song Tian and nodded. Since you want to duel with me, I have no objection. Ha tilde. Okay, Ronan, I will replace junior sister Yang Chan and fight you in half a month. I'm really looking forward to it. Song Tian looked at Ronan meaningfully. Finally, he withdrew with Yang Chan. Yang Chan didn't care much about the fact that the duel between her and Ronan had suddenly turned into one between Song Tian and Ronan. In her opinion, Ronan could not defeat Song Tian, let alone herself. Although her original plan was dashed, she still wanted to see what tricks Ronan was up to. Does he have any secrets? The moment she stepped out of the door, a clear and charming voice sounded from Yang Chan's body. He has his own secrets. Yang Chan's beautiful eyes narrowed. Is there really a secret? Tianfeng, what is his secret? Tianfeng said, I can't figure out his fate, but I think he must be a person with extraordinary luck. There's also a mysterious power protecting him, and there should be a powerful person following behind him. What? He has a strong person behind him. A look of horror beyond her imagination finally emerged in Yang Chan's eyes. She had originally heard that Ronan was a waste in body tempering, but he suddenly broke through the spirit sea realm. Could it be the work of that mysterious strong man? What is going on? Tianfeng, do you know who that person is? I can't detect it. The most I can do now is temporarily unleash the power of a semi-emperor. The other party can completely block my perception. Obviously, he has some superior means. Can't even Tianfeng detect it. You have to know that this is the Tianfeng clan, which once stood at the top of the continent. Yang Chan was in a very heavy mood. The remnant soul of the heavenly phoenix in her body was a top-notch demon who had reached the peak of the 10th level tens of thousands of years ago, carrying the blood of the heavenly phoenix. Back in its heyday, it fought with the true dragon ancestor for several years. In the end, both it and the true dragon ancestor died, and its immortal body disappeared. In the end, due to the Tianfeng clan's talent for nirvana and rebirth, a trace of Tianfeng's soul was able to survive. In the end, she got it by luck. With Tianfeng's assistance, her strength improved by leaps and bounds, and she was even stronger than that Xuanlei Shengti Song Tian. It's just that she chose to hide her edge. After all, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. But now Tianfeng actually told her that the person she was breaking off the engagement with might very well be the same kind of person as herself. Things have already come to this, so we can only continue. You have to eliminate this threat first, and then leave here. Don't worry, with me here, you will definitely succeed. Shovel eradicate? This is not necessary, right? Yang Chan felt a little reluctant. Although she liked to play with people's feelings, she still had her own principles. There's no need to make a big deal out of a small breakup. After all, it is more likely that they will become strangers later on. Even looking back, the old friendship might still be of some help. Humph, if you want to achieve great things, you have to be ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame him for having good luck. He has become hostile towards you now. If you don't get rid of this kind of person, there will be endless trouble. Yang Chan remained silent. Oh right, now that I've sensed it, I always feel that this Luo family is not simple. There is actually a Saint Dao realm master in a corner. You can take advantage of this half-month to explore the secrets here. Clear. The other side. After earnest persuasion from Luo Zhan and other clan elders, Ronan finally left. Looking at the disappearing backs of Yang Chan and the others, Su Yu opened his third eye again. Song Tian, Purple Destiny. Yang Chan, Deep Golden Destiny. This Yang Chan actually has a deep golden destiny, which is higher than Ronan's current destiny. Based on her temporary performance, I thought she was just a green tea bitch. But I didn't expect that she was actually a destined green tea bitch. Golden destiny is at least the potential to be a true god. I met two of them when I first arrived in Zhang Shenzhou. I don't know whether it is because Zhang Shenzhou has outstanding people and beautiful scenery, or it is my destiny. And through the fairy eyes, he saw a remnant soul in the other party. By tracing back to its essence, he saw that it was the remnant soul of a heavenly phoenix. His realm during his lifetime was almost at the peak of the 10th level, which is the perfection of true God. But now only one in 1,000 remains of his strength. This remnant soul had previously detected Ronan, but was isolated by himself using the Xuanian jade. It seemed to be aware of my presence, but it didn't matter. Sister Fairy, do I still need to practice for the next half-month? No, there's a huge gap of 4 realms between you and them. You can't be on par with them just by practicing for half a month. Then you said earlier that Yang Chan was not simple. In what way was she not simple? Her true realm is the perfect Ascended Emperor realm. Her level of destiny is now higher than yours, and she is accompanied by a remnant soul of the true God realm. Do you think it's simple? What? Ronan was speechless for a moment. The residual soul of the true God realm. Is your luck higher than his? No wonder the fairy sister said before that if he didn't complete his luck, he might never catch up with Yang Chan in his lifetime. So now we are trying to find a way to replenish our luck. Yes, I've noticed that your Luo family is not simple. I have to go investigate. I also need to prepare in the next few days to ensure everything goes well. Over the next few days, Ronan began to explore the family. After Su Yu's reminder, the ancestor of the Holy Dao realm, the vague origins, and the inaccessible ancestral hall all revealed his extraordinariness. He then discovered that there seemed to be something really different about his family. After the 3rd day, Ronan hurried back to his own courtyard. At this moment, Su Yu was dancing with a sword at the back of the courtyard. She is dressed in white as snow, and her appearance is like an immortal. She is graceful and elegant, light and unrestrained. She was proud of her unparalleled beauty and her charming figure. As the magic sword was wielded, her figure was as startled as a wild goose, as graceful as a flying dragon, so independent and stunning that she looked like a fairy. Chapter 199. Seeing this scene, Ronan was a little dazed. His anxious expression calmed down instantly. He found a corner and began to watch Su Yu practicing sword quietly. These days, Ronan has not been practicing, but has been searching for the secrets of the Luo family. And Su Yu naturally stayed behind Ronan's courtyard. He practiced sword from time to time, and Ronan would not disturb him when he saw him, but would just stay aside and watch quietly. Although he could not see through the mysterious sword moves, the fairy's sword dance was so pleasing to the eye. If he didn't have a mission, he wouldn't run around. Ronan just watched quietly. Not long after, when Suyu stopped, he ran over happily. Suyu put away the white crane, walked to the bench on the stone platform of the pavilion, and sat down slowly. "How's the search going?" Ronan immediately sat down opposite him, a look of joy on his face. "I've been asking my father about it these past few days, and then I've been looking through the ancient books in the library, and I've pretty much figured it out. A long time ago, my Luo family did have an extremely glorious time. At that time, it would not be an exaggeration to say that we were the #1 family on the continent." "Oh, go on." Suyu raised her eyebrows slightly. "About 170,000 years ago, the ancestor of our Luo family was just an escort for a small town escort agency. He had always followed the routine and lived a stable life. But suddenly one day, while on a convoy mission in the middle of the night, he passed by a desolate mountain ridge. A meteorite fell from the sky, and he found a magical weapon from it." "Immortal weapon?" Suyu's expression froze. "Wow, I actually picked up a magical weapon. What kind of luck is this? If I could get the immortal weapon to recognize me as its master, I would be able to walk freely in the true spirit continent." "Yes, it is an immortal weapon. What's incredible is that the ancestor actually gained the recognition of the immortal weapon and used the power of the immortal weapon to comprehend the laws, reaching the realm of true God in just a few hundred years. Finally, in that era, he became the strongest person on the continent, holding a magical weapon. He founded the Luo family, and the Luo family saw the flourishing of 19 true gods, becoming the most powerful family on the continent. Originally, the Luo family led the continent in this way for 9,000 years. After 9,000 years, the ancestor felt that he could no longer make progress, so he prepared for another 4,000 years to transcend the tribulation and become an immortal, ascending to the upper realm to pursue the Great Way. However, during the immortal tribulation, the ancestor holding the immortal weapon unexpectedly perished. Even with a magic weapon in hand, one can still die in a thunder tribulation. "Does the blessing of a magic weapon make the thunder tribulation more dangerous?" Suyu asked doubtfully. "The ascension tribulation is just an ascension tribulation at most. If you face a real immortal weapon, you can easily overcome the tribulation, right? But the ancestor of the Luo family actually died." Ronan shook his head. "I'm not sure either, but according to the records in the ancient books, the Luo family ancestors jointly concluded that the immortal artifact did not cause any abnormal changes to the thunder tribulation, but rather a normal thunder tribulation. Thousands of years later, when the second true god of our Luo family, holding an immortal weapon, transcended the tribulation and ascended to heaven, but once again perished in the thunder tribulation, our Luo family ancestor sensed something was amiss. The ascension tribulation is the most terrifying thunder tribulation. From ancient times to the present, few people have been able to ascend to become immortals. However, my Luo family holds the immortal weapon and has its own destiny. So the situation on both sides remains unclear. Is it because of the difficulty of becoming an immortal or the immortal artifact? After my Luo family's true god could no longer improve in strength, someone else chose to ascend. So the third, fourth, fifth, and even the 8th true god all perished in the thunder tribulation. Finally, these signs of failure made people think of immortal artifacts. So the Luo family's true god gave up the help of immortal artifacts when he overcame the tribulation. But unfortunately, even after that, there were other true gods of the Luo family who tried to transcend the tribulation, but none of them succeeded. Suyu listened and actually wanted to say something. Maybe they are too weak to survive the disaster. Seeing Suyu silent, as if she was a little sensitive and was misjudged by the fairy sister, Ronan hurriedly explained. My Luo family's ancestors gained enlightenment from immortal artifacts and inherited the immortal way. Their strength far surpassed that of the true gods of the continent. Even though many true gods have fallen, they are still the #1 family on the continent. So it's impossible that you can't survive the tribulation just because you're weak. And in that era, someone on the continent successfully transcended the tribulation and ascended to heaven. Gradually, as the times changed, the number of true gods in my Luo family became scarce, and then it became increasingly desolate, until now, more than 100,000 years later, it has become like this. So what secret is your Luo family hiding now? Ronan took a sip of tea and said solemnly, Although my Luo family has fallen into decline, that immortal weapon has been passed down. However, at some point in time, for some unknown reason, the immortal weapon fell into a self-seal, unable to unleash its immortal power, and became a mere decoration. This is also the most important reason why my Luo family is in decline, and it is now sealed in the ancestral hall of my Luo family. Su Yu raised his eyebrows. The Luo family's magic weapon was left behind, but it couldn't be used. What is that magical artifact? I'm not sure. There is no detailed record in the family's ancient books. It only says that it is a magical weapon. Ronan shook his head. It seems that the Luo family doesn't want people to know what the immortal weapon is. Sister Fairy, what should we do now? What should I do? Of course I should go to the ancestral hall and see the immortal artifacts. Going to see the magic weapon? Ronan was not surprised. But the ancestor of my Luo family is guarding there. I just learned from my father yesterday that the ancestor has reached the perfection of the Saint Dao realm and is even beginning to touch the Emperor realm. Can we go in? It's okay, I have my own way. Su Yu looked at Ronan intentionally or unintentionally. Ronan, haven't you ever wondered if your lack of luck might be related to that magical weapon? My luck is related to the magic weapon, Ronan was puzzled. But I've never seen that magical weapon. I have no connection with it. Su Yu shook her head slightly. Perhaps the Luo family ancestors were just like you, showing signs of lack of luck. Maybe this is why I can't successfully overcome the tribulation. Su Yu's words made Ronan's expression change drastically. Did those ancestors also suffer from lack of luck? It's really possible. Damn, maybe it's really because of the lack of luck that I can't ascend successfully. Doesn't that mean that even if he breaks through to the true God level in the future, he won't be able to ascend to become an immortal? No, Sister Fairy, you have to save me. I don't want to perish in the thunder tribulation. I want to become an immortal. Su Yu rolled her eyes at him. What kind of immortal are you going to become? You've just entered the spiritual sea realm. How can you become an immortal? It's just a pipe dream. Okay, that's it. We'll go check out the ancestral hall tomorrow night. Prepare first and see if there's anything you need to bring. Chapter 200. The next day, night fell. In the dim night, Ronan, wearing a nightgown, came to the Luo family ancestral hall quietly. The ancestral hall was much quieter than other places in the Luo family, and there were basically no people walking around. In the center of the ancestral hall, wooden tablets are placed everywhere. These are the deceased ancestors of the Luo family. In the center of the ancestral hall's lobby, there was a cushion on which an old figure was sitting cross-legged. What should we do, fairy sister? Can you see any clues? The ancestor is sitting in the center of the ancestral hall. Crawling on the eaves, Ronan was a little hesitant. Beside him was Su Yu, dressed in white as snow. What are you afraid of? You have a concealment formation on your body. As long as it's not the Emperor, there won't be any problem. Su Yu said calmly, his fairy eyes scanning around. There's a passage hidden behind this ancestral hall. Perhaps we can go in and take a look. There's a passage behind my ancestral hall. Can I avoid the ancestors? Of course, watch me. Su Yu flicked his sleeves, and the two of them turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the ancestral hall silently. The perfect strength of the holy Dao realm may indeed make Su Yu cautious, but when it comes to concealment, he is a master of formations. He activated the formation to directly block the ancestor of the Luo family and came to the deepest part of the ancestral hall. At the bottom of the slope, surrounded by countless wooden signs, there is a cave less than 1.5 meters in diameter. It is bottomless and extremely hidden. Su Yu was just about to take Ronan in, but to be on the safe side, he set up a large shielding formation a few meters away from the cave entrance. Then I calmly entered the cave. Not long after, a graceful figure flew past the eaves of the ancestral hall. She was wearing a nightgown, looking down at the movements below, her beautiful eyes glittering with light. Tianfeng, is this the place? Yes, I sense something strange inside. There is a cave entrance at the deepest part of the ancestral hall. The entrance to the cave. Yang Chan's pretty face showed an excited expression. She has been staying at the Luo family for 4 or 5 days. When he first suspected that the Luo family had a secret, he had been secretly trying to figure out the secret. You don't know until you touch it. Once you touch it, Lion Tianfeng was so shocked that he almost lost his mind. The Luo family was once an extremely glorious family a long time ago, and it hid secrets about immortals. Immortality, this is what all cultivators dream of, and is also their ultimate goal in this life. Become an immortal and ascend to heaven. Immortality. Reach into the bag and take something. Unparalleled combat power. The immortal's name shines through the world. Immortal can do all this. Yang Chen just felt that God was blessing her. As long as she can get the secret of the Luo family, the entire true spirit continent will surely write about her fairy glory in the future. Her name is passed down and her beauty is eternal. Let's go in and take a look first. Yang Chen hesitated, but the Luo family's ancestor is guarding here, so it won't be easy to get in. Don't worry, a Saint Dao realm perfection in my current state. I can still barely conceal the aura. But you have to give me control of your body first. Good. Tianfeng immediately possessed Yang Chen, avoided the consciousness of the Luo family ancestor, and came to the entrance of the ancestral hall. Just as she was about to step in, an energy barrier rose up, blocking the way forward. Tianfeng cursed softly. Damn, there's an energy barrier here. Tianfeng, can you break it? Yes, it is possible, but it takes time, etc. Something's wrong. This energy shield is newly condensed. Could it be that someone has already entered it before? What? Tianfeng, why don't you break it quickly? Yang Chan's spiritual thoughts came out anxiously from her body. She didn't expect that someone had gotten there first. If the opportunity to become an immortal is taken away by them, the consequences will be unimaginable. In a trance, Ronan's figure appeared in her mind. Could it be him? Good. Tianfeng also took decisive action. As for the immortals, it couldn't care less about them now. The crimson flame in his hand burned, constantly eroding the energy barrier. At the same time, the energy shield on the barrier shone brightly, illuminating the entire ancestral hall. The ancestor of the Luo family, who was sitting cross-legged on the cushion, was instantly awakened. His eyes were like torches, and the aura around him swept over like waves. Who is it? How dare you trespass into the Luo family ancestral hall? Oops. Tianfeng's heart sank. She had been quite cautious, but she didn't expect that she would still attract the attention of this Saint Dao realm. This damn energy barrier. There is Lao Liu. She was actually tricked. Inside the cave, Su Yu took Ronan and sneaked in. At a certain moment, he noticed something and looked behind him. Is anyone coming in? Fairy sister, look, there is a door in front. While Su Yu was stunned, Ronan pointed ahead and exclaimed, this road is finally different. Not far ahead, standing on the charred soil, was a 10-foot-tall bronze door, tightly closed. Two mysterious beasts are printed on the door handles at both ends, and a circular compass is embedded in the center of the bronze door. The pattern on the compass is intricate and obscure, with a bronze groove in the middle. Sister Fairy, this bronze door won't open. What should I do? Ronan came to the bronze door and tried to push it, but it couldn't move at all. Su Yu frowned. It was obvious that the compass groove in the center of the door was the key to opening the door. Try to drop your blood on the compass. Ronan responded and immediately did as he was told. However, even though the blood dripped onto the groove, the door remained motionless. What's going on? There's no reaction at all. Ronan was puzzled. Su Yu walked up and looked at the bronze compass. Even dripping blood won't work. It seems this bronze compass is the lock to this door. To open it, you need a special key. And this key may be with your Luo family's ancestor. Ah, you need a key to open the door. Then should we go directly to the ancestor to explain? What are you talking about? There's not much time left. Get out of the way, let me blow it open. Su Yu rejected it and took decisive action. If he guessed correctly, the remnant soul of Tianfeng had already started fighting with the ancestor of the Luo family. By then, the entire Luo family might be alarmed. Now is the best time. Thinking of this, he took out the white crane. Sword energy surged around him, and the demon-slaying sword slashed towards the bronze door. Bang, bang, bang. The sword intent continuously washed over the bronze door, and the surroundings became a world of swords. Demon-slaying style, demon's calamity. The second style of demon-slaying, all demons grieve together. The third move of the demon-slaying sword, hell has no gates. The red-gold sword intent finally turned into a dazzling golden beam of light and broke through the bronze door. Immediately following, what comes into view is a dense cluster of ancient wooden tablets. The tomb of Luo Tian, the 361st generation disciple of the Luo family, perfected in the realm of true God, Lord of the Nine Heavens Palace, leader in slaying demons. The tomb of Luo Zeolin, the 321st generation disciple of the Luo family, perfected in the realm of true God, Lord of the 10 Directions Palace, the continent's #1 physical cultivator. The tomb of Luo Changxi, the 211th generation disciple of the Luo family, In the early stage of the true god realm, a god-level alchemist, the 19th master of the Dan Tower on the mainland, the tomb of Luo Xian, the 172nd generation disciple of the Luo family, a late true god, a god-level talisman master, the creator of the heavenly demon talisman and the first pillar of the talisman pagoda. Chapter 201. The huge space is filled with densely packed wooden tablets. It is engraved with the names of the Luo family's ancestors from their earliest and most glorious era. Their cultivation, their identities, and their life stories are all recorded here. This is a world of wooden tablets and also an era. Are these the people from my Luo family's glorious past? Even the weakest ones are emperors. What kind of family was our Luo family in the past? Walking into the world of wooden tablets, Ronan felt an indescribable shock. There are thousands of wooden tablets, which means thousands of powerful people. Ronan was looking at the wooden tablets, but Su Yu saw the clues of these wooden tablets through the fairy eyes. The wooden tablet here is different from the ordinary wooden tablets in the Luo family ancestral hall outside. The wood materials here are extremely special, and every wooden tablet here contains a unique energy. This energy is not some residual soul, but inheritance, the inheritance of the Luo family's ancestors. When Su Yu thought of this, her eyebrows twitched wildly. There are more than 1,000 wooden tablets here. If they are all inheritances, then the meaning they represent is self-evident. Thousands of inheritances. The inheritance is not just a technique. It is an opportunity that can allow cultivators to break through to the realm of great emperor or true god. Even Su Yu couldn't help but marvel at it. The two continued to go deeper, and all they saw were wooden tablets. Soon the two of them arrived at the deepest part of the space. Compared to outside, the number of wooden tablets here is less. On the bronze stone table in the center, there is a black rectangular object the size of a palm, which looks very similar to a jade seal. It seemed as if time had passed, and the words engraved on the black seal were blurred. What's this? Ronan looked around and found that apart from the wooden tablet, there was only this black seal. But Ronan didn't know why. But when he saw this dull black mark, he felt a sudden surge of fear in his heart. Sister Fairy Eye, go and give it a try. Su Yu naturally noticed the changes in Ronan. Ronan nodded heavily, walked towards the bronze platform, and reached out to touch the black mark. After touching it a few times without any response, Ronan hesitated for a moment, bit his finger and dripped blood on it. Well, suddenly the black mark shone brightly, and the black color faded away, revealing the crystal-clear, milky white color. The black seal turned into a light seal. A terrifying aura emanated from the light seal. The white light illuminates the entire wooden tablet world. At the same time, white light patterns appeared on Ronan's body surface, and amazing changes were taking place inside his body. This moment has finally arrived. The light print slowly floated in the air, and a clear sound came slowly, like the ringing of a bell, echoing in every corner. You are the immortal weapon that has been passed down through generations of my Luo family. Are you the spirit of the immortal weapon? Ronan was stunned. He didn't expect that what was recorded in the ancient books was actually true. I am what you call a magical weapon, but I am not a spirit weapon. I am just a trace of my memory that has been preserved through special means. I stayed here just to wait for you to show up. Wait for me. That's right, I am the divine seal. I came from the highest heaven outside the heavens and was left behind on this true spirit continent hundreds of thousands of years ago. Finally, it was acquired by your Luo family's ancestor, which led to all these causes and consequences. You seem to have a lot of doubts in your mind. Seeing the doubts in Ronan's heart, he used the divine seal. Ronan nodded. Is the lack of luck in me related to you? And the fact that all my ancestors failed to ascend to heaven was also related to you, wasn't it? Alas, Tongshan Yin sighed softly. The luck you lack is indeed related to the divine seal. And the reason those little guys failed to ascend was because of me. So our ancestors also suffered from the same lack of luck as me. That's why they perished in the thunderstorm. Will this be the same fate for me even after I ascend? When Ronan heard this, he immediately became a little panicked. He at least has the potential to become a god. But if he fails to become an immortal through practice, wouldn't that be a waste of time? Tongshan rejected the idea, saying, No, you are completely different. They sensed the immortal charm within me, but because it was incomplete, they were unable to condense the complete immortal path when they ascended, and ultimately perished. Their destiny is complete. You are lacking in luck, because the luck of the divine seal has been transferred to you. The luck you are missing is the divine seal. Because of you, you are the true spirit of the divine seal. What? I'm the spirit of the divine seal. Tang Shinian's words not only stunned Ronan, but even Su Yu couldn't help but be surprised. This spirit of the artifact has been reborn as a human, a spirit. Is this the immortal weapon? Can it be reborn as a human? That's right, the immortal path of the divine seal is incomplete. The path that the Luo family comprehended from the divine seal is also incomplete. They will definitely perish when they break through and become immortals. So, in order to prevent this from happening again, and to prevent the situation from becoming a stalemate, the divine seal cannot return to the high heavens. So the spirit of the divine seal, that is, you, decided to seal yourself away and use immortal arts to cross the reincarnation cycle. Tang Shinian wants to rebuild himself and embark on the path to immortality. When you began your cultivation as the human race, the spirit of all races, you represented the entire Luo family's long-cherished wish to ascend to immortality, as well as Tang Shinian's hope to return to the heavens. I see. Ronan took a deep breath. Is this the reason why he lacks luck? Is he the spirit of the immortal artifact Tangshan seal? Is it the long-cherished wish of representing the Luo family to ascend to immortality and the hope of returning to heaven with the divine seal? So as long as I integrate the divine seal, my luck will be complete, right? No, your luck has only increased a little, not completely. Ronan's expression changed. Why? If I merged with the divine seal, wouldn't it be complete? Even after integrating the divine seal, his luck is still incomplete. Are you kidding me? Because the divine seal itself is incomplete. Even if you merge it with the master, your luck will still be lacking. The divine seal was originally one of the Kaienkan 9 heaven's immortal seals in the supreme heaven. But for some reason, the Kaienkan 9 heaven's immortal seals showed signs of separation. All 9 of its immortal seals were lost, and among them, you, the divine seal, was lost in this true spirit continent. This is also the reason why those Luo family ancestors were never able to ascend, because they copied the immortal path of the divine seal, and the divine seal itself is incomplete. If you want to complete all your luck, you must ascend to the upper realm to collect the complete Kaienkan Jiyushin immortal seal. Kaienkan 9 heaven's immortal seal. This sounds awesome. Does he have to ascend to heaven and collect the remaining 8 immortal seals to complete his luck? But the key is that he lacks luck, so he can't ascend. Tang Shinian seemed to see his worry and explained, "Don't worry about that. The fundamental reason why you can't cultivate is that you are separated from the divine seal. After you integrate the divine seal, you will become a completely new and unique individual. You have the qualifications to break through and become an immortal. By the way, these wooden tablets are the inheritance left by the ancestors of the Luo family. They contain all things in the universe and are unparalleled in divine ways. You can make good use of them. However, to seize these inheritances, one must be of the Luo family bloodline. Okay, merge with the divine seal, and then you will become a brand new you." After saying this, the residual soul left on the Tangshan seal dissipated. P.S. One update will be released tomorrow at noon. Chapter 202. All the wooden tablets here actually contain a legacy. Ronan was stunned by the remnant soul's words. Thousands of wooden tablets. That means at least the great Emperor realm, or even thousands of true God realms. Is this the foundation of the #1 family on the continent? It's really terrifying. After the residual soul dissipated, Ronan clearly felt that the connection between himself and the divine seal was growing at a crazy speed. An invisible shackle on his body was broken. The body is breaking through and sublimating. "Fairy sister." Ronan couldn't help but look at Suyu not far away. Suyu said, "Refine and fuse the immortal weapon, I will protect you. This is your chance." Good. So Ronan immediately started the fusion without hesitation. He trusted Suyu 100%. While Ronan was refining, Suyu was also observing silently. Ronan is the reincarnation of the spiritual weapon of the divine seal. So what kind of changes will happen after he successfully refines the immortal weapon? Is the one behind him a human or a spirit? It should be a person. After all, I want to rebuild and ascend. If you are more inclined towards the spirit of the weapon, then the possibility of transformation and ascension will be even smaller. Perhaps some special contract was obtained with the divine seal. Is the luck starting to increase? As Ronan continued to refine, Suyu could see through his divine eyes that Ronan's luck was increasing. From the initial light gold fate to the gold fate, and then to the dark gold fate. Still no signs of stopping. At this rate, he might actually be able to create a red destiny. System, how do you think this Kainkun Jiyushin Immortal Seal compares to the Kingshan Fortune Lotus? It's only one level weaker, but it's still top-notch in the Supreme Heaven realm. I see. Suyu propped up her chin and smiled. You said I helped Ronan unlock the Luo family's secrets, improved his luck, and integrated the Divine Seal. Will that be counted towards my investment return later? This is also one of the purposes of Suyu's trip. He was not only curious about Ronan's missing luck, but most importantly it was for investment. Of course, but his current destiny is not high, so the host will not receive any rich rewards. There's no great reward for this. Suyu immediately began to wail. Yikshuan, where are you guys? If this kind of thing happened to Yikshuan, he couldn't imagine what he would get. No, I have to go find them after this is over. I have to become stronger quickly. Ever since the incident with Ling Xiao, he felt like there was a thorn hanging in his heart. The magic mark has not been eliminated yet. This magic seal is like a shackle. It is not only Ling Xiao's shackles on the three-colored black demon, but also the prejudice of the world against the three-colored black demon. In the future, when he reveals that he is a black demon, there will definitely be stronger ones who want to devour him. So his desire to become stronger became stronger and stronger. Suyu decided to leave after dealing with Ronan's affairs. The magic seal will be eliminated soon. Maybe it was eliminated while they were searching for Yikshuan and the others. After thinking it through, he immediately sat cross-legged and began to practice. Most of the day passed like this. Ronan did not make any move, but the bronze door at the entrance to the wooden tablet world was blasted open by a ripple of energy. Someone came in. Suyu immediately became alert. He looked over and saw Yang Chan flying quickly through the wooden tablet world. Tianfeng is now extremely depressed. She possessed Yang Chan and tried to enter the ancestral hall entrance, but was blocked by the Luo family's ancestor for a long time. Fortunately, she had many tricks up her sleeve and was able to temporarily trap the other party. But this also consumed a lot of time, providing time for the first person to sneak into the cave. This is just making wedding dresses for others. She almost vomited blood. At this moment, he was filled with anger. Is this the Luo family's true ancestral hall? It really is a hidden gem. Tianfeng's divine sense quickly read through it. He quickly noticed the figure in white not far in front of him, and Ronan, who was refining something at the back. Suddenly her heart tightened. Has the chance to become an immortal been taken away? Damn it! Boy, can an ant like you touch the immortal die? Tianfeng was furious. She used her magical powers, and a fire phoenix that dominated the world condensed and flew towards Ronan at a rapid speed, roaring, trying to interrupt the inheritance. You seem to have ignored me. Seeing this, Suyu waved the white crane in his hand, and a sword energy slashed out. The ethereal sword energy struck the fire phoenix, and both were annihilated at the same time. Are you the person behind Ronan? Perhaps he was blinded by desire, and his attention was always on Ronan. When he turned around and looked at Suyu, Tianfeng's heart sank. Suyu said lightly, "It's about the same. Chance is destined by heaven. Some things do not belong to you. HMPH, then let me test your strength." Tianfeng snorted coldly, and after making her position clear, she took action directly. Now Ronan seems to be absorbing opportunities. With every minute that passes, the possibility of them seizing the opportunity becomes slimmer. Boom, boom, boom. Suyu and Tianfeng fought together. The two of them displayed their magical powers, and energy ripples continued to surge in this wooden tablet world. If it weren't for the strange energy contained in the wooden tablet world that supported the invisible protective shield, this place would have collapsed long ago. After a brief fight, both of them felt a lot of pressure in their hearts, because at this critical moment, they are all doing their best. Although Tianfeng is only a remnant soul, the normal strength he can display now is that of the late Saint Dao realm, combined with her practical experience and methods from her previous life. If Suyu had not previously consumed some of her strength by the Luo family's ancestor, her trouble would have been even greater. Although Suyu is only in the middle stage of the Tianzun realm, he is close to the late stage. In just 1 year, his strength leaped to the heavenly venerate realm, but his foundation was extremely solid. As for his swordsmanship, he has a clear understanding of swordsmanship, and has also learned the god-level sword technique, the demon-slaying sword. The immortal body includes immortal energy, immortal roots, immortal bones, and immortal eyes. and many other cards. Although he cannot unleash their true power now, these foundations are enough for him to leapfrog into the 8th realm and fight against the holy Tao realm of the 8th realm without being at a disadvantage. In this way, the two continued to fight, but neither could do anything to the other. Damn it! Tianfeng felt extremely gloomy. If this continued, the opportunity would probably be taken away by that little devil. So she gave a delicate cry and used her secret technique. Her cultivation began to rise and reached the level of half-emperor. Little girl, you are too young to fight with me. The strength has been greatly improved. She gathered her arms, and a 10-foot-long fire phoenix, brimming with imperial power and lifelike, emerged. The fire phoenix, carrying a world of fire, crashed into Su Yu. Su Yu snorted coldly, and he immediately took out the Xunian jade from the space ring. The power of Xunian turned into waves and hit the fire phoenix world. As the waves flooded the fire phoenix world, the power of Xunian destroyed the power of flames, disintegrating it in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the power of Xunian turned into shackles and came towards the Tianfeng lock at lightning speed. A divine treasure. Tianfeng's expression changed drastically. The divine treasure involved the power of God, which was beyond her ability to deal with at the moment. Retreat. After a brief thought, a trace of pain flashed across her face. She urged her soul, and at the moment when the Xunian power was about to submerge her, the light turned and disappeared. Tianfeng defeated. Chapter 203. Escaped. Su Yu looked at the direction where Tianfeng disappeared with a heavy gaze. Given her condition, it would be difficult for me to keep her. The main thing now is to protect Ronan. The other party is no longer a friend, but an enemy. Keeping that remnant soul will be a disaster, so we must find a way to eliminate it. Concentrating his mind, Su Yu sat cross-legged not far from the bronze door and continued to guard it. Another place. Tianfeng took Yang Chan away from the ancestral hall and returned to the side room. Tianfeng had to exit the possessed state because of excessive consumption. Tianfeng, are we just giving up like this? Even you are no match for that woman in white. Yang Chan said to Tianfeng with great reluctance. That is an opportunity to become an immortal, and it has never been heard of in the entire central China. It can be said that this is the greatest opportunity she has ever encountered before, or even in the future. HMPH give up, how is that possible? Tianfeng's sinister aura spread. That woman has endless powerful methods and even possesses a divine treasure. I think her identity is extremely extraordinary. In my current state, I am no match for her. If I continue to consume her, my remaining soul will surely vanish into thin air. She had no choice but to retreat, after all. That was an opportunity to become an immortal. But she only has this one remnant soul. If it dissipates, she will never have the chance to make a comeback. So at that time, reason overcame desire. Don't worry, that's related to immortality. Even if that kid gets the opportunity, he won't be able to fully refine it for the time being, and he can only comprehend a very small part of it. As long as the opportunity is with him, we have plenty of opportunities. Then what can you think of? When asked this question, Tianfeng was speechless for a moment. For the time being, with the protection of the woman in white, she couldn't do anything to Ronan. Yang Chan glanced at the remnant soul in front of her. Since you have no other options, let me do it. You, Tianfeng asked strangely. Even I'm no match for that woman. How can you possibly defeat her? Yang Chan smiled sweetly, with a hint of sweetness in her smile. Why should we deal with her? Shouldn't we start with Ronan? What's the meaning? Since it was Ronan who got the chance to become an immortal, then I naturally have to start with Ronan. After all, I am still his fiancé. Tianfeng finally understood what Yang Chan meant. She wanted to seduce Ronan. Aren't you being a little too naive? That woman is protecting Ronan. How can you get close to her? Don't forget that we are enemies now. Yang Chan slowly shook her head. That's you and her. The relationship between Ronan and I is quite delicate at the moment. If I were to go, I'm a junior after all, so she might not attack me. After all, she's someone even you fear, and she wouldn't bother to attack me. That makes some sense. Tianfeng agreed with her somewhat. So you just want to seduce him. But I have to admit that woman's beauty is unmatched. With her by Ronan's side, how could Ronan be interested in you? Besides, you offended her by wanting to cancel the engagement before. Yang Chan pursed her red lips and said, I understand women's emotions quite well. I sensed that woman before you fought her. I'm sure she didn't like Ronan or even have any feelings for him. They tend to have more of a mentor-disciple relationship. So I still have a chance as long as the means are too high. Tianfeng was silent for a moment. So what do you want to do? Continue to be his fiancé, get close to him, until he falls in love with me and makes him love me to death. When the time comes, he will naturally offer the opportunity to become an immortal. Yang Chan said softly. She is still very confident in her expertise in green tea. With many years of experience in the world, she firmly believed that she could make Ronan fall in love with her. Then the previous battle doesn't count. Tianfeng chose to believe her temporarily because she had hooked so many rich men. Of course it counts. I still need that duel to clean up my previous indecent image. Since you have made up your mind, then do it yourself. But Yang Chan, I must solemnly explain to you that this is about the opportunity to become an immortal. Immortality is the goal that all cultivators pursue. If you and I were to obtain the opportunity to become immortals, we would surely ascend to the upper realms and see the vast expanse beyond the heavens. But if you mess up, I will punish you. After saying that, Tianfeng immediately disappeared into Yang Chan's sea of consciousness. Yang Chan's expression paused, but she nodded. She will definitely become an immortal, so she will definitely not fail. After some further consideration, he left the room alone. While Ronan is still in the wooden tablet world, she must first go to find Ronan's father and mother. 10 days passed. The world of wooden monuments. After 10 days, Ronan finally completed the initial fusion. Ronan opened his eyes, and a flash of white light passed by. His aura changed drastically, and his breath continued to rise. The initial stage of the spiritual sea realm, the spiritual sea realm, the perfect spiritual sea realm, condensation realm, the king realm. In the end, Ronan's realm was fixed at the ascended emperor realm. After integrating the divine seal, Ronan's cultivation level stabilized at the middle stage of the ascension emperor realm, and only in the place where Su Yu could see. The light golden aura above Ronan's head finally turned into gold mixed with red. 2 parts gold, 8 parts red. This is a high probability of becoming an immortal. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Su Yu's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host on the success of alternative investment. Investment target, Ronan Golden Red Fate, investment method, fusion of the divine seal. Rewards are now being released. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 8th grade elixir, the Saint Breaking Pill, and the Imperial Spiritual Weapon, the Purple Spirit Soft Armor. No more. Gone. This is a fused immortal weapon. Why is the reward so low? It's already quite good to have obtained an Imperial weapon. Host, just be content. Remember, this is just a severely damaged immortal weapon. Besides, Ronan has only awakened a portion of the power of the divine seal, and his realm has only been elevated to the ascended emperor realm. Su Yu sighed softly. It seemed that there was a huge difference between destiny and fate, but it would also be nice to have a complete imperial spiritual weapon. From now on, I will be able to resist even an attack from the emperor level. It's a pity that it's a defensive imperial weapon, and it's also purple soft armor. The Saint Breaking Pill can help those at the Saint Dao realm, and below to break through a small realm without any side effects when taken. The effect is much more effective than those natural treasures. Sister Fairy, I succeeded. After Ronan successfully integrated the divine seal, he looked excited and came to Su Yu's side. Not bad, such a big improvement in 10 days. How do you feel? Do you have any strange connection with the divine seal? Su Yu looked at Ronan. Ronan offered the seal of divinity. A strand of my divine consciousness seems to have merged with the divine seal. I can control it, but I can't unleash its true power. Then how far can you push its power? Ronan said, it's almost the late stage of Tianzun realm. Can one only reach the late stage of Tianzun realm by using Tongshan seal? It seems that the spirit of the weapon in the previous life chose Ronan's consciousness, which is more inclined towards humanity rather than spiritual weapon. In Su Yu's opinion, Ronan now has 2 bodies. One is Ronan's human body, and the other is the divine seal. Now his dominant consciousness is the human body, so good luck is added to his body. In this regard, the human body is unable to withstand the full power of the divine seal and can only slowly release it. P.S. I have a slight headache today, so I will write 1 chapter tonight and 2 more chapters tomorrow. Thank you for the gifts, brothers. Thank you. Chapter 204. Okay, the day after tomorrow is the day you'll fight Song Tian. I think you should be able to defeat him now. Have I been awakened for 10 days? Ronan was slightly stunned. That's right. By the way, your Luo family's ancestor also came in earlier. He said that if you wake up, you should go find him immediately. 2 days passed slowly. During these 2 days, since Ronan woke up, the Luo family has transitioned to a rather delicate state. Of course, this subtlety only appeared among the top leaders of the Luo family, and everything else was normal. 2 days later, Luo family martial arts training ground. At this moment, two figures stood on the martial arts field. Ronan and Song Tian. One is the #1 prodigy of the Tianlai sect, and the other is a well-known loser of the Luo family. They formed a bet because of a marriage relationship. Watching off the field were the Luo family, the Tianlai sect, and the Xuanshuang sect. Ronan wants to challenge Song Tian, the #1 genius of the Tianlai sect. Is he really confused? That's the Ascended Emperor realm. And this is still the Ascended Emperor realm of the mysterious Thunder Saint body. Is he so brave? Even though Ronan is a loser, he is still a member of my Luo family. I can't stand being bullied like this. I heard that he's not useless anymore. He's already broken through to the spiritual sea realm. At his age, reaching this level in the clan is already quite good. So he's just being arrogant. He dares to challenge the Ascended Emperor realm in the spiritual sea realm. Oh, he deserves to die. Now the whole city knows that Yang Chan brought a man to my Luo family to break off the engagement, bringing shame to my Luo family. He deserves to die. There was constant discussion in the audience. Some sympathized with Ronan, while others condemned him. The expression of these emotions is nothing more than family-related. Su Yu hid in a big tree not far away. He munched on the spiritual fruit while watching the noisy scene off the court with boredom. Suddenly, his gaze turned to Yang Chan, who was sitting quietly and watching in the Xuanshuang sect area. This Yang Chan seems to have changed a little. Under normal circumstances, if she had known about the opportunity to become an immortal before, she would definitely not be able to sit there so calmly now. During the days that Su Yu was protecting Ronan, the other party did not make any movement. Obviously, he's up to something. Did she give up the chance to become an immortal, thinking it was impossible for her? Or have you found another way to seize the divine seal? Of these two types, Su Yu prefers the latter. This Yang Chan is obviously a hidden green tea. She is calm and meticulous, and is a person who can endure loneliness. It's not clear for the time being. After all, she hasn't appeared in these days, and Su Yu doesn't care. You'll find out if you keep reading. Just looking at today's excitement, you should know what she's up to. Thinking about this, Su Yu nibbled on the spiritual fruit and continued to watch leisurely. On the martial arts field, Ronan confronts Song Tian. Song Tian looked down at Ronan proudly. Ronan, with your strength, you have no chance of taking 7 of my moves. I'm giving you one last chance. If you admit to breaking off the engagement, I can spare you. Song Tian, do you think you can definitely beat me? It seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin. A sinister look flashed across Song Tian's face. Ronan smiled inexplicably and hooked his finger at the other party. Let's see what's really going on. When Ronan made this move, Song Tian instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and struck Ronan. The violent thunder and lightning, accompanied by the power of the middle stage of the Ascension Emperor realm, roared in the space. The strong sense of oppression made the faces of the Luo family members suddenly change and look worried, because they didn't see Ronan use his spiritual power, but he just punched out and met the lightning. Just when everyone thought Ronan would be smashed to pieces by lightning, Ronan's fist shadow hit the thunder. A ripple of energy exploded, and Song Tian's figure was directly knocked 100 meters away. What's going on? Am I dazzled? Ronan actually forced Song Tian to retreat with just one move. In the blink of an eye, Ronan's figure flashed and a shadow appeared, disappearing from the martial arts field. No one could see Ronan, but at this moment Song Tian was suffering from a violent attack. Countless fist shadows attacked him, and Song Tian felt that his bones were about to break. Thunder territory! Song Tian roared, and a huge sea of thunder spread out, spreading everywhere, and the thunder bombarded everything in the space. Ronan's figure was forced to stop. He punched the thunder several times, but was bombarded by countless thunders in the sea of thunder. The thunder travels along the surface of the body and destroys deep inside the body. Ronan felt waves of numbness and pain, and his heart inevitably became heavy. Is this the holy body? It's really not simple. In an instant, white spiritual power burst out from the body, turning into ripples that submerged the sea of thunder. The terrifying energy aftermath exploded, and the white wave actually had a tendency to compete with the sea of thunder. In fact, the further you go, the smaller the thunder area becomes. Ronan's spiritual power exploded. This aura is actually the middle stage of the Ascension Emperor realm. He actually reached the middle stage of the Ascension Emperor realm. Oh my God, isn't he only at the spiritual sea realm? How come he's already reached the Emperor realm after just 10 days of not seeing him? What's going on? He's crossed 4 realms in 10 days. Could it be that he encountered some incredible adventure? Or did he receive help from some powerful being? Xuanchuang sect area. Yang Chan, who was sitting cross-legged and watching quietly, couldn't help but show a complicated expression when she saw Ronan displaying his supernatural power. She knew Song Tian might lose, but she still felt a little sad. Having inherited the immortal's legacy, Ronan can be said to have reached the pinnacle of success in one step. From a frog in a well to a dragon and phoenix soaring in the sky. He even gained the favor of a mysterious, powerful man. But what she was curious about was why the woman in white was not tempted by the opportunity to become an immortal. Is it elegance and nobleness, but you feel you have no chance? Or does she not care about this immortal opportunity at all? In the martial arts field, Song Tian was forced to retreat step by Ronan. He was surprised, and even his Taoist heart was about to break. In 10 days, he achieved the middle stage of the Ascension Emperor realm, which is equivalent to his current realm. Having fought against him myself, I understand the significance of this matter. The most important thing is, you broke through the Ascension Emperor realm. Why are you still so powerful and can fight against opponents of higher levels? You must know that he is the Xuan Lei Holy Body. Although the Xuan Lei Holy Body is ranked 100th, it possesses terrifying destructive power, and its power is close to the top 70 divine bodies. The Ascended Emperor realm can fight against the Heavenly Lord. I don't believe it. Song Tian's eyes were bloodshot. After fighting with Song Tian for hundreds of moves, the blood and energy in his body were shaken up. Thunder God's Dharma image. An even more violent force of thunder erupted, transforming into a Dharma image of heaven and earth. The seal in the palm communicates with the thunder of the world, and the heaven and earth are dimmed, as if it is a god who masters the law of thunder. The first seal, the soul-attracting seal. Seeing this, Ronan quickly formed seals with his hands, and an illusory white light seal appeared behind him. The divine pattern is suspended, and the halo is shining. The moment the thunder god's image came towards him, Ronan also struck out with a palm. The milky white light seal broke through the thunder god's Dharma image, and the terrifying energy exploded. The illusory light seal penetrated the void and hit Song Tian's chest. Not yet. Song Tian looked at Ronan with a ferocious expression, but after the light seal was completely absorbed into his body, his eyes finally turned black and he passed out. Song Tian defeated. Ronan won. There was silence for a few seconds when Ronan defeated Song Tian, causing an uproar. Ronan, the waste of the Luo family, actually defeated the #1 genius of the Tianlai sect. Is Ronan really rising? Chapter 205. After defeating Song Tian, Ronan also suffered some injuries, but he remained calm, his gaze drifting towards the direction of Xuanchuang sect. He has already defeated Song Tian, so according to the agreement, he can cancel the engagement with Yang Chan. By then, he will no longer have anything to do with Yang Chan. Then he can stay with the fairy sister, slowly get in touch with her, and even pursue her. In fact, from the very first chance encounter until he obtained the awakening of the divine seal, he had no ill feelings towards her. I don't dare to have that at all, because in his opinion, the fairy sister really came down from heaven to help him turn the tide of adversity. She has a mysterious background and extraordinary means. Even the tip of the iceberg revealed is enough to scare him away and keep his distance. He had been in despair for many years, like a mayfly looking forward to autumn, short-lived and insignificant, just a passer-by in her life, a small episode that suddenly brought her interest. He understood that it was completely impossible for him and the fairy sister to be together. But when he awakened the divine seal and knew its origin, his mentality changed. The completely closed-off disloyalty was pried open. Perhaps he has a chance. Maybe he can't do it now, but one day, he will ascend to the upper realm and collect all the Kainkun Jiyushin immortal seals. Maybe in this way, he would have the right to stand in front of her and say what he wanted to say. Because she gave herself everything. It was she who brought him back to life. As he thought about it, Ronan became more determined. Yang Chan, after this battle, there is no longer any relationship between you and me. Today I will divorce you with a letter of divorce. Wait a moment. Just as Ronan was about to take out the marriage certificate, a crisp and delicate cry was heard. Is it finally here? Su Yu, who was hiding in the treetops, had his eyes slightly lit up, and he finally became interested. The previous fight was a bit boring. Now we can finally see what Yang Chan is going to do. On the martial arts field, Yang Chan flew to the martial arts training ground and came in front of Ronan. At this moment, she was still the same as usual, wearing a green floral dress, and her straight white thighs highlighted her tall figure. Her skin is white and shiny, as if water could be squeezed out of it. Her face is pretty and her smile is dazzling, like a pure blue lotus. This is a beauty chosen from thousands of people. The disciples around couldn't help but cast their eyes upon seeing such a beautiful face, especially those legs, which made it impossible to take their eyes away, and they wished they could stick their whole bodies to them. Yang Chan looked at Ronan deeply, her lips slightly open. Ronan, you did defeat Song Tian, but I am me and he is him. There is no relationship between me and him. You defeated him, so what does that have to do with my marriage? Ronan frowned. What do you think? Yang Chan took out a green spirit sword from the space ring. The grudges between you and me should naturally be resolved between you and me. Let's have a duel. If you beat me, I'll let you divorce me. How? Okay, Ronan agreed without hesitation. He could only make Yang Chan admit defeat sincerely, and then he would be relieved of the issue of breaking off the engagement. Yang Chan nodded gently. In that case, you should recover some strength first. You were injured in the previous battle. We'll start again later. There's no need for that. We can just start directly, Ronan said calmly. Yang Chan paused, hesitated for a moment, and agreed. Please enlighten me. Yang Chan's aura exploded, and the pressure of the perfect Emperor realm spread like waves. This pressure was far more terrifying than Song Tian's previous one. Perfected the Ascension Emperor realm. Isn't she halfway to the Ascension Emperor realm? What's going on? What happened today? Why do these unbelievable things keep happening again and again? Ronan made a breakthrough overnight, but Yang Chan must have been hiding her strength. This woman is truly extraordinary. The crowd watching the fight around were all startled by the sudden noise. Some people suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Yang Chan wanted to cancel the engagement. It turned out that her strength was even stronger than Song Tian. Why should I marry you when I'm more talented than the so-called #1 genius? Her withdrawal from the engagement suddenly became more understandable. On the martial arts field, Yang Chan came with his sword swung, carrying a tremendous sword intent, stirring up the situation of heaven and earth. Seeing this, Ronan's face became extremely solemn, and he didn't dare to be negligent at all. He could see that Yang Chan was very serious. He immediately activated the seal technique he gained from the divine seal and slapped it towards the sword intent. Boom! An even more powerful voice spread. After a stalemate, the situation became clear. Yang Chan was forced to retreat 7 steps, but Ronan was forced to retreat 30 steps. Her strength is at least 10 times stronger than Song Tian. Ronan felt heavy-hearted. The darling girl with a remnant soul accompanying her was different. I was originally 2 levels lower than the other party. His rise to prominence was too short, and his martial arts skills were not as good as others. While Ronan was thinking, Yang Chan swung his sword again. The sword intent attacked Ronan like a rain of pear blossoms. The gap in strength made Ronan feel very embarrassed. After only a few dozen moves, Ronan was no longer able to withstand the attack. His clothes were torn and he was injured. Is this the only way? In the end, he could only sigh softly. It seems that without the divine seal, I will definitely not be a match for Yang Chan. Immediately summon the divine seal. In fact, the moment the divine seal was awakened, the spirit of the weapon had already made its immortal energy invisible. At this moment, the Tangshan seal is more like an imperial weapon, but its power remains. As soon as the divine seal appeared, the entire situation underwent a drastic reversal. Holding the divine seal, Ronan broke through Yang Chan's sword domain. Immediately afterwards, several beams of light shot out from the Tangshan seal towards Yang Chan. Yang Chan's pretty face changed, and she felt a suffocating feeling. Suddenly, the sword shadow flashed, and a blue lotus bloomed towards the light seal. However, in an instant, all the green lotuses were broken by the light seal. Yang Chan used her skills to narrowly avoid the light seal. That mark seems to be the treasure he encountered in the wooden tablet world back then. A strange look flashed in Yang Chan's beautiful eyes. If this light seal is related to the immortal, then I am definitely no match for it. After a pause of a few seconds, it seemed as if a decision had been made. With the power of her Yuan Ling added to her body, a green sword energy gathered in the sky. Behind him is an illusory blue lotus. Blue lotus holy sword. Yang Chan let out a delicate cry and swung the giant sword of heaven and earth towards Ronan with unprecedented power. Go! Seeing this, Ronan immediately cast the divine seal. When the divine seal hit the giant green lotus sword, The sword spread out like a spider web, then shattered into a stream of light. After the lightsaber broke into pieces, the divine seal turned into a stream of light and crashed into Yang Chan. The speed was so fast that Yang Chan was caught off guard. The light mark hit her right shoulder, tearing a deep, bloody mark, causing her to fall to the ground with her internal organs boiling. Ronan walked over, and the seal of divinity flew into his hand. Yang Chan, you should admit defeat. You should know that you are no match for me now. Ronan looked down at Yang Chan coldly. Hit by the divine seal, she was seriously injured and had no chance anymore. Yang Chan smiled, covered the exposed skin on her right shoulder, and then lifted her skirt and stood up. Ronan, is this really how you want to divorce me? Chapter 206. Ronan said coldly, you brought a man to my house to break off the engagement. Since you lost, I will naturally divorce you. At first, he thought that his father and ancestors were so strongly opposed to this humiliation because of their pride. After all, that was the Tianlai sect, a large sect with more than a dozen or even dozens of Saint Dao realm powerhouses in charge. But now he truly understood. His Luo family was once the #1 family on the continent, and true gods were born one after another. How could their former glory allow them to admit such humiliation? What's more, there are thousands of inheritances in the wooden tablet world under the ancestral hall. This is an unimaginable wealth. In time, his Luo family will surely be able to restore its former glory. Therefore, after this scandal was exposed, the current situation was that he had to divorce Yang Chan. This was also instructed by the ancestor himself. There was a hint of helplessness and grievance in Yang Chan's eyes. I've already told you, he was the one who insisted on coming here. I objected many times, but he just kept following me. I have no choice. After all, he is the #1 prodigy of the Tianlai sect. Compared to this behemoth of the Tianlai sect, my Xuanchuang sect is nothing. I can't harm the sect behind me. I didn't know that bringing him along would have such a big impact on you. There was weakness in his injury and haggardness in his clear voice. Yang Chan was already extraordinarily beautiful, and she looked so pitiful and helpless. Even those Luo family disciples who had felt resentful in their hearts were instantly speechless and could not help but feel heartbroken. I was there when Yang Chan broke off the engagement. She was telling the truth. It was Song Tian who insisted on coming with her. I was there at the time, and actually she was talking to me in a friendly manner at the beginning. Alas, Tilda, she's actually quite pitiful. She's already lost and is seriously injured. There's no need to push her too hard. Indeed, why not just break off the engagement peacefully? Shut up, you idiots, you're such a fool. If you let her break off the engagement peacefully, who's going to deal with the rumors about my Luo family? You. Well, see this. Su Yu, who was watching from a distance, couldn't help but clap his hands to show his approval. Pa. Tusk, system, what do you think of her? There's a little T, she has the shadow of the host. The system has been following Su Yu, and it can tell at first sight that this woman is a tea ceremony expert. With the right reasons, you can give yourself an aura of gratitude, lower your posture, and expand your image of a gentle woman. Plus, she is naturally beautiful and talented, which are all plus points. The most important thing is that there are no flaws in the acting. Some people present have begun to waver, understand her, and even pity her. I finally understand a little bit. She just wants to continue the engagement to promote her relationship with Ronan, and finally get the opportunity to become an immortal from Ronan. No wonder the remnant soul hasn't appeared these days. It turns out that if the hard way doesn't work, then the soft way will do it. Su Yu touched his chin and began to analyze it roughly. They will definitely not give up the opportunity to become immortals. It just depends on what means they will use. Now it seems that it was a green tea trick. Then Yang Chan will probably have many more operations to do later. System, guess what Yang Chan will do next to get closer to Ronan? To stop him from breaking off the engagement. Oh, can I cheat? What do you think? They should try to delay it. There's no way they're going to make Ronan change his mind right now. Trying to delay the engagement in public with some kind of heartbreaking scheme is impossible. So I can only try to slowly drag it out. And then what on earth will she do next? I don't know. So you green tea bitch. Ah no, my dear host, what do you think? Su Yu's eyes were dim. She simply wants Ronan to recognize her, so she must first establish her own image. So this match is not over yet and will continue. She wants to show everyone that she is a sincere and dedicated White Lotus who pursues the path of cultivation. What happens next? What's the point of building up a good image? If they keep fighting, Yang Chan will be the loser. If she loses, she'll have to call off the engagement. If she insists on not calling it off, what good will that image she's built up be? Isn't this contradictory? Is there a possibility that she would fight to the death to maintain her image? Ronan tried to persuade her again and again, but in the end, he showed no mercy, and she ended up seriously injured and unconscious. This way her image is established. The most important thing is that she can continue to stay at the Luo family to recuperate, and during this time, she will try every possible way to get close to Ronan and develop feelings for him. Oi, Niyubai, host, you're a real green tea. This is truly the most likely scenario. The system's admiration for you is like a surging river, unstoppable. Shut up, you idiot, Suyu was speechless. If he was really awesome, there wouldn't be a Shura field. The level of destiny of Yixuan and the others is extremely complicated, and it is simply beyond the ability of humans to handle. All I can say is that green tea comes at a price. Cherish life and stay away from green tea. Okay. How can you curse me out of the blue? This system is praising you, okay. Woo 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 tilde tilde. Shut up, I want to watch the show. Okay, I want to watch it too. I love it. If Yang Chan really did what you said, then her level of being a green tea lover is pretty high. Whether she is tall or not, what the hell does it have to do with me? Why are you so irritable all of a sudden? Can you still enjoy the show? Etc. Is the host afraid that a Shura field might appear in the future? The system whispered. On the martial arts field, looking at Yang Chan's grievance that she wanted to express but didn't dare to, Ronan inexplicably remembered her gentleness and courtesy when he first met her. But he just frowned and said coldly, "Things have come to this point. There is no other choice." Yang Chan stared at him intently. "So you're determined to divorce me? There's no room for negotiation." "That's right." Yang Chan took a deep breath and gripped the magic sword tightly in her hand. "In that case, let's continue." Ronan looked at Yang Chan in confusion. She was already doomed to fail, so why was she still insisting? Did she think she could defeat him who held the divine seal? Or did she think that if she persisted to the end, she would be able to move him and make him compromise? Before Ronan could make a move, Yang Chan had already swung his sword. She gave a delicate cry, activated her magic formula, and slashed with her sword, gathering the power of the Yuanling holy body. Faced with this attack, Ronan did not dare to be negligent and directly activated the divine seal to fight back. Chapter 207. There is no doubt that the Tangshan seal is an immortal weapon. Even though Yang Chan has the blessing of the holy body, he is ultimately defeated. This time, Yang Chan's right shoulder was dislocated. The aftermath of the energy left her covered in wounds and bleeding. If she hadn't been using the spirit sword to support herself, she would have probably fallen to the ground. Yang Chan, you still don't admit defeat. You are exhausted now. There is no need to fight any further. Ronan shouted at Yang Chan. At this moment, his face was also pale. Although his injuries were smaller than Yang Chan's, the spiritual power and mental power required to activate the divine seal were also enormous. I haven't lost yet. Ronan, although you have your reasons for winning, I also have mine. If you divorce me, how can my Yang family not lose face? How can I be worthy of my master and the Xuanchuang sect's cultivation? I know you're angry, and I know this is unfair to your Luo family. I'm here to say sorry, but that's not my intention. As she spoke, Yang Chan's eyes turned red, and a crystal teardrop ran down her cheek, mixing with the sticky blood. Then she took a deep breath and looked at Ronan with a determined gaze. Come on, since you want to break off the engagement, defeat me. If I lose completely, you'll divorce me. But I won't give up. Wow. The emerald green sword light shot towards Ronan. Although this move is a bit weaker than the previous ones, no one dares to underestimate it at this moment. At this moment, Ronan stood there in a daze. He was already touched by Yang Chan's words. Yes, he had reasons to defend the Luo family's dignity, but the Yang family did nothing wrong either. If there is any fault, it is Song Tian's fault. His arrival was not intentional on her part, and both of them were innocent. Perhaps it was Yang Chan's persistence that prevented him from fighting back. The spirit sword pierced his chest so easily, but how could the divine seal beside him hurt its owner so easily? The immortal light of the Tangshan seal burst out, knocking Yang Chan away. Her face showed pain, and her long, dark eyebrows were slightly curved, dense, and slender. A mouthful of blood was spat out. At this moment, she has a broken beauty that makes people feel pity. But she still stood up, raised her sword, and walked slowly towards Ronan. Are you crazy? Ronan was completely unable to hold on, and he no longer had the desire to fight back. Looking at Yang Chan's stubborn back, she seemed a little frail. I felt mixed emotions for a moment. Xuanchuang sect area. Seeing Yang Chan being so tenacious. The disciples of Xuanchuang sect all had bloodshot eyes and almost lost control. Junior sister, admit defeat. Elder Zhuchuang won't blame you. Yes, junior sister, admit defeat quickly. Saving your life is the most important thing. You will always be the pride of our Xuanchuang sect. Assholes, Luo family, how dare you bully the people of the Xuanchuang sect like this? I will definitely report it to the sect master and ask him to seek justice for us. Luo family, we will not let this matter go. The Luo family disciples around heard these threatening words, but did not get angry about it. Instead, he looked at Yang Chan, who was walking with difficulty in the martial arts field, with an extremely complicated look. They also didn't expect that this woman was so principled and had her own principles. She was willing to risk her life to defend that bit of dignity. Isn't she just as innocent as the Luo family? Miss Yang Chan, stop it. We can discuss the marriage in the long run. No one knew who started it first, someone in the corner, but the Luo family disciples all joined in the shouting. That's right, Miss Yang Chan. This is not your fault. You don't have to bear any responsibility. Miss Yang Chan, stop it now, otherwise you will die. Miss Yang Chan. Ronan, you are not allowed to hurt Miss Yang Chan. In an instant, the entire audience began to boil. The two words, Yang Chan, echoed in the air and did not dissipate for a long time. On the martial arts field, Yang Chan lowered her head and supported her body as she walked towards Ronan. When she heard everyone calling her name, the face was drooping, and the corners of the mouth were slightly pursed where no one could notice. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Great, it looks like it worked. Ronan, how are you rejecting me again this time? Dissolving the marriage again. I said so. As long as you let me stay by your side, I will make you fall in love with me completely and love me to death. Then I will have the chance to become an immortal. You can ascend to become an immortal. Becoming an immortal is her obsession, even if it leaves her in tatters. But now the plan is only one step away. Just let me fall into your arms and let's start over, Ronan. Thinking about this, she continued to move forward. On the high platform, Luo Zhan also looked at the beautiful figure in the martial arts field with a complicated expression. A few days ago, Yang Chan came to see him and his wife. She came here because the Luo family's reputation was ruined. When she knew that this incident would lead to such huge consequences, she knelt down crying and apologized to them. In fact, she didn't know that the incident would cause such a big reaction. Beg for their forgiveness and say that you will give them an explanation when the time comes. At first, they were a little skeptical and thought the other party was just pretending. Now it seems that she wants to lose to Ronan completely and have Ronan divorce her. However, she also has to fight for her family and sect along the way. But if you continue like this, you might even lose your life. When they thought of this, Luo Zhan and his wife felt secretly regretful. Perhaps this matter is not entirely a bad thing for the Luo family. Thinking about it, Luo Zhan immediately sent a message to Luo Nan. Nanner, let's do this. This matter should end now. Ronan was in a trance in the martial arts field. The moment Yang Chan attacked, he immediately stretched out his fingers and clamped the tip of the sword tightly. No matter how hard Yang Chan tried, she couldn't pull it out. Yang Chan, everything is over. We can handle the engagement peacefully. Ronan looked at Yang Chan deeply and said slowly, Don't you want to clear the name of your Luo family? Your Luo family is innocent. Yang Chan said weakly, trying to support herself. My Luo family is innocent, so aren't you innocent too? In fact, it doesn't matter whether you are innocent or not. Some things are always unexpected and some things are always bad. You don't have to deal with all the bad things, Ronan said. Yang Chan was about to say something, but her eyes went dark and she fell forward unconscious. At this moment, the distance between Ronan and Yang Chan was less than 2 meters. Ronan was also startled by Yang Chan's actions. He reacted immediately and quickly hugged her in his arms. Yang Chan, are you okay? Reach out to feel her pulse. Ronan, I'm sorry. Yang Chan was extremely weak. She wanted to reach out and touch Ronan's cheek. But when the hand was halfway up in the air, it suddenly dropped. Obviously, Yang Chan has fallen into a coma. Junior sister, Miss Yang Chan. Seeing Yang Chan fainted, almost everyone wanted to rush to the martial arts field to check on Yang Chan's condition. Obviously, they were all worried about this girl who was righteous, principled, and proud. On the treetops in the distance, after taking in everything, the system couldn't help but say, Tusk, this is really wonderful, just as you expected, host. If I hadn't been with you all this time, I might have been fooled just by your acting. This acting is amazing. This green tea character is quite high. It was indeed a good performance. So you also recognized Yang Chan's acting skills. Yeah. Chapter 208. She really did that, so what should we do next, host? Should we just unveil the other person's ugly face? The system is very excited. This is a showdown between green tea and green tea. It's a male green tea against a female green tea. So exciting. What should I do? Isn't this a matter between Ronan and Yang Chan? What does it have to do with me? Suyu looked strange. And directly exposing her is too low-level a method. I won't do that. If you don't expose it, you will do nothing. Host, Ronan is your catch. If you don't take action, he really might be taken away by Yang Chan. The opponent's methods are somewhat shameless. She is now constantly dismantling Ronan's defenses from a moral perspective. Suyu shook her head and rejected it. I've said before that no matter what happens to them, I won't deliberately interfere with their feelings. Who they like, who they will get involved with, I won't ask. Even if it's Yixuan and the others, I treat them the same way. Is this true? Wouldn't this be too unfair to Yixuan, Jai Ruking, and the others? They've been in pain for you. What if a female destiny snatches them away in the future, and their tenderness is given to another woman? Wait, you're not just trying to do this and eliminate the Shura field, are you? Shut up, where do you get all that nonsense from? When did I say I don't care about them? Suyu said impatiently. Tusk, don't tell me. Then you should at least give Ronan a hint. Just reveal that the person who previously broke into the wooden tablet world and tried to seize the immortal opportunity was Yang Chan. That would also arouse Ronan's vigilance. When Ronan was awakening, he didn't know that the man in black robe was Yang Chan. Suyu didn't tell him either. If Ronan had understood this clearly, he might not have been moved by Yang Chan's performance, but would have suspected that she was just pretending. Some even wanted to get close to him and seize the seal of divinity. This is actually not very useful because Yang Chan is now attacking from a moral perspective. He is not only attacking Ronan, but also the entire Luo family, even Ronan's parents. Yang Chan's rank is quite high. This is her home turf. She has become the active party now, no longer passive. If you allow the other party to continue to attack like this, even if you, the host, take action, you will not be able to resolve it. Suyu remained silent, but a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of her mouth. Host, no matter what, Ronan was awakened by you. The restored talent and awakened immortal weapon are everything you gave him. If you hand him over, then wouldn't the divine seal, and even the Kainkun Jiyushin immortal seal eventually fall into the hands of Yang Chan? Aren't all you've done a dowry for her? You're doing this losing business. Is this still you? Suyu sighed softly. Don't worry, she approached Ronan with bad intentions. I will give him some pointers when the time comes so that he won't go astray. As for what he chooses, it depends on him. Actually, although Yang Chan's tea art is good, she has a fatal flaw. What defect? The system is just a feedback system, and there are no rules that affect such male green tea lovers. What flaws you'll know when the time comes. Suyu smiled lightly. Anyway, the more she does now, the more obvious her flaws will become. Just watch and you'll know. 3 days later, Suyu stayed in Ronan's courtyard. 3 days ago, Ronan and Yang Chan were supposed to have a fight to break off their engagement. But during the fight, Yang Chan was seriously injured and fell into a coma, so the engagement was temporarily shelved. Yang Chan is recuperating at the Luo family. During these 3 days, Ronan practiced with Suyu. At this moment in the courtyard, at the tea table, Ronan sat cross-legged opposite Suyu, holding a cup of tea in his hand. Looking at the beautiful woman in white before him, Ronan smiled and said, Sister Fairy, my injuries have all healed, and my strength is almost stable. I feel that if I continue to stay in the Luo family, it will be difficult for me to make significant progress in strength, so I want to go out and gain some experience after a while. By the way, a small portion of the inheritance within the wooden tablet world has been obtained by our Luo family's elite disciples, but due to their weak strength, they are unable to inherit all of it for the time being. It's a pity that it's not that the Luo family bloodline cannot be inherited. I wanted to let you, Fairy Sister, personally select a few. Ronan felt a little sad, and he really hoped that he could help the beauty in front of him. But even now, he doesn't have this kind of strength. Suyu shook her head slightly. These are actually of little use to me. There's no need to worry about them. As for you, you should also be able to accept the inheritance in the wooden tablet world. What do you want to accept? Ronan's gaze drifted towards Suyu intentionally or unintentionally. A formation master, right? I'm quite interested in formations. The inheritance of our ancestors requires the inheritance of many formations. Su Yu frowned. Your talent for battle formations is average. You're more suited to weapon refining. Perhaps you can find an extraordinary path in the profession of weapon refiner. Ronan not only possesses an extraordinary physique, but is also the spirit of the divine seal. Perhaps he regards himself as an object of tempering and constantly improves himself. This is a very interesting and creative path. Even if you are suitable for a certain profession, you may not be able to reach the top. Only interest is the best teacher. Don't think I don't know your little thoughts. Su Yu glanced at him. Didn't he know that he was a formation master? So he wanted to learn formations in order to get closer to himself. The thoughts of this little boy are simply too obvious. Forehead being seen through on the spot, Ronan scratched his head in embarrassment and laughed awkwardly. Listen to me, you should learn to refine weapons. Only in this way can you improve faster if you want to catch up with me. Hearing this, Ronan's eyes lit up slightly. Finally, he nodded and agreed. Indeed, the best way to get closer to the fairy sister is to become stronger. Just then, a maid came hurriedly from outside the courtyard. Master Miss Yang Chan has shown signs of waking up. She said she wanted to see you. Ronan frowned and immediately signaled her to leave. Sister Fairy, I will take care of Yang Chan's affairs. I won't let people gossip about me anymore. What are you thinking now? So you didn't say anything, just asked. Ronan was silent for a moment. I think once she recovers from her injuries, I'll go straight to her and break off the engagement. These days, my uncles and even my parents have said that Yang Chan's attitude is acceptable, and there's no need to be too accommodating to a little girl. So I should break off the engagement with her peacefully. Follow your own ideas. Since Yang Chan wants to see you, go and see her. Ah, do I really have to go? But I just want to stay here with you. Ronan was a little unwilling. Go see her and try to understand her. After all, he was injured by you not long ago, but you refused to see him. That would just lead to gossip. Go ahead. Okay then. Ronan also felt that it made sense. So I had no choice but to leave the courtyard. P.S. I have to move in a few days to another city to get a feel for the situation, and also to find a house. So I will try to keep updating twice a day these days, and there will be no additional updates. It should be stable after mid-month, and I can add more chapters. Thank you for your support. If you have time, please recommend Shuwang. One update tonight. Chapter 209. Ronan left the courtyard and went to Yang Chan's guest room. Soon, he was led to another courtyard by a maid. There were no maids around, and it felt a bit deserted. A breeze blew, and the red leaves of the maple trees fell all over the sky. In the long pavilion, a graceful figure in green was sitting. She has fair skin and beautiful eyebrows. There is a gentle beauty in her faint smile. A green dress sets off her slender figure, like a blooming green lotus, rising from the mud without being stained, and washing in the clear water without being coquettish. However, there was a hint of haggardness on her pretty face. When people see it, they can't help but feel pity and want to protect and love it. Ronan saw Yang Chan, paused for a few seconds, and then walked over with big strides. You're here. Seeing the young man appear, Yang Chan showed a faint smile on her face. She gathered up her dress and slowly stood up to greet him. You are injured now, there is no need to do this, Ronan said when he saw that she looked unhappy. Thanks for your concern, but I should be fine soon. It's just that I've been keeping you at the Luo family these days, and I'm sorry for the trouble. Yang Chan responded softly. Ronan looked at her with a complicated expression. She seemed to have changed a little. She might have been so gentle and kind in the past, but there was a bit of confidence and calmness in her tone. But now she gave him a softer and more peaceful feeling, like a clear stream flowing along the terrain without making any splashes. Seeing Ronan just standing there with no intention of sitting down, Yang Chan chuckled. Why are you just standing there like an idiot? You won't even sit down for a moment. Ronan shook his head. No need. If you want to call me over, just tell me what you want. I'm busy. Yang Chan smiled. She didn't care about Ronan's cold attitude. I know that what you care about most right now is the engagement between you and me. Don't worry, I will cancel the engagement after my injuries have healed. It will be as you wish. But if you still insist on divorcing me, I will definitely not agree. At this point, Yang Chan's attitude obviously changed. Hearing this, Ronan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Yang Chan doesn't act unreasonable, and the time comes to cancel the engagement, everything will be fine for the two of them. Don't worry, you are innocent, and my Luo family understands. We will not force you to do that again. When your injuries are healed, We can resolve this peacefully. Yang Chen nodded gently. It's up to you. Since your biggest worry can be eliminated, there is no need for things to go on like this between you and me. Actually, even if we break off the engagement, I hope we can still be friends. After all, we did have a dispute before, so we can say that we got to know each other after fighting, right? As she spoke, Yang Chan lifted her skirt again and sat down. It's normal for friends to meet and talk, right? Would you like to sit for a while? Ronan hesitated for a while, and finally chose to sit cross-legged opposite. Yang Chan agreed to cancel the engagement, and his biggest worry was relieved. Now he didn't dare to offend her too much. Moreover, it is a bit unreasonable that he repeatedly refused the invitation of a woman. Seeing this, Yang Chan brewed a cup of tea from the teapot on the table and handed it to Ronan. Try it. This is the spiritual tea I brought back from the Yang family. It's called bailing tea. It's very good to drink when you have nothing to do. Ronan didn't say anything more. He just put the teacup to his lips and took a sip. How does it feel? Yang Chan looked at him intently. Although her tone was calm, Ronan could still see a hint of expectation in her eyes. It's pretty good, Ronan said indifferently. It seems that you don't drink tea often. Yang Chan was a little disappointed, but did not show it too much, just smiled it off. By the way, can you tell me about your story? I'm actually a little curious about you. After all, you're the first person to defeat me. You're clearly so powerful and talented, so why did you hide yourself all this time? Why did you let the outside world spread the name of a loser? Facing Yang Chan's bright eyes, Ronan said calmly, because I was a loser before. I have achieved all this because of one person. It was she who helped me rebuild my meridians. It was she who taught me the techniques. And it was she who led me on the true path of cultivation. Everything I have achieved today was given to me by her. Yang Chan was stunned. Of course she knew who Ronan was talking about, but she didn't expect that the woman in white seemed to have a very high status in Ronan's heart. But she quickly reacted and said gently, then you should thank them. I'm a little curious, what is your relationship with her? Ronan squeezed the teacup in his hand involuntarily, causing some cracks to appear on it. His eyes showed obvious confusion. I don't know. Perhaps the relationship between us is more like that of a master and a disciple. Are you master and disciple? No wonder she treats you so well and you care about her so much. Yang Chan pretended not to notice anything and just replied. Ronan remained silent for a long time, a trace of unwillingness showing on his face. But he doesn't want any master-disciple relationship. What's wrong? Nothing. Ronan quickly calmed himself down. Yang Chan noticed that his mood was getting low, so she didn't continue the conversation and instead began to imagine the future. What will she do after they break off the engagement? Perhaps it was because of Yang Chan's emotions, or perhaps it was because what the other party said was very touching. Ronan came back to his senses from his depression. We talked for half a day. Yang Chan looked at Ronan gently. Thank you for coming to accompany me today. Otherwise, no one would come to talk to me. Why are there no maids here? Ronan looked around. I don't like crowds. I prefer quiet places. Okay, let's stop here today. I'm injured, so it's not convenient for me to see you off. As she spoke, Yang Chan slowly stood up, said hello to Ronan with a smile, and left. But every few steps she took, she seemed so weak that she almost fell. Are you okay? Ronan couldn't bear to see this, and after hesitating for a moment, he went over to support him. Yang Chan apologized. Sorry, maybe my legs and feet are not very convenient right now. It's okay. After all, I caused your injuries. Then please help me into the room. Ronan nodded and sent Yang Chan back to her room very quickly and efficiently. After that, he left straight away. A few seconds later, Yang Chan appeared in front of the gate, looking at the other persons disappearing back from afar. Why didn't you seduce him just now? Tian Feng's puzzled voice sounded beside Yang Chan's ears. She knew Yang Chan very well, and she had not deliberately made any sensitive contact with Ronan before. Just a casual conversation like a friend. In the past, she would have used all sorts of tricks to deal with other men. With her beauty and means, it would be easy for her to seduce a man. However, Yang Chan shook her head. It's useless. At most, it increases disgust. He's different from other men. In the past, they would always approach him, and he could charm them completely with just a little bit of skill. As for Ronan, he had no choice but to come and talk to me. He has no ill intentions towards me. He has another woman in his heart. Tian Feng snorted coldly. I've already said it before. With that woman by his side, how could he be attracted to you? Yang Chan smiled faintly and said, Tian Feng, don't be anxious. This is just the beginning. Now that it's clear that Ronan likes that woman, The rest of the process becomes even clearer. Tianfeng was silent for a few seconds. What do you want to do? In the final analysis, the woman in white is the biggest obstacle to our journey. If you want to get the chance to become an immortal, you must first pass this level. It's because of that woman that we are helpless. Even I can't get through it, so how can you get through it? Tianfeng showed deep disdain. Maybe we can't make it, but Ronan may not. What do you mean? Yang Chan tucked her long hair and asked, what do you think will happen if I help Ronan take her down? Chapter 210. Help Ronan capture that woman. Tianfeng was a little surprised. What are you doing? Aren't you trying to win Ronan's heart? If you let that woman fall in love with Ronan, what share will there be of us in that immortal fate? Besides, that woman is not simple and won't be dealt with so easily. Yang Chan replied, didn't you say yourself that she's not easy to deal with? After that brief contact, I realized that it was impossible for Ronan to win her love. Then you still want to do this? The reason I did this was simply to get closer to Ronan. Haven't you noticed before? Whenever Ronan mentioned the woman in white, his emotions would fluctuate greatly. Even if he didn't want to pay attention to me, he would still respond patiently. She is our key to Ronan's heart. As long as I stay by Ronan's side and keep trying to find ways to help him so as to win her favor and earn her love, he will definitely not refuse. By then, my relationship with him will only become closer, and we will be able to talk about anything and become each other's emotional confidants. And as Ronan reveals his emotions, the woman will definitely reject him directly. She might even be more direct and cut off his thoughts. Ronan will naturally become discouraged, and I will be able to take advantage of the situation. Finally, I'll use some more tricks to make him completely tie me up, and then everything will go smoothly. Ronan is mine, and the chance to become an immortal is also mine. As she spoke, a fiery glow emerged in Yang Chan's beautiful eyes. Use that woman's hand to push Ronan away, and then approach him. Tianfeng looked at Yang Chan with a complicated expression. It is true that every profession has its own expertise. Although she has lived for many years, she has never had a Taoist partner. When it comes to teasing men's emotions, she is far inferior to Yang Chan. Maybe if we do what Yang Chan said, it might really work. How can you be so sure that woman won't accept Ronan? Do you think she will reject him? Yang Chan continued, intuition. I'll pay her a visit in a few days to test her attitude, then I'll know what she means. But it should be about the same. Tianfeng fell silent and did not reply. The other side. After leaving Yang Chan's courtyard, Ronan quickly returned to his own courtyard. As I entered the door, I saw that familiar figure. Without saying a word, he immediately rushed to sit down across from the tea table. How does it feel to go there? Seeing the young man sitting obediently, Suyu couldn't help but shook his head. Ronan immediately replied, how does it feel to meet Yang Chan? I chatted with her for a while, had a cup of tea, and came back. Have tea? Suyu paused slightly. Yes, just drinking tea. Ronan keenly observed the subtle changes in Suyu's mood. Fearing that she might misunderstand something, he immediately explained. It was just an ordinary tea. The main reason she asked me to come was to discuss the engagement. She said she would break off the engagement peacefully after her injuries healed. So what else did she say? There's not much else to it, just some casual conversations, including some future plans, Ronan said. Didn't she ask you to take care of her while she recovered? Ronan thought for a moment. Indeed there is. Is there? Having said that, Suyu's expression paused obviously, and Leoli's eyes stared straight into Ronan's eyes. Did you mention me in your conversation? Well, a little bit. Being stared at by Suyu, Ronan couldn't help but lower his head a little nervously. Tell me everything that happened. So Ronan honestly told them everything they had mentioned, just asking about the relationship between him and Ronan. Did she know that she and Ronan were half master and apprentice? With Yang Chan's perspective, she should be able to see Ronan's feelings for her. So if she wanted to get the opportunity from Ronan, she would definitely give priority to him and think about how he would handle his relationship with her. So what will she do? What's wrong, fairy sister? Looking at Suyu lowering her brows in thought, Ronan asked cautiously. Suyu shook her head. Nothing. Are you okay? Ronan felt relieved. It was just a false alarm. He thought that the fairy sister would be angry with him because he talked about her. By the way, what are your feelings towards Yang Chan now? Tell me clearly. Based on my brief interaction with her, Yang Chan is talented but not arrogant or impatient. She's humble, considerate of others, a bit stubborn, and possesses a sense of pride. I think she's a good person. Of course, it's possible that she has other qualities I haven't seen yet. As he spoke, Ronan was visibly stunned and immediately began to sweat profusely. Oh my God, I actually praised another woman like that in front of Fairy's sister. Do you want to die, Ronan? Sister Fairy, I think she's just average, not even 1,000th as good as you. I'm telling the truth. Hearing Ronan's answer, Suyu just sighed and shook her head slightly. Ronan, sometimes you can't judge a person's character based solely on their appearance or their behavior. Maybe what you see is what they want you to see. Does Sister Fairy mean that I shouldn't trust them too much? Ronan half understood, and for some reason he couldn't help but think of Yang Chan in his mind. They just mentioned Yang Chan in the first few sentences, and the fairy sister said these words afterwards. Suyu smiled and shook her head. Believe it or not, you have to choose, and you will experience it in the end. But I hope you can open your eyes and discern carefully when the time comes. Okay, you haven't completed your mission for today yet. Go down and practice. Ronan nodded, and after Suyu gave him a few more instructions, he headed to the training ground. Host, Yang Chan hasn't seduced Ronan yet. What do you think she's going to do next? Suyu said. She and Ronan mentioned me before. I think her main focus is still on me because she knows Ronan likes me. If she wants to seize the opportunity from Ronan, she can only deal with my problem. Deal with it how? They can't beat you. How would I know? If they can't force it, they can only use soft tactics. Suyu said indifferently. He can only use soft tactics, and strictly speaking, he has no weaknesses. Perhaps if Yang Chan wants to succeed, she can only play a game with herself through Ronan. But how will she do this through Ronan? I'm really looking forward to it. 3 days later, Yang Chan invited Ronan again. Originally, Ronan didn't want to go. He had already been there last time, and he just wanted to stay with Suyu. But this time it was Suyu who sternly asked him to go to the appointment. Ronan had no choice but to agree. If you want to cancel the engagement, you have to be patient. P.S. First update. Chapter 211. Come to Yang Chan's courtyard. Seeing the figure sitting cross-legged on the stone table again, Ronan walked over. Is your injury better? Yang Chan smiled and stood up to greet him. Much better. It should be healed in about half a month. Then congratulations in advance. I will be leaving here soon. Although I have difficulty moving around, I still want to go around the Luo family, Yang Chan said after hesitating for a moment. Visiting the Luo family? Ronan looked at the other person's sincere expression. Okay, I'll take you. Will this not delay your cultivation? Yang Chan asked in embarrassment. It's okay, it's just half a day, it's no big deal. Ronan said it was okay. But I have to go back and tell you in advance. That's fine, you go back first. I'll go change my clothes and wait for you here. Yang Chan jumped for joy, and without waiting for Ronan's reaction, she trotted towards the room holding her dress. Seeing this, Ronan just shook his head. Fairy Sister has not been very strict with herself these days, but she still has a certain amount of training. So after explaining the situation, Ronan turned back. She was still wearing a green lotus dress, standing tall and graceful. Ronan took Yang Chan to stroll around most of the Luo family's house. As one of the 3 major families in Dingshan City, the Luo family has a vast mansion with many places to see. On the way, the two met many disciples of the Luo family. After seeing the 2 of them, they started whispering and looked at them with ambiguous eyes. Tusk, they're worthy of being engaged. They were fighting to the death a few days ago, but now they're visiting the Luo family together. It seems that the previous quarrel was for nothing. Maybe it's because fighting makes us acquainted. I really think Miss Yang Chan and Brother Nan are a perfect match. They are both talented and beautiful, and they are both gifted. However, Miss Yang Chan is a good girl. Ronan can't let her down. The gossip of others reached Ronan's ears, and his face suddenly looked a little ugly. He had been enduring it at first, but since he had been hearing the same sound all the way, he couldn't bear it any longer and wanted to go up and argue. But when he was about to explode, Yang Chan stopped him. Yang Chan shook her head at him. Ronan, calm down first. Why do you have to explain anything to them? You can't suppress all these voices. There will always be some dissenting voices. When we cancel the engagement, they will know that we are innocent and we are just ordinary friends. After hearing this, Ronan immediately calmed down. He apologized to Yang Chan. I'm sorry, it seems I can only accompany you here for now. Yang Chan smiled and said it didn't matter. It's okay, in that case, let's go back. Keep walking. Ronan became more and more silent, and even when Yang Chan said 10 sentences, he only replied 1. In response to this, Yang Chan could only sigh quietly. Ronan, there's nothing wrong between us. Why do you care so much? Or do you already have someone you like? Don't want her to misunderstand you. That's why you're so worried, right? Ronan's expression froze, and he even stopped walking. It seems so, Yang Chan just smiled. The one you like should be the woman in white who has always been by your side, right? Ronan lowered his eyes slightly. He did not deny it, but even admitted it. Yes, I like her, but... But what? I can see that you seem to be a little worried lately. Yang Chan folded her hands behind her back and looked at Ronan with her clear eyes. Actually, there are some things you can tell me. After all, we are friends. It's nothing, actually. After hesitating for a long time, Ronan just shook his head and rejected it. He couldn't possibly say that he liked the fairy sister and wanted to become her Taoist partner and become a traitorous disciple, right? Although the fairy sister didn't say anything, in his opinion she was already half a disciple. Fairy sister would never approve of such a ridiculous thing. Originally, he thought that if he didn't say anything, the fairy sister would at least accompany him slowly. But now he had another feeling in his heart. Sooner or later she will leave me. Even that day will come soon. This was undoubtedly a devastating blow to him. He didn't know why he had such a ridiculous idea. This is what he has been worried about these days, and it is even ridiculous to accompany Yang Chan to relax. Yang Chan had been silently observing Ronan's expression. Originally, she didn't want to act so hastily, but at this moment, Ronan seemed to have a big problem with his mentality. Even this big problem is related to that woman. This is undoubtedly the best time to infiltrate. Yang Chan looked at Ronan deeply and said meaningfully, Ronan, I think if you like someone, you should be brave enough to pursue them. Otherwise, it might be too late to regret it later. Ronan looked at the other person in a daze. Yang Chan did not avoid his gaze. Don't you regret it? Imagine for a moment if one day the person you like falls in love with someone else, or even acts like a spoiled child in someone else's arms, or is loved by another man, what would you think? Immediately, Ronan's eyes narrowed, and he even took a few steps back in fear. Will the fairy sister fall in love with someone else? Will she act coquettishly in another man's arms and be loved by another man? When he thought about the figure in white in his heart being like this and falling in love with another man, he was immediately overwhelmed by a wave of heat and couldn't help going crazy. Impossible. This kind of thing can never happen. In Ronan's heart, she is salvation, hope, and the only one. Yang Chan on the side carefully observed Ronan's every move. When I saw the hostility he showed, I couldn't help but be shocked. She thought for a moment and continued, So if you don't want to lose her, I suggest you go after her boldly. Ronan took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, his tone a little gloomy. But she doesn't like me. She has never had that kind of thought. Yang Chan smiled cunningly and said, Hey, I can help you. I can help you pursue her. Don't forget that I am a woman too. When it comes to emotional issues, I might know more about them than a grown man like you. You help me? Ronan looked at her with some surprise. Yang Chan is his fiancée now after all. So why would she take the initiative to help him pursue another woman? That's right. Seeing you so frustrated, I felt a little guilty after breaking off the engagement. I could have helped you before the breakup. But if you really don't want to, that's fine. Just pretend I never said anything. But how can you help me? Ronan sighed softly. Chapter 212. Yang Chan said, Actually, I'm not very good at this kind of thing. I can only give you some irrelevant advice. For a woman, sincerity is often the most important thing. Sincerely, of course I am sincere. Ronan sighed softly. Every time he asked Fairy Sister to do something, he would try his best to fulfill it and would not dare to delay for even a moment. Hearing this, Yang Chan shook her head. Your sincerity is nothing but evasive and reserved. You haven't made your attitude clear. I can see that you are now completely obedient to her and don't dare to resist in the slightest. Sometimes, a man should have some opinions and be more assertive. Then she might look at you with more respect. Ronan was silent. What she said made a lot of sense. Then Yang Chan asked again, Did that person always ask you to do something? What, just practicing, and then asking about my situation? Yang Chan shook her head. No, that's not what I'm asking. I mean, is there something she always does for you personally, or asks you to do it often or habitually? Think about it carefully. Do you do it often? Ronan thought about it and was visibly stunned for a moment. He remembered it, and it seemed to be true. The fairy, she always makes me take medicinal baths and drink some special, delicious homemade tea. She says it's good for my growth. Medicinal bath, making tea. Yang Chan frowned, not quite understanding what this meant. Did she have any mood swings before and after? There haven't been any major fluctuations, but if there are any, it's a relief. A medicinal bath, a tea, what could that even be? At most, it is just the training of Ronan. It's just that the woman seemed to be a little too nice to Ronan. Yang Chan never believed in selfless dedication. Is she really interested in Ronan? Even she herself found such speculation absurd. Would a woman with stunning beauty, great strength, and extraordinary background fall for Ronan? Haha, maybe she also likes the opportunity to become an immortal. She raised her eyebrows slightly and sighed softly. Does she have any other habits? No more. Well, then try to cooperate with her as much as possible. I feel like she really enjoys helping you become stronger. Perhaps your talent would be better if it were higher. When you interact with her in the future, try to be more proactive. Yang Chan taught Ronan seriously and wholeheartedly. I wish I could flirt with that fairy on his behalf. Ronan also saw all this. The guard in my heart also quietly relaxed a little. Previously, he was still on guard against this because of the fairy sister's warning. But now as a fiancé, she actually helps him with advice. Yang Chan is also somewhat understanding. With Yang Chan's help, he gained a lot of insights. Eventually, the two parted ways, and Ronan returned to the courtyard once more. Inside the long pavilion, the white clothes remain. Why, what did you gain from accompanying your fiancé? Suyu vaguely noticed that Ronan seemed to be in a good mood, and she knew that he must have obtained some spiritually satisfying wealth from Yang Chan. To be honest, Yang Chan's methods are indeed effective. I didn't gain anything, I just chatted with her for a few minutes. At the beginning, Ronan almost wanted to explain what happened between him and Yang Chan. But when he thought of Yang Chan's words, he twisted his lips, which were a little itchy, and forced himself not to say too much. At this time, too much explanation is redundant and may even cause disgust. On the contrary, keeping a certain distance or being mysterious may make the other person come closer to you. This is what Yang Chan told him before she left. In order to pursue the fairy sister, he had no choice but to do as he was told. Suyu just nodded. In that case, then you should continue to practice. You haven't completed your mission for today. I'm giving you half a day off, but that doesn't mean you've canceled your mission. Got it, I'll go practice now. Ronan was not vague and immediately stood up and patted his butt. But just as he was about to leave, he hesitated and paused for a moment. He looked straight at Suyu and no longer avoided her. Sister Fairy, would you be happy if I worked harder to become stronger? Suyu nodded, of course. Then if my talent becomes stronger and stronger, will you be happier? Suyu was slightly startled, and he couldn't help but open his third eye to check on Ronan. At this moment, he discovered that the two big words hanging above his head were becoming increasingly red. The previous 2 cents of gold and 8 cents of dividends have almost evolved into 1 cent of gold and 9 cents of dividends. His luck actually improved. No, it should be said that his luck is slowly recovering. From the initial awakening of the Divine Seal, the Divine Seal is probably becoming more and more adapted to him now. No wonder he said that. It's good to improve. It's good to improve. Then the feedback from your investment will be even higher. So Suyu smiled and said, of course, if you can go further in the future, I will naturally be happier. Ronan responded emphatically, I understand, I'll do my best. After saying that, he immediately left in big strides. It was so decisive that even Suyu was slightly stunned. This kid seems to have changed a little. What happened? It seems that he is no longer so servile and restrained. It seems that Yang Chan has made it clear that if she wants to get close to Ronan, she will use me as a scapegoat. But Suyu's heart was calm. On the contrary, he liked Ronan like this more. I take it you like his improved talent, right? At this time, the system expressed its own opinion with disdain. System, please don't slander me like this, okay? I'm a kind-hearted person who enjoys helping others. How could I have such thoughts? Just pretend. Ronan has changed like this. I think Yang Chan has already taken action. She is coming. Dear host, what do you think? Seeing that the system was watching the fun and not minding the trouble, Suyu rolled her eyes at it. What do you think? I can only say nothing. Tusk, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. You'll know in a few days anyway. The next day, Yang Chan came to visit. She had been spending time with Ronan these days, and it was obvious that her visit to Ronan's courtyard was not for him. Yang Chan came to the stone pavilion and bluestone path in the courtyard. She looked at Ronan not far away and saw him nod slightly. Then she lifted her skirt and bowed towards the stone pavilion. She said respectfully, Junior Yang Chan, specially came to visit you to pay my respects to you, Senior. However, there was no response from the courtyard, which was unusually quiet. After more than 10 seconds, Yang Chan said respectfully, I was a young man who was ignorant and didn't know the ins and outs of this matter. I apologize for any offense I caused. Please be magnanimous, senior. Yang Chan came here this time with the intention of apologizing. A few seconds after Yang Chan finished speaking, finally, a strong wind blew up in the center of the stone pavilion. Then a figure in white quietly appeared. Chapter 213. Senior. Seeing this, Yang Chan bowed respectfully again. Looking at the woman in white in front of her, Yang Chan couldn't help but be shocked again. She had actually seen her face in the wooden tablet world before, although she was still wearing a white veil. She has a fairy-like figure and is extremely graceful and elegant. The aura around her was extremely special, a misty and ethereal fairy air, like a white lotus fairy object blooming in the Tianshan Mountains, breathtakingly beautiful but keeping people at a distance. I used to want the other person to like Ronan, but now I suddenly felt a sense of absurdity. Seeing that the other party was a little dazed, Su Yu frowned. Get up. You came to me just to apologize. Yang Chan accepted the gift gracefully. Yes, senpai. I admire you very much, so I decided to come and visit you. Su Yu could see that the other party wanted to shake hands and make peace. If the hard way doesn't work, try the soft way. At the moment, he said coldly, now that you have paid your respects, if there is nothing else, then go back. Let her go back just like that. Yang Chan concentrated. The other person's temperament is very ethereal, and her attitude is very calm, giving her a feeling of purity from the inside out. It's like being out of the world, not bound by the mud, like a real fairy. She couldn't see through any disguise for the time being. At that moment, her eyes drooped slightly, and her tone was a little depressed. Senior, I have admired you for a long time, and I really want to learn from you. I want to talk to you for a minute. I don't want to leave so soon. Yang Chan lowered her head and stood there obediently, looking well-behaved. She wanted to stay for a while and didn't want to leave so early. On the side, seeing Su Yu trying to drive Yang Chan away, Ronan secretly thought that something was wrong. The reason why Yang Chan came here was to help him pursue the fairy sister. He believed that with her help, his chances would be better. Now the fairy sister has directly ordered her to leave, so what hope does he have? There is little hope. No, he has to help plead. So he immediately walked out, came to Su Yu and whispered, Sister Fairy, Yang Chan is a very good person. She didn't intentionally break off the engagement. How about we keep her here for a while? After all, it's a bit unreasonable to ask her to leave right after she arrives. Su Yu looked up and glanced at him. Have you completed your mission yesterday? It's done, a perfect job. Ronan patted his chest and guaranteed. Su Yu's gaze returned to Yang Chan. She thought for a few seconds and finally nodded. Just sit down. Yang Chan sighed lightly and immediately walked to the opposite side of Su Yu and sat down. Thank you, senior. Su Yu made her a cup of tea and said calmly, Is your injury not healed yet? Yang Chan smiled and said, Thank you for your concern, senior. My injuries have improved a lot and I believe I will be fully recovered within half a month. Su Yu nodded slightly without saying anything more. Yang Chan sipped her tea quietly, her thoughts racing. Her purpose for coming here was clear. One is to find out the truth and see if she is interested in Ronan. The second is performance and establishing your own personality. So in her conversation with Su Yu, she tried her best to use Ronan as an excuse to make a point. Ronan, who was standing by, saw it all and just felt. Fairy sister talks very little, but Yang Chan talks a bit more. The fairy sister is very aloof, while Yang Chan is warm but not offensive. Fairy sister doesn't like to talk about others and has her own prejudices, while Yang Chan praises others and is easy to get close to. In this way, half a day passed. Yang Chan also felt that she should leave. Senior, I have gained a lot from communicating with you. Thank you for your hospitality today. Suddenly, Su Yu Liulai looked directly at the other person and said meaningfully, Yang Chan, you're a little worried. Sometimes it's good to take a step back and look back. Perhaps you will be able to find your own path. Yang Chan was stunned. She frowned slightly. She didn't understand what the other party meant. But she just smiled in response. I'll keep it in mind. Senior, goodbye. Yang Chan left. After leaving the courtyard, she looked back. How about it? At this moment, Tianfeng's voice appeared in her mind. I've almost made it clear that she doesn't like Ronan. I could even say she's completely devoted to spiritual cultivation and has no interest in romantic relationships. Even if Ronan confessed his feelings to her, she might reject him on the spot. Then I can take advantage of the opportunity. Yang Chan immediately threw Su Yu's words behind her and felt a little excited. This woman doesn't like to be bound by the mud and treats Ronan like a master and disciple. Very good, let's continue. However, I hope you can be quick, After all, it's a chance encounter for the immortals. I know. Yang Chan naturally understood that things would easily go wrong if things went on for too long. So her previous performance was not only for that woman, but also for Ronan. In Ronan's courtyard, looking at the other persons disappearing back, Suyu just shook her head slightly. Host, what kind of drama are you guys putting on? At this moment, the system suddenly spoke. 2 women, 1 drama. Except for those in the play, no one outside the play really understands anything. Suyu smiled inexplicably. It's nothing. She and I are just establishing our own personalities. Based on her previous attempts, she probably wants to help Ronan conquer me. No wonder Ronan changed like that. Suyu already understood. That is a change for yourself. Yang Chan was trying to persuade the other person to pursue her. Help Ronan conquer you. That's right. Doesn't she want a chance to be immortal? If she helps Ronan pursue you, isn't that just giving that chance away? So this time she came to test my attitude and see if I'm interested in Ronan. But your previous actions didn't indicate that you were interested in Ronan. Yes, I told her indirectly before that I have no interest in Ronan. Host, you told her this, but you will keep Ronan hanging and not let her succeed, right? Knowing that the other party has set a trap, he naturally won't jump into it. In the system's view, the host should keep Ronan hanging. I'm not interested in him, but if you're willing, I can keep you hanging, right? The system thinks it is reasonable. However, Suyu shook her head. No, I won't keep Ronan hanging. I said I would never get involved in their emotions. If he confessed his feelings to me, I would reject him on the spot without hesitation. Why wouldn't you let her succeed by doing this? The system expressed its incomprehension. In its opinion, this was sending the Kaienkan Jiyushin immortal seal out. Suyu stood up slowly with his white robe on, his eyebrows smiling and his eyes shining. If someone saw this scene, they would probably be so stunned that they could not walk and would be in a dream. This method is too crude. Didn't I tell you at the beginning that she was building her persona, and I was building mine? She will succeed, but I won't let her succeed in the end. Her mind is too impetuous. In fact, in my opinion, she is also a talented person who can be cultivated. He walked slowly into the attic in white boots, looking around like a fairy in a painting, extremely unreal. Maybe I'll teach her a lesson. Chapter 214. After determining that Suyu had no feelings for Ronan, Yang Chan began to teach Ronan how to seduce Suyu. These days, Ronan often goes in and out of Yang Chan's mansion to ask for advice. At the beginning, Suyu had already slowly understood Ronan's offensive. First, he practiced hard and appeared in front of Suyu looking exhausted. He started to chat about this and that and tried to get close to her. He didn't act too hastily and slowly explored Suyu's situation. For example, what are your hobbies, past life, identity, etc.? If Suyu hadn't known that the other party wanted to conquer her, she would have believed his lies when she saw how exhausted he looked. Even Ronan learned to bargain if he practiced a little more, took some medicinal baths, and drank some green tea. Can't you satisfy his small request? Suyu really couldn't stand this. He likes helping others the most, and likes to help others become stronger. He is so noble, and his qualities are so noble. So he agreed. He wanted to train Ronan to be a powerful fighter with extraordinary skills, a strong man. But Suyu was still a little worried that Ronan would become a fishing expert under Yang Chan's instigation. So after the incident, I have to criticize him severely. 10 days later, Ronan completed his training mission. He couldn't wait to come to the pavilion, and when he saw the figure in white, his face was a little excited. Sister Fairy, my mission is accomplished. Done. Suyu sat on the long pavilion. Well, it's also exceeded expectations. My weapon refiner level has now reached the 4th level, and my physical strength has been tempered to nearly the 7th level. Not bad, Suyu nodded with satisfaction. Then you promised to go out with me tonight. Ronan looked at Suyu expectantly. He wanted to take Suyu for a walk in Dingshan City. The main purpose is the Dengaming Society. The Lantern Festival is a famous lantern viewing event in Dingshan City, held every 7 years. You can take your favorite person to the Lantern Festival, and most of the participants are young talents. Because of this opportunity, he risked his life. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Suyu lifted her skirt and stood up, coming in front of Ronan. You have been in seclusion for a long time, so I will take you out to relax. Go clean up first. Ronan was overjoyed and quickly ran back to his room to clean up. Not long after, he changed his clothes and came back immediately. Suyu looked him up and down and realized that what he was wearing was different from what he was wearing when he was practicing in the past. He is now dressed smartly and appropriately. Although his skin is dark, his face is relatively resolute, and he has a rather dignified appearance. Dressed so formally, is this guy going to use his ultimate move tonight? Seeing Suyu looking at him, Ronan immediately explained, "After all, we are going out to visit the Luo family. As the young patriarch of the Luo family, I still need to pay attention to my appearance." "Let's go," Suyu didn't say much, just urged. So Ronan took Suyu away. It was already night, but when the Luo family came to the market, the lights were still on, just like daytime. There are a lot of people on the street. Even though Suyu was wearing a white veil, people still looked at her from time to time. Ronan immediately snorted coldly and unleashed his powerful aura to make those people withdraw their gazes. Suyu was obviously used to it. He was unmoved by the gazes of the crowd, but through his powerful spiritual sense, he discovered a familiar figure in the crowd. Yang Chan. As expected, she followed. "Sister Fairy, this is the largest scenic street in Dingshan City. There are many statues of powerful humans and monsters that only exist in legends here, and there is even a treasure exchange. People usually come here to relax and have a leisurely time." Ronan took Suyu all the way, and when they arrived at a vast area, Ronan began to introduce. Suyu saw everything. Compared with their Ling Cheng, it was indeed much more magnificent. The scenery in the cultivation world is completely different from those in the previous life. The natural landscapes in previous lives were static, but these entire terrains can operate effectively according to the general trend of heaven and earth. Things like the transformation of dragon veins, the confrontation of majestic monsters hundreds of feet tall, the rotation of stars in the sky, etc., all contain a hint of artistic conception. According to Ronan's absurd statement, hundreds of years ago someone realized the great truth here and achieved great success in cultivation. There were many large teams traveling along the way. Ronan brought Suyu to several towering buildings. The place is hung with bright lights, and each building is connected by an arch bridge. Below is a gurgling stream, with countless boats floating on the stream and some docked on the shore. The golden boy and the beautiful girl travel together on the boat. Is this place more lively than other places? Suyu looked around, her brows slightly raised. Not only are there a lot of people here, but they are all men and women in pairs. Where on earth did this kid Ronan bring him to? Sister Fairy, today is a special day in Dingshan City, the Lantern Festival, so there are a lot of people here tonight. There will be a performance later. There was something strange in Ronan's eyes. He didn't actually say that the purpose of the Dengaming Society was to bring men and women together. Look, it's a painting of a dragon and a phoenix. The dragon and phoenix painting has been unfolded. When everyone was relaxing, they saw a spacious platform suspended above the stream. A lifelike portrait of a dragon and a phoenix slowly unfolded, and a strange energy wave rippled out. Dragon and phoenix painting. I heard it's a rare treasure. The dragon and phoenix painting contains a glimpse of the true meaning of the dragon and phoenix. If one has enough talent, one can comprehend its profound meaning. Its value is comparable to that of the Saint Dao realm. What, comparable to the Saint Dao realm? When the crowd heard that this dragon and phoenix painting was comparable to the Saint Dao realm, they became excited. In the center of the platform, a beautiful woman wearing a bright red floral cheongsam said in a delicate voice, "Everyone, I believe you all understand the value of this dragon and phoenix painting. Today is the Lantern Festival in Dingshan City, which is rare in 7 years. So today, this dragon and phoenix painting will serve as a bargaining chip for this competition, for you all to enjoy. Today, whoever wins the one-on-one duel on this stage will receive this dragon and phoenix painting. Give it to a beautiful woman, and perhaps you will be able to have sex with her. All right, everyone, after having fun, the fight begins." As the red-robed woman finished speaking, several figures quickly rushed towards the platform. Seeing this, Ronan looked at Suyu expectantly. "Sister Fairy, do you want this dragon and phoenix painting? If so, I will go and get it for you right away." Suyu's gaze drifted towards the dragon and phoenix painting. Frankly speaking, if you pick up a treasure on the roadside, who would think it's too much? But the guy next to him obviously has ulterior motives. Finally, he said slowly, "I brought you out here today to relax. Do as you wish." "Good." Before Ronan could finish his words, he shot towards the platform in the center. The magnitude of its momentum is also quite astonishing. Who is that person? What a fast speed. Isn't that Luo family's useless young patriarch, Ronan? He's actually here too. Ronan, is it him? Haha, brother, I can tell you don't often pay attention to the news. According to rumors, Ronan's strength has reached the ascended Emperor realm, and his combat power is comparable to that of the heavenly Venerable realm. He's a ruthless man who defeated the #1 prodigy of the Tianlai sect. Oh my god, how are we supposed to win if he's so powerful? That's right, so this dragon and phoenix painting can only be looked at. Not only that, I've also heard that he defeated his fiancée, Yang Chan. It's said that Yang Chan also hides her strength. Rumor has it that she has reached the perfect emperor realm. Yang Chan, the most beautiful woman in Xuanshuang sect, and also the most outstanding one. Could it be that the woman in white accompanying Ronan is Yang Chan? It's very possible. Her beauty is incomparable to those rouges and powders in perfume shops. Even without seeing her face, I can tell she is absolutely as beautiful as a fairy. That's not right. Didn't Yang Chan come here to break off the engagement? Why is there no news at all now? After Ronan appeared, everyone's attention shifted to Su Yu. Among them, the vast majority expressed admiration for her beauty. However, perhaps because of the terrifying fighting power that Ronan displayed on the fighting stage, they restrained some of their thoughts. Before long, the fight went as expected, and the remaining contestants were all easily defeated by Ronan. In full view of everyone, Ronan gave the dragon and phoenix painting to Su Yu, and then took him away. Damn, this guy is so lucky to be favored by such a beauty. But he's really formidable. You're barking at me now, why didn't you challenge him before? Then Yang Chan is his fiancée, so it's only natural for them to be together. That's not right. I've seen Yang Chan from the Xuanshuang sect before, and she didn't look like this at all. Yes, I've seen her too. Yang Chan doesn't look like this at all. Although Yang Chan is also extremely beautiful, she can't compare to this woman in white. She's hanging out with Luo Nan, so what about Yang Chan? Alas, your circle is so chaotic. Chapter 215. A pretty figure walked out of the crowd. She looked at the direction where Su Yu and the other person disappeared, her eyes showing a strange color. Sure enough, if Su Yu were here, she would definitely be able to tell that this person was the green tea Yang Chan. A painting of a dragon and a phoenix. It's a nice treasure. Ronan brought her here to watch the Lantern Festival. It seems he has prepared a gift. After hesitating for a few seconds, she followed him again. On the river. At this moment, Ronan took Su Yu onto a flower boat. There were only Ronan and Su Yu on the boat. Ronan was rowing the boat slowly on the river. Along the way, many flower boats passed by. When you reach the center of the lake, you will see countless lotus flowers blooming on the surface. The lotus flowers are still full after blooming, twin green lotus flowers and lingering jasmine fragrance. Being surrounded by a sea of flowers, away from the hustle and bustle of the crowd, one can't help but feel a little relaxed and happy. Sister Fairy, what do you think of this place? Su Yu nodded. Yes, very beautiful. Ronan chuckled and continued rowing. Soon, there were more and more lotus flowers in front of him, until finally the lake suddenly lit up. Su Yu looked up in the direction of the light and saw lanterns rising in front of her. The dim light of the fire poured onto the lake, creating ripples on the water. Gathered together, they formed a curtain of brilliant water that drove away the darkness. Bright lights rise up in the sky and drift away into the distance, as if carrying some kind of expectation. Seeing such a grand scene, Su Yu's expression showed a hint of surprise. This is Dingshan City's Lantern Festival. Every time this time comes, every couple, every flower boat will raise a lantern on this lake. As he spoke, Ronan immediately took out a crystal bracelet carefully from his arms and handed it to Su Yu. Each bead on the chain is engraved with strange patterns and is wrapped in strange energy fluctuations. The overall feeling of this bracelet is exquisite, and it is specially worn by women. Sister Fairy, this is the bracelet I made myself. I want to give you this bracelet. Ronan's face wore a hint of affection. She led me on the path of cultivation, helped me achieve my current success, and helped me walk my own path. All of this is thanks to the woman in front of me. Without Fairy Sister, he wouldn't be who he is today. So he had been thinking about what gift to give her from the beginning. But with her strength and status, she has seen all kinds of treasures. Those from his Luo family are definitely useless to Fairy Sister. So after much thought, I decided to do it with my heart. Since he returned to the Luo family, he began to carefully prepare this bracelet. He first created its appearance, and after awakening the divine seal, he would take out his spare time every day to transfer the seal's energy into it. Through his unremitting efforts, this bracelet even has the power comparable to that of a half-emperor. His full-strength attack has the power of a half-emperor. He had risked his life to create this, and even stored the origin of the divine seal in it. Sister Fairy, please accept this bracelet. You have always been giving to me, and I want to give to you once too. I will hurry up and become stronger. When I become stronger, I will definitely give you everything I want. Ronan's eyes were sincere, filled with love that was secretly hidden. Suyu looked at the bracelet handed to her with mixed feelings. Ronan's preparations have revealed his intentions intentionally or unintentionally. This bracelet has a special meaning. If he accepts it, he will definitely think more about it. There will be more and more ideas in the future. He never wanted Ronan to like him. He treated Ronan by training him and getting feedback from him. He hoped that Ronan would treat him as a master. What I have to do is to completely interrupt his thoughts. At that moment, Suyu was not paying attention to the bracelet that Ronan handed over, but was looking straight at Ronan. Ronan, do you have feelings for me? You like me, right? Ronan's heart was pounding, and the hand holding the bracelet shook suddenly. Light. Ronan, let's be clear today. Are you interested in me? Suyu continued to ask. His tone was cold, and it was difficult to understand the meaning. Ronan's breathing rose and fell, and he tried his best to keep calm. He knew that one day he would confess his feelings to the fairy sister, but he was still a little nervous when the time came. But for the sake of his love, he can still explain. His tense face relaxed and he said firmly, "That's right, fairy sister, I like you, I really like you. You know what? Your appearance is like a ray of light, driving away the darkness around me and pulling me out of the abyss. It is you who gave me confidence, hope, strength, and helped me find my life's purpose. Your appearance is salvation, I like you. Sister Fairy, I know I'm not worthy of you, but I will definitely work hard. I don't dare to ask for anything now, but can you wait for me?" Ronan walked closer, his tone full of desire. He knows that he is not worthy of it now, so he works so hard to become stronger. He didn't expect a response from the fairy sister now. He just wanted her to wait for him. Suyu sighed softly, but his aura remained cold, as if Ronan's words had not touched him at all. "Ronan, it's impossible between us. You should understand that I am devoted to the Tao and will not consider any emotions, and this will also be the case in the future. I taught you, and my attitude towards you is more like that of a master and a disciple. It is unethical for a master and a disciple to fall in love. You shouldn't like me." Ronan's face turned pale and he staggered back. I can't like you. Fairy sister, I don't want it. Is there no possibility for us to be together? How can a master-disciple relationship be impossible? Aren't there many examples of this in ancient times? Don't we have any hope? Looking at Ronan's miserable appearance, Suyu felt a little sorry for him, but he knew that if he softened his heart, he would face an even more terrifying disaster in the future. Now that he has completely cut off this thought, his future path will be bright. So he hardened his heart, looked cold, and said in an unquestionable tone, "I told you I only have a master-disciple relationship with you. There's no chance between us. I won't like you. Not now, not ever. You understand. Forever, forever." Staring at Suyu's cold face, listening to those words without any warmth, his pupils began to dilate, as if he had lost his soul. Fairy sister said she would never like him. Forever. The word forever was like a sharp blade, stabbing into his heart and torturing him thousands of times. How far is forever? Ronan didn't know. He only knew that he was only 17 years old, but the suffering he had endured over the years seemed to have taken away his lifelong hope. Torment, pain, helplessness. It was not until the last few days that some light returned. He could never be with her. The future he imagined was nothing but a bubble-like dream. I understand, fairy sister," Ronan whispered, and he quickly left the flower boat. On another flower boat not far away, Yang Chan was also a little surprised when she saw this scene. She didn't expect Ronan's confession to be so direct, and the woman's rejection to be so heartless. "I told him to take his time before, and that there's no rush to capture a woman like this. But he just went ahead and gave her a bracelet and a dragon and phoenix painting. Doesn't he know what the bracelet means? Never mind, this suits me just fine. This woman is so heartless. Ronan is arguably at his most vulnerable right now. Now is the best time to get close to him." As she spoke, Yang Chan smiled seductively, transformed into a ray of light and chased after him. P.S. Sorry, I've been really busy these days. I'll make up for it later when things settle down. Ronan's story ends in the last few chapters and transitions to the next story. Chapter 216. Ronan. Looking at Ronan's departing back, Suyu finally chose to give up chasing him. "Host, you are truly cruel. Aren't you afraid that Ronan will fall back into depravity if you reject him so decisively?" Suyu snorted coldly. This is just a small confession of rejection. He will see a lot more in the future. If he can't get over this, then just pretend I never taught him. Su-yuk had never shown any romantic feelings towards him, and she had never done so. Ever since his previous experience, he planned to solve his investment problem by recruiting disciples. But he didn't expect that if he accepted a disciple, no matter what he was wearing, he would probably accept a disciple who would rebel against his master. Now that Yang Chan has chased her out, she might have an opportunity. I feel she'll probably succeed this time. Su Yu remained silent, but did not reply to the system. He needs time to calm down now. He must be afraid to see me during this period. Let him be quiet for now. Su Yu was about to leave, but suddenly she lowered her eyes and saw the crystal bracelet that Ronan had dropped earlier at her feet. This was the gift Ronan wanted to give him. He frowned and thought for a moment, then finally picked up the bracelet. Ronan ran for a long time, and he no longer had the brain to think. Relying on instinct, he arrived at the Luo family in a short time. He walked into the door unsteadily. At this time, Yang Chan also caught up. She looked at the distraught Ronan, rolled up her dress, hurried to Ronan and grabbed the corner of his clothes. Her face was full of concern. "Ronan, are you okay? What happened to you? Don't scare me." Ronan paused and turned his head to glance over. The empty look in his eyes made Yang Chan feel as if this person had died and had shed a layer of skin. However, Ronan just glanced at her and continued to walk into the Luo family. Yang Chan followed immediately. "Ronan, I also saw what happened before. You don't have to be so disappointed. We can still try again. Your previous actions were a bit too hasty. I can help you catch up with her slowly. Ronan, don't be like this. It's not like you don't have a chance. At least you still have me with you. I will always help you." "Ronan." Yang Chan followed Ronan all the way here and tried her best to dissuade him, until the two of them came to his residence. But just as he was about to step through the gate, he stopped in mid-air. He stared blankly at the mansion. This is where he lives. In the past, there was always a graceful figure in white sitting in the pavilion. Or maybe she might still be there. She would be there waiting for him to come and tell her story, to make clear his mistakes. But how could he give up his emotions? He began to get scared, and he didn't dare to go in. I dare not face her again. After taking a look at his own mansion, he fled in panic. After running for an unknown amount of time, he finally arrived at the lakeshore behind the mountain. He supported his limbs with his hands and gasped for breath. Just when he was stunned, a pair of gentle hands patted his back. "Are you okay?" Ronan turned around and saw Yang Chan following him. She looked at him with gentle eyes and a hint of pity. A hint of apology emerged in her beautiful eyes. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. It was my bad idea that made you so miserable." As she spoke, she sobbed softly, her eyes moist. Seeing this, Ronan just shook his head weakly. "This isn't your fault. You have nothing to do with tonight. It's me. This is my own problem." Yang Chan wiped away the tears that were about to fall. "But even if you are rejected, you don't have to be like this, okay? It hurts me too to see you in this pain. I've been with you these days, and I know you're a positive person. I can help you. I will help you catch her. You have to trust me." Ronan looked at the woman who had been constantly giving him advice these days, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. However, when he recalled that figure, his eyes still became a little dull. He fell down on the shore. "No, there's no hope. She has no such intentions towards me. There is no hope. There is never any hope." Seeing this, Yang Chan also rolled up her skirt and squatted down, her eyes gentle. "Okay, in that case, I'll accompany you. You go back. I just want to be alone." Yang Chan shook her head firmly. "No, I won't go back. I can't just watch you get into trouble. After all, this is also my fault. If my mistake causes you to fall, I will regret it for the rest of my life." Ronan didn't answer either. He didn't even have the energy to answer now. He just sat there blankly, looking at the lake quietly. And this sitting lasted for 2 days. In the past 2 days, Ronan's unusual behavior has obviously alarmed the entire Luo family. Nan's father and mother rushed over after hearing the news, and even the old ancestor who had been secluded in the ancestral hall came out. After all, he is now the owner of the magic weapon and the leader who leads his Luo family to glory, so nothing can happen to him. However, even if they came to persuade him, Ronan remained indifferent. The ancestor wanted to use his strength to dissuade him. Therefore, Yang Chan, who was protecting Ronan, had no choice but to explain and tell them the whole story. This brat fell in love with his master, and after confessing his feelings and being rejected, he ended up like this. "You little bastard, instead of practicing hard, you're actually thinking about these crooked ways. You..." Nan's father and mother were speechless for a moment. The Luo family's senior members knew about Su Yu's existence. Ronan's rise to prominence was all thanks to her. Although they had never met, the ancestor had met him once. The ancestors all said that the woman was not an ordinary person, and it seemed that she was determined to practice Taoism. In the words of our ancestors, "Aren't you asking for trouble?" Nan's mother sighed deeply. She felt very distressed to see her son become like this. "Nanner, we should be more open-minded about some people who don't belong to us. I don't think that person wants to see you so frustrated. You should focus on the present moment." As she spoke, her eyes couldn't help but look at Yang Chan, who was standing obediently beside her. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became. Although the girl had come to cancel the engagement before, it was because she didn't want to marry a stranger, and they could understand that. And now these days, she has been with her son, who has been guarding her until now. A girl like this is the one he should cherish right now. She hasn't proposed to cancel the engagement even after she recovered from her injuries. I guess she has some feelings for Ronan. "Miss Yang Chan, please take care of him." They came over but couldn't persuade Ronan, so they had no choice but to let him think about it himself. After all, they don't have nothing to do every day. "Aunt, don't worry, I will take good care of him." Yang Chan nodded carefully. Nan's father and mother are gone. As they walked, they looked back at the two figures. "Husband, what do you think of Yang Chan?" "I think she is more suitable for our Nanner than that one. I can also see that she is interested in Nanner." Nan's mother whispered to Nan's father. Luo Zhan sighed softly. "It's better for us not to get involved in the affairs of these young people." "Yes, no matter what, I just hope Nanner can get better soon." Chapter 217. After Nan's father and mother left, Ronan continued to stand blankly by the river. Yang Chan accompanied him without saying a word. It wasn't until the afternoon that Ronan came to his senses. When Yang Chan saw this, her face lit up with joy. "Ronan, are you feeling better?" Ronan didn't answer but just shook his head slightly. "I want a drink." "Ah, drinking?" Yang Chan's pretty face was stunned, but she couldn't help but feel secretly happy in her heart. Ronan wants to drink to numb himself, so here comes the opportunity, right? As the saying goes, drinking can lead to mistakes. Once I get Ronan drunk, I will take this opportunity to do something. If he bites Ronan to death for violating his will, then he can get the opportunity from Ronan, right? This idea is still feasible. Then she can slowly conquer Ronan. The moment gentle head. "Okay, if you want a drink, I'll take you there." As he said this, he pulled the stiff Ronan back to the mansion. She settled Ronan in the hall and immediately went to find a few jars of wine. Ronan immediately picked up the wine jar and drank it without saying a word. These 2 days, he followed the wishes of the fairy sister. He tried every possible way to erase the figure from the depths of his mind, but he couldn't do it no matter what. Even the figure became more and more profound. The more you want to forget, the clearer it becomes. The more you try to escape, the deeper you get stuck. Only alcohol can numb the pain now. "Yang Chan, I regard you as one of my few friends. Can you tell me what I should do now? Should I continue to persevere or give up?" After drinking 6 pots of wine, Ronan looked slightly drunk. He asked, leaning over the table. Yang Chan also drank nearly 2 jars of wine, and a hint of blush appeared on her elegant face. Her eyes are full of charm, and her temperament is as fragrant as orchid. "So do you still like her?" Ronan scoffed and continued to drink. "Isn't this bullshit? If I don't like her, why would she be so miserable?" Yang Chan chuckled. "Since you still like her, I don't think you should give up. If you like her so much that it hurts and you can't get rid of her, then just go after her. But I know she doesn't like me, not just now, but also in the future and forever." Ronan said with a painful expression. "I know her temper. She always keeps her word. If she says she doesn't like something, then she doesn't like it. She is very pure." Yang Chan didn't know how to comfort him. "I will definitely help you. I will help you catch her. This is my promise." Ronan put down the wine jar in his hand and looked at Yang Chan. A smile finally appeared on the stiff face. "Thank you, Yang Chan. I didn't expect you to accompany me this time. Don't worry, I will cancel the engagement in a few days. Then you will be free and you won't have to worry about my affairs." In Ronan's opinion, the reason why Yang Chan was so dedicated in helping him pursue the fairy sister was just to cancel the engagement smoothly and peacefully without any regrets. "It's okay, let me take care of your business first. I'm not in a hurry, otherwise I'll feel bad. Let's not talk about this anymore. Keep drinking. I'm going to indulge myself and accompany you for once today." Yang Chan picked up the wine glass and clinked it against Ronan's wine jar. "Dry." Ronan picked up the jar of wine and drank it down in one gulp. The 9th altar, the 10th altar, the 13th altar. Ronan's body was like a bottomless pit, filled with alcohol. But he was not unharmed. His face became redder and redder, his eyelids became heavy, and his consciousness began to blur. Yang Chan saw everything he did, and it was obvious that Ronan was about to crash. She herself was also a little confused. This is wine specially for monks to drink. It has the same effect on ordinary people as ordinary wine. If you drink too much, you will naturally get drunk. Yang Chan, he's almost dying. Let's take advantage of now and get things done. I'll give you an invisible and colorless love potion. Give it to him and your plan will succeed. Then the chance to become an immortal will be ours. Tianfeng's voice sounded in Yang Chan's mind, filled with excitement. Yang Chan frowned. Give me a yin-yang potion that will only temporarily arouse my sexual desire. Then I can pretend that my yin-chi has been broken and I can deceive them. After all, my physique is somewhat special. You want to make it look real? I can hide it from the Luo family, but don't forget, I can't hide it from that woman. Compared with the opportunity of becoming an immortal, what is your innocence? You can only hide your past perfectly by giving yourself to him? Tianfeng scolded. This opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, Ronan will not be rejected by the woman in white a second time at this stage. By the time I miss this opportunity, I will have to spend a lot of time to improve my relationship with Ronan. Tianfeng thought this behavior was stupid. Shut up, I have my own considerations. Given that woman's personality, she definitely wouldn't come here to specifically investigate my situation. Okay, if you can't do it, don't blame me for being rude later. Tianfeng snorted coldly and said nothing more. Yang Chan came to her senses and continued to pour wine into Ronan until he was completely staggering. Then she couldn't bear it anymore and said, Ronan, let's stop drinking. That's enough. No, I haven't. The wine jar rolled off the long table, fell to the ground with a bang and shattered. Yang Chan immediately came over to support him. Ronan, stop drinking. You're already drunk. Let me take you back to your room. Yang Chan helped Ronan walk towards the attic. He is now almost unable to move, and can only allow Yang Chan to control him. Soon, Yang Chan helped him into a bedroom. She threw Ronan onto the bed, her pretty face changing from gloomy to happy. With a flick of her white hands, a beam of light shot towards Ronan. After a few seconds, Ronan began to feel hot. His skin turned red all over, his breathing became rapid, and he tossed and turned. Light. Seeing this, Yang Chan immediately came to the bedside and asked with concern, Ronan, what's wrong with you? I suddenly feel so hot all over. Ronan felt like his breathing was stuck. Yang Chan stretched out her hand to his forehead, the back of her hand touching his skin, the heat and coldness colliding with each other. It's so hot, Ronan. Why is your whole body so hot? Yang Chan was shaken by the masculine energy that came towards her, and her body trembled. He was about to pull his hand away, but it was instantly grabbed by Ronan's iron-like hand. Ronan, what are you doing? Yang Chan was startled. She wanted to break free, but because she was a little drunk, she couldn't use her full strength. Ronan pulled hard, and Yang Chan fell directly onto the bed and rode on him. Yang Chan had already noticed something was wrong, and she couldn't help but roared and asked Tianfeng, Tianfeng, how much yin and yang energy did you give him? Tianfeng said lazily, Don't worry, it's just 3 strands, it will be over soon. What, Sanlo, you? 3 strands of yin and yang energy. Even a strong person in the Saint Dao realm cannot resist it. Before Yang Chan could react, Ronan immediately pressed her down. His eyes were bloodshot, and he turned into a wild beast, growling at Yang Chan in a low voice. Ronan, stop, I'm Yang Chan. But what she faced was Ronan's violent tearing. With a loud bang, all of Yang Chan's clothes were torn to pieces. Chapter 218. With the carcass exposed before his eyes, Ronan's breathing became more and more rapid. Hurry, go. Ronan wanted to possess the beauty in front of him, but the last bit of his sanity made him struggle desperately. Ronan eyes. Yang Chan was filled with shame and anger. If it weren't for the opportunity to become an immortal, she would have slapped him away. But she has to endure it now. Roar. Just as Ronan was about to attack, he hissed, then suddenly stood up and broke through the wall. He ran out madly, turning into a shadow until he disappeared from Yang Chan's sight. Yang Chan looked at the direction, where he disappeared with lingering fear. I was relieved but also extremely shocked. This is enough to induce the yin and yang energy of the holy Dao realm. Ronan just carried on like this. This guy has a strong will. Tianfeng, shouldn't you explain it to me? After calming down for a few seconds, Yang Chan said angrily. Tianfeng's voice rang out. The yin and yang energy isn't very strong, and it won't last more than a few minutes. That's why Ronan was able to resist the temptation and escape. In such a short time, he won't be able to break your body if you struggle for even a moment. Yang Chan's eyes were dim, and she no longer had the previous aggressiveness. Now it's not a matter of losing your virginity, but that our plan has failed. Tianfeng's tone was full of gloom. Their only chance now was wasted. If I succeed this time, the opportunity to become an immortal will be within my reach. Yang Chan pondered for a moment. Will Ronan remember these things when he wakes up? Not really. He drank so much alcohol before, and with the added bonus of yin and yang energy, his originally hazy memory would be instantly emptied, completely obliterating the memories of that period. Is there any way to remedy this? Yang Chan smiled slyly. Since no one knows, then I am the only one who can define what Ronan did to me. It's true that he tore my clothes and tried to violate me. Then it's also true that he stole my first kiss and even did something inappropriate, right? Tianfeng was silent. This is indeed a solution at the moment, and perhaps the effect is not much different from what was expected. After Ronan escaped from Yang Chan's room, he ran like mad. His body was getting hotter and hotter, and he was almost losing his mind. Soon, a stream appeared in front of him. With a plop, he jumped in without hesitation. At the same time, Nan's father and mother had just returned from the study. You stay in the study for a long time every night now. If I hadn't come to find you, you might not have come back to rest. Nan's mother looked at Luo Zhan with a hint of anger in her eyes. Luo Zhan chuckled and said, Ever since Nanner opened up the world of the wooden tablet in the ancestral hall, my Luo family has had to replan its future. Naturally, I dare not slack off. If it can restore my Luo family to its former glory, then my hard work won't matter. Nan's mother pondered for a moment. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to make a decision about Nanner's affairs right now. Luo Zhan shook his head slightly. This is not a choice at all. To put it bluntly, people just don't want this guy. Suddenly, when the two were passing by the stone bridge, they sensed something and saw a figure floating down from upstream. Nan's mother's expression changed drastically. No one was more familiar with this floating figure than her. That's Nanner, quick, pull him ashore. Luo Zhan was also shocked. He used his skills to step onto the water and brought Ronan to the other side. Nan's mother hurried over. Is Nanner okay? Luo Zhan signaled her not to worry too much. Nothing's wrong, it's just that his breathing was a little disordered before, but it's much more stable now. But he reeked of alcohol, and even the water couldn't completely wash it off. It's okay, it's okay. The stone in Nan's mother's heart fell. Speaking of which, why is Nanner here? And why does she reek of alcohol? It seems that Yang Chan has been accompanying him these past 2 days, etc. Some guesses emerged in Nan's mother's mind. She thought for a moment and said to Luo Zhan, Take care of our son first. I'll go see if the girl is okay. Okay, be careful on the road. So Nan's mother rushed to Yang Chan's residence in a hurry. When I saw the destroyed walls, my heart was suddenly filled with fear. She followed the broken wall into the courtyard and came to the boudoir deep inside. Finally, she saw the torn clothes all over the floor, and Yang Chan, who was holding the quilt with half of her shoulders exposed and a dazed look on her face. She was stunned for a moment. What on earth is going on? Could it be that the brat had committed some unforgivable crime? Nan's mother's expression changed. She hurried to the bedside and said softly, Xiaochen, tell your aunt what happened. Are you okay? Tears welled up in Yang Chan's eyes, and she cried, Ronan, what happened to that brat? Did he bully you? Tell your aunt and I will take care of it for you. I will definitely teach him a lesson, Nan's mother said sternly. Yang Chan seemed unable to control her emotions and began to cry loudly. Then, with the comfort of Nan's mother, his emotions gradually calmed down and he told everything in detail. Listening to Yang Chan's story, Nan's mother became furious. What, that brat actually did this to you? He drank and lost his mind, tore other people's clothes, took other people's first kiss, and even had physical contact, almost taking other people's virginity. That brat Ronan actually did such a heinous thing. Child, calm down first. My Luo family will definitely give you an explanation. Fearing that Yang Chan might have thoughts of committing suicide, Nan's mother guaranteed her safety. Aunt Ai. Leaning on Nan's mother's shoulder, Yang Chan seemed to be hesitant to speak. Nan's mother continued to comfort him. Don't worry, Auntie will definitely make that brat give you an explanation. Aren't you engaged? Well, I think you two should not cancel the engagement and continue to maintain this marriage. If you want, we can even speed up your wedding. What do you think? She quite liked Yang Chan, and she actually did not agree with breaking off the engagement. Now that this has happened, their marriage is the best way to resolve the matter. There will be no more public opinion from the outside world. Yang Chan was in a dilemma. But he doesn't like me. As she spoke, she lowered her eyes and became more depressed. Nan's mother's eyes lit up. She could see that Yang Chan had some thoughts about her son. Perhaps the best way to deal with this ridiculous matter is to continue the engagement. But she knew her son didn't like her. So I'm hesitant. But her tone was relaxed, which meant at least there was still hope. She patted the back of Yang Chan's hand and comforted her. Xiaochan, you don't have to worry about this matter. Feelings can be cultivated slowly. As the saying goes, love grows with time. Your conditions are no worse than other girls. As long as you can get along well and you have a good personality, he will definitely fall in love with you slowly. Really, Auntie? Yang Chan hesitated, and finally seemed to have made up her mind and asked in a weak voice. Of course it's true, Nan's mother said with certainty. And you don't have to worry. We will also enlighten that brat, and he will definitely change his mind. Chapter 219. After comforting Yang Chan, Nan's mother hurried away. Now that Yang Chan's matter has been communicated, I naturally have to deal with Ronan's matter. It worked. Yang Chan changed into new clothes, and her original depressed and exhausted look disappeared, replaced by a triumphant laugh. Her plan succeeded. She set up the plan from the very beginning, pretending to delay the breakup of the engagement, and then infiltrated Ronan's side and became his friend. Then he helped her pursue the woman in white, brought them closer together, and finally took advantage of his frustration to bind them together. Now I finally got what I wanted. What is happening now is that Ronan tore her clothes, took away her first kiss, and had physical contact with her. Ronan is responsible for her, and Nan's mother is her greatest helper. No, now it's not just Nanmo, but also the clan leader Luo Zhan, the sect's ancestors, and even the entire Luo family. During the previous competition, she had already gained the trust of the Luo family. Now let's take advantage of the consequences of that woman rejecting Ronan so decisively. Now even Ronan himself has no reason to refuse. Without resistance, she prevailed. It's almost tied to Ronan now. After the relationship is confirmed, I will slowly overcome his psychological defenses. The chance to be an immortal is mine. The next day, I almost violated Yang Chan yesterday. In a side room, Ronan has now woken up. When he heard his mother's description, he felt like he was struck by lightning. He looked pale. Last night he almost violated Yang Chan. He can't remember anything. All I know is that Yang Chan accompanied me in drinking, and I drank until my brain crashed and I lost consciousness. And then drinking caused trouble. He did that to Yang Chan. Nanner, since you did something wrong, you need to be responsible for others. What's more, you two are still engaged. I've already made it clear to Xiaochan, she's not too opposed to you. As long as you agree, the engagement between you two will continue. The sooner you get married, the better. Choose an auspicious day. Your father, I, and the elders of the Luo family have all agreed on this. Nan's mother gave Ronan earnest advice. My son and Yang Chan are more suitable together. Is it all settled? Ronan took a deep breath. He originally thought that he would threaten Yang Chan with his life, but now he feels guilty about how he treated Yang Chan. She was a very good girl and should not have been let down by him. Mother, I understand. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. You guys can arrange the engagement between her and me. Don't worry, I won't refuse. This is all my fault. As he said that, he strode towards the door. He walked all the way to his own mansion and finally knelt on his knees in front of the door. He knew that the figure in white must still be sitting in the pavilion, waiting to assign him a training task. Ronan's face showed no joy or sadness. Sister Fairy, I did something unacceptable last night and offended a girl. So now I have to go back and atone for my sins. I've thought a lot these past few days, and I understand that it was my fault the previous time. I shouldn't have expressed my love to you. Sorry, but I can't deny that I'm an ordinary person. I just like you because you've given me everything, so it's inevitable that I have extravagant expectations. Even if I were rejected again, I would still do the same. Just don't talk about the past. I don't even have the qualifications to like you now. I no longer even have the qualifications to express my love. I may never be able to go back. I am no longer worthy of you training with me, and I am not worthy of being by your side. I'm leaving, Master. This is the first time I call you Master, and maybe the last time. I will always remember these days and these wonderful memories. Master, take care. Ronan kowtowed 3 times on the ground, stared at the mansion, and then left. Inside the mansion, Suyu was still sitting cross-legged in the pavilion as usual. She is dressed in white and has a graceful and fairy-like figure. It's over, it's over. Ronan has drawn a line between us. He won't come looking for you again. The Kyankun Jiyushin immortal seal is gone. Yang Chan's green tea bitch plan succeeded. Now everyone in the Luo family is trying to match her up with Luo Nan. Even Ronan was forced into accepting her because of her tricks. That bitch is really good at planning. Host, is this your plan? You've lost the hearts and minds of the people, and she's stepping on your shoulders to take over the throne. The plot of that green tea bitch has already taken shape. Even if you expose what she did that night, it will be impossible to save the situation. Although Ronan did not violate her, it is a fact that he tore her clothes right. Mainly, Ronan compromised. Suyu also saw everything outside the door. He stared at the direction where Ronan disappeared for a long time. Host, please stop sighing. System, what's Ronan's current situation? What's going on? Not only has his state of mind been affected, but even his Tao has become incomplete. If this problem is not resolved, it is likely that transcending the tribulation and becoming an immortal will never be possible. Is the Tao beginning to be incomplete? Suyu sighed softly. What's wrong? Are you finally willing to take action? The time has come. It's time for me to help her once. Suyu stood up from sitting for a long time and walked out of the mansion. Luo family compound. At this moment in the courtyard, Luo Zhan and Nan's mother were sitting on stone chairs. In front of them were Luo Nan and Yang Chan. You two should adapt now and stop acting like strangers. Nan's mother looked at Ronan with a reproachful look. Yang Chan also stole a glance at Ronan beside her. Ronan nodded calmly. Mother, she's fine. I know what I should do. Nan's mother smiled with satisfaction. We will discuss your marriage with your parents soon, Xiaochen. We will then invite the entire Xuanshuang sect to participate in your wedding. Okay, Nanner, take Xiaochen down for a walk and take good care of her. Ronan took Yang Chan away and galloped along the Bluestone Road. Sorry. After a long time, Ronan apologized to Yang Chan. Yang Chan smiled bitterly and shook her head. It was unintentional. I don't blame you for anything. I know you don't like me. She is the woman you love the most. Ronan frowned. I hope you won't get involved with her. She's pure and shouldn't have anything to do with us. Yang Chan felt a little unhappy. She knew that Ronan liked her, but they were the ones who were engaged. Now that they had acknowledged each other, why should he care about other women? But anyway, the matter has been settled. I have to say that the woman's character is really straightforward. In the brief contact with her, I only saw her coldness and calmness. Pure to be exact. Yang Chan added, Ronan, I don't ask you to forget her, but you are my fiancé now. I hope you can consider my perspective. Light. However, before she could finish, a figure in white appeared in front of her. The graceful figure in white is unparalleled in the world. It's like a fairy walking out of a painting, just like a dream. Seeing the woman appear, Ronan and Yang Chan were both surprised. Chapter 220. It's you, fairy. They saw clearly that the woman in white was the one who used to be with Ronan. But what is she doing out now? Yang Chan was confused in her heart. She knew that this woman was very aloof and would not interfere in worldly affairs. She certainly couldn't see what she was doing, but that terrifying strength still makes people fearful. Hello, senior. According to the standards of green tea, I cannot lose my manners. Although I don't know the other party's intentions, I still greet them. Suyu responded to her calmly. Ronan's body was trembling. He wanted to step forward and say something, but he couldn't take a step forward. Suyu came in front of the two of them, and Liulai's eyes looked at Ronan. Leng Qing said, Do you know what you have become now? Your faith begins to crumble, your path begins to break down, flaws appear, and you feel like you're stuck in a bottomless quagmire, unable to escape. I've taught you this much, and this is how you repay me. Light. Ronan lowered his head in shame, not daring to look Suyu in the eye. Suyu glanced at Ronan coldly, ignoring him, then looked at Yang Chan beside her and said, Come with me. Having said that, he walked out. Are you looking for yourself alone? Yang Chan looked at her, and doubts suddenly arose in her heart. She should be looking for Ronan, right? Why is she looking for me? What does she want from me? But she didn't have time to think about it. After thinking for a moment, she followed. Suyu brought Yang Chan to a maple tree. It was quiet and deserted. Suyu looked at Yang Chan with a calm expression. You should know that Ronan has a problem, right? This is caused by you and me. Yang Chan smiled gently and said, Senior, I do feel that Ronan is different from before. But you've come to me now just to seek justice for him. Su Yu shook her head in rejection, obviously not caring about what Yang Chan said. His situation arose, and you two had a problem. You two are about the same. Me, there's a problem too. Yang Chan was stunned, not understanding why the woman in front of her would say such a thing. Yes, your condition is even worse than his. His path is incomplete, but you have lost your true self. Su Yu looked at her deeply. Once upon a time, do you still remember what you looked like at the beginning? Yang Chan was slightly stunned, but she was more confused. My true self, my original appearance? Senior, what do you mean by this? I'm fine now, please don't joke with me, Senior. Don't you understand? You are so obsessed with becoming an immortal that you'll do anything to achieve your goal, even harming others. Even at the cost of my own innocence, my engagement, and my future. Everything you did in the Luo family was just to get the chance to become an immortal, wasn't it? A flash of lightning suddenly flashed through Yang Chan's mind, and she looked at Su Yu in disbelief. For the first time, her emotions were out of control. This woman she actually knew. Did she know what she had done before? If you knew, why didn't you intervene? Su Yu's expression remained cold, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. Everyone has their own opportunities and destiny. I generally don't interfere in anything easily. But this time, I don't want to see two good seedlings stuck in the quagmire and unable to get out. Your obsession with becoming an immortal is so strong that it has subtly influenced your heart, leading you step by step towards the abyss, from which there is no turning back. If you don't turn back, you will be doomed forever. Light. Yang Chan didn't know how to answer because Su Yu's words had touched her, but she didn't understand what was wrong with her. When you are in a situation, you must be clear about your own situation. Su Yusu waved her hand, and a force of yin and yang was released, wrapping up Yang Chan's entire body and rushing into her body. Golden flames burst out from Yang Chan's body, but they disappeared when they came into contact with the power of yin and yang. Your strength has actually become stronger. No. With a huge force tearing, a flame was forcibly peeled out of Yang Chan's body. It was a flame with a faint vitality, and inside it there was a faint phoenix undergoing nirvana. Tianfeng, Yang Chan was shocked. This woman actually, forcibly, took the Tianfeng out of her body without her having any strength to resist. Su Yu's expression remained calm as he used the Xunian jade to suppress Tianfeng. He hasn't been slacking off these days. He continued to absorb the natural treasures that were fed back to him, and his cultivation reached the late stage of the heavenly venerate realm, transitioning towards perfection. Therefore, he became more and more proficient in controlling the Xunian jade. If you know your limits, trapping a remnant soul becomes easy. Senior, please spare her. She didn't hurt you. Please give her back to me. Yang Chan pleaded with Su Yu. Tianfeng will be a help to her future practice. With Tianfeng, her practice will progress so rapidly. Su Yu sighed softly. Don't you understand yet? The reason you became so obsessed with becoming an immortal is because of her bewitching behavior. She has been seducing you, trying to make you grow, telling you the benefits of becoming an immortal, making you like playing with others more and making you lose yourself. This way, she can quickly get back to her peak. She's not really devoted to you. You're just a pawn in her hands. Yang Chan was stunned for a moment, and an indescribable emotion arose in her. Tianfeng, has she been seducing me? My thoughts collapsed, and the scenes from the past now appeared clearly in my mind. At the beginning, she was actually just a girl who yearned to practice cultivation. Although she was ignorant, she had beautiful dreams and aspirations. Until one day she met Tianfeng, who was like a nightmare, whispering in her ears again and again. He bewitched her to fight, to harm, and to cultivate to become an immortal. Just like this trip to the Luo family, she kept repeating the word, becoming an immortal in her ears, which made her more and more lost. Is she still herself now? What had become of her? Yang Chan was confused. Perhaps she had scoffed at the woman's warning that she would lose her true self, but the moment Tianfeng appeared, she woke up from her dream. It seems you've realized it. Su Yu looked at Yang Chan's frustrated expression and nodded slightly. From today on, I will take Tianfeng away and let you reflect on it all by yourself and find your former self. You are a good seedling, and you have your own path to follow. After saying that, he continued to activate the Xunian jade to pull Tianfeng over. No, you can't do this. Yang Chan, I've helped you all the way here. You can't just abandon me like this. I can help you become stronger, and I can also help you find your true self. Fate brings about fate, and I am more suitable than anyone else. Tianfeng struggled desperately. but was still unable to break free from the restraints of the Xunian jade. So he begged Yang Chan desperately. Chapter 221. Cause is cause, effect is effect. Cause and effect are past, and they are not imposed on others. Su Yu used his spiritual power to trap Tian Feng in the Xunian jade. Yang Chan came back to her senses after struggling, and she rushed forward under the pressure. Stop. Tian Feng approached me with a purpose, I admit it. But at least she made me stronger. And what right do you have to educate me with just a few words? What right do you have? Didn't you take her away because she was useful and once stood at the top of the continent? Yang Chan was very unconvinced and was like a wolf whose tail was stepped on, and she was furious. She was lectured. She did lose her true self, and she did lose a lot of important things. But so what? She has become like this now. At least in her opinion, she still needs Tianfeng. And the woman in front of her already knew her plan, so she is a bitch who hides it even deeper. She doesn't deserve to talk about me like that. Seeing Yang Chan like this, Su Yu did not get angry. She still had a cold expression, as if nothing in the world could stir up the waves in her heart. Su Yu said coldly, "The reason why you are hesitant may be because you don't believe me. However, in order to prevent her from continuing to commit evil, I will definitely take this remnant soul back with me. You don't need to think about it. How about this? I see that you are also a swordsman, so I will teach you a set of sword techniques to make up for your loss. I've said everything I need to say. I really hope you can come out of the abyss. After all, you are kind by nature. Whether to regain your life or continue to persevere is up to you." As he spoke, Su Yu summoned the white crane and began to dance with the sword under the maple tree. Fairy-like and phantom, lively and elegant. Sharp and domineering golden sword beams were swung out, stirring up the surroundings. Yang Chan was mesmerized. She stared blankly at the figure in white, with amazement and wonderful thoughts flooding her mind at the same time. She was actually teaching herself swordsmanship. Well, immediately afterwards, a sword intent that seemed to be able to split her soul was born, bringing Yang Chan back to her senses from her daze and staring in surprise. This sword technique. Su Yu continued to dance with the sword, and as the sword shadows intertwined, he slowly began to explain. This is the first move of the Demon Slayer sword, the Tribulation of Demons. This set of sword moves is extremely strong and masculine, possessing the power to annihilate evil spirits, exorcise demons, and defend the way. No evil or sin in the world can escape its sight. Rumbles. Yang Chan's pupils dilated instantly. In her eyes, she saw the group of demons rising up. They were as powerful as innate gods and demons, suppressing all directions. But at a certain moment, a golden lightsaber standing between heaven and earth fell. At this moment, the sky collapsed and the earth split, and all gods and demons were destroyed. What level of swordsmanship is this? Yang Chan was breathing heavily, and she looked at the sword in Su Yu's hand with lingering fear. Su Yu finished the first move of the demon-slaying sword and ended the move with luck. This demon-slaying sword is considered a god-level sword technique. What divine-level swordsmanship? Yang Chan completely lost control. Was she performing a god-level sword technique just now? She wants to teach me god-level swordsmanship. The next second, Su Yu took out a bundle of scrolls from the space ring and put it in her hand. This is the complete manual of the Demon Slayer sword. Consider it your compensation. Is this really for me? Su Yu nodded lightly, of course. Yang Chan stared blankly at the stunning beauty in front of him, with unspeakable words in his heart. She actually gave me the divine swordsmanship. This is a god-level sword technique. Even though he and Tianfeng had always refused to reach this level, they had never gotten it. This is the most powerful level on the continent. It is the realm of God. She just gave it to me. She really does it for my own good. For a moment, Yang Chan recalled the brief encounter with the woman in white in front of her. At the beginning, when I went to visit her, she was still as cool and aloof as she is now, not pretentious or artificial, not following the trend of the world and not yielding to the mud. When she rejected Ronan's confession, she was very decisive and did not keep Ronan in suspense at all. Don't play with other people's feelings. If you like it, you like it. If you don't like it, you do like it. And now, in order to help herself, she took out the god-level swordsmanship that the entire continent coveted. Yang Chan finally understood that she was wrong, very wrong. How could a woman who easily gifted divine-level swordsmanship and regarded divine-level skills as mortal be so scheming? For a moment, she was filled with shame. She is so pure, so noble and upright. She is not like an ordinary person. but like a fairy from the ninth heaven who came down to earth to experience the world. Looking at the woman in white, a sacred aura suddenly spread, leaving Yang Chan stunned and unable to catch up. She wanted to go up and hug her, but she was so inferior that she didn't have the courage at all. She was dirty and shouldn't touch this holy and flawless fairy. When Yang Chan was confessing, the system's voice sounded in Su Yu's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host on your successful investment. Investment resource, God-level sword technique Demon Slayer sword, investment target, Yang Chan Deep Gold Fate, investment method, gift. Rewards are now being released. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a God-level instant kill card X1. I actually got a God-level instant kill card. Su Yu was secretly delighted. Now with an extra God-level instant kill card, it is undoubtedly an extra powerful trump card to venture into central China. This investment not only influenced Yang Chan, but also triggered a flash sale card. Su Yu looked at Yang Chan and felt that it was almost time, so she immediately restrained her immortal aura. After locking up Tianfeng, he took back the Xunian jade. Okay, that's it, etc. Seeing Su Yu about to leave, Yang Chan called out anxiously. Su Yu stopped and looked at her in confusion. At the same time, the two large dark golden characters above her head actually showed signs of transitioning to red. It seems she has really changed. A person's beliefs are enough to influence his or her future, and her destiny will also change after her transformation. Yang Chan held the scroll carefully and looked at Su Yu sincerely. Fairy, I know I was wrong. Thank you for your enlightenment. I went astray and almost made a big mistake. I will definitely make amends later. I will no longer pester Ronan and will cancel the engagement immediately. No ambiguity. I will also tell them the truth of the matter. Just Fairy, can you tell me your name? Yang Chan's eyes were full of anticipation. Su Yu hesitated for a moment, and he said coldly, My name is Mu Qingyi. Before we say goodbye, I have 2 words for you. Fairy, please give me some advice. First, you must be sincere and give your all. Remember, playing with other people's emotions will definitely pay the price. It's not that there will be no retribution, but the time has not come yet. Secondly, we cultivators are born to cultivate the Tao. The Tao we cultivate is not only about cultivating immortals, but also about cultivating the mind, cultivating the world, and even cultivating all things. Yang Chan will remember this. Yang Chan bowed reverently. Su Yu left and took Tian Feng with her. Yang Chan also woke up as if from a dream. She stared blankly at the white figure going away, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. From then on, whether in the true spirit continent or in the upper realm, there was one less flamboyant green lotus girl in the world, and one more white-clothed girl who had achieved the highest level of Taoism. Chapter 222. After saying goodbye to Yang Chan, the system couldn't help but start muttering. Host, you are the real T. I thought you were just going to expose her lies, but I didn't expect your real purpose was to capture Yang Chan. This way, you won't need to take action at all. Yang Chan will handle the situation she set up herself, and the Luo family's unsolvable farce will be self-defeating. This method 6. From the moment Su Yu counseled Yang Chan to the end, it knew Su Yu's purpose. It originally wanted to see what Su Yu would do next, but it didn't expect that his target of breaking the deadlock had never been the Luo family. But it was Yang Chan herself. A hint of disdainful arrogance flashed across Su Yu's lips. Just expose others directly, I won't do such a low-level thing. From the beginning, I saw her flaws and just prescribed the right remedies. I said I would teach her a lesson, just like what the system said. From the very beginning, Su Yu's target was not the Luo family, but Yang Chan herself. These days, Yang Chan has been establishing the Luo family's character, and he has also been establishing his own character for Yang Chan. Yang Chan's character was designed to infiltrate the Luo family and win the hearts of the people. Su Yu's character is to create an image of a fairy who is pure and flawless, and who is not concerned with worldly affairs. No matter how Yang Chan brainwashed the Luo family, in the end, he just wanted to use his pure fairy image to challenge Yang Chan's green tea behavior. Let her deny herself. Yang Chan began to waver and change, so she still has to solve the remaining problems by herself. In fact, the better the character she creates for Luo Jiali, the greater the backlash effect will be. This is the result of her own actions. This is a higher level of attack. So at the beginning, Yang Chan played the game of popular support, advocating infiltration and complete control, while the host solved the problem from the root. Tusk, you turned this doomed situation around in an instant. You're just like me. Not only did you win the battle between green teas, you also purified the green tea and returned to the right path. This system declares that you are an absurdly high-level green tea bitch. Su Yu didn't want to argue. Now that the problem between Yang Chan and the Luo family had been resolved, it would be enough to educate Luo Nan and wrap it up. Calculating the time, Yixuan and Jai Ruking have almost settled down in Zhongshenju. We need to find a way to deal with this Tianfeng as well. So she returned to Ronan's courtyard. You can't kill me. If you leave me here, I can help you reach the pinnacle of the true spirit continent. In the Xunian Jade, Tianfeng, who was forcibly brought back by Su Yu, begged desperately. But Su Yu turned a blind eye. The peak of the continent. Do you think I would need your help? Perhaps I can increase my strength by consuming your residual soul. No, my residual soul belongs to demonic power, which is impossible for you human cultivators to assimilate. Really? Su Yu didn't comment. If you want to survive now, you have to see what benefits you can bring to me. Tianfeng pondered. The woman in front of him was not a genius like Yang Chan, who had not yet risen. Her strength was already that of a strong person, and she even possessed a god-level treasure. So if she wants to survive now, she might have to explain something. Even more, it has to be something that can impress her. What, don't you want to say it? If that's the case, there's no need for you to exist, Su Yu sneered. Carrying a time bomb in his hand was obviously an unclear act. It was just a 10th-level remnant soul, so he killed it, and it was all over. But just as Su Yu was about to kill him, Tianfeng immediately said, I can help you get the bones of the Heavenly Phoenix True Dragon. Su Yu stopped and narrowed her eyes. Bone of the Heavenly Phoenix True Dragon. Yes, that is my body from my previous life. Tens of thousands of years ago, I perished together with the True Dragon. Although our souls were annihilated, the bloodline of the top 10-level demon race still remains in the world. But they were eventually buried by endless time, buried in central China. As long as you stay with me, I can help you find the skeleton of the Heavenly Phoenix True Dragon. That is a peak-level 10th order skeleton, and its value is even higher than the half-piece of divine treasure in your hand. Su Yu's eyes lit up. The skeleton of a peak-level 10th order monster was indeed the best opportunity on the continent. I believe that as long as he seizes this skeleton, his strength will surely improve by leaps and bounds. Do you really still have the skeleton? I'm sure I cast a forbidden spell that would detect anyone moving my body, but it hasn't moved at all over the years. I guess it's hidden in some unknown corner. Okay, then you take me to find the bones. If you can find them, I will consider letting you go. No, you must swear to let me go. Su Yu's eyes turned cold. You are not qualified to negotiate with me now. Either I kill you now and put an end to it all, or you take me to find the 10th level skeleton. It's your choice. Tianfeng's heart sank. After a few seconds of silence, she finally compromised. Okay, I promise you, I will do my best to help you, but you must keep your promise. Su Yu continued. You said your previous life's original body was in central Shenzhou. Yes, and it's not too far from here. It seems that the plan to find Yixuan and the others has to be delayed. Su Yu sighed lightly. After making the decision, Su Yu continued to practice in the pavilion. Until 2 days later, Ronan finally came back again. He came to the stone table and stood opposite Su Yu. Su Yu looked cold and said, What do you feel these days? Ronan had a complicated expression. Yesterday, I broke off my engagement with Yang Chan. She confessed her plot to take over my Luo family's immortal fate. She told me everything about her plan, including drugging me. In the end, she apologized to my Luo family and left. So what do you think? Ronan pondered for a moment. I don't know what I should think. I haven't been doing well these days. Are you confused? Leoli looked at Ronan and Su Yu asked again. It's not really confusion. It's just that there are some things I still don't understand. Ronan met Su Yu's gaze and was not afraid. Sister Fairy, I want to go out and see the world in a few days. I want to go out for a walk. It seems that you have let it go. Su Yu was somewhat relieved. Among them, Ronan was actually the most pitiful person in this experience. Although he is the spirit of the divine seal, he is still an ignorant boy. His horizons have not been broadened. He has not experienced any major ups and downs, and he is still very ordinary. Hearing Su Yu's words, Ronan shook his head. There's nothing to be relieved about. I just want to go out and take a look. Sister Fairy, it's time for you to leave here. What, don't you want me to follow you anymore? Su Yu raised her eyebrows. Ronan objected. Staying by my side will only restrict you and limit my growth. If fate allows, we will definitely meet again. I believe that day will come. Well, when Ronan said this, Su Yu's figure disappeared in the pavilion. A faint fragrance was left behind, as if proving that she had been there. At the same time, Ronan heard a familiar voice. Ronan, don't let down your experiences these days, and don't let down the divine seal and the Luo family's long-cherished wish. Go and see the world outside. Maybe there are the answers you want. Ronan's eyes were a little dazed, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. He understood that she had been staying here these days, just waiting for his answer. In this way, she could confirm his condition and leave with peace of mind. Is it finally over? Goodbye, Sister Fairy. Chapter 223. Su Yu left. After confirming Ronan's change of mentality, he did not stop. He now has to go to Huayan Mountain to find the remains of the Tianfeng true dragon. However, just as he left Dingshan City, his spiritual sense sensed something and he immediately stopped. 5 Saint Dao Realm cultivators are here, and 2 of them are at the perfect stage. Is it because of the Luo family? Su Yu thought for a while, then disappeared in a flash, 10,000 meters away. At this moment, 5 men in black robes appeared on the outskirts of Dingshan City. They looked at the crystal balls in their hands and finally nodded. This is definitely the place. According to the guidance of the spirit tracking ball, there is a high-level spiritual weapon fluctuation in this small city, and its energy fluctuation is unpredictable. But it only appeared once a few days ago and hasn't appeared since. The man in black robe, holding the crystal ball, spoke in a somewhat dull tone. It's a bit strange indeed. This is the first time I've seen this happen. A spiritual weapon is so unpredictable. Is it because the grade of that spiritual weapon hasn't been determined yet? Or has its level exceeded the range of the spiritual tracing sphere? As soon as these words were spoken, the other man in black robes immediately rejected them. Beyond the range of the spirit tracking sphere? Impossible. The spirit tracking ball is a treasure that can even identify immortal artifacts. Even if it is an immortal artifact, it will be detected. Now we have to go and see what's going on. It's right in front of us now. We must collect higher-level spiritual weapons. Only then can our plan for Shura Palace be implemented as soon as possible. Then the people of this city. To prevent the news from leaking out, we must kill them all, leaving no one alive. Hearing this, the other black-robed people nodded. This is the order from the young master of Shura Palace, so they naturally have to do their best. After saying that, they quickly flew towards Dingshan City. However, just as they were about to set foot in Dingshan City, a huge, mysterious force enveloped them, completely isolating them from the outside world. What's going on? The 5 men in black robes felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They mobilized their strength to attack the barrier, but it fell silent like a stone sinking into the sea. The barrier remained unmoved. Who is it? The 5 people were shocked and angry, and their expressions were extremely solemn. They realized that someone was deliberately targeting them. Well, at this moment, the Lingsu ball in the black-robed man's hand shone brightly, and several light patterns burst out. God artifact. The 5 people widened their eyes. What was displayed on the Lingsu ball was actually God level. The barrier that trapped them was actually divine. Following the guidance of the spirit tracking ball, they looked forward and saw a woman in white appear out of thin air. She held half of the yin-yang fish jade in her right hand, and rich Xuan yin power was emanating from the jade, weaving a barrier. As the power of Xunian increased, the 5 people felt a pressure as strong as a mountain and could not move. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? The black-robed leader lowered his voice when he saw that he could not resist. After all, the other party holds a divine weapon in his hand, which they cannot resist. Are you from Shura Palace? Su Yu glanced at the few people coldly, and a strange look flashed in the depths of her eyes. Shura Palace, if he remembered correctly, seemed to be the force that Emperor Linyuan, whom he met in the 3 Colors Holy Sect, belonged to. Emperor Linyuan, the second deep red fate. The key is that he looks more like a villain. The other party's background is far beyond imagination. Do you know my Shura Palace? The 5 men in black robes were surprised and suspicious. Looking at each other's appearance, they seemed to know the details of Shura Palace. Since you know we are from Shura Palace, why don't you let us go? Su Yu had no expression on her face and just clenched her hands tightly. The 5 people only felt that an extremely terrifying force was tearing their bodies apart, making them scream and wail. Su Yu said coldly, "Prisoners must have the awareness of being prisoners, otherwise the next time it won't be such a simple punishment. Senior, we have never offended you. Why are you being so aggressive? If you kill us, Shura Palace will definitely notice it, and then it will be useless even if you escape to the ends of the earth." A flash of sword light burst out from Su Yu's hand, directly crippling the arms of the person who threatened to exit. The sword flashed and blood splattered everywhere. Su Yu's eyes were icy cold. "Tell me, where is your Shura Palace's headquarters? What are you guys here for? If you dare to say no, I will definitely make you regret coming into this world. Senior, please spare our lives. We are simply here to search for treasure and have no other ulterior motives." "Yes, Senior, we just happened to pass by. Now the 5 of us have discovered that there are rare treasures in this city through exploration, so we are just here to explore. If you don't want us to, we can leave immediately." "Senior, you won't tell me." Su Yu didn't say anything more and directly searched the souls of the 5 people at the same time. The divine consciousness invaded the sea of consciousness and explored their memories. But as the power surged into the depths, a restraining force gushed out from the depths of their souls. The power of confinement eroded their souls and surged into their bodies. In the end, the bodies of the 5 people were reduced to ashes. In an instant, 5 people died. It's this forbidden spell again. All 5 of them have been planted with the forbidden spell. Su Yu sighed lightly. He originally wanted to get some useful information from these people. But with the forbidden spell in place, the hidden secret cannot be touched at all. Just like the original 3 colors holy religion. It seems that the Shura Palace is also planning some unspeakable secrets. Did they come here for the divine seal? It is very likely. After all, some of the aura leaked out when the divine seal was first born. I'm afraid they came here for this purpose. Fortunately, Ronan had been hiding the divine seal and had not awakened his power easily. As if remembering something, he immediately took out a palm-sized black stone from his space ring. This is a communication stone obtained from the 3 colors holy religion, which can be used to maintain contact with the 3 colors holy religion. He originally wanted to get it so that he could contact the 3 colors holy sect more conveniently when he turned into Mu Qingyi. Su Yu took the communication stone and asked about the whereabouts of Shura Palace in recent times. Master, Shura Palace began secretly collecting various spiritual weapons 3 years ago, and the lowest grade of them are holy items. Rumor has it that he even obtained a magical weapon once. The conspiracy of Shura Palace is suspected to be related to the supreme heaven in the upper realm. During this period, Shura Palace was suspected of plotting to seize the skeletons of the heavenly phoenix and the true dragon in Huayan Mountain. Rumor has it that over tens of thousands of years, the skeleton of the Tianfeng true dragon has undergone amazing changes. As to what the secret is, it remains to be investigated. This time, the Shura Palace will gather senior officials and head to Huayan Mountain. The Shura Palace is also paying attention to the heavenly phoenix dragon skeleton in Huayan Mountain. Chapter 224. Then isn't this a conflict? Su Yu was stunned. He was just about to go to Huayan Mountain, but it turned out that Shura Palace was also planning to get the skeleton of Tianfeng true dragon. They might run into each other again. The key point is that Emperor Linyuan is the Crimson Destiny, so the possibility of them colliding is greater. He had no idea what would happen then. Alas, it's a pity that the magic mark on my body is only a little short of being completely eradicated. Otherwise, it would be more suitable for me to transform back into a 3-colored black demon. If the semi-immortal level magic seal is not removed, it will eventually lead to disaster. Su Yu had no choice. The opportunity to become the heavenly phoenix true dragon was right in front of him. He couldn't just give up right. Go, then go ahead. He wanted to see how powerful this Shura Palace was. Emperor Linyuan might not come in person. However, before going, he had to arrange whether the Emperor of the 3 colors holy sect could go with him. After all, the Holy Church and Shura Palace have a temporary cooperative relationship. With the Emperor backing us up, there's some security. Anyway, the Holy Church is under his absolute control. What could go wrong if the leader asked them to protect a friend? After thinking it over, Su Yu set off immediately. Huayan Mountain is located in the eastern border of Dongshan territory. It is a little-known, desolate mountain range. Su Yu traveled for more than 10 days and finally arrived at Huayan Mountain. At this moment, the night sky is dotted with stars. Su Yu stood on the branch of an ancient tree. This is Huayan Mountain. Where is the skeleton of the heavenly phoenix true dragon? In the Chunian Jade, Tianfeng guided. They are buried beneath the largest peak of Huayan Mountain. Beneath the giant mountain lies a world of caves. But it seems a little uneasy here, with quite a few people around. Could it be that the skeleton of the heavenly phoenix true dragon has been discovered? Su Yu frowned slightly. He also sensed the presence of a cultivator. There were even 2 teams, and judging from their clothing and the aura of their martial arts skills, they should be from two different sects. The sect elders who led the team were very powerful, and they were all powerful people in the late stage of the Holy Tao realm. Impossible, the skeleton of the heavenly phoenix true dragon hasn't even been unearthed yet. How could it be discovered? It's obvious that these two teams are bringing their disciples out for training. They are led by an elder in the late Saint Tao realm, so I think they should be from a big sect, Tian Feng explained. Etc. Su Yu seemed to sense something and was stunned for a moment. There was a familiar aura in this team. Is it an acquaintance? After hesitating for a moment, he took out the Thousand Illusions mask, put it on his face, and transformed himself into an ordinary-looking woman. He flashed and disappeared on the spot. In the Huayan Mountains. Right now, Ling Ruxin and Kang Xiaolin were following the elders of the Dawang sect to go out for training. Ever since the incident at Lingxiao Mountain, they were teleported to the Dawang sect in the Dongshan realm of Zhongshanju. The Dawang sect has a great connection with the Wunian sect. It is one of the three dominant forces in the entire Dongxianjing. The dominant forces in central Shenzhou all possess a Taoist tradition that is at least 50,000 years old. Not only is there a great emperor in charge, but there are also magical artifacts left by the ancestors as a foundation. It is rumored that these hegemonic forces have had the glory of their disciples, ascending to the upper realms. In other words, they have connections in the upper realm. When Ling Ruxin first entered the Great Wilderness sect, she was also shocked by the depth of the place. Because of her extraordinary talent, she was sought after by the emperors of the Great Wilderness sect as soon as she entered the sect, and was accepted as their personal disciple. Kang Xiaolin's qualifications are not weak, and he is also valued by the emperor and accepted as his personal disciple. They soon settled down in the Great Wilderness sect, and now he is going out for training accompanied by the elders of the Great Wilderness sect. It is rumored that there is a dragon vein beneath the Huayan Mountain, and the monsters therein are born with rich innate fire elements. The beast cores of these monsters are helpful to Kang Xiaolin, so I decided to come here for training. However, it happened that when they arrived, the Zhenwu sect, which was also a dominant force, also appeared in the Huayan Mountains. Brother, why are you trying so hard? You've already reached the perfect emperor realm, but your foundation isn't completely solid yet. If you force yourself to break through to the heavenly venerable realm, you'll suffer from sequelae. By the campfire, Ling Ruxin spoke earnestly to Kang Xiaolin beside her. Ling Ruxin was still very worried about Kang Xiaolin's physical condition, because he practiced day and night. Kang Xiaolin sighed softly. We are outsiders after all. We need to prove ourselves with strength, not just talent. In top sects like the Great Desolate Sect, Jiang Tian and his men can even kill Saint Tao realm experts. I have just reached the Emperor realm, so I naturally cannot slack off. If they can do it, we in the East Xuan territory can naturally do it too. After entering the Great Wilderness Sect, he deeply felt the gap between regions. Not only is the spiritual energy here far richer than that of the Eastern Xuan territory, it also has a deeper foundation than sects like the Wunian sect. As long as you have enough sect merit points, you can exchange holy skills and holy treasures at will. Even treasures of the emperor level are acceptable. From the very beginning, they were far behind the talents of China. He represents the Wunian sect and the Dongshuan territory, and cannot be weaker than others. What's more, we still have tasks assigned by our master. Ling Ruxin curled her lips. Honestly, I think it's a bit difficult for us to reach the level of immortals within 10 years. We should let those who are capable do it. Kang Xiaolin tapped her forehead. Your talent is no less than anyone else's. Why don't you work harder? Ling Ruxin touched her forehead and said, I have tried very hard. Yeah. At this moment, an elderly man in his 70s wearing a gray robe with golden clouds came over. He came up to the two of them and said with a smile, My two junior brothers, when we enter the depths of the Huayan Mountains tomorrow morning, we may encounter an 8th-level monster. So you must follow me closely, or Elder Yunxi will do the same. Don't act rashly. Thank you, Elder Li, we understand. Kang Xiaolin stood up and bowed respectfully to the old man. Li Kai, who is in the late stage of the Holy Tao realm, is an inner sect elder of the Great Wilderness sect and the main person in charge of this training. Perhaps because of their master, he took some care of them. Suddenly, Ling Ruxin seemed to sense something, and her gaze turned towards the dense forest in the distance. Junior sister, what's wrong? Noticing Ling Ruxin's abnormality, Kang Xiaolin walked over. I just sensed a familiar aura, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. A familiar smell. Elder Li Kai raised his eyebrows, but he used his spiritual sense but didn't notice anything unusual. Junior brother Ruxin, you must have sensed it wrongly. There is nothing unusual around here except for the monsters. Okay, let's stop here for one night and recover. We'll set off tomorrow. I understand, Elder. Ling Ruxin and the others nodded slightly. Yeah. Chapter 225. Not long after resting in the Great Wilderness Sect, two old men walked out of the forest and came to a place not far from the group. Li Kai and the other elders became more alert upon seeing this. Lu Heguang, we don't interfere with each other. What are you doing here? The two, Lu Heguang and Fan Jiang, are the inner sect elders of Zhenwu sect. They were both inner sect elders of the dominant force, so naturally they knew each other. Elder Li, don't be so vigilant. The two of us came here tonight to discuss something with your great desolate sect. We have no ill intentions. Lu Heguang said sincerely. Li Kai and several elders looked at each other. The atmosphere was silent for a few seconds. Li Kai nodded, signaling the geniuses of the Great Wilderness sect to continue resting. A few people took Lu Heguang and the other person to the other side. Tell me what's the matter? Lu Heguang stroked his beard and smiled. Li Kai, do you know the rumors about Huayan Mountain? What rumor? Li Kai frowned slightly. Rumor has it that tens of thousands of years ago, a great war took place here. The ancestors of the two demon races, the heavenly phoenix and the true dragon, fought to the death and both perished. The ancestor of the demon race. 10th level, Li Kai and the others' pupils suddenly shrank. That's right, it's the 10th level, and it's the peak of the 10th level, which means the perfection of the true God. Although both the heavenly phoenix and the true dragon perished in that battle, their bodies remained, buried beneath Huayan Mountain. After tens of thousands of years of nourishment, a dragon vein has condensed deep beneath the earth. The demonic beasts that inhabit it have been imbued with the heavenly phoenix's nirvana fire, awakening a strange fire element. But the two most precious treasures are still here, hidden deep in Huayan Mountain. And at this moment, they seem to be undergoing some amazing changes, to the point of being born. A peak level 10th order skeleton. Li Kai and his companions were shocked. 10th level? What kind of concept is this? This is enough to rival his great desolate sect's strongest trump card. The strongest force on the continent. And now they encountered him. Are you serious? Li Kai's expression became more serious than ever before. Of course it's true. It's recorded in the scroll of my Zhenwu sect. Since we have the skeleton of a 10th rank heavenly phoenix true dragon here, why did your Zhenwu sect tell us about it? Aren't you afraid it might be stolen? Lu Heguang smiled helplessly. There's no other way. After all, compared to losing this opportunity, even dividing it up would be more beneficial to our Zhenwu sect. What do you mean? Li Kai asked in confusion. You should know about the dragon vein underground, right? Nature. That dragon vein, after absorbing the fire of nirvana for tens of thousands of years, has undergone tremendous changes and is suspected to have begun to give birth to extremely intelligent spirits. And after it is fully formed, it will devour the last of the heavenly phoenix true dragon skeleton and become a brand new and terrifying being. By then, there is a high possibility that a mutated true god will appear in my Dongshan realm, and he will be closely related to the demon race. My Zhenwu sect naturally does not want to see this result, but we can't contact the strong men in the sect to come here in a short time, so we can only seek your cooperation. When will the dragon vein take shape? Li Kai's eyebrows jumped. Tomorrow. I see. Li Kai and the others understood. No wonder the Zhenwu sect wanted to cooperate with them in Dawang. It turned out that there was only less than a day left. This place is out of the range of the two sects, and it will take at least several days for the strong men from the sect to arrive. How about it? Do you want to cooperate with my second sect? We must suppress the formation of that dragon vein, otherwise a true god will be enough to threaten the safety of your great desolate sect. And if we subdue the dragon vein, we will divide the bones of the Tianfeng true dragon equally. Okay, my Dawang sect will accept it. Li Kai accepted it decisively. This was a chance to suppress the crisis and seize the opportunity, so he naturally couldn't let it go. But in the end, no matter what, the heavenly phoenix and the true dragon must be divided equally. The two sects are the dominant forces in the eastern sky realm, and they must have the 10th level skeleton. But we can't fight for a skeleton, and both sides suffer losses, allowing the Tiandi Palace to gain the upper hand. Therefore, the best option is to divide the dragon and phoenix skeletons equally. In that case, tomorrow morning, our two teams will gather and venture into the depths of the Huayan Mountains together. After the decision was made, the group separated and returned to their respective camps. No words were spoken all night, and finally they gathered together. Originally, Li Kai and his companions did not want to bring these geniuses with them. After all, they were the future of the sect. But since the opportunity is there and the risk still exists, I might as well take it. Maybe they can get the inheritance of the heavenly phoenix dragon. As they stepped into the depths of Wayan Mountain, they saw a woman in plain clothes. Seeing a woman of unknown origin deep in the mountains, they naturally became wary. Just when they were about to ask her where she came from, Ling Ruxin in the crowd sensed something. Her expression changed. She looked at the woman in plain clothes with horror, and then immediately rushed to her. "Junior brother Ruxin, what are you doing?" Ling Ruxin looked very excited. She stretched out her arms to protect Su Yu behind her. Seeing this, Kang Xiaolin also quickly walked out. Ling Ruxin said loudly, "Elder Li, she is my good friend and we are from the same place. Could you please not touch her?" From the same place? Li Kai was slightly stunned, with a strange look on his face. Is he also from Dongshuan territory? In the early stage of Tianzun realm, when did so many geniuses appear in Dongshuan territory? However, since they knew where the other party came from, they naturally no longer made things difficult for them. After all, Ling Ruxin can now be said to be one of the top geniuses in his Dawang sect, with the emperor as his backer. Seeing that the two sects had let down their guard, Ling Ruxin finally felt relieved. She pulled Su Yu aside and said excitedly, "Senior Sister Kingy, I didn't expect to see you here. Sister, how come you are in central Shenzhou? Do you know, ever since you were taken away by the cult, the Dongshuan territory has undergone earth-shaking changes. What happened to you the last time you were captured by the cult in Jian's secret realm? Did you escape?" When she saw Su Yu, Ling Ruxin began to talk incessantly, as if she had endless things to say. You are actually Mu Qingyi." When Kang Xiaolin heard Ling Ruxin's words, he widened his eyes and looked at Su Yu in disbelief. This plain-looking woman in plain clothes before me turned out to be the white-robed fairy from the Zhan Yue sect. Wasn't she captured by the cult? I didn't expect to meet you here. Su Yu looked at the two excited people, chuckled, and covered up. When I was captured by the cult and taken to the void, I escaped. Because of this, I drifted to central Shenzhou and have been there until now. So that's how it is. What is the current situation in the East Xuan territory? You guys are here in Zhangshenzhou. So are my junior brother Jai Ruking and the others here too? Ling Ruxin nodded. Yes, Senior Sister Qingyi, they are here too. Besides, they are all in the Eastern Sky Realm now. Chapter 226. Are they also in Dongshan Realm? Su Yu was slightly stunned. On second thought, it makes sense. After all, Dongshan Realm and Dongshuan territory are close to each other. The transmission from Dongshuan territory has already consumed a huge amount of resources and energy. The distance between the four realms in Zhangshenzhou is also much farther than the distance between the Eastern Heaven Realm and the Eastern Xuan Realm. It is reasonable that Yi Xuan and the others are in Dongshan Realm. They are doing well. Then you can invest yourself. A heavy investment. As long as any one of them is by his side, his resources will increase exponentially and his cultivation will skyrocket. Yes, it is said that the disciples of Zhan Yue sect joined Zhen Wu sect, while the disciples of Jai Huang Palace went to Tian Dai Palace. But Yi Xuan and Jai Ruking didn't seem to stay in these two major sects, but left on their own. Really, Su Yu wasn't surprised at all. After all, given their destiny, it would be better for them to practice independently now. Senior Sister Qingyi, do you know what has happened in Dongshuan territory during this period? Ling Ruxin looked at Su Yu, feeling a little sad. Since she is also in central Shenzhou, the probability of Dongshuan territory being preserved is even greater. Su Yu nodded slightly. Through some special means, I also learned some things about the Eastern Xuan territory, including Lingxiao Mountain. Don't worry, the East Xuan territory will never be destroyed in the hands of that devil. He will pay the price for his actions. Ling Ruxin felt the strong, murderous intent and was slightly stunned. He nodded repeatedly at the moment. Just then, Li Kai and Lu Heguang came out. Junior brother Ruxin, what is this young friend's purpose in coming to Wayan Mountain? Su Yu said calmly, "This time, I want to go to the depths of Wayan Mountain to look for opportunities." Looking for opportunities? Lu Heguang narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that she also knows the secret of Tianfeng Zhenlong? That's right. Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming a little tense, Ling Ruxin immediately came over to smooth things over. Senior Lu, Senior Sister Qingyi, is actually a disciple of the Zhanyu sect. She is also Yi Xuan's senior sister. She got lost in Zhangshenzhou due to some accident, so she is not our enemy. You are actually a disciple of the Zhan Yue sect. Lu Heguang was slightly stunned. The elders like him naturally knew that the Zhan Yue sect of the Dongshuan territory had joined the Zhenwu sect, and it caused quite a stir at the time. The supreme body from the Zhan Yue sect defeated the top genius of the Zhenwu sect, and all within 10 moves. This also attracted their attention. The supreme body will definitely make one become a god in the future, or even have the qualifications to become an immortal. This time he, the Zhenwu sect, has picked up a treasure. Although the other party eventually left Zhenwu sect to practice on his own, he was still using the Zhenwu sect's sign after all. Therefore, they still take special care of the disciples of Zhan Yue sect. It can even be said that the Zhan Yue sect is the branch of the Zhenwu sect in the Dongshuan region. If the woman in front of him is also a disciple of the Zhan Yue sect, then she is naturally also a disciple of his Zhenwu sect. As he thought about it, Lu Heguang's hostility became much less. Even his gaze softened a little. Are you really a disciple of the Zhan Yue sect? Yes, senior. Okay. Since you are also a disciple of the Zhan Yue sect, you are also considered a member of my Zhenwu sect. My name is Lu Heguang, and I'm the elder leading this training. If you have anything to say, you can talk to me. By the way, have you ever thought about joining the Zhenwu sect? Lu Heguang suddenly asked at this time. Well, I'm used to practicing alone, so I'm afraid I'm not used to the sect's rules. It's okay. Yikshuan was like this before. You don't have to practice in the sect. You are still my disciple of Zhenwu's sect with your identity token. As he said that, he immediately took out an identity token and handed it to Su Yu. Come. You just need to drop your blood into this token, and you can become a disciple of the Zhenwu sect. Lu Heguang said impatiently. This is a disciple of the Tianzun realm. This is also one of the top Tianjiao in his Zhenwu sect. He had also heard some things about the Zhan Yue sect. It is rumored that the Zhan Yue sect not only has a supreme body, but also a talented female disciple with a clear sword heart and a mutated innate Taoist body. Her name seems to be Mu Qingyi, and she is a genius who is no less talented than Yikshuan. Now I have found her, although she is in disguise. Then, of course, we can't miss this opportunity to recruit. Another top genius. Huge profit. Su Yu was speechless as she saw that the other party seemed determined not to give up unless she joined the Zhenwu sect. However, when he thought about the fact that all the disciples of Zhan Yue sect had joined the other side, he said nothing more and put away the token. Very good, from now on you are also a disciple of my Zhenwu sect. Since you have just joined our sect, this elder will take you to experience a great opportunity. Lu Heguang burst into laughter. Congratulations, senior sister Qingyi, for joining the Zhenwu sect. Ling Ruxin on the side congratulated sincerely. Congratulations, junior sister, for joining the Zhenwu sect. A group of Zhenwu sect disciples, not far away, also came to congratulate. Although the other person is not good-looking, he is extremely talented and is definitely worth making friends with. Thank you, Su Yu said with a forced smile. It's just an identity, and he doesn't have to be bound by the Zhenwu sect, so it doesn't matter. After Su Yu joined the Zhenwu sect, there were no so-called outsiders, so they soon reached a consensus again and moved towards the depths of Huayan Mountain. Soon everyone arrived deep in the mountains. Flying high in the sky and overlooking the mountains, you will find that the steep peaks and ridges below resemble a real dragon. Domineering and vast, below is the dragon vein that is about to take shape. The skeleton of the heavenly phoenix true dragon should be in its body. Attention all disciples. When we suppress the dragon vein together, it will be the best time for you to seize the skeleton of the true dragon and heavenly phoenix. The rest of the elders attack together. Get started. After discovering the dragon vein, the team acted decisively and took action immediately. Lu Heguang, Li Kai, and other elders burst out with spiritual power and immediately pressed towards the dragon vein. The terrifying sound awakened the dragon vein. Roar! The aftermath was accompanied by a dragon roar that resounded through heaven and earth. Human race, you dare to enter the depths of the Huayan Mountains. You deserve to die. If you leave now, I can spare your lives. A majestic voice was heard, and then a golden dragon soul condensed out. Li Kai said disdainfully, Leave. You are a dragon soul, and you have only awakened for a few thousand years, but you have already reached the perfection of the Saint Dao realm. If you are given more time, I am afraid that you will bring endless disasters to my human race. Although humans and demons have been at odds for many years, they also coexist with each other. Why are you bothering me, a dragon vein? In that case, would you be willing to let us take those two things? Impossible, Dragon Soul's voice was firm. Oh, you already harbor ulterior motives. If I let you devour the skeleton of the heavenly phoenix true dragon, wouldn't that allow you to become a 10th order true god? This is a catastrophic disaster for the entire human race in the eastern sky realm. How could we let you go? In that case, don't even think about getting out alive. The dragon's soul spoke in a cold tone, and it roared again, bursting with power and fought with elders such as Lu Heguang. For a moment, energy waves continued in the sky. Chapter 227. When Su Yu and others saw that the dragon's soul was entangled, they knew that the opportunity had come, and immediately plundered towards the dragon vein terrain. The dragon vein is very large, and the dragon's soul intentionally hid the skeleton of the Tianfeng true dragon. Obviously, they cannot find it so easily. Tianfeng, where is your body hidden? After a while, Tianfeng said, it's not around the dragon's body, but on the dragon's head. Longtu Mountain. Su Yu's mind focused. This was the place closest to where Lu Heguang and the others were fighting. How to seize this? I will hide my body and erase my presence. You will guide me there. Okay, my perception is very weak now, and it seems that something strange has happened to Tianfeng's body. It's okay, just wait and see. Su Yu retreated from the dragon's body veins. He found a sparsely populated place and used magic to hide his body. Tianfeng sensed his body and pointed the direction for Su Yu. The third peak of Longtu Mountain, there is an entrance underneath it. Looking at the people running around busily, Su Yu's face showed a strange expression. Bringing Tianfeng with you was indeed a wise choice. The dragon's soul hid the skeleton of the Tianfeng true dragon deep in Longtu Mountain and suppressed it with dragon energy. Even he and Lu Heguang could not detect anything unusual. Only Tianfeng, who shared the same origin with them, noticed it. He sped past, and before anyone noticed, he quickly dived into the dragon's mouth of Longtu Mountain. Su Yu continued to go deeper and deeper, and finally came to the depths of Longku. What came into view was the body of a burly man. He is a flesh and blood person. The naked upper body was covered with red and golden scales, with the faint shadows of a dragon and a phoenix on them. A strong sense of oppression emanated from his body, but strangely, he showed no signs of any life fluctuations. Asshole! When Tianfeng saw this scene, she almost exploded with anger. If she didn't have a body, she would have been furious and vented her anger wildly. This damn dragon soul actually dared to merge my heavenly phoenix body with that stinking dragon. How dare it destroy 2 peak-level 10th-level skeletons? Tianfeng saw it. She had a faint sense of this body, which proved that her Tianfeng skeleton was inside him, or to be more precise, it had been fused with him. The reason why the induction is weak is that it has fused the skeleton of the heavenly phoenix with the skeleton of the true dragon at the same time. The fusion of heavenly phoenix and true dragon. Although this fusion is novel, but her phoenix body is female, and that stinky dragon was a male. What on earth did this fusion create? Su Yu silently glanced at Tianfeng and thought to himself that he was really short-sighted. What is this? His male soul, demon body, and female body have not said anything yet. A man and a woman blending together is really a big fuss. Su Yu stepped forward to take a look and couldn't help but marvel. This physique seems to have reached the early stage of true godhood. What's even more unique is that the power of the true dragon and heavenly phoenix within him is complementary, similar to the power of yin and yang, balancing and regulating each other. His potential is extremely great. It seems that the dragon soul wants to condense its own soul body to the extreme, and then let its soul body merge with this body to create a brand new and unique body, dragon and phoenix body. That's not right. The body is a bit like a spiritual weapon, a human, but also like a demon. Okay, he took it back. This thing was even stranger than his situation. Fairy, now the bones of the heavenly phoenix true dragon are gone and have been wasted. How about I give you this body and you let me go? Tianfeng tried her best to calm herself down and pleaded. This one looked too eye-catching to her. If Su Yu hadn't been here, she would have smashed this body long ago. Why are you in such a hurry? Can your remnant soul condense into a physical body in 100 years? Su Yu glanced at her. Tianfeng hesitated to speak. What do you think of this body? Tianfeng's eyebrows twitched wildly. What do you mean, fairy? His body is that of a true god, and it also contains the essence of a heavenly phoenix and a true dragon. His potential is limitless. In other words, he can break through and become an immortal. Tianfeng's eyes froze, his heartbeat quickened, and he felt something strange. This is a chance to break through and become an immortal. If you seize this body, you may be able to fulfill your lifelong wish. Take possession of another's body, and become an immortal. Tianfeng understood Su Yu's thoughts very well. She wanted to take over this body herself. However, this was clearly a male body and she was a female. In human terms, a woman. How is this possible? So what will she become in the future? Why are you still hesitating? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become an immortal. As long as you seize this body, you may be able to break through and become an immortal and ascend to the upper realm. In order to become an immortal, would you care about the little issue of being a man or a woman? Su Yu persuaded earnestly. I don't know why, but he always unconsciously feels a bit gloating. Tianfeng looked conflicted, but in order to become an immortal, he finally gritted his teeth. What are the conditions? If I take over this body, what are your conditions? Su Yu said coldly, serve me as your master, I will plant my slave mark deep in your soul, and from now on you will be my servant. Tianfeng's face darkened. Su Yu continued, you should have guessed my identity and know my abilities. Believe in me and serve me as your master, and you will reach a broader sky. Tianfeng was silent. She remained silent for a long time. At the same time Su Yu stepped into the cave entrance, something strange happened. Several terrifying pressures came from between heaven and earth, and several black-robed figures appeared out of thin air. After they appeared, the tense battlefield fell silent in an instant. What's going on? Who are they? Why are they here? Are they here for the true dragon and phoenix skeleton as well? Such a terrifying pressure. Their strength is probably several times stronger than Elder Li Kai and his men. Seeing the group of black-robed people appear, the disciples of the two sects felt heavy-hearted and whispered to each other. Lu Hegwang and others, and Long Hun, stopped their actions tacitly. Who are you? Lu Hegwang's expression was quite solemn, because he sensed a pressure beyond the Saint Dao realm from the black-robed men in front of him. That is the imperial power. The three black-robed men leading the team in front are the emperors. Has the news about the true dragon and phoenix skeleton leaked out? The key point is that apart from their dominant forces, where else can the other forces in Dongshan realm have three powerful emperors? The origins of this group of people are probably not simple. Who are we? Jai Feng, who was in the lead, looked cold. Ashura Palace. Ashura Palace. Li Kai thought hard, but he couldn't remember what kind of force this was. Hey, are you here for the bones too? The dragon's soul flew away and roared at the man in black robe. Gazing at the dragon's soul, Jai Feng pursed his lips. Not bad. It took 10,000 years, but I never thought you could fuse the bodies of the heavenly phoenix and the true dragon together, creating a completely new species. This is somewhat similar to a divine weapon. Then the physical spirit, I want it from Shura Palace. Chapter 228. I, Shura Palace, want that dragon and phoenix body. Leave no one behind. Jai Feng said coldly that his Shura Palace was still hidden in the dark and had not surfaced. Now that this group of people know about them, naturally they must kill them all. He even dispatched 3 emperors from Shura Palace to obtain the dragon and phoenix bodies this time. Jai Feng, Qi Cheng's, and Gong Yang, the 3 Shura guardians. Jai Feng is in the middle stage of the Great Emperor realm, while the other 2 guardians are both in the early stage of the Great Emperor realm. The rest are all deacons of Shura Palace, all of whom have reached the Saint Dao realm. Even the dominant forces would be wary of this lineup. All disciples evacuate immediately. Run as far as you can, we'll hold them here. These guys come with bad intentions. I have a hunch. They may have been planning this for a long time. They will definitely make some earth-shattering moves in the near future. Li Kai and others were in a heavy mood and immediately entered a state of combat readiness. At the same time, he also drove away a group of disciples from the sect, hoping that they would escape. It is terrifying to think that they can act under the nose of the dominant power without being exposed. Perhaps they need to find a way to pass this matter on to the sect so that they can be alerted. However, the 3 great emperors. No, Elder, I won't leave. If we want to fight, let's all fight together. That's right, if we're going to die, we'll all die together. Seeing that elders such as Lu Hegwang forcibly stopped the man in black robes, some disciples were unwilling to do so. Instead of fleeing, they chose to stay. This group of black-robed men are obviously stronger than Elder Lu Hegwang and his men. If a fight really breaks out, the elders and his men will most likely lose, and then they will not be able to escape. Instead of just sitting there and waiting to die, it's better to go together and help the elders kill the enemy so that there is at least a glimmer of hope. The elders' expressions changed when they heard this, but before they could reply, Jai Feng said disdainfully, you should understand what the Great Emperor realm is. 3 great emperors, where do you think you can escape to? Act quickly and take back the dragon and phoenix body immediately. Well, at Jai Feng's command, the Shura Palace collectively attacked Lu Hegwang and his group. Upon seeing this, the latter immediately summoned the pseudo-imperial soldiers and attacked the people from Shura Palace. Dragon Soul, if you still want a chance of survival, join us immediately, or else your dragon soul will be refined and your bones will be snatched away. Dragon Soul was extremely depressed. First, it was targeted by the overlords, and now this mysterious man in black is here. This will kill it anyway. We could have let them consume their energy first, but the strength of both sides was obviously unequal. Even if we add it, I'm afraid it won't help. Unless... A strange look flashed across the dragon soul's eyes, but suddenly it seemed to sense something. Suddenly, a huge rage surged up, and the power of the dragon soul burned fiercely. Roar! Damn it! Someone actually sneaked into Longtu Mountain and touched my dragon and phoenix body. The dragon soul roared. This was the body it had been planning for 10,000 years, yet someone got there first. In an instant, it began to rush towards Longtu Mountain regardless of the cost. The state of the dragon soul caused the entire dragon vein to boil. The dragon and phoenix bodies have been snatched away by someone. Such a sudden change also shocked both sides of the Shura Palace who were fighting. That concerns the body of a top-level demon at the peak of the 10th level. If something unusual happens, they can't help but care. After the dragon soul rushed to Longtu Mountain, it roared loudly, and the entire Longtu Mountain was torn apart. Longtu Mountain was divided into two halves and continued to move outward. Soon the deepest cave was exposed, with its top torn open. There stood a woman in plain clothes. In the deepest part of the cave, a burly figure stands forever. At this moment, obvious changes occurred in its body. The breath is revealed and the light is sparkling. Is it her, Mu Qingyi? She actually appeared in there. Could it be that she touched this body and caused it to mutate? The disciples of Zhenwu sect and Dawang sect were shocked when they saw the plain-clothed figure underground. Mu Qingyi is actually in there. The dragon soul glanced at Su Yu coldly, but at the moment it had no time to care about him and rushed directly towards the burly figure. It wants to take that body back. Although its soul state is not perfect now, as long as it controls that body, it is still a true god. By then, everyone here will die. It flew quickly to the top of the dragon and phoenix bodies, carrying the luck of the entire dragon vein and pouring it into them. However, the dragon soul will be pushed back in less than a few seconds. As soon as the luck of the entire dragon vein touched the body of the dragon and phoenix, the luck began to disperse, causing the dragon vein to shake. What? It's already occupied. The dragon soul almost vomited blood. Its eyes widened with anger, and horror surged in its heart. This dragon and phoenix body cannot be occupied by any random person. Anyone who wants to take over another body will inevitably be repelled by the power of the heavenly phoenix and the true dragon. Only this kind of existence can create tacit understanding. Why on earth is this happening? When Long Hun was desperately trying to regain control of the dragon and phoenix bodies, Jai Feng took action. His imperial power erupted, and the dragon soul was suppressed in an instant. The pressure from this body is that of a true god. It's obvious that someone has tampered with him. Take action immediately, otherwise when he wakes up, none of us will be his match, Jai Feng ordered. What about that woman down there? Just in case, just kill him. Before he finished speaking, Jai Feng's imperial power quickly pressed towards Su Yu under the ground. Seeing that she was about to be crushed, Lu Hegwang and others' faces changed drastically. They had no time to take action. They saw another imperial power suddenly appearing from the heaven and earth, resisting Jai Feng's imperial power. The next second, 3 black-robed figures appeared beside Su Yu. They slowly floated up. Beneath the crow mask, a pair of red eyes stared coldly at the people in Shura Palace, his tone as indifferent as water. Jai Feng, Miss Qingyi is not someone you can touch. Chapter 229. Is it you, Yun Kun? Jai Feng frowned. These 3 people did not deliberately hide their aura. As high-ranking officials in the power structure, they naturally had contact with each other. They are people from the 3 Colors Holy Religion. Yun Kun, one of the great emperors of the 3 Colors Holy Sect, is also in the middle stage of the great emperor realm, and his strength is not inferior to his. In his Shura Palace's view, the 3 Colors Holy Sect is more difficult to deal with than the overlord forces, because they have a real god in charge, and he is an extraordinary true god. Why are you here, and why are you protecting this woman? You are going against my Shura Palace. Have you forgotten the original agreement? Yun Kun, the leader, chuckled. Why are we here? Of course, it's because of the true dragon and phoenix skeleton. We're fighting over treasures, so how can we talk about breaking a promise? This is a treasure of the 10th level. No one would be unmoved. As for why we saved Miss Kingy, she is a friend of our Lord sect leader, so we naturally cannot just stand by and watch. His 3 emperors. These 3 great emperors actually know senior sister Kingy, and they support her. Master, who are they? In the distance, the members of the Zhenwu sect, who were originally in a state of urgency, were shocked beyond words when they saw the 3 emperors appear. This is the realm of the great emperor, and even among the dominant forces, he is like the ancestor of the sect. Normally, the dragon is hard to find, and they haven't seen it once in 100 years. Why did so many of them appear today? Is the emperor so worthless? How did senior sister Kingy know the emperor? Ling Ruxin felt mixed emotions. Compared to others, she understood the emotions of the 3 emperors who suddenly appeared better. That was sincere respect. Can make the emperor respect. What exactly has senior sister Kingy been through during this period of time? Underground, Su Yu waited quietly for Tian Feng to be refined. He was not surprised at Yun Kun's words. Mu Qingyi has nothing to do with the Sankai holy sect, but may be a friend of the holy sect's leader. After all, he used this excuse when he deceived Yixuan, so he might as well use it to the end. He summoned 3 people in the identity of the Black Demon in order to protect him and delay time. He had already impressed his slave mark into Tian Feng's soul. When she wakes up, she will have a true god with great potential under her command. So you are also here for this dragon and phoenix body? Jai Feng's face was gloomy. They don't care what the relationship between this woman and the 3 colors holy religion is. What they valued was this unusual dragon and phoenix body. This is an opportunity from God, and it is a great blessing for these great emperors. At the same time, it is a task given to them by Shura Palace. Every opportunity presented by heaven and earth can be fought for. Okay, in that case, let's give it a try. Qi Cheng's, Gong Yang, and I will hold those 3 back while the rest of us seize the opportunity to seize the dragon and phoenix bodies. Get started. All the people in Shura Palace took action, and Jai Feng and his 3 emperors directly attacked Yun Kun and his 3 companions. The other members of Shura Palace avoided Su Yu and the other person, and ran sideways towards them. We must not let these people succeed. Stop them. Upon seeing this, Lu Heguang and other elders from the dominant forces immediately took action to intercept the remaining members of Shura Palace. These people have evil intentions, and if they obtain the body of the true god, it will definitely cause turmoil and trouble. Of course, we can't let them succeed. So apart from Su Yu, who was underground, a fierce battle broke out on the field. The Great Emperor versus the Great Emperor, the Holy Realm versus the Holy Realm. If it weren't for the dragon vein suppressing it, the aftermath would have razed the mountain range to the ground long ago. Seeing that the situation had reached a stalemate, Su Yu did not intervene, but just waited for Tian Feng to refine the dragon and phoenix bodies. When she succeeds and the true god appears, everything will be settled. Time just passes slowly. As the movements of the dragon and phoenix bodies grew louder and louder, Jai Feng's expression grew increasingly gloomy. Damn it! If this continues, the dragon and phoenix bodies will fall into the hands of others sooner or later. Yun Kun naturally knew what Jai Feng was planning, so he kept restraining him and preventing him from escaping. However, just as the light around the dragon and phoenix bodies became more and more intense, a magnificent aura appeared between heaven and earth. The pressure spread to the Huayan Mountains, forcing everyone to stop and suppress them so that they could not move. Even the emperors like Yun Kun had their imperial power restrained. At this moment, there was deep fear in their eyes. Divine power, is this a true god? They have felt this kind of breath. That's right, this is the breath of the true god. A true god actually appeared here. The next second, 2 figures appeared above the Huayan Mountains. One was a weathered old man in a black robe, and the majestic power was emanating slowly from the old man. The other person was wearing a gray robe with black fire patterns and had a strange and handsome face. He has a sturdy figure and long black hair. A pair of blood-red gem-like eyes revealed coldness and evil, giving people a weird feeling. He is Emperor Lin Yuan. In the distance, when Su Yu looked at the 2 people who suddenly appeared, her pupils suddenly shrank. Isn't this young man the one he met when he went to the 3 colors holy sect? The other party's destiny is the only 2 deep red destiny he has encountered so far. The other party's strength and background are unfathomable. At this moment, while Su Yu was shocked, an unprecedented sense of crisis suddenly appeared in his heart. This sense of crisis made his scalp tingle, as if it was stimulating his nerves. Su Yu inexplicably felt a sense of rejection in her heart. This feeling did not appear when he was still a three-colored black demon. I'm done for. I didn't expect to actually run into this Dai Linyuan this time, and he's accompanied by a true god. There really is a true god in the Shura Palace. Withdraw. The moment Dai Linyuan appeared, Su Yu no longer cared about Tian Feng and had already begun to think about retreating. With this true god around, even if he used the instant kill card to kill the opponent instantly, Dai Linyuan himself would not be his match. We can only retreat. Then his figure retreated stealthily. Zumb. Emperor Linyuan had just arrived and seemed to sense something. His bloodshot eyes slowly moved to Su Yu. A ray of light flashed in his bloodshot pupils, and Emperor Linyuan was slightly stunned. He licked his lips, looking excited and evil. Finally found you. Chapter 230. I found you, Remnant. Dai Linyuan flashed and appeared in front of Su Yu. Looking at the woman in white in front of him, he understood what he was afraid of before. This is the breath of the remnants of the old times, and they are extraordinary remnants. Remnant, I don't know you at all. You must have recognized the wrong person, right? Su Yu looked at Dai Linyuan warily and said to herself, Oh no. A thought appeared before me without my noticing. This guy put all his pressure on himself, making him unable to move. This kind of pressure is enough to rival Yin Zio. That's the perfection of the great emperor realm. This guy's strength is comparable to that of a great emperor. Lion Yunkan and the others are no match for him. The other party is here with bad intentions. How can he escape? The true god appears and the situation is reversed instantly. How to break the deadlock? His current identity is Mu Qingyi. Logically, they shouldn't know him, so how come this remnant was placed on his head? So Mu Qingyi and this guy are really opposites. It seems that you haven't touched upon your own secret yet. Dai Linyuan glanced at Su Yu a few times, then looked indifferently at the old man in black robe behind him. Zhu Lao, take the dragon and phoenix bodies away, and leave no one else behind. Zhu Lao came to his side and hesitated for a moment. Young master, that old monster from the Three Colors Holy Sect is very troublesome. If we touch one of their people, I'm afraid they won't let this matter go, and it will affect our plan. Dai Linyuan frowned slightly. He was about to say something, but the three-colored figure appeared in his mind with evil eyes. After a long pause, he said, Forget it, let them go for now. So Jai Feng was called over. Don't move these people for now, you understand what I mean. Dai Linyuan glanced at the crowds from Zhenwu sect and Dawang sect, and said indifferently to Jai Feng, I understand, young master. Jai Feng was stunned for a moment, then understood something and spoke respectfully. You guys take care of the rest. The spiritual power was slightly released, and Su Yu was directly pulled in front of him. Let me go. What on earth are you going to do? Su Yu stared at Dai Linyuan closely. At the same time, I was thinking frantically in my mind. With normal means, he is no match for Emperor Linyuan, unless the instant kill card is thrown in his face. But there is still one true god, deep red destiny. There is no guarantee that the other party may have some backup plan. Now the other party seemed to want to take him away, but Ling Ruxin and the others were not slaughtered wantonly. So I can only follow him and leave. Dai Linyuan pointed at Su Yu and sealed his cultivation. However, without the support of spiritual power, Su Yu's concealment method dissipated. A glimmer of light flashed, and a graceful figure in white appeared in sight. She has a fair complexion and a stunning appearance. She was dressed in white, with a plump and graceful figure, and her cold and unparalleled temperament made her seem independent and not of this mortal world. At this moment, a pair of spiritual eyes like glass beads were staring coldly at Dai Linyuan. Amidst the desolation, there was a hint of obvious anger. Gu tilde tilde. Wow, so beautiful. This is simply the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Is this junior sister Qingyi's true appearance? She is truly unique in the world, unparalleled. Asshole, let her go. Come to me if you have any problem. That's right, let go of junior sister Qingyi. The people of Zhenwu sect and Dawang sect, who were originally crawling on the ground under the pressure of divine power, felt that Su Yu looked like a god after seeing his true face. As disciples of the dominant force, they are knowledgeable and have seen many stunning beauties. But compared with the one in front of him, they are all slightly inferior, even several levels inferior. When they thought about such a beauty being captured and being slaughtered at their will, even with the power of a true god, it would be difficult to relieve the hatred in their hearts, and they immediately roared hysterically. When he saw Su Yu's true appearance, A look of surprise flashed across Dai Linyuan's blood-red eyes. At the same time, in his eyes, an otherworldly, ethereal aura permeated the air, as if it were an immortal from the ninth heaven. Dai Linyuan was stunned for a few seconds, but soon came to his senses. Looking at the beauty in front of him who was under his control, his tone couldn't help but relax a little. He said coldly, "Don't worry, I won't harm your life for the time being. Cooperate with me obediently, and maybe I will spare you." After saying that, he waved his hand and disappeared with Su Yu. Zhu Lao also left with the dragon and phoenix bodies. Jai Feng glanced coldly at the crowd present and finally fixed his gaze on Yun Kun. "Yun Kun, we have a long way to go. HMPH, retreat." At Jai Feng's command, he also evacuated with all the members of Shura Palace. Yun Kun, Miss Qingyi, was forcibly taken away. "What should we do now?" A middle-aged man with an ugly expression asked Yun Kun beside him. Their primary mission here was not to seize the dragon and phoenix bodies, but to protect Miss Qingyi. But now that the true god has appeared and taken Mu Qingyi away, their mission has ended in failure. Yun Kun's face also looked a little unhappy. "What should we do? Let's go back and report first, and then we can make a long-term plan. If it really doesn't work, let Tianlao go to Shura Palace. It's not like his three colors holy sect is without a true god, and Tianlao was brought up by the previous Wu Yao, so how could he be simple? Let's go back and report immediately." The three great emperors of the three-colored holy religion of Yunkan also left. In the end, only the people from the two dominant forces were left looking at each other in bewilderment. "What should we do? Junior sister Qingyi has been taken away. Junior sister Qingyi has fallen into the hands of the bad guys. Elder, let's go report this to the sect master." "That's right. Anyone who dares to touch my Zhenwu sect will be made to pay the price. My great desolate sect can also help. We must not let Fairy Qingyi fall into their hands." The disciples of the two sects were talking to each other, and they were all extremely anxious after Su Yu was captured. "That's enough, calm down first." Lu Heguang was also in a very heavy mood. He naturally didn't want to see such a good seedling being caught like this. He had to report it, but he was very confused. Why didn't the other party just kill them and be done with it? Are they afraid of being tracked down by the dominant forces, or is there something else going on? If they were afraid of being investigated, shouldn't they have destroyed the body? In the crowd, when Ling Ruxin saw Su Yu being taken away, she became extremely anxious and paced back and forth like a grasshopper on a hot pan. "What should I do? A true God realm expert has captured senior sister Qingyi. How can we save her?" Ling Ruxin was almost crying. In this situation, even dominant forces like the Great Wilderness Sect and the Zhenwu sect would be wary and would definitely not go forward rashly. Then senior sister Qingyi's situation would be dangerous. Who on earth can save this situation? Ling Ruxin's thoughts kept racing in her mind. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, her beautiful eyes lit up. "Oh right, Yixuan, find Yixuan. Yixuan has many secrets. Maybe the great desolate sect can't save him, but maybe he can. And hasn't he been looking for senior sister Qingyi?" Ling Ruxin became more and more determined. In her heart, no one could give her a stronger sense of suffocation than Yixuan. Yixuan must be hiding some shocking secret. As long as we find Yixuan, maybe we can rescue senior sister Qingyi. And Jai Ruking has a lot of secrets too. Senior sister Qingyi seems to be his nominal fiancée. Now that she's been captured, he must be worried. Yes, as long as we find them both, senior sister Qingyi will definitely be saved. Chapter 231. It's over. I shouldn't have come to the Huayan Mountains. What should I do now? Su Yu wanted to cry but had no tears. If he knew that Dai Linyuan would appear, he would never come even if he was beaten to death. But what he didn't know was that Dai Linyuan was not looking for the dragon and phoenix body, but he came here specifically to look for her. Su Yu was captured, and his surrounding perception was blocked. Soon they appeared in a magnificent palace. Su Yu was thrown into a side hall, and with a bang, Su Yu fell heavily to the ground. Dai Linyuan sat on a chair beside him, looking down at him with his evil blood-red eyes. There was silence for a while. "Mu Qingyi, do you know why I arrested you?" Su Yu frowned, and her cold face did not look good to him. "Since you brought me here, how can I know what you're thinking?" "You can guess. If you guess right and are in a good mood, maybe I'll let you go." Su Yu glanced at him coldly, stood up with her dress rolled up and walked towards the door without paying any attention to him. Dai Linyuan waited for a few seconds, and when he saw that the other party really ignored him, his face turned cold and he quickly caught up with him. He stretched out his right hand and firmly grasped the woman's fair wrist. No matter how hard Su Yu tried, she couldn't break free. Opened. Let me go. Looking at Su Yu, who was struggling violently, Dai Linyuan said coldly, "Now that you're in my hands, take away your damn arrogance or don't blame me for being rude. Prisoners must have the consciousness of being prisoners." You. A trace of shame and anger appeared on Su Yu's face. He did not succumb to Dai Linyuan's warning, but struggled even more violently. Her behavior showed her rejection of him. When Emperor Linyuan saw that the woman in front of him was so tactless, he felt a little unhappy and even cold in his heart. But looking at this stunning face, I felt relieved for no reason. He paused for a moment, exerted a little force with his palm, and pulled Su Yu into his arms. The other hand grabbed Su Yu's other hand like a pair of pliers. Dai Linyuan obviously wanted to suppress Su Yu's struggle until he stopped. Su Yu's hands were tied, and she was held in his arms from behind. The masculine energy that came towards her made Su Yu extremely repulsive. His struggle felt contact with the latter. The scorching breath made Su Yu stunned, and then his body stopped instantly and paused in mid-air. Has it stopped? Seeing this, Dai Linyuan pursed his lips slightly. Su Yu's compromise actually made him feel a little proud for some reason. Holding the beauty from behind, her 3,000 strands of hair fluttered around her neck, irritating her skin and making her feel itchy. At the same time, a unique fragrance belonging to the woman in white drifted past his nose, making him distracted. However, his expression remained unchanged, and he said coldly, "That's right. As long as you cooperate with me and behave yourself, nothing will happen." The next moment, Dai Linyuan's eyelids twitched. He felt the spiritual power in her body surging. She now wants to forcibly gather her spiritual power and break his seal. Are you crazy? You are so weak now. If you try to break through my seal, your foundation will be severely damaged. You. Stop. Dai Linyuan shouted coldly, and continuously injected blood-red spiritual power into Su Yu's body, trying to suppress his riot. The blood-colored spiritual power also did it easily. However, after he calmed down briefly, Su Yu's chi surged wildly again, even burning. You. Dai Linyuan began to lose control of the situation due to Su Yu's madness. He knew that the woman in front of him was resisting to the death because of his excessive behavior. I have touched her bottom line. She doesn't allow anyone to touch her. If she resists him this time, her life will be in danger. Finally, he sighed softly. His spiritual power receded, and the hand holding Su Yu loosened. The moment Su Yu was untied, he turned around. Snap! With a loud slap, a slap landed hard on Dai Linyuan's face, echoing throughout the entire hall. The noise was so loud that even the maid outside the door heard it. They lowered their heads tremblingly, fearing that they would be implicated. This powerful slap left Dai Linyuan stunned. He was actually slapped, and she is a powerless woman. In an instant, he was enraged, and a stream of spiritual power hit Su Yu's shoulder, causing him to fall to the ground with a bang. You woman, you are so ungrateful. Su Yuliolai's eyes were bloodshot as she stared at Dai Linyuan. If you dare to take advantage of me, I will not let you go even if I die. You. Looking at the stubborn woman, Dai Linyuan narrowed his bloodshot eyes slightly, and then he laughed inexplicably. Very good, Mu Qingyi. You are becoming more and more interesting to me. Don't worry, we'll play slowly later. I have plenty of time. He called the maid and ordered, "Keep an eye on her. If anything unexpected happens, you will be held responsible." "Yes, young master," the maid responded respectfully. Dai Linyuan left and locked Su Yu in a side hall. However, Su Yu knew that he must have left temporarily and would deal with himself later after taking care of the necessary matters. Asshole! Su Yu was so angry that she stood up and stomped her feet. He was stunned for a moment, feeling uncomfortable, and then smashed the equipment again. Host, stop acting. Dai Linyuan is gone. The system, which had always been watching Su Yu hooking up with rich men, realized that the host was acting for Dai Linyuan and then taking him down. I'm playing your sister. I really hate him. The anger in Su Yu's eyes did not diminish, and she continued to smash the utensils to vent her anger. Well, it seems he is really angry. Host, we are now in the Shura Palace's base camp. You should think carefully about how to escape. A friendly reminder from the system. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers here. It won't be easy for you to leave unless you kill the trigger, Dai Linyuan. Get out. After venting his emotions with the tools, Su Yu gradually calmed down. In the side hall, Su Yu was the only one there. All the doors and windows on all sides are locked, and the layout inside the hall is complete and perfect. Su Yu's spiritual power is now sealed, and she can't escape at all. I can remove this seal of Emperor Linyuan, but the difference in realm is too great, so it will take quite a while. And Tianfeng is also in their hands. If Tianfeng had already taken control of the dragon and phoenix bodies, she might have been able to take herself away. But now she is obviously in trouble. So if I escape now, I can only get entangled with Dai Linyuan. Su Yu frowned. Who is he? What's his relationship with Mu Qingye? He was still brooding over what Dai Linyuan said at the beginning about the remnants. If they were really his enemies, it would make sense why he felt repulsed by them. Does that mean he wants to kill himself? When she thought of this, Su Yu felt a little heavy. Logically, Mu Qingye is the righteous female protagonist, and Dai Linyuan is the destined villain. So next, it is very likely that he will torture himself or kill himself. Okay, in that case, I'll have some fun with you. At worst, I'll use the instant kill card on you, and we'll both be dead. Chapter 232. Su Yu calmed down and took out the Zushin mirror. This time, if he wants to capture Dai Linyuan, he must understand his situation. Didn't he just go out for something? Maybe I can get some useful information through the Zushin mirror. After thinking about it, he wrote the 3 words Dai Linyuan in the Zushin mirror. The scene in the mirror changed. Emperor Linyuan appeared in a magnificent palace. Inside the palace, apart from Emperor Linyuan, there was only a middle-aged man in gray sitting high up in the hall. Palace Master, Dai Linyuan came to the center of the hall. His face was calm and his body stood upright. Being called the Palace Master by Emperor Linyuan, he is naturally the helmsman of Shura Palace. The Lord of Shura Palace, Zhanzhuo, the strongest person at the demigod level. Looking at Dai Linyuan below, Zhanzhuo smiled. Lin Yuan, you have made an invaluable contribution by bringing back a true god with unlimited potential. Palace Master, you called me here not just to give me a verbal compliment, right? Dai Linyuan's expression was uncertain. Zhanzhuo suddenly became serious. The plan has already begun. After seizing the sect guarding spiritual weapons of dominant forces like the Zhenwu sect, the awakening of the 10 Directions Emperor will still be carried out by you. After all, this is your plan. Has it started? Dai Linyuan raised his eyebrows. This is nature. I will make it wake up. Zhanzhuo sighed softly. Your goal is to destroy the true spirit continent. Shura Palace will follow you. It's just that the continent involves the upper realm, and there might be some big commotion later. The Palace Master can rest assured. No matter what happens in the true spirit continent, the upper realm will not intervene. And isn't the Shura Temple also keeping an eye on those beings? Emperor Linyuan smiled and said that the ancestors of the dominant forces such as Zhenwu sect ascended to heaven and established immortal gates in the upper realm. But you must know that Shura Palace also came from Shura Temple. Besides, Tiansheng is behind him. Now in all the heavens and worlds, there is no living creature that can resist Tiansheng. Even if those people from Zhenwu sect knew about it, they would just acquiesce. Zhanzhuo also knew Dai Linyuan's background, so he didn't say anything at the moment. In the Zushin mirror, when Su Yu heard the conversation between Dai Linyuan and Zhanzhuo, his pupils suddenly shrank. 10 Directions Emperor Destruction, what is that thing? Is Emperor Linyuan going to awaken this thing to destroy the true spirit continent? He wants to destroy the continent. Su Yu knew that Dai Linyuan was a villain, but she didn't expect him to be such a villain. He actually wants to destroy the entire continent. And this matter seems to involve the upper realm, this. For a moment, Su Yu felt indescribable. Unexpectedly, today he used the Zushin mirror to peek into this secret. Afterwards, in the Zushin mirror, Dai Linyuan talked with Zhanzhuo again for a few words, and then he left. He flew past countless magnificent halls, and finally came to the largest and most vast palace. Compared to other places, this place is very deserted, and there are almost no people passing by. Even pedestrians passing by would tremble and flee immediately. Emperor Linyuan stepped into the palace and came to a stone chamber in the deepest part. He summoned a dark-colored crystal stone. An illusory figure appeared. How is it going? Dai Linyuan said lazily. This continent is indeed somewhat peculiar. I sense the presence of several remnants, and I also captured one not long ago. The shadowy figure paused noticeably and asked, who is it? How would I know? I just caught him. The phantom immediately calculated. In the vast universe, he saw a holy white lotus standing in the chaos. When touching the white lotus, there was a stinging pain in the eyes. The already illusory figure became increasingly faint, as if it could disappear at any moment. White lotus? This white lotus seems familiar to me, but why can't I remember it? Good trick. The shadow looked at Dai Linyuan again. The person you arrested was a woman. That's right, Dai Linyuan said coldly. There's a lot behind her, but no matter what's behind her, as long as she's a remnant of the old times and is harmful to me, Tian Shang, I'll kill them all, leaving no one alive. The shadow's tone was extremely cold, as if he was saying something that was a matter of course. Emperor Linyuan's blood-red eyes drooped slightly. At this moment, the graceful figure in white inexplicably emerged in my mind. The burning sensation on my face that had long since subsided began to sting again for no apparent reason. Don't worry, I will make the decision. The shadow paused for a while, and he easily sensed Dai Linyuan's emotions. You want to keep her? This is the first time I've met such an interesting woman. I want to have some fun with her. Dai Linyuan shrugged. The shadow frowned. Her karma is not small. Once you get close, this Dao fruit body may be deeply trapped in it. How about this? You hand that woman over to me, and I will deal with her. I want to verify my hypothesis. Dai Linyuan said unhappily. This is my prey, I won't give it to others easily. Catch it yourself if you want. The shadow said, although your knowledge is broad, your Dao fruit has just begun to gather, and your Dao heart cannot reach that flawless level. Are you worried that I will be influenced by that woman? Yes, you should know that cleaning up the remaining evildoers is of utmost importance, and no mistakes are allowed. This is a big fish. However, before the sound faded, the aura around Emperor Linyuan exploded, and a sea of blood rose, as if something terrifying was hidden underneath. His bloodshot eyes were bewildering, and his cold voice was like the roar of thunder, carrying majesty and tyranny, shaking the stone chamber. I am the Emperor, and you are just a small emperor. The shadow fell into silence, and after half a minute he compromised. Recently, there have been unusual movements in some forbidden areas such as the Imperial Heaven Sword Sea, the mysterious Yellow Abyss, and the Void Lawless Heaven. It's obvious that the remnants are making moves, so I hope you can speed up the process. After saying that, the shadowy figure turned into a faint light and disappeared into the crystal stone. Chapter 233. Outside the Zushin mirror, Su Yu's mood at this moment could only be described as turbulent. I'm a remnant of the old era. That's why Emperor Linyuan wanted to capture me. And Dai Linyuan is from that Tiansheng. Tiansheng, he had heard Suchuan mention it when he was in the Three Colors Holy Sect. He once helped the Heaven Realm to fight against Tiansheng, but was eventually killed by a villain. According to Suchuan's argument, the Supreme Heaven may have been dominated by Tiansheng. He called the shadow just now the Emperor Realm. Of course, he knew that it was not the great Emperor Realm of the true Spirit Continent. Could it be some immortal Emperor Realm of the Heavenly Realm? And Emperor Linyuan is the Dao fruit body. What throne is he in Tiansheng? So he is the Dao fruit body of a certain Emperor of Tiansheng, even more powerful than the immortal Emperor. Fortunately, Dai Linyuan didn't hand me over to that phantom. Otherwise, I would have died without knowing how. When she thought of this, Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that it was the right choice to open up the immortal spirit energy to Dai Linyuan earlier. There is indeed a big secret about Dai Linyuan, and there's also the forbidden area mentioned by the last phantom. My identity is comparable to that of the Void Lawless Heaven, so its unusual movements should be related to me. Then, is the Imperial Heaven Sword Sea related to Jai Ruking? Is Xuan Huang Jiyuan related to the other Red Destiny? Could it be that there are children of destiny in other planes who are not much different from us? The more Su Yu thought about it, the more confused she became. Well, don't think too much about it for now. At least now I have made 2 points clear. First, Emperor Linyuan wants to use the 10 directions Emperor Mai to destroy the true spirit continent, and the plan is being implemented. Second, Dai Linyuan captured me because they believed I was a remnant of the old era. In the end, he will definitely kill and cleanse himself. Faced with the current situation, Su Yu can only find a breakthrough from Dai Linyuan. Stop his plan and curb his thoughts of killing himself. Even if possible, I could alienate them. He couldn't beat him in other things right now, but when it came to playing with people's feelings. So now the host wants to capture Dai Linyuan. Su Yu snorted coldly. Then can you help me deal with these things, or help me escape so that I don't have to bother with that annoying guy? Who would have a good impression of someone who wants to kill them? Small matters are fine, but for other matters, the system will not directly interfere with matters related to the host. Then shut up and watch me do it. Learn from me. Are you so sure you can bring down Emperor Linyuan? He's the reincarnation of a Taoist body with extraordinary experience and vast knowledge. He's seen everything. In the system's view, Green Tea has seen evil people like Dai Linyuan before. Suddenly, Su Yu smiled coquettishly. Didn't the Phantom say that earlier? Although he has extensive experience, his Tao heart is not flawless. Otherwise, he wouldn't be affected by my immortal spirit energy. So how do you want to become the Tea Emperor? The system was quite curious. It certainly understood what Su Yu meant, but this would require extremely advanced means. You'll find out. Su Yu was resting in the side hall, and Dai Linyuan didn't come all day. Until the next day, Emperor Linyuan arrived. He looked at the beauty who was staring at him coldly, and then glanced around. When he saw the broken utensils, a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. She got so angry. It seems she is disgusted by his behavior yesterday. It seems you're still a little uncomfortable here. Su Yu frowned. What do you want to do? We have never met before. Why do you want to imprison me? You don't know me, but I know you. Dai Linyuan walked to within a foot of Su Yu, his bloodshot eyes fixed on her. You have a secret that interests me, so I will spare your life. So you brought me here just to kill me. There was a hint of obvious panic on Su Yu's face, but it quickly disappeared. Dai Linyuan just happened to capture this scene, but he didn't say anything. After all, when facing life and death, everyone can't help but show fear. Why are you scared? Su Yu sighed lightly, but did not say anything. Seeing that Su Yu had calmed down again, Dai Linyuan came to him and stretched out his hand to touch his cheek. Su Yu's expression changed, and he instinctively struck out with a palm. But he was imprisoned by the blood-red spiritual power. Dai Linyuan's hand touched the delicate and fair cheek, which looked like a peerless jade. The fingers gently slid across it, with a hint of heat. Chapter 234. Dai Linyuan was very close to Su Yu, and the slightly hot breath hit her face, making Su Yu extremely uncomfortable. Su Yu wanted to move, but was restrained and unable to move. He could only glare at Dai Linyuan with raging anger in his eyes. Let go! Don't touch me! Seeing Su Yu's frustrated look, Dai Linyuan suddenly became playful. She has a sour face every day, as if others owe her money. Seeing this cold and aloof woman showing such a contrasting expression, he inexplicably felt a strong desire to conquer her. His hand passed across Su Yu's face, and his bloodshot eyes swept over Su Yu's entire body. A mutated, immortal body. I didn't expect you to have this kind of physique. I have to say it has a nice figure, a perfect cauldron. The anger in Su Yu's heart accumulated to an unprecedented level. Although he was acting, he was extremely angry when this guy touched him and humiliated him. Just wait, he's going to make this guy pay. Why are you angry? But what can you do? Can you escape from my grasp? Emperor Linyuan's bloodshot eyes were dim. Well, if you can tell me some people who look like you, maybe I can consider letting you go. You should understand what I mean by similar people. Seeing that Mu Qingyi fell silent again, Dai Linyuan said lightly, why did he want to keep Su Yu? Naturally, he wanted to use her to find the remaining remnants of the old era. Fate attraction is a very common rule in Dai Linyuan's view. There are many destinies in this small true spirit continent. In his opinion, Mu Qingyi might have already come into contact with the remaining remnants. Similar people want him to tell about Yixuan, Jai Ruking, and the others. It seems that he thinks Yixuan and the others are also remnants. Su Yu sneered in her heart but frowned on the outside, and her eyes were a little cold. I don't understand what you mean. I've never met anyone who looks like me. Really? Dai Linyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. No. Su Yu's tone was very calm, with vigilance written between her brows. Dai Linyuan immediately grabbed Su Yu's shoulders and pulled him in front of him. He held him tightly with both hands, and no matter how Su Yu struggled, he was helpless. There was a hint of danger in his tone. Mu Qingyi, you have to think carefully. Do you know the consequences of lying? I told you that your body is an excellent cauldron. If you don't want anything to go wrong, you'd better tell the truth. Dai Linyuan had also thought about directly eroding the other party's memory. However, Mu Qingyi is a man of destiny, and forcibly searching his soul will result in unusual backlash. Do you think I will let you get what you want? Su Yu looked at him coldly. I said I won't let you succeed. Even if I die, I won't let you touch me. You will definitely pay the price. Snort. Very stubborn. It seems she's still a virgin, yet she values her chastity so much. There was already a hint of impatience in Dai Linyuan's eyes. He waved Su Yu's hand away and suppressed his struggle. The hands that were holding the arms of the woman in white exerted force, and with a hissing sound, they tore open her sleeves, revealing her delicate arms that were as white as jade lotus roots. Emperor Linyuan tore off Su Yu's white clothes. Su Yu was completely enraged. Although his spiritual power was sealed, he could still move. Then he turned his hands into palms, and his fists and kicks attacked like a storm. However, Dai Linyuan's strength was far superior to Su Yu's, and the former was easily resolved by his attack. He seized the opportunity when Su Yu was exerting force and tore off the white clothes on his upper body again. At this time, the white clothes on the upper body were completely destroyed, revealing the purple soft armor that was as light and soft as a cicada's wings. For a moment, Dai Linyuan was stunned. Beneath the soft purple cicada-shaped wings, the curvy and soft curves seem to be the most perfect work of magic. Her plump and graceful figure exudes endless charm, enough to drive all men in the world crazy. The flawless figure looks even more mature against the backdrop of the purple dress. Such a visual impact made even an evil and ruthless person like Dai Linyuan breathe rapidly. The movement of his hands paused. Next second, snap, a heavy slap landed on Dai Linyuan's face, causing his brain to go into a brief blackout. Then a white boot kicked him hard in the chest. A huge force made Dai Linyuan fly backwards. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, he reacted instantly, flipped sideways, and landed steadily. A strong sense of anger surged in my heart. He was slapped by this woman again, and she kicked him too. This woman really didn't know what was good for her. He could have killed her decisively, but he showed some mercy and gave her a chance. But she didn't cherish it at all. It seems that she won't give in unless she is taught a lesson. Suddenly, his eyes became as fierce as a wolf, and he looked coldly at the woman curled up beside the bed. In an instant, his eyes suddenly narrowed. The stunning beauty with her bare white shoulders was curled up in the corner, hugging her knees tightly with her hands. Her graceful figure is breathtaking, but beneath her coldness she appears frail and fragile. Her eyes, like glass pearls, drooped, and drops of crystal tears were sliding down her jade-like cheeks. 3,000 strands of black hair are long and flowing, with fairy-like posture and figure. Dai Linyuan saw sadness, haggardness, unwillingness, and stubbornness in those smart eyes. When he saw the beauty in such a state, Dai Linyuan's anger quietly dissipated like a deflated ball. A soft cut appeared in his cold heart. Light, Ars, are you okay? Dai Linyuan began to stutter when speaking. Su Yu sniffed lightly and ignored him. Instead, she looked dazed and lost, tears continuing to flow. I told you, as long as you cooperate, nothing will happen. Dai Linyuan sighed lightly, stared at Su Yu with his bloodshot eyes, and said softly. He naturally saw that the woman in front of him was expressing her true feelings, and she hated him extremely. Perhaps if I had taken further action just now, she would have been destroyed along with me. When dealing with such a woman with an extraordinary destiny, one really shouldn't act too hastily. Su Yu raised her eyes, her emotions still a little unstable. He said coldly, "You want to kill me, but you want me to cooperate with you. Do you really think everyone is a coward?" Dai Linyuan's expression paused slightly, and he said calmly, "I don't mean to kill you." "You don't want to kill me?" Su Yu smiled. "You didn't intend to kill me, yet you kept playing with me. You didn't intend to kill me, yet you imprisoned me here for no reason. You call me a remnant. You tore my clothes. Do you still want to violate me?" Chapter 235. Emperor Linyuan was shocked. He inexplicably felt a little guilty about what the woman said. "You are my prisoner now. I have the final say on whether to violate you or not. Practice is so cruel. I didn't expect you to be so naive." "Innocent." Su Yu frowned slightly, but he didn't comment. He took a deep breath and stood up, took out a set of white clothes and put them on, wrapping himself tightly. It seems that revealing this beautiful scenery is an endless shame. Dai Linyuan's bloodshot eyes flickered slightly. His expression became a little lazy, and he looked at Su Yu without avoiding glances. "Mu Qingyi, how about being my woman? Becoming my Dai Linyuan's woman will bring you supreme honor, countless top-notch immortal artifacts and resources. Follow me, and you won't have to practice so hard here." As he spoke, he took out a pure blue, exquisite spiritual sword. Even Su Yu was secretly surprised by the aura emanating from it. This is an imperial weapon, and it is of extremely high grade among all the imperial weapons. If he could master this imperial weapon, his strength would increase by at least 50%. You should have felt it. This is an imperial weapon. Its name is Linglan. If you agree, it will be yours, and in the near future, you will be able to possess a divine weapon or even a supreme immortal weapon. Being my woman, you will have countless wealth and glory to enjoy. Su Yu was stunned. In a trance, he saw Li Kangyao's confession to him. Just like the scene before his eyes, Li Kangyao also made a generous and tempting promise to himself and gave himself King Luan. It's just that Li Kangyao truly loves him, and Dai Linyuan just desires her body. One is the upright emperor's son, and the other is the villain emperor. although Dai Linyuan's appearance and strength are equally impeccable. His background is the throne of Tiansheng, but out of emotion and reason, Su Yu naturally had to refuse. Not to mention the soul, even if it was his fate that was against Su Yu, he wanted to give him a big fight. Dai Linyuan was just in a playful mood, and he could only escape safely after he broke down his defenses. So Su Yu smiled at the conditions given by Dai Linyuan. He didn't even look at Linglin again. Dai Linyuan, do you still think I'm that superficial? Would I choose to submit to you because of the imperial weapons, divine weapons, or even immortal weapons you gave me? Do you think I can't become a top-level expert with my own abilities? Dai Linyuan fell into a brief silence. This woman is indeed different from other women. While she is destined to be extraordinary, she is also able to resist external temptations. He has a cold and stubborn personality and is dedicated to practicing Taoism. As of now, she has developed a dislike for herself because of her destiny. Rejection was also within his expectations. Emperor Linyuan put away Linglin. He did not feel that Su Yu was ungrateful, but rather that she was more to his liking. Resistance can arouse the desire to conquer. He wants to conquer the other party. Okay, since you don't want it, that's fine. I just hope you won't regret it later. Emperor Linyuan folded his hands across his chest, looking superior. Mu Qingyi, you fell into my hands, but you are so ungrateful. I could have punished you directly. But considering that you are so self-disciplined, I can give you a chance to let you go. Su Yuling's eyes lit up slightly, but in the face of Dai Linyuan's naked gaze, he still tried his best to calm himself down. Let me go. Dai Linyuan nodded slightly. Yes, I can let you go, but there is a prerequisite, that is to impress me. If you can impress me and make me waver, then I can let you go. During this time, you can use any means you want. Impress you, you just want to play with me. Su Yu frowned. He could easily see the other party's intention. He just wanted to get entangled with himself and make himself please him. Yes, you can understand it this way. I have already given you the conditions. It is up to you to decide what to do. Dai Linyuan looked at Su Yu deeply. Finally, he left. After this brief contact, he got a general idea of what this woman was like. Her previous actions were just a form of self-protection. While she considers herself noble, she is also very cautious and not the kind of naive person who would be easily exploited. She was pretending as he tore her clothes off. She was pretending to be timid. She was now in a dangerous situation, and she had a sense of crisis that made her pretend to be calm, but also made her try her best to resist his approach. So now he's giving her a chance to save herself. Isn't she resisting herself? Now the only way for her to escape from here is to get close to me, or even become entangled with me. He wanted to see what this woman would do in the end. Mu Qingyi, you and I are determined. In the side hall, looking at Dai Linyuan's receding back, Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Dai Linyuan is not the kind of beast who only thinks with his lower body. Otherwise, he would really lose control and throw out the instant kill card, and he would be completely out of control. Damn it, he actually ripped my clothes. Sooner or later, I will make him pay the price. After the shock, Su Yu cursed angrily with gritted teeth. The host is safe, calm down. Dai Linyuan asked you to impress him, which is exactly what the host wants. Is this the host's intention? Su Yu pinched her temples. I just created a personality. Dai Linyuan only gave in because he knew I would never give in. A character who is aloof, stubborn, unyielding, self-disciplined, and focused on cultivating the Tao. After the contest with Yang Chan, the system paid great attention to character setting. Once the character is established, the overall situation can be reversed. High-grade green tea is horrible. Almost, but it also slightly establishes a noble image that can disguise chastity and endure humiliation. Disguising chastity, how do you say that? The system was a little excited. The green tea class had started again. Emperor Linyuan has a broad vision and has seen everything. If he tries to act like a green tea girl right under his nose, he will definitely be seen through. Just like when he tore my clothes off earlier, I pretended to be pitiful to stop him. He actually saw it a long time ago. Since he has seen through you and knows that you are a bitch, why doesn't he continue? Heh, do you think a woman pretending to be a bitch to save herself is considered a real bitch in the eyes of a man? He just thinks this woman is more interesting, Su Yu said sarcastically. The system was speechless for a moment. Chapter 236. From the beginning to the end, even though he knew I was partially acting, I was expressing my true feelings. I truly hated him and rebelled against him. That's why he chose to ignore it and acquiesce. In his eyes, I'm just a naive little girl. He offered that condition before because he thought he had me in his grasp. Su Yu sneered. He knew that Dai Linyuan was not easy to deceive, so he showed his true feelings. False and true, true and false. When a person drinks tea with his true feelings and carries his own intentions, then it is not tea. So what should we do next? What's next? Didn't Dai Linyuan say that I could use any means to impress him? Then I will naturally do as he wishes. From the system's perspective, among all the methods mentioned by Dai Linyuan, it seems that only seduction is effective. So the host is going to seduce Emperor Linyuan. It's exciting just thinking about it. 3 days passed, and Dai Linyuan did not come to see Su Yu again. It's like giving her time to think about how to please herself. It was not until the 3rd day that Emperor Lin Yuan came to the side hall again. When he saw Su Yu for the first time, he could tell that this woman's mentality had changed. She was no longer so cold-eyed. He saw the desire to survive. She was pretending to impress him. Of course, Dai Linyuan was happy about this, as this was exactly the effect he wanted. Come with me somewhere these few days. I see you're quite bored, so let's just take it as a way to relieve your boredom. Su Yu was silent for a moment. What are you going to do? Don't worry, I'm not asking you to do anything harmful. I just want you to go for a walk. You should know that you can only leave if you impress me, Dai Linyuan said evilly. Su Yu frowned, but he still agreed. Can, a man who knows the current situation is a hero. Yes, I thought you would fight me to the bitter end. This is a good thing. It's to your advantage. Dai Linyuan took Su Yu to the main hall. Su Yu is now in the Shura Palace base camp. Along the way, I met a group of members of Shura Palace, big and small. When they saw Su Yu next to Dai Linyuan, even though they were afraid, they still couldn't help whispering to each other. There's a woman following the young master. That woman in white is so beautiful, she's simply a beauty. I heard that she was captured by the young master himself and has been imprisoned in Fengyuan Palace. What do you think is the relationship between the young master and this woman? What else could it be? It must be that kind of relationship. Which relationship? You know, it's that kind of relationship. What do you mean? I don't understand. It's a master-servant relationship. When the young master is bored, he takes out his anger on that woman. Oh, I see. How do I vent my anger then? In the distance, Su Yu, who was following Dai Linyuan, heard all the gossip. A burning rage welled up in his heart. These bastards! How dare you talk about him so brazenly? You guys still want to destroy the world. Wait for him to escape, and when he grows up, he will make everyone in Shura Palace pay a heavy price. Dai Linyuan, who was standing by, could easily see that Su Yu had a cold expression on her face. But he just turned a blind eye to it. Continue to lead him to the main hall. Below the main hall are a group of deacons and elders. Their cultivation level is at least half saint, and there are even some who have reached the level of perfect emperor. Su Yu couldn't help feeling a little heavy. Obviously, the background of Shura Palace has exceeded his imagination. Seeing Su Yu behind Dai Linyuan, the deacons and elders were obviously stunned. There was a look of deep astonishment in his eyes. The young master actually had such a stunningly beautiful woman by his side. He was truly blessed. However, due to their status, they didn't dare to look at them any longer. Instead, he quickly withdrew his gaze, lowered his head, and saluted respectfully. Meet the young master. Emperor Linyuan took Su Yuju to a high position, looking down at everyone. Are there any progress? An old man in a black robe walked out from below. Young master, the seal on Thunder God Valley is about to be broken. The dominant forces, the Zhenwu sect, the Great Desolate sect, and the Heaven and Earth Palace have all gathered there. Have the 3 major forces gathered together? Dai Linyuan paused. It's really rare. I'm afraid the commotion this time will be quite large, but the Shura Palace is determined to obtain the things in Thunder God Valley. You should know what to do. I understand. Emperor Linyuan sat on the throne, somewhat lazily. He looked at Su Yu beside him. At this moment, the latter looked like a white lotus standing on the top of a snowy mountain, cold and independent. He smiled evilly, reached out to grab Su Yu's hand, and then pulled hard, trying to pull her into his arms. Su Yu was startled, and he immediately resisted. But Dai Linyuan was too strong, and his body was still moving closer at a slow pace. Just when Dai Linyuan was about to succeed, Su Yu's cold words were heard. Don't go too far in public. Dai Linyuan's bloodshot eyes narrowed slightly, and his action of pulling Su Yu paused in midair. He said with a half-smile, So you mean you would allow this if it were just the 2 of us? Su Yu's face froze. Humph, you're dreaming. A hint of impatience flashed across Dai Linyuan's brow. To me, you're always as cold as ice. I told you to impress me before, but you didn't do anything. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Or do you already have another man in your heart? So you sneered, so what if I have it? Yeah. Chapter 237. So what if I have it? Emperor Linyuan instantly flew into a rage. His bloodshot eyes filled with violence, and he slapped the armrest of the throne to pieces. Faced with such rage from Emperor Linyuan, all the deacons and elders of his highness, even those at the great emperor level, trembled and prostrated themselves on their knees. It was the first time they saw the young master so angry, and it was all for a woman. You must know that when the young master got angry in the past, people were either punished with death or left half dead. Do you really have someone you like? Who is that bastard? Dai Linyuan pulled Su Yu forcefully again. This time he did not hold back. He was domineering and fierce. Su Yu had almost no room to resist, and was dragged directly in front of Dai Linyuan. At this moment, Dai Linyuan was sitting, and Su Yu leaned forward, holding on to the armrests on both sides, facing each other and keeping a distance. There was a weird face only half a meter in front of her. Su Yu felt the other party's strong and aggressive gaze and felt extremely repulsed. Even a feeling of nausea is about to occur. His dark brows furrowed, as if the spring river had dried up and the world had lost its color. Let go. Su Yu resisted and struggled unyieldingly. You're going to tell me or not? Dai Linyuan increased the force with which he gripped Su Yu's wrist, so much so that there were faint signs of redness and swelling on the wrist. You hurt me. A trace of pain emerged on Su Yu's cold face. Perhaps it was because Dai Linyuan's gaze and expression were too horrified. Just like the next sentence, resisting him would come at a huge price. A hint of grievance flashed across those eyes that were like glass orbs. Su Yu's momentum was obviously weaker. Dai Linyuan was startled. It was the first time he saw this woman show an expression other than coldness. It's really rare. However, it is quite special to have her appear in this posture. Dai Linyuan just felt that this was more interesting than any plan. At that moment, the strength in his hands loosened a lot. He naturally saw that Mu Qingyi was a virgin. She is still flawless. As for whether she has someone she likes, Dai Linyuan doesn't care. Now that she is in his hands, he is confident that she cannot escape from his grasp. If she really has a man she likes, he will have to kill him. It's just that she is too indifferent to me. If I want to get close to her, I have to give her a way out. Tell me, do you really have a man you like? Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly. Of course not. Hearing her words of compromise, the violence in Dai Linyuan's eyes relaxed. He reached out and stroked the long hair that was blowing in the wind. Why do you have to use this reason to provoke me? I know you really want to make things difficult for me, but you have to know the only way you can escape from here, and you need to know what you should do. Su Yu was silent, as if agreeing with what he said. After all, in Dai Linyuan's opinion, he really had no other means to escape. To Dai Linyuan, Su Yu's silence seemed like a compromise. He glanced at the woman in front of him, and a burning sensation rose in his heart. His hands uncontrollably wanted to hug the waist under the white clothes. Su Yu immediately smiled and said, "You want to start now? Do you believe I will slap you a few more times?" Dai Linyuan snorted coldly and stopped his hand. He understood that things could not be rushed. Mu Qingyi, we have a long way to go. After saying this, Su Yu knew that Dai Linyuan would not make things difficult for him anymore. So he stood up quickly and stood aside again. Dai Linyuan glanced downwards. There's no need to hide it anymore. I will personally lead the team to Thunder God Valley when the time comes. It's time for my Shura Palace to emerge. I understand. All the deacons and elders knelt down respectfully. They were sweating profusely at this moment. My goodness, no one could understand how they felt in those few short minutes. That's like jumping back and forth on the edge of hell. They never imagined that this woman in white would dare to openly resist their young master. And it sounds like there was a slap in the face. Has the young master been slapped in the face by this woman? No one in Shura Palace has ever disobeyed the young master. Even the palace master, and even the true god ancestor were somewhat respectful to the young master. And now they see that this woman can openly speak coldly and mock the young master. How could he be so patient with her? Could it be that the young master has fallen in love with this woman? They couldn't help but think in this direction. After all, the two looked like they were flirting before. What's more, the young master is extremely tolerant of this woman. If they had made the young master so angry, they would have died 800 times already. However, the thought disappeared in an instant. They knew the young master's character well, and it was impossible for him to like women. To be precise, no woman could touch his heart that was as deep as the abyss. The discussion continued, and when the meeting ended, Dai Linyuan took Su Yu away. Returned to Emperor Linyuan's palace. How dare you follow me in? Dai Linyuan looked at Su Yu with amusement. He took her back to the palace, but he didn't expect that she was not afraid at all. I'm curious about a question. What exactly is in Thunder God Valley? Why is it so concerning to you and the three major overlords? Su Yu did not reply, but asked back. The content of the discussion in the main hall was probably not confidential, so he simply asked directly. Dai Linyuan replied, nothing much. It's just a rumor that a semi-divine artifact is about to be unveiled in Thunder God Valley. It's making a lot of noise and has attracted the three major forces. Semi-artifact? Su Yu was a little surprised. Even a semi-artifact has appeared now. That's right, it's a semi-divine artifact related to the Way of Thunder. Rumor has it that it's the innate divine artifact of the true god of extreme thunder. After the death of the true god of thunder, it has been sealed in the Thunder God Valley. Anyone who obtains this semi-divine artifact will be able to inherit the true god of thunder. Why do you really want to go? If you want to go, I can take you there. Seeing Su Yu silent, Dai Linyuan said lightly. Chapter 238. Are you willing to take me with you? Aren't you afraid that I will run away? Su Yu did not comment. You think you can escape from my clutches by yourself? Or rely on those rubbish from the three major forces? Emperor Linyuan smiled. As long as you stay with me, you will never be able to run away. Then I'll go too. Su Yu was silent for a moment and agreed. Dai Linyuan was not surprised either, and a strange smile appeared on his face. He could even guess that Mu Qingyi probably just wanted to go out and see if he could escape. Going out of the Shura Palace base camp, with other overlord forces intervening, in her opinion, this opportunity is rare. Seeing Dai Linyuan's silence, Su Yu assumed that he agreed. His tone softened a bit at that moment. So when are we going? Dai Linyuan's bloodshot eyes faded into the water, and he spoke in a light voice. About half a month later, when the restricted energy of Thunder God Valley will be at its weakest. Yeah. Su Yu took small lotus steps and swayed slightly in front of the tea table. What, are you thinking about running away now? Seeing Su Yu like this, Dai Linyuan narrowed his eyes. Su Yu forced a smile. No, I don't think I can escape by going out this time. Wouldn't it be easy for you to spy on me? Emperor Linyuan looked strange. This woman has always been cold and icy. Even if she knew she could use this opportunity to escape, she shouldn't have softened her tone. Is she going to start moving herself to take action? Still, do you have something to ask of me? Just say it directly, no need to be secretive. Su Yu's eyes wandered left and right. Can I go and see that dragon and phoenix body? That body has a spirit after all, and I don't want it to be persecuted. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Dai Linyuan's eyes. I see. She wanted to check on the condition of the dragon and phoenix bodies before going to Thunder God Valley to see if she could take them with her, so that she would have some assurance. A few seconds later, Emperor Linyuan said, Of course you can, but if you want to see that dragon and phoenix body, you have to give me a back massage first. Give you a back massage. Su Yu's brows turned cold, and her aura became a little keep away. I give you a back massage. I'm not your personal maid, how can I give you a back massage? That's right. If you want something, you have to pay a price. That's only natural. Dai Linyuan sat on a high seat, supporting his chin and looking down at her. And don't forget the agreement between us. You can only leave if you impress me, or I will just force myself on you, and you will destroy your own life and perish unyieldingly. You should know how to choose between these two options. Hearing this, the coldness around Su Yu weakened a little. His clenched fist slowly loosened. Liulai's eyes met the teasing look of God Linyuan, and she finally gritted her teeth. Good. It was just a back rub, nothing special, and he could accept it. And the other party wants him to massage his back, so how can he let him off easily? Thinking of this, he walked up the stairs with lotus steps. The closer he got, the clearer the faint fragrance unique to Mu Qingyi lingered at Dai Linyuan's nose. I smelled this smell at the meeting in the main hall not long ago. That was the lingering aura when he pulled Mu Qingyi. Seeing that the person behind him was not moving for a long time, Dai Linyuan became a little impatient. Speed! The next second, a pair of stiff hands began to pinch Dai Linyuan's shoulders. The delicate and slender knuckles touched the shoulders and began to massage gently. A strange feeling surged through his body, causing his body to twitch slightly. But it was just a slight shake, and Dai Linyuan's heart quickly turned cold. He closed his eyes and felt it. Feeling the strength conveyed by those hands, he said indifferently, The force isn't good enough, the acupuncture points are wrong. Is this your first time massaging someone? Or did you press it on purpose? Su Yu said expressionlessly. It's my first time pressing it. I'm not familiar with it. I see you just don't want me to be comfortable. Dai Linyuan suddenly laughed. If I take you out and happen to meet those similar people, how do you think they will feel? Will they think you and I are having an affair? At this point, Su Yu's hands paused noticeably. What's the meaning? Could it be that he had already calculated that he would meet Yixuan, Jai Ruking, and the others in Thunder God Valley? But he quickly reacted and said casually, You don't have to talk to me like that. I don't know anyone who looks like me. There is no relationship between you and me except for your coercion. Are you angry? I was just joking, don't make such a face. I'm just saying if. Dongshan territory is huge, so maybe we won't necessarily meet, don't you think so? Dai Linyuan chuckled, but his smile was a little evil. Go on, press it hard. No matter how well you press it, I will let you see the dragon and phoenix body. Su Yu didn't say much, and continued to pound with his hands. Time passes slowly. The two figures were no more than half a meter apart. A light breeze blew in through the gauze window, and the strands of long black jade hair rose up in the wind and blew towards Dai Linyuan's enchanting cheek. The hair brushed across the high nose bridge, and Dai Linyuan only felt that the fragrance became more and more intense. As he became more and more adept at handling the gentle stiffness, his tense heart relaxed a little. This subtle feeling actually made him feel a little bit of pleasure and cultivation. He opened his eyes. A quick glance reflected the white gauze and soft satin, as well as the slender and delicate hand. His bloodshot eyes flickered slightly, and no one knew what he was thinking. When Su Yu withdrew his hand, he looked at Dai Linyuan with a hint of teasing. Then a breath of orchid scent came out from his lips. Dai Linyuan's 5 senses were very sharp, and his earlobe was brushed by a faint orchid scent. For a moment, I felt a slight electric shock all over my body, and a strange feeling arose in my heart. The next second, the hands continued to rest gently on the shoulders and began to exert delicate force. Having become familiar with Su Yu's strength, Dai Linyuan inexplicably fell into a sense of comfort of self-promotion. Although this feeling is very small, but as the fragrance lingers at the tip of your nose, you will gradually feel better. In an instant, Dai Linyuan's eyes narrowed and he stood up suddenly. That's enough. That's enough. Stop now. Your massage has improved. It's very good. Dai Linyuan stared at Su Yu for a few seconds and said, I'll take you to see the dragon and phoenix body. As he spoke, he motioned for Su Yu to follow him and walked out of the palace leisurely. Looking at the other person's back, Su Yu pursed her lips slightly. He uttered words softly that only he could hear. Tusk, 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 Dai Linyuan, you can completely interrupt the slightest strange feeling. But if you want to get involved with me, how can you not pay some price? You'll regret this. Su Yu was very clear about the temptation this immortal body, which had been sublimated several times, held for living beings. Not to mention the complementary nature of yin and yang. The phantom at the time said that although Dai Linyuan had experienced countless things, his state of mind was not boundless and pure. If he wants to continue playing with me, he will definitely regret it. Chapter 239. Dai Linyuan brought Su Yu to a dark place that looked like a dungeon. Keep moving deeper and deeper, and the security is very tight. Soon the two of them stopped in a cell. The dim light was blown by the cold wind, flickering. In the deepest part of the cell, a burly man was tied up with iron chains and was unconscious. This is the dragon and phoenix body from back then. Come in. Dai Linyuan motioned Su Yu to go in. Su Yu pondered for a moment and entered the room. When he came to the burly man, he clearly felt the imprint of his soul in his body. At that moment, Su Yu called out, Tianfeng, Tianfeng. The next second, a weak energy wave arose, and a sound of exhaustion resounded in Su Yu's mind. Owners, Tianfeng, are you okay? How do you feel now? After Tianfeng was still there, Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Tianfeng is still alive, this true god-level dragon and phoenix body is at least related to him, and there is hope of escape. Master, he discovered my existence after the blood-old true god took away the dragon and phoenix body. So they used their divine power to seal me inside this dragon and phoenix body. Now I can't move at all. Su Yu's heart sank. So you haven't succeeded in refining this dragon and phoenix body yet. Yes, not only that, I was imprisoned. Then what should I do to resolve your predicament? Let you successfully refine this body. Master, there is actually a way. Because I have already merged with the dragon and phoenix body for the most part, and because I share the same bloodline as the phoenix within, if they still want this body, they can't destroy me. They can only seal me. So as long as there is a source of power that is on par with a true god, I can refine it and break through the seal, and even successfully control this body, Tian Feng said weakly. A source of power comparable to that of a god. Su Yu thought for a moment. Seeing that there was no one around, he quietly transferred a trace of immortal energy into the bodies of the dragon and phoenix. This is a trace of the original power of my immortal body. Can you try to absorb it and break the seal? Tian Feng integrated this extremely pure energy and said happily, Master, this immortal energy is absolutely fine. If I succeed in integrating this immortal energy, I will definitely break through the seal and even completely merge with the dragon and phoenix bodies at an extremely fast speed. Su Yu nodded. Okay, then you must be careful. They will most likely not come to touch you during this period. You must integrate this body as soon as possible. Only in this way can we escape. The original power of the immortal body he gave to Tian Feng came from the baptism of the Qingshan creation lotus. Su Yu naturally believed that he could help Tian Feng break free from the shackles. Even later her strength may reach a higher level. He also doesn't have to worry about the other party losing control. After all, his mark is deep in the other party's soul. Unless he dies, he will not be erased. Of course, if Su Yu died, Tian Feng would naturally explode and die. Master Tian Feng will remember this. Afterwards, Su Yu left after giving a few instructions. I believe that considering how much Emperor Linyuan cares about me, he will not deal with the dragon and phoenix bodies in a short period of time. Why do you need me to return this body to you? Dai Linyuan didn't care at all about what Su Yu did to the dragon and phoenix bodies. Su Yu smiled calmly. No need. If it is destined to be mine, it will naturally return to my hands in due time. If not, then it just means I have no destiny for this kind of opportunity. Dai Linyuan looked at Su Yu quietly without saying anything. After several days, Su Yu meditated and rested in his side hall. These days, Dai Linyuan would occasionally come to see Su Yu and take him for a walk in the Shura Palace. Evening. One time, the communication stone in his hand brought news of the Three Colors holy sect. After the holy church reported the whole story of the fairy Mu Qingyi incident, it let Su Yu make the decision. Tian Lao is ready and is going to Shura Palace to bring out Mu Qingyi. Come and ask him if he allows it. This situation naturally suited his taste. Going to Thunder God Valley is an opportunity. At that time, as long as Tian Lao and Tian Feng work together, he may really be able to escape from the imprisonment of Shura Palace. After all, Tian Lao is a legacy of the previous generation of Black Demon Sichuan. The means he possesses are even not inferior to those of the old true gods who have close ties with the heavens. A few days after deciding to let Tian Lao take action, Su Yu began to brew medicinal tea with natural and precious materials. He wanted to give it to Dai Linyuan to drink. Didn't Dai Linyuan have to take the initiative to impress him? Then of course Su Yu had to do as the other party wished. He wanted to learn how to make high-quality, good tea in an attempt to impress Dai Linyuan. This is to show Dai Linyuan that he is a white lotus who is constantly trying to save himself by disguising himself as a green tea girl. He is the noble white lotus on the mountaintop. You know, it's a waste not to use the best tools to get feedback. Maybe I can escape after Thunder God Valley. It would be a shame to waste Dai Linyuan's crimson destiny. So I must take good care of him these few days. Su Yu looked at the authentic strong tea in her hand and smiled slyly. Dai Linyuan, if he wants to have an ambiguous relationship with me, then I must get something from him. Only this is fair. P.S. It is not easy to write this book until now. I am very grateful for everyone's likes, especially those friends who have been following the updates. Thank you very much. It's a pity that the author's tea lover is now limited, and he has no way or even the ability to continue writing. I'm sorry, dear readers. In the next 2 days, the plot of this book will progress very quickly, and one ending will be chosen to force it to end. This book should almost be over. I have been thinking about this for a long time these days, and I feel that I should not let it go like this anymore, and I should give an explanation. Although this explanation is not good, at least we will be relieved. Senior sister, this book is just a small ripple in your life experience. Don't take it seriously. After this period of time, I think your impression of senior sister should be becoming increasingly vague. This is the first time I've written a book of this type, and I quite like it. But it may also be the last time. Maybe this account will publish books in the future, but it probably won't be of this type. Maybe I will write an urban martial arts novel later, the kind of exciting upgrade novel. Please also clarify your preferences. This is not a very good book, There are thousands of good books on the internet, and you should read them. Of course, I know some of my true fans will scold me. Don't curse, please let me go. I don't remember when this book stopped being updated. I only remember that it stopped after it sold 100 copies a day. The author also does this for a living. At least I wrote it seriously. Okay, that's it. Goodbye, senior sister. Chapter 240. So you came to Dai Linyuan's palace. Looking at the teacup in her hand, he looked a little surprised. You did this? Su Yu nodded embarrassedly. That's right. So she made this specifically for herself. Wanted to impress me with this tea. Dai Linyuan smiled inexplicably, ignoring the smell of the tea, and took the teacup and tried to take a sip. Puff. As a result, he spat it out before it even entered his throat. He glanced at the teacup in his hand in surprise, then looked at Su Yu with a somewhat cold look in his eyes. How could you, a woman, drink all the treasures of heaven and earth as tea? Have you never been exposed to tea, or are you stupid? This is my first time making tea. Su Yu's tone was a little weak, and her eyes were evasive. Dai Linyuan threw the teacup aside, and the thick green tea spilled out. Do it again. Bring it to me when it's done. Remember, now that you've started, don't stop. I want you to keep going until you make a satisfying cup of spiritual tea. The unquestionable words made Su Yu angry, and she almost couldn't control herself and stomped her feet. If you don't want to drink it, then don't drink it. Just give it back to me. Why did you throw it away? Humph, if you don't want to drink, then don't drink. There are plenty of people who want to drink. However, although Su Yu was angry, he still had to endure it for the sake of the plan. He frowned and glanced at Dai Linyuan coldly, then immediately turned and left. Over the next few days, Su Yu began to continuously improve her tea-making skills. He did not achieve everything in one go, but instead gradually improved his tea-making skills. Use a gradual approach to show Dai Linyuan your efforts. A few days later, Su Yu followed Dai Linyuan to Thunder God Valley. As expected, they encountered three dominant forces. Su Yu didn't pay much attention to the three major forces. He just wanted to escape when the inheritance was in turmoil. This way, he wouldn't have to go to tea with someone he disliked. When the Thunder God Valley was passed down, the Shura Palace and the three dominant forces fought against each other. Su Yu took the opportunity to escape. Mu Qingyi, do you think you can escape from my clutches with this method? Dai Linyuan blocked Su Yu's way and looked at him teasingly. At this time, an old figure and a burly man appeared, and the terrifying divine power around them shook the four directions. True God, is it you? Emperor Linyuan was surprised and felt a little heavy in his heart. Naturally, he had some impression of the person who came to rescue Mu Qingyi. One is Tian Lao, the true god of the three colors' holy religion, and the other is the body of a dragon and a phoenix. The former is full of oppression. He is the true god left behind by the previous generation of black monsters, so he naturally has some trump cards. He thought that the dragon and phoenix bodies were controlled by Mu Qingyi, but he never thought that the true god of the three colors' holy sect would appear. Is this her plan? Dai Linyuan, thank you for not killing me these past few days. We will meet again in the future. Su Yu gave Dai Linyuan a rare smile. Emperor Linyuan and Shura Palace were blocked by two true gods. He had no choice but to use his magic to create a clone to give chase. I told you, even if you have a trump card and want to escape, you can't escape from my palm. Su Yu didn't expect that Dai Linyuan could break free from the obstruction of the true god and perform such a method. His strength is still above mine. Just as Su Yu was running wildly, the jade pendant on his waist emitted a faint light and began to vibrate violently. This is the strangeness of the Xunian jade. Su Yu's heart trembled. Master, junior brother. From the thousands of sacred mountains ahead, a golden meteor streaked across the sky. Finally, he transformed into a young figure and appeared in front of Su Yu. Feeling the invisible sense of oppression emanating from the young man, Dai Linyuan's bloodshot pupils suddenly shrank. That's luck. It was like the luck surging from the heavens. I finally found you. Dai Linyuan's eyes were full of fear. Unexpectedly, he could actually use Mu Qingyi to find such an incredible remnant. Yixuan was originally heading to Thunder God Valley, but the Xuanyang Jade took over his journey. He understood that it was his senior sister who appeared, so he rushed over without stopping. Looking at the woman in white in front of him, Yixuan began to lose control of himself and immediately embraced Su Yu in his arms. Senior sister, I finally found you. Why is he crying? Su Yu didn't expect to see Yixuan again. At the moment, I could only pat his back and comfort him in a gentle voice. Junior brother, be good and don't cry. Now is not the time to reminisce about the past. There are still enemies around. Yixuan looked at Dai Linyuan, sized him up and frowned slightly. He naturally saw that the other party was just a clone, and he felt very repulsed by it. In an instant, the Xuanyang Jade and the Xunian Jade merged into one. The divine power of Yin and Yang directly submerged Dai Linyuan's clone. We will definitely meet again. Dai Linyuan stared at Yixuan with bloodthirsty eyes, watching the two disappear from his sight. 3 days later, Emperor Linyuan returned to Shura Palace. Young Master, the sacred artifacts of the 3 major factions, the Great Wilderness Sect and the Heaven and Earth Palace, have been successfully stolen. Now only the Zhenwu sect remains. Emperor Linyuan's bloodshot eyes were extremely cold. The plan is advanced. This time I will lead the team to the Zhenwu sect to obtain it personally. Plan ahead of schedule, this. Young Master, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. After all, we are not ready yet. Several elders in the hall were crawling tremblingly. I don't know why, but the young master's temper has been particularly violent these days. He kills people if he doesn't like them. They didn't even dare to breathe. Just the next second, Emperor Linyuan stretched out his hand, and several people exploded into a bloody mist and died on the spot. After killing several people, he looked calm, as if nothing had happened. His eyes were fixed on the distant horizon. You seem to have a close relationship with him. What a pity, now that they've found it, they've lost their patience. Chapter 241. Thousands of miles away. A cave somewhere. Yixuan took Suyu away and stopped here. Junior brother, long time no see. I didn't expect you to come and save me. Looking at the young man standing in front of her, silent for a long time, Suyu took the initiative. A pair of glassy eyes stared at Yixuan without blinking. With 4 parts joy, 3 parts nostalgia, 2 parts smiles, and 1 part of relief at reunion after a long separation. Although he has been avoiding Yixuan, he is thick-skinned. Don't panic. Senior sister. Yixuan was unable to calm down. Senior sister, where have you been during this time? Have you been doing well since you were captured by the 3 Colors Holy Cult? Suyu had known that Yixuan would ask about her experience, so she told him everything she had prepared. Yixuan was relieved to hear that her journey was smooth, and that she was all right. But after hearing the name Dai Linyuan, he couldn't help but frown. Senior sister, what is your relationship with Dai Linyuan? Him, what do you think of him? Suyu's eyebrows twitched, and her watery eyes stared at Yixuan. Junior brother, he and I have nothing to do with each other. He just captured me and kept me imprisoned. He didn't do anything to me. He doesn't want to fight to the death with me, so he probably wants to use me to find you. Dai Linyuan is from the upper realm. His purpose in coming here is to capture us. I think he is most likely our enemy. From the upper realm, Yixuan gently stroked Suyu's black hair, his golden eyes flashing. Suyu nodded, pondered for a moment, and continued. I accidentally heard earlier that the Shura Palace's goal is to destroy the true spirit continent. Destroy the continent. That's right. It seems that Emperor Linyuan wants to awaken some 10 directions Emperor Mai to destroy the continent. He wants to eliminate people like us. What? The 10 directions Emperor is destroyed. This time, before Yixuan could say anything, Old Wu appeared in surprise. Senior, teacher, Suyu and Yixuan were both startled by the appearance of Mr. Wu. It's not that they were caught off guard, but they could actually see astonishment and surprise in Mr. Wu's tone and expression. This was something they had never seen before, even Yixuan. In the minds of the two, the old man is a powerful figure even in the upper realm. And now, he actually lost control of his emotions a little because of a name. Could it be that this old man named Shifeng Emperor Mai is not a young man? Suyu muttered in her heart. Girl, is what you said absolutely true? Old Wu didn't care about anything else, but looked at Suyu with a serious expression. Suyu said seriously, Senior, everything I said is true. But it has caught the senior's attention so much. Could it be that this 10 Directions Emperor Destroyer has a significant background? What exactly is this 10 Directions Emperor Destruction? For a moment, Suyu and Yixuan both looked at Mr. Wu curiously. Old Wu sighed deeply, stroked his beard, and said, It has more than just a great background. Simply put, the 10 Directions Emperor Destroyer is a kind of immortal weapon, a supreme immortal weapon. Its level is even the same as the immortal slaying sword, and the pure heaven creation, lotus in your body, girl. Countless epochs ago, it was the natal immortal weapon in the hands of a supreme ruler who looked down upon the heavens. Even an old man like me in his prime wouldn't dare underestimate the great emperor who holds the 10 Directions Emperor's destruction in his hands. All the dominant forces in the supreme heavenly realm keep their distance from him. However, after the advent of the heavenly morning during the Dharma-ending age, the great emperor and the forces of the heavens rebelled against the heavenly morning and ultimately perished. But I didn't expect that the 10 Directions Emperor-Destroyer is in their hands now. Old Wu looked sad. Emperor Tai, he could be considered an old acquaintance and friend, but I never expected that he would also fall. What? The Supreme Lord's innate immortal weapon. Even Su Yu and Yi Xuan widened their eyes with disbelief after hearing what Old Wu said. On the same level as the immortal slaying sword and the heaven-clearing creation lotus. Above the highest heaven, and this is not the most critical thing. The key point is that the 10 Directions Emperor was destroyed by the Shura Palace, is it? Intact. You must know that although Elder Wu, the immortal slaying sword, and the Kingshan creation lotus are all top-notch, they are all badly damaged and are far inferior to even 1/1000th of their peak state. If the 10 Directions Emperor's destruction is complete, how can they play? Waiting to die. Senior, I heard that the 10 Directions Emperor will be awakened soon after being destroyed by Emperor Lin Yuan. What should we do then? Old Wu pondered for a moment. He waved his hand, and a shield of light instantly enveloped the two of them. You guys stay here, I have to go out for a while. This light shield will protect you from harm. Practice well during this period. Senior, how long will you be gone? Su Yu asked hurriedly. The revival of the 10 Directions Emperor will not wait for anyone. I'm afraid it will take several months. Don't worry, even if Shifeng Emperor Mai fully awakens, we will have ways to deal with it. You don't need to worry. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Practice well. Which month? Su Yu widened her eyes. So he and Yi Xuan would be alone together for several months. Teacher, where are you going? Old Wu glanced at Yi Xuan and said softly, Eastern Xuan territory, Yi family. Before the sound faded away, Old Wu's figure disappeared into the cave. In an instant, the atmosphere became quiet. The Yi family of Dongshuan territory. Junior brother, did the senior go to your family to ask for help? Junior brother, are you from some ancient immortal family? Su Yu approached Yi Xuan and stared at him with a gloomy look. Yi Xuan's face froze. How is this possible? My Yi family is just an ordinary family in the city. We don't even have a powerful person in the Ascended Emperor realm. We are far inferior to the Zhan Yue sect. How can we be an ancient immortal family? Don't think too much, senior sister. Teacher probably meant something else. Is this true? Of course this is true. How could I possibly lie to senior sister? Su Yu first used his magic power to clean the cave, then lit a bonfire and sat down. Seeing that Su Yu stopped talking, Yi Xuan had no choice but to sit beside her obediently. The atmosphere was so quiet and weird that Yi Xuan felt a little embarrassed. The main problem is that these two people are alone, and they can't get out. Senior sister still said nothing. Chapter 242. The two of them sat quietly by the campfire. Su Yu secretly glanced at Yi Xuan beside her and felt inexplicably panicked. It can be seen that Yi Xuan hasn't seen him for a long time. He wants to hug him, but he has been trying hard to restrain himself. So Su Yu immediately brought up the topic. Junior brother, I heard that you all came to Zhang Shenju. Have you seen anyone else during this time? Others. Yi Xuan looked at Su Yu and said, Of course I have met fellow disciples. 2 days ago I also met Jai Ruking. Su Yu's eyelids twitched, and the smile on her face instantly collapsed. Have you seen Jai Ruking? So you didn't do anything. Actually, Su Yu really wanted to say that you guys didn't fight. Yi Xuan shook his head. We haven't found you yet, so naturally we won't do anything rash. I just heard that he's dealing with other things. Anything else? Yi Xuan said truthfully. I heard that he had been following you, senior sister, but on the way he met his childhood sweetheart from the Jihuang Palace. Zhang Yuhen, what happened to her? Su Yu had some impression of this name. Jai Ruking's childhood sweetheart in Jihuang Palace. She had created a big problem for herself in Jian's secret realm. Zhang Yuhen disappeared after the 4 major sect competition. When Jai Ruking met her, she had joined the 3 Colors Holy Sect and became a member of the Holy Sect. She also came to Central Shenju. Zhang Yuhen joined the 3 Colors Holy Sect. Su Yu's eyes were strange. She actually joined his holy religion. Is it love turning into hate? It seems I have to go back and take a look when I have time. That's right. Although that guy has made his stance clear to Zhang Yuhen, he can't be so ruthless in giving up the friendship they have shared for so many years. He still chooses to rescue Zhang Yuhen. If it weren't for this incident, he would probably have found you at the same time. Speaking of this, Yi Xuan also remembered something. Senior sister, do you know that three-colored black demon Su Yu? He told me that he met you once. Su Yu's face froze. I did meet him once, but we were just ordinary friends. I know, but I don't know why. I always feel that he looks a bit like my senior sister. Su Yu immediately reached out her hand to Yixuan's forehead and probed it. Junior brother, are you mentally confused? How dare you say such nonsense? Su Yu is a man and senior sister is a girl. How could we be alike? A hint of embarrassment appeared on Yixuan's face. Of course, he couldn't tell others that he had been imprisoned by Su Yu, and that she had even transformed herself into a senior sister to torture him. But they really look alike. Hearing Yixuan say this, Su Yu pursed her lips slightly and inexplicably became interested. A smile appeared on his cold face. Junior brother, what do you think of Su Yu? As a person, when Yixuan thought about it, that shadow still lingered in his heart. He's okay, but his moods are unstable and he has some mental issues. He's sometimes nice to people, sometimes mean to them. Senior sister, it's better to stay away from him. It seems that junior brother has some resentment towards him. Have you ever seen Su Yu's true face? What do you think? Yixuan shook his head. No, he always wears a human skin mask. I've never seen it before. But I think his true appearance should be extremely extraordinary. I have also heard some rumors about the three-colored black monster. Then, do you want me to show you Su Yu's true appearance or turn into Su Yu? Su Yu suddenly said. Su Yu's true appearance? Yixuan was stunned, but immediately shook his head. Let's forget it, senior sister. Let's not talk about him anymore. Forget it, Su Yu looked at Yixuan deeply. At this moment, Yixuan remembered something and immediately tapped out from the space ring. A white, exquisite spirit sword emerged, and a powerful pressure spread. Is this Emperor's power? Su Yu looked at the spirit sword in front of him with a horrified expression. He was not mistaken in feeling this aura. The aura emitted by this sword was the imperial power. And it is not just ordinary imperial power. I think it should be a top-grade imperial weapon. Yixuan actually took out a top-grade imperial weapon. Senior sister, this spiritual sword is called Bai Yue, and it is a good imperial weapon. I found this by chance in a secret realm. I think it suits you well, so keep it. This supreme imperial weapon is, for me, Su Yu had a complicated expression. I don't know how to use a sword either, so it naturally belongs to senior sister. After handing Bai Yue to Su Yu, Yixuan summoned a sword manual and handed it to Su Yu. Here is also a set of imperial-grade sword techniques related to the White Moon Sword, which is top-notch among all imperial-grade sword techniques. There's also the Kainkun Instantaneous Talisman, and this K-Siddhigarbha True Branch, which are also rare treasures. Yixuan handed the treasures to Su Yu one by one. The worst of these treasures were at the Saint Dao realm, and they were all handed over to Su Yu, so much so that he couldn't even fit them in his hands. Sister, these are the gifts I've gained through the opportunities I've encountered recently. They're a gift for us to meet again. Su Yu's eyes turned red, and he immediately put the things into the space ring, then threw himself into Yixuan's arms. Wu Tilda, it really is my junior fellow apprentice. Junior brother, you are so kind to me. Yixuan smiled and said, Senior sister, you have always given me the best things in the past, and now I want to repay you in the same way. I want to give you the best in the world, but I don't have the ability to do so right now. Su Yu stroked his cheek and comforted him. Junior brother, you don't have to feel disappointed. You've made such rapid progress in just a few months. You're almost catching up with me. I believe you can do it. I can't compare to my senior sister. She is much better than me. Su Yu's eyes flashed. I'm just cheating, of course you can't beat me. But you guys drive quite a lot. Speaking of which, Yixuan has a crimson destiny. Even Dai Linyuan, who also has a crimson destiny, is inferior to him. There are also differences in deep red. Su Yu only now recalled that she had overlooked a crucial detail. When he just found Yixuan, the system alarm sounded 3 times. The strongest red destiny. Even after meeting Li Kangyao, Dai Linyuan and his destinies had never given such a hint. Only Yixuan has it. If it means that there will be an alarm when encountering the first red destiny. The first red destiny Su Yu encountered was Mu Qingyi, not Yixuan. So Yixuan is the strongest red destiny. After going around in circles for so long, the strongest destiny has always been by my side. Li Kangyao's counterpart is the eternal body plus the eternal kingdom of God. Dai Linyuan must also have a mysterious physique, plus the throne of Tiansheng outside the heavens. So what is Yixuan's secret? Old Wu went back to the Yi family, obviously to find a way to solve the problem of the destruction of the 10 Directions Emperor. So Su Yu dared to bet that the Yi family must have an incredible secret. It is not a coincidence that Master Wu has been teaching Yixuan, but he intends to train Yixuan. This is more like destiny, a kind of entrustment. Chapter 243. Is there an extremely terrifying force or powerful person behind Yixuan? He plays so well with me. Is he going to squeak later? When Suyu thought of this, her heart became very nervous. Damn it! Why hasn't he given me the destiny card yet? Even if you pull out Emperor Linyuan, you can't get it out. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? Why do you look a little heartbroken? Is there something wrong? When Yixuan saw Suyu covering her chest, he panicked for a moment and immediately asked with concern. Suyu looked at Yixuan with watery eyes. Junior brother, my chest feels a little stuffy. A tightness in the chest. Yixuan subconsciously looked at Suyu's chest. His eyes suddenly shrank. He almost bleeds from his nose and quickly turned his head away. Senior sister, please don't be like this. Suyu approached Yixuan, sobbing softly. Junior brother, you are becoming stronger and stronger. You have a bright future ahead of you, and you may even have someone to help you. By then, senior sister might be left alone, gazing up at your back, watching from a corner as you become the master of a mighty power. Woo-woo. Yixuan panicked instantly. He couldn't handle his senior sister acting like this in front of him. Senior sister, please don't be like this. I don't think I've done anything wrong, right? I'm fine, I just suddenly felt a little emotional. When you grow up and mature in the future, will you still be nice to senior sister like this? Will you still like senior sister? When I meet those fairies and goddesses, will they dislike me? As she spoke, there was a glint in Suyu's eyes. This look has a bit of a coquettish flavor. Even Suyu himself did not realize that this was the first time in his life that he truly expressed his feelings to Yixuan. Yixuan was about to explode. Suyu's sadness made him mentally collapse. He immediately took Suyu into his arms, as if he was carefully protecting the most precious and perfect pearl in the world. He said softly and gently, Senior sister, why do you think so? It has been so difficult for us to come this far. You will always be my senior sister. I will always love you, senior sister. Really? Suyu wiped his eyes and asked cautiously. Of course, Yixuan nodded firmly. That? Suyu touched Yixuan's chest with her palm. So what secrets does junior brother have? I'm a little curious. What secret? I don't quite understand what you mean, senior sister, Yixuan asked suspiciously. Do you still remember the agreement we made? The promise we made when you were about to follow Grand Master Uncle to train in the Zhan Yue sect. Yixuan suddenly understood. It's that agreement. Yixuan almost laughed. His senior sister pretended to be so pitiful just to find out his secret. The key is that he really can't resist it. Well, junior brother does have a secret. Suyu's eyes lit up. What secret? Tell it to senior sister. Actually, I don't just have the fighting heavenly body. I also have another one. Another physique. Yes, Yixuan nodded. My other physique is the chaos body, but I haven't been able to awaken it due to my lack of cultivation. System, which one is stronger, the chaotic body or the eternal body? Suyu immediately asked the system. He remembered that Li Kangyao's eternal body seemed to be the supreme immortal body of the highest heaven. Chaos physique is strong. This is a legendary physique in the heavens. Suyu's eyes flashed with strange colors. Is it so strong? No wonder this guy dared to speak so arrogantly. The legendary physique of the heavens. If I help Yixuan awaken his chaotic body, what kind of feedback will he get? Suyu thought for a moment and immediately got up from Yixuan's arms. Junior brother, have you ever thought about awakening the chaos body? Yixuan shook his head bitterly and said, It's not that easy to awaken the chaos body. Even the teacher said that I need to go to the upper realm to awaken it. What does it take to awaken the chaotic body? Suyu asked curiously. At least one semi-immortal level immortal treasure is needed as energy, and most importantly, the legendary Chaos Stone. Is this it? Suyu took out 3 Chaos Source Stones, and the semi-immortal treasure Swift Thunder Immortal Flame from the space ring. Is this a Chaos Stone? Senior sister, how did you get this thing? Seeing the stone in Suyu's hand, Yixuan's pupils suddenly shrank. Although he had never seen the Chaos Stone, he could still sense it subtly through the Chaos body. This stone plays a vital role for him. Of course, Suyu couldn't say that this was the feedback she got when she was making tea for Dai Linyuan. This is something I got unexpectedly. Let's not talk about it for now. Since we have nothing to do now, let's help you awaken your Chaos body first. No, these are too valuable. They belong to you, senior sister. I can't take them. Yixuan immediately objected. He couldn't take his senior sister's things anymore. Su Yu glanced at him coquettishly. Junior brother, you treat me as an outsider. You said earlier that your things belong to senior sister, so senior sister's things can naturally be yours too. You won't be allowed to resist. I have the final say in everything. In the end, Su Yu slapped Yixuan a few times before he compromised. With the help of the yin-yang jade, Yixuan began to refine the chaos stone. 3 months passed in a flash. Yixuan successfully awakened the chaotic body, and Su Yu also got the feedback as she wished. He obtained the Hengmeng body, which is at the same level as the chaos body and is also in the awakened state. At the same time, he also obtained the core pistol of the Qingshan Creation Lotus and 10 petals of the Creation Lotus. And some treasures. Su Yu's cultivation level improved much faster than Yixuan's. His cultivation level has reached the level of a semi-immortal, infinitely close to a true immortal. He only needs an opportunity to ascend, to become an immortal. Even if he ascended to the upper realm, he could still protect himself with his awakened Hengmeng body and the Qingshan Creation Lotus he had collected. In the cave, Su Yu held Yixuan, who was knocked unconscious by him, and he was lost in thought for a long time. I'm sorry, Yixuan, I probably owe you a lot. But you only acknowledged Mu Qingyi's identity, but Su Yu didn't. 3-colored black monster. If that's what you really want, then come find me in the upper realm. It has just begun between us, and the test has just begun. Su Yu chuckled, and finally a flash of white light appeared, and she disappeared into the cave. Su Yu said goodbye to Yixuan, and prepared to ascend to the upper realm. But before that, he went to Lingxiao Mountain in Dongshuan territory. The sealed Lingxiao Banxian was killed with the sword. Afterwards, he was alone in a desolate wilderness and had an epiphany, becoming an immortal. He has a solid foundation, but he still needs an opportunity to become an immortal. It was not until 3 years later that the Shura Palace completely surfaced and went to war with the 9 overlord forces in central Shenzhou. The 10 Directions Emperor is revived, and a trace of immortal rhythm can destroy the true spirit continent. At the critical moment, Old Wu appeared with an old man named Yi. The old man fought with Shifeng Emperor Mai for several rounds and subdued him. Su Yu was aware of the supreme Dao rhyme that spread out. Su Yu suddenly had an epiphany overnight. The war subsided, and Su Yu looked back at the mainland for the last time. Break through the immortal tribulation and ascend to the upper realm. End of the book.